Yunqing, a bustling and vibrant metropolis, conceals within its dazzling neon lights some obscure and shadowy corners. Sinister deeds lie hidden like creeping vines in the shadows, quietly flourishing. M.O. Fan, a stalwart of the forensic department at the Yunqing Public Security Bureau, traverses through the dense fog of perplexing cases, wielding his extraordinary forensic expertise and unwavering quest for truth. Time and again, he transforms the silent testimonies of the deceased into pivotal clues that unravel the mysteries, bringing the culprits to justice. Yunqing is a city where prosperity coexists with cacophony. By day, the streets teem with traffic, and amidst towering edifices, people bustle about, toiling for their livelihoods. By night, the neon lights flicker, draping the city in a faud of intoxicating opulence. Yet, behind this glamorous veneer, dark corners harbor unspoken evils. On a crisp autumn morning, when the dawn had yet to fully break and the city remained enshrouded in slumber, a ragged scavenger, as per his routine, rummaged through the desolate industrial zone on the outskirts of Yunqing in search of salvageable scraps. The area lay in ruins, with dilapidated factories bearing the scars of time, walls marred by decay, shattered windows allowing the cold wind to howl through, producing a mournful sound. The scavenger, clutching a tattered woven bag, was sifting through an abandoned warehouse when he inadvertently kicked something soft. Lowering his gaze, he found, illuminated by the faint light, a corpse. It was a young woman, her face horrifically disfigured, blood and flesh mangled beyond recognition. Terror seized him, and he let out a scream, dropping his bag and scattering its contents across the floor. He turned and fled, stumbling towards the police station, muttering repeatedly, "A dead body, a dead body." Upon receiving the report, the Yunqing Public Security Bureau sprang into action. Captain Zhang, a robust middle-aged man with piercing eyes, promptly led a team of officers to the scene. Concurrently, M.O. Fan and his assistant, Yi Lin, were notified and made their way as well. Seated in the police vehicle, M.O. Fan's expression was stern, his gaze intently fixed on the rapidly passing scenery. Clad in a white forensic uniform, topped with a dark trench coat, he emanated an air of calm professionalism. Beside him, the youthful Yi Lin bore a hint of nervous excitement. She had long admired M.O. Fan's expertise, viewing each joint assignment as a rare opportunity for learning. M.O., what kind of case do you think this will be? Yi Lin could not restrain her curiosity. M.O. Fan turned slightly to regard her, responding coolly, "It is too early to ascertain, but based on the scavenger's description, the disfigurement of the victim's face suggests a complex situation. Upon arrival, we must meticulously examine every detail." Yi Lin nodded, mentally noting M.O. Fan's words. Soon, they arrived at the derelict industrial area. A perimeter had been established, with officers stationed around, having rushed to the scene. Captain Zhang approached M.O. Fan and Yi Lin immediately. "M.O., the situation is rather complicated. The victim is a young woman, her face disfigured, and preliminary assessments indicate homicide. The scene is chaotic, and it remains uncertain how many useful clues we might uncover," Captain Zhang stated. M.O. Fan nodded, donning gloves and a mask as he entered the warehouse. A pungent odor pervaded the air, a noxious mix of rust, dust, and blood. M.O. Fan frowned, illuminating the corpse with his flashlight as he began his meticulous examination. The victim's hands were bound behind her, with clear ligature marks on her wrists, indicating she had struggled prior to her death. Numerous stab wounds marred her body, varying in depth, with some still oozing blood. The fatal wound appeared to be a single stab to the chest, piercing her heart and causing instantaneous death. M.O. Fan crouched down, directing his flashlight at the victim's face. Despite the horrific disfigurement, her features suggested she had once been a beautiful young woman. He gently parted her hair, hoping to uncover identifying characteristics, but found nothing of note. "Yi Lin, document this. The victim's hands are bound, she has multiple stab wounds, and the fatal injury is to the chest. The face is disfigured, and identity remains unascertainable," M.O. Fan instructed. Yi Lin promptly retrieved her notebook, diligently recording the details. M.O. Fan rose and began to survey the warehouse, noting drag marks on the floor leading from the entrance to the victim's location. Following the trail, he discovered dried bloodstains in a corner, dark red in hue. This must be the primary crime scene. The assailant inflicted the wounds here before dragging her to this spot. M.O. Fan indicated the markings on the ground. Yi Lin followed his gesture, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, M.O. Fan's attention was captured by an object on the ground. He bent down, carefully picking up a broken hairpin, its main body fractured and still bearing traces of hair. Take this hairpin back and see if we can extract fingerprints or any other pertinent information, Mo Fan directed Yulin. She accepted the hairpin and placed it carefully into an evidence bag. Mo Fan continued to search the warehouse, hoping to uncover further clues. He scrutinized every corner, sifting through the discarded items, but aside from bloodstains and hairpin previously discovered, he found nothing of value. Captain Zhang, the evidence here appears rather limited. We should transport the body for an autopsy and see if we can glean more information from the victim herself, Mo Fan said as he exited the warehouse. Captain Zhang nodded, replying, "All right, we appreciate your efforts. We will also continue to investigate the surrounding area for potential witnesses or additional clues." Mo Fan and Yilin carefully loaded the body onto the forensic vehicle and returned to the police station. In the autopsy room, Mo Fan donned surgical attire, gloves, and goggles, commencing the examination of the corpse. Yilin assisted him, preparing various instruments and recording observations. With deft hands, Mo Fan wielded the scalpel, slicing open the victim's abdomen. He meticulously inspected the internal organs, searching for any anomalies. Within the victim's stomach, he discovered undigested food remnants. Yilin, extract these food remnants and send them for analysis. We need to ascertain what the victim last consumed and the timing of her meal, Mo Fan instructed. Following his directions, Yilin carefully retrieved the remnants and placed them in a sample container. After an exhaustive autopsy, Mo Fan found no further discernible clues. The cause of death was indeed the stab wound to the chest, with no other fatal injuries present. Based on the shape and depth of the wound, the weapon was likely a dagger. Furthermore, the time of death seems to be between 10 and 12 o'clock last night, Mo Fan remarked, removing his gloves and wiping the sweat from his brow. Yilin nodded, diligently recording the information. Now, we can only await the results of the food analysis, hoping to uncover some leads from that, Mo Fan stated. At that moment, Yilin's phone rang. She answered, listened intently, and then exclaimed with excitement, "Mo, the analysis results are in. The food remnants are a type of specialty sushi, available only at a high-end sushi restaurant in Yunqing." Mo Fan's eyes lit up. "Excellent. We must head to that sushi restaurant immediately for an investigation. We may uncover crucial details regarding the victim's identity." Thus, Mo Fan and Yilin changed into civilian clothes and hurried towards the sushi restaurant, their hearts brimming with anticipation of uncovering key clues to unveil the mystery of this case. At the entrance of the sushi restaurant, Mo Fan adjusted his attire before stepping inside, alongside Yilin. The interior boasted lavish decor, with soft lighting and a subtle scent of the sea permeating the air. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, greeted them warmly upon their arrival. "Welcome. What can I get for you?" "Our sushi is freshly prepared and absolutely delightful," the proprietor inquired. Mo Fan produced his badge, stating, "We are police officers investigating a case. We would like to know if a young woman purchased sushi here last night." The proprietor's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Indeed, a young woman did come in last night. She appeared quite youthful, wearing a white dress and a hairpin. I distinctly remember her as she ordered a particularly special sushi, one of our signature dishes." Mo Fan and Yilin exchanged hopeful glances. "Can you confirm her identity?" Mo Fan inquired, revealing the broken hairpin found at the crime scene. The proprietor examined it closely, hesitating before responding, "It resembles her, but I cannot be certain. I did not pay close attention to her hairpin when she was here." Mo Fan nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation. If we have further questions, we may return to speak with you again." After departing from the sushi restaurant, Mo Fan and Yilin continued their investigation, diligently following the clues they had uncovered. They understood that although they had gathered some leads, the case remained shrouded in mystery, awaiting their unraveling. The identity of the young woman and the motives behind her tragic demise would be the focal points of their forthcoming inquiries. Amidst the city's cacophony, Mo Fan and Yilin resolutely treaded the path toward truth, harboring the conviction that as long as they persevered, they would ultimately unveil the dark realities hidden within this case, granting peace to the departed soul. Chapter 2. Clues in the Mist. Upon exiting the sushi restaurant, Mo Fan and Yilin felt a blend of exhilaration from the discovery of a clue and a weight of heaviness due to the unresolved case. The information that the deceased had purchased a particular type of sushi provided them with a direction amid the fog of uncertainty, yet they remained far from unraveling the truth. "What shall we do next?" Forensic expert Yilin inquired, her brow furrowed. Knowing she bought sushi does not directly confirm her identity. With his hands in his pockets and a pensive gaze directed forward, Fan contemplated for a moment before responding. The fact that she purchased the signature sushi from this restaurant indicates she was either a regular patron or had a special affinity for it. We should begin by examining the surveillance footage to trace her movements after leaving the sushi establishment. The pair returned to the police station and immediately immersed themselves in reviewing the surveillance videos. Within the monitoring room, screens flickered with images from various corners of the city, as Fan and Yilin focused intently on the footage related to the sushi restaurant. They scrutinized each frame, their eyes unwavering, fearful of missing any crucial detail. As time elapsed, fatigue began to set in from their prolonged focus on the screens, yet they persevered. Finally, in the footage from an intersection, they spotted a woman in a white dress, hastily walking with a bag from the sushi restaurant. Found her. Quick, let us see where she is headed, Yilin exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Fan narrowed his eyes, meticulously observing the woman's trajectory. Following the footage, they discovered she headed towards the outskirts of Yun City, where an abandoned factory district was located, the very site where the body had been found. It appears she had a purpose for visiting the abandoned factory. Perhaps she was meeting someone, Fan murmured. To further ascertain the woman's identity, they decided to expand their surveillance scope and investigate her movements prior to visiting the sushi restaurant. After considerable effort, they discovered footage of her exiting an advertising agency. Let us check out this advertising agency, Fan asserted decisively, leading Yilin out of the monitoring room. The agency, situated in a pristine and well-lit office building in the city center, welcomed them warmly after they identified themselves. We haven't encountered any unusual events recently. Officers, what brings you here? The agency head inquired. Bemused, Fan presented a photo of the woman, though her face was disfigured. Her silhouette and attire were still recognizable, and asked, "Is this woman an employee of your company?" The head examined the photo, his expression shifting slightly. "This is our employee, Linyu. What has happened to her?" Upon confirming her identity, both Fan and Yilin felt a surge of relief mingled with sorrow for her plight. "Linyu has tragically met her demise. That we are investigating the cause of her death, and hope you can assist us with any information regarding her." Fan replied. A look of shock and grief crossed the head's face. How could this be? Linyu was an exemplary employee, diligent and well-liked by her colleagues. "Officers, you must find the perpetrator. We shall do our utmost. Please inform us if Linyu had any recent conflicts or disputes with anyone," Yilin prompted. After pondering, the head responded, "As far as I know, there have been none. Linyu was gentle and rarely argued with others. However, she did have a boyfriend named Zhang Yu, and they occasionally quarreled over trivial matters, but it should not have escalated to this." "Zhang Yu? What does he do?" Fan pressed further. He is a programmer at a tech company and has a good relationship with Linyu. They might argue, but they reconcile quickly. The head explained. Fan and Yilin inquired further about Linyu's work and personal life, learning that she had exhibited no unusual behavior recently nor displayed any significant emotional fluctuations. After departing from the advertising agency, they promptly proceeded to Zhang Yu's tech company. Within the company, they found Zhang Yu looking haggard. "Are you police officers? What has happened to Linyu? I heard something happened to her." "Is it true?" he asked anxiously, his eyes filled with worry. Fan, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Zhang Yu, Linyu has been murdered. We are investigating this case, and hope you can cooperate by answering our questions honestly." Upon hearing this news, Zhang Yu staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance. His face contorted in anguish as tears welled in his eyes. "How could this happen? How could someone harm her? What was your relationship with Linyu like recently? Did you have any intense arguments or conflicts?" Yilin gently inquired. Zhang Yu shook his head. "No, we occasionally bicker, but it's nothing serious. Our relationship was quite good lately. We even planned a trip together." "Where were you between 10 and midnight last night? What were you doing?" Fan fixed his gaze on Zhang Yu, questioning him intently. After regaining a semblance of composure, Zhang Yu replied, "I was working late at the company due to a pressing project. My colleagues can vouch for me." Fan and Yilin exchanged a glance, a hint of disappointment evident in their eyes. If Zhang Yu had an alibi, his suspicion would significantly diminish. "All right, we will verify your account. Should any further questions arise, we may need to return. Please accept our condolences," Fan concluded. After leaving the tech company, Fan and Yilin confirmed Zhang Yu's alibi, discovering that, as he claimed, he indeed had colleagues who could corroborate his presence at work the previous night. It appeared that Zhang Yu's suspicion could be dismissed. Who, then, is the true culprit? Yilin expressed her frustration. Fan remained silent, meticulously piecing together the clues they had gathered. Lin Yu's identity was confirmed. She had purchased sushi and subsequently met her fate at the abandoned factory. With Zhang Yu's alibi established, it was evident that the perpetrator was someone else. Lin. Let us revisit Lin Yu's phone records. The anonymous number we discovered earlier must hold significance. Additionally, we should carefully re-examine the hairpin found at the scene. It may contain overlooked clues, Mo Fan suggested. Upon returning to the police station, they delved deeply into Lin Yu's phone records once more. The anonymous number had multiple communications with her within the hour preceding her death. Surely, this was no mere coincidence. However, the number was untraceable, rendering the identity of its user elusive. Meanwhile, Yi Lin retrieved the broken hairpin. Placing it under the microscope for closer inspection, she meticulously examined every inch, hoping to uncover a new lead. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Mo forensic expert, look, in this small corner of the hairpin, there are tiny fibers we may have overlooked." Mo Fan hurried over to observe the fibers through the microscope. They appeared unusual, unlike ordinary fabric. Let us send these fibers for analysis. They may yield valuable clues, he proposed. Yi Lin promptly dispatched the fiber samples to the laboratory. While awaiting the results, Mo Fan retraced the timeline of the case. Contemplating the connections between various clues, he sensed that within these seemingly disparate leads lay a vital link, and uncovering it could unravel the mystery of the case. Before long, the analysis results arrived. The fibers were identified as a specialized fabric, produced exclusively by a clothing factory in Yun City. Let us visit this clothing factory that we may find someone connected to the case. Mo Fan urged, determination gleaming in his eyes. Without delay, they made their way to the factory. In the factory's office, they explained their purpose and presented the fiber samples. The manager examined the samples and remarked, "This fabric is indeed produced at our facility, primarily for work uniforms. However, it is widely used. So many places could utilize it. Do any of your employees have conflicts with a woman named Lin Yu?" Mo Fan inquired. The manager furrowed his brow in thought, suddenly snapping his fingers. We had an employee named Li Hua who was reported by Lin Yu for harassment and subsequently lost his job. He was furious with her. The revelation tightened Mo Fan and Yi Lin's hearts. Could Li Hua be the one responsible for Lin Yu's death? Where is Li Hua now? Mo Fan pressed urgently. After being dismissed, he was said to have taken a job at some small factory, though I'm not sure of the exact location. However, I can inquire among other employees to see if anyone knows his whereabouts. The manager offered. After some inquiries, they finally obtained a general address for Li Hua. Filled with anticipation and trepidation, Mo Fan and Yi Lin set off for Li Hua's residence, uncertain whether they were on the brink of uncovering the truth or merely stumbling into yet another enigma. Chapter 3. The hidden true culprit. With a mixture of anxiety and expectation, Mo Fan and Yi Lin hurriedly made their way to Li Hua's residence. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tinged with gravity as the two individuals silently contemplated the situation they were about to confront. Li Hua, currently the prime suspect, could very well hold the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Lin Yu's tragic demise. Upon arriving at the dilapidated neighborhood where Li Hua resided, dusk had begun to cloak the surroundings. The weathered streetlights emitted a faint glow, casting elongated shadows of the two figures. The air was permeated with a sense of antiquity. Tangled wires crisscrossed above, and the refuse bins exuded an unpleasant odor. Mo Shan and Yi Lin cautiously navigated the narrow corridor leading to Li Hua's door. Mo Shan knocked softly, yet received no response. Exchanging glances with Yi Lin, she furrowed her brow and whispered, "Mo forensic expert, what if he isn't home?" Without uttering a word, Mo Shan knocked more forcefully and called out, "Li Hua, we are the police. Open the door." After a brief moment, a slight rustle emanated from within, followed by the slow creaking of the door ajar. A man, pallid and with a flicker of fear in his eyes, appeared in the threshold. It was Li Hua. Upon seeing the police uniforms worn by Mo Shan and Yi Lin, Li Hua visibly trembled, panic flashing across his face. "Yuda, what do you want with me?" he stammered. Mo Shan locked eyes with him and said gravely, "Li Hua, we are investigating a case and hope you can assist us by answering some questions. Please allow us to enter." Li Hua hesitated momentarily before finally opening the door. The interior was stark and shabby, with dilapidated furnishings cluttered in disarray. Mo Shan and Yi Lin stepped inside, surveying their surroundings before gesturing for Li Hua to take a seat. "Li Hua, do you know Lin Yu?" Mo Shan inquired directly at the mention of Lin Yu's name. Li Hua's body stiffened momentarily, a glimmer of resentment flashing in his eyes before he regained his composure. "Yes, she is the one who reported me and got me fired," he retorted through clenched teeth. "You must harbor considerable discontent towards her, perhaps even thoughts of revenge." Yi Lin probed, intently observing Li Hua's expressions. Anger flickered across Li Hua's face as he raised his voice. I do hate her. She made me lose my job and left me unable to hold my head high. But I had no reason to kill her. Emotion scrutinized Li Hua's reactions and continued. Where were you and what were you doing between 10 and midnight last night? Li Hua's gaze began to waver, and after a lengthy pause, he muttered, I thought I was at home all night. Didn't go anywhere, dough? Is that so? Can anyone vouch for you? Yi Lin pressed further to no. I live alone. No one can verify that, Li Hua replied, irritation creeping into his voice. Emotion and Yi Lin exchanged glances, each detecting the other's skepticism. Li Hua's responses and demeanor cast a shadow of suspicion upon him. Li Hua, we have uncovered certain clues at the scene of Lin Yu's murder, all of which point towards you. It would be wise to come clean, or it may not bode well for you, Emotion warned, meticulously observing Li Hua's shifting expressions. A flicker of terror crossed Li Hua's face. Yet he feigned calmness as he declared, I truly did not kill her. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. At that moment, Yi Lin produced the shattered hairpin found at the crime scene, along with the fiber samples extracted from it, stating, Li Hua, the fibers on this hairpin are identical to the fabric of the work uniforms produced by your factory, and given your history with Lin Yu, how do you explain this? Upon seeing the hairpin and fiber samples, Li Hua's complexion drained of color, his hands beginning to tremble. This proves nothing. Perhaps someone else used fabric from our factory, or it is merely a coincidence. His voice trailed off, growing increasingly unconvincing. Emotion rose from his seat, approaching Li Hua with piercing intensity. Li Hua, the evidence is accumulating, and your denial is futile. If you confess voluntarily, you may receive leniency. Li Hua slumped in his chair, despair etched across his features as he remained silent for a protracted moment. Finally, he raised his gaze, tears shimmering in his eyes, his voice quivering. All right, I admit it that I invited Lin Yu to the abandoned factory. I intended to teach her a lesson, to make her understand the consequences of crossing me. Upon hearing Li Hua's admission, both Emotion and Yi Lin perked up, yet they were acutely aware that this was not the entirety of the truth. How did you kill her? Please recount the details. Emotion urged. Li Hua inhaled deeply, beginning to narrate the events of that fateful night. I called her from a blocked number, claiming I had information about her boyfriend to share, and she came. Upon arriving at the abandoned factory and seeing me, she became furious and attempted to leave. I panicked and rushed to grab her, pleading her not to go. She resisted and cursed at me. In a fit of rage, I struck her. And then, Yi Lin pressed. She continued to fight back. Fearing she would escape, I decided to bind her so she would listen to me. I took out the rope I had prepared and tied her hands behind her back. Yet she kept screaming, and in a moment of desperation, I covered her mouth with my hand. Li Hua's voice quivered as terror and fury filled his eyes. I was scared, but I felt trapped. Then she bit my hand, causing me to instinctively release her. She started to scream again. I was frantic, and in a moment of panic, I pulled out a dagger and threatened her to be quiet. But she wouldn't listen, and you stabbed her to death with the dagger, didn't you? Emotion coldly inquired. Li Hua nodded, tears streaming down his face. I never intended to kill her. I merely wished to teach her a lesson. But I acted impulsively. As Emotion and Yi Lin gazed at the weeping man before them, their hearts were heavy with mixed emotions, although they had solved the case and apprehended the murderer. A young life had been extinguished, leaving a profound sense of sorrow. Li Hua, you must accompany us back to the station. You will face the consequences of your actions, Emotion declared. Li Hua slowly rose, his eyes vacant as he stared ahead, suddenly appearing much older. Silently, he followed Emotion and Yi Lin out of the room and into the police car, flashing its lights on the journey back to the station. Emotion gazed out the window at the swiftly retreating scenery, pondering the anguish Lin Yu's family and friends would endure upon hearing this news. Meanwhile, Yi Lin silently vowed to work even harder, assisting Emotion in unraveling more cases and ensuring that justice was served to the perpetrators. Upon returning to the police station, Li Hua was formally arrested, awaiting the full measure of legal punishment. Emotion and Yi Lin began to organize the case materials, preparing to draft the final report. As Emotion sifted through the documents, Lin Yu's disfigured face flashed in his mind, causing a pang of pain within him. He understood that as a forensic expert, it was his duty not only to ascertain the cause of death for the deceased but also to ensure that they received the dignity and justice they deserved. The resolution of this case reinforced Emotion and Yi Lin's convictions. They recognized that in the dark corners of the city, many evils awaited their exposure, and countless truths were yet to be unearthed. They would continue to stand shoulder to shoulder, employing their expertise and intellect to uphold justice and tranquility within the city. At that moment, Emotion's phone suddenly rang. He retrieved it to find a call from Xiaoxi. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Hello, Xiaoxi, what can I do for you? A bright voice resonated from the other end. Shan, I heard you solved the case. Congratulations. Do you have time tonight to celebrate over dinner? Shan glanced at Yilin, who was busy with her tasks, feeling a wave of uncertainty. He was aware of Xiaoxi's feelings for him and harbored a certain fondness for her. Yet he sensed Yilin's affections as well. Conflicted by these intricate emotions, he chose to momentarily set them aside. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi, I have some work to attend to tonight. Perhaps another time, he responded. Disappointment tinged Xiaoxi's voice as she quickly adjusted her tone. All right, then, focus on your work. Just remember to take care of yourself. Thank you, Xiaoxi, Shan replied before ending the call. He took a deep breath. Immersing himself back into his work, striving to momentarily forget the emotional turmoil and concentrate on the case at hand. Chapter 4. Ripples of emotion with the case successfully resolved and the perpetrator Li Hua apprehended. Shan and Yilin completed the organization of the case files as they wrapped up their tasks. Night had fallen. Colleagues began to leave the station, and the office grew quiet, leaving only Shan and Yilin to tidy up. Yilin discreetly glanced at Shan, who was engrossed in sorting through the documents, and a swirl of complicated emotions surged within her. During their time together during the investigation, her feelings for Shan had deepened. Yet thoughts of his connection with Xiaoxi filled her with bitterness. Forensic expert, after such a long day, you must be exhausted. You should head home and rest early, she suggested gently. Yilin softly spoke. A gentle smile gracing her face, Fan lifted his head to gaze at Yilin, nodding in response. Yes, you should head back early as well. Take care. The two exited the police station together, standing at the entrance where they exchanged brief farewells before parting ways. As Fan walked home, the cool night breeze caressed his face, providing a refreshing sensation. His mind was a whirlpool of case details, intertwined with images of Yilin and Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi's vibrant and cheerful demeanor always infused him with joy and energy. When he was with her, the burdens of work seemed to momentarily fade away. In contrast, Yilin had been a steadfast presence by his side, offering unwavering support and assistance in his work, her gentle and meticulous nature providing him warmth. Fan found himself ensnared in a deep conflict, uncertain of how to choose between these two remarkable women. At that moment, his phone abruptly rang. He pulled it out to discover a text from Xiaoxi. Fan, I know you've been busy today, and couldn't join me for dinner to celebrate, but I want you to know how impressive you are. I am proud of you. Are you free tomorrow evening? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Fan read the message, a wave of warmth washing over him. After a brief hesitation, he replied, Tomorrow evening should work. Let us touch base then. Having sent the message, he resumed his journey homeward. Meanwhile, Yilin returned home, sitting on the sofa, her gaze vacant as she stared into the distance. Memories of Fan with Xiaoxi flooded her mind, causing her heart to ache. She understood that her feelings for Fan might never be reciprocated, yet she found herself unable to suppress her emotions. Perhaps I should attempt to let go of these feelings and focus on my work, she murmured to herself, tears glistening in her eyes. The next day, Fan and Yilin arrived at the police station for work as usual. Upon entering the office, they noticed Captain Zhang seated at his desk. His expression grave. Fan, Yilin, we have a new case, he announced. Fan and Yilin exchanged a glance before approaching Captain Zhang. What is the case? Fan inquired. A wealthy businessman in Yun City has suddenly died in his luxurious villa. Initial suspicions point to poisoning. You are to head to the scene immediately, Captain Zhang instructed. Handing them pertinent materials, Fan and Yilin accepted the documents, glancing through them briefly before swiftly gathering their tools and heading to the crime scene. Upon their arrival at the opulent villa, they found it cordoned off. Donning protective gear, they entered the premises, which, despite its lavish decor, now radiated an atmosphere of tension and oppression. Fan approached the deceased. Meticulously examining the body, he noted an unusual purple hue to the victim's lips, suggesting poisoning. Yilin recorded Fan's observations nearby. Yilin, please check the deceased's room for any suspicious items while I conduct a preliminary examination here. Fan instructed. Understood, Fan, Yilin nodded. Making her way to the victim's chamber, Fan began a thorough investigation of the body, scrutinizing the oral cavity, nasal passages, and skin, collecting samples. During his examination, he discovered remnants of food in the victim's stomach, hypothesizing that these could be crucial clues to the poisoning. Just then, Yilin emerged from the deceased's room, holding a small vial. Fan, I found this vial in the study. It contains an unknown liquid that seems quite suspicious. She reported. Fan took the vial, inspected it closely, and collected a sample of the liquid. This could be vital evidence. We should take it back for analysis, he stated at that moment. A police officer approached. Escorting Mo Fan. This is the deceased's business partner. He claims to have important information for us. The officer said. Mo Fan and Yellen regarded the man, who was clad in an expensive suit, his face betraying signs of anxiety and distress. Hello, what do you wish to tell us? Mo Fan asked. I know some details about his death. The man stammered that we recently had some conflicts in business, and I fear he may have suspected me. However, I assure you I did not kill him. His wife and son also had disagreements with him. They might have motives. Mo Fan and Yellen exchanged skeptical glances at the man's statement. Thank you for the information. We will investigate further. However, until we ascertain the truth, we request that you remain in Yun City and cooperate with our inquiries, Mo Fan instructed. The man nodded and departed. Mo Fan and Yellen continued their investigation at the scene, collecting additional evidence and clues in hopes of unraveling the truth swiftly. After a long day, they returned to the police station with the gathered evidence and samples. They delivered the samples to their colleagues in the laboratory and began to organize the investigation data to Mo Fan. Do you think this case could involve his wife and son? Yellen asked while sorting the materials. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying. It's too early to determine. While they have motives, we cannot draw conclusions without solid evidence. Let us await the lab results before proceeding with further analysis. At that moment, Mo Fan's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Xiaoxi. After a brief hesitation, he answered. Hello, Mo Fan. Are you busy today? Will our dinner date still proceed as planned? Xiaoxi's voice brimmed with anticipation. Mo Fan glanced at Yellen, who was engrossed in her work, and felt a pang of guilt. Xiaoxi, I'm truly sorry, but we have a new case, and I may need to work late, so I'll have to cancel tonight's dinner, Mo Fan explained. After a moment of silence, Xiaoxi replied, All right, I understand. Work is important. You take care of that. Just remember to rest, and not to overexert yourself. Thank you. Xiaoxi. I promise to make it up to you once this case concludes, Mo Fan assured her. After hanging up, Mo Fan took a deep breath. Feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him, he was aware of having disappointed Xiaoxi again, but as a forensic doctor, he had to prioritize his work. Yellen observed Mo Fan's dejected expression after the call, and her heart felt heavy. She understood his relationship with Xiaoxi and empathized with his predicament. Mo Fan, don't be too hard on yourself. Xiaoxi will understand. Let us focus on solving this case. Yellen encouraged. Mo Fan nodded, casting a grateful glance at Yellen. Yes, let us continue our work. The two immersed themselves in their tasks, eagerly anticipating the lab results that would hopefully reveal the truth behind the case, while also seeking a resolution to their own emotional turmoil. In this realm of challenges and uncertainties, they would persist, standing shoulder to shoulder against each ensuing dilemma. Chapter 5. The enigmatic villa. The night in Yun City sparkled with lights. Yet the atmosphere within the police station was one of fervent activity. After concluding their investigation of the wealthy businessman's villa, Mo Fan and Yellen wasted no time in organizing the materials. Awaiting the laboratory results, seated at her desk, Yellen meticulously arranged the photographs taken at the scene, annotating each with careful detail. Meanwhile, Mo Fan perused background information on the businessman, seeking further clues within his interpersonal relationships and business dealings. Mo Fan, look at these photos. The arrangement in the deceased's room is quite orderly, showing no signs of struggle. It seems the assailant acted when the victim was entirely unsuspecting, Yellen pointed out, gesturing to a photograph. Mo Fan leaned in for a closer look, nodding in agreement. Indeed, and the state of the body suggests a lack of struggle, indicating that the perpetrator was likely someone familiar to the victim. Coupled with the information provided by that business partner, the victim's wife and son certainly appear to be prime suspects. Just then, a colleague from the laboratory hurried in, clutching a report at Mo Fan. The lab results are in. Based on the remnants of food in the deceased's stomach and the liquid from that vial, he died from a rare, potent toxin. Such a poison is exceedingly rare in the market and difficult for an average person to procure. Mo Fan took the report, scrutinizing its contents. It seems this case is growing increasingly intricate. How did the assailant acquire such a rare toxin? Yellen pondered, frowning. Mo Fan, should we delve into the victim's social circle to investigate if anyone had the opportunity to access such a poison? Perhaps individuals involved in chemical research or the pharmaceutical industry, she proposed. Mo Fan nodded, determination glimmering in his eyes. That's a sound approach. Yellen, please investigate the professional backgrounds of the victim's wife and son to see if they possess relevant knowledge or connections. I will discuss with Captain Zhang about broadening our inquiry. Understood, Mo Fan. With that, Yellen began searching for pertinent information on the computer. Mo Fan arrived at Captain Zhang's office, where he presented the test results and the current investigation status. Captain Zhang listened intently, his brow furrowed. This rare poison is indeed a crucial lead. It seems we must expedite our investigation. Forensic Dr. Mo, what do you think our next steps should be? Mo replied, I believe we should continue our inquiries into the deceased's wife and son, while also broadening our investigation to scrutinize the deceased's social connections, seeking anyone who might have had access to this poison. Additionally, we could investigate any recent illegal trading of such poisons in Yun City. Captain Zhang nodded affirmatively. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest, and I will arrange for other colleagues to assist with your investigation. Remember, we must resolve this case swiftly to provide answers to the deceased and his family. Understood, Captain Zhang, Mo said before returning to his office. That moment, Yilin had already gathered some information regarding the deceased's wife and son. Forensic Dr. Mo, the deceased's wife is a full-time homemaker with no apparent professional background or access to this poison. However, the deceased's son is a graduate student in chemistry, currently interning at a research institution. And he has opportunities to handle chemical substances. Mo's eyes brightened. This significantly raises his suspicion. Nevertheless, we cannot conclude he is the perpetrator based solely on this. Yilin, let us investigate his school and internship site to observe if he has exhibited any unusual behavior recently. The two proceeded to the school of the deceased son, where they encountered his advisor. The advisor appeared somewhat surprised by their visit, but cooperatively answered their inquiries. You must be referring to Shadowy. He generally performs well in school and is quite diligent. However, he seems to be preoccupied lately. When I inquired, he did not elaborate. Has he recently sought your guidance on any rare poisons or conducted related experiments? Mo inquired further. The advisor pondered briefly and shook his head. No, he has not approached me regarding such matters, nor has he conducted any pertinent experiments. Our laboratory has stringent regulations. Any chemical usage requires rigorous approval. After asking a few more questions, Mo and Yilin departed the school, heading to the research institution where the deceased son was interning. Upon arrival, they met with the internship supervisor, whose demeanor was somewhat aloof. Yet he still provided some information. Shadowy has been responsible during his internship. However, he has indeed been acting strangely lately, often spending extended periods alone in the lab without clarification on his activities. Furthermore, I've noticed he has shown a keen interest in highly toxic chemicals, having researched a significant amount of related material. Mo and Yilin exchanged glances, their suspicions deepening. Has he had any exposure to the rare poison we mentioned? Yilin asked. The supervisor replied, shaking his head. We do not possess such a poison here, and its management is exceedingly strict. It would be unlikely for him to access it easily. However, I cannot guarantee he has not acquired it through other means. Upon leaving the research institution, Mo and Yilin felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Although the deceased son was a prime suspect, there was still no solid evidence to prove his guilt. Forensic Dr. Mo, what should we do next? Yilin inquired. Mo reflected for a moment before responding. Let us return to the precinct and organize today's findings. Then, we shall conduct a thorough investigation into the deceased son, particularly his whereabouts on the night of his father's death. Simultaneously, we must not overlook other suspects and continue to examine the deceased social circle. As they settled back at the precinct, Captain Zhang entered with urgency. Forensic Dr. Mo, Yilin, we have new developments. While investigating the deceased's business associates, we discovered he had been in frequent contact with a mysterious chemical supplier suspected of illegal drug trafficking. We believe he may be linked to this case. Mo and Yilin felt a surge of excitement. Captain Zhang, let us promptly investigate this supplier, Mo urged. Captain Zhang nodded. I have already dispatched other colleagues to probe his movements and background. You two should compile the data at hand, and once we have further information, we will act together. Mo and Yilin began to organize the findings from the day's investigation, meticulously outlining every lead in hopes of uncovering connections. During this process, Mo suddenly posed a question. Yilin, by concentrating solely on the deceased wife, son, and business associates, are we potentially overlooking other possibilities? For instance, does the mysterious chemical supplier have any direct ties to the deceased? Yilin nodded in agreement. That is a valid point. Forensic Dr. Mo, we must not limit ourselves to the current clues. We should consider broader perspectives. Perhaps this supplier has undisclosed grievances with the deceased or is being manipulated by others to facilitate the distribution of the poison. The two continued to deliberate on the case's intricacies, striving to uncover a clear thread amid the convoluted circumstances. Outside the precinct, the night deepened, the city's lights still twinkling. while Mo and Yilin understood that a long journey lay ahead to unveil the truth behind this case. Throughout this challenging endeavor, they would not only confront the complexities of the investigation but also grapple with their personal emotional entanglements, all of which would test their intellect and courage. Chapter 6. Elusive clues. The night in Yun City was steeped in a serene yet tense atmosphere. Within the precinct, Mo and Yilin faced a myriad of intricate leads, their brows knitted in concentration. The information brought by Captain Zhang concerning the enigmatic chemical supplier acted as a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that rendered the already murky case even more enigmatic. Mo rose to pace the office, his mind racing. Yilin, we must reassess the entire case. Given the current circumstances, while the deceased son has had access to chemical substances and displays some erratic behavior, we cannot definitively label him as the murderer. The frequent communications between this mysterious chemical supplier and the deceased's business associates undoubtedly conceal unspeakable secrets. Yilin nodded thoughtfully, her gaze fixed on the documents on the table. Forensic Dr. Mo, I believe we can approach this from two angles. First, we should delve deeper into the supplier's background, examining his connections to the deceased and his associates, and ascertain whether he indeed supplied the rare poison. Secondly, we must further verify the son's precise whereabouts on the night of his father's death to seek concrete evidence. Mo halted, his eyes reflecting determination. Agreed. Let us proceed as you suggest. We will divide our tasks. You will investigate the son's movements, while I will follow up on the leads regarding the chemical supplier. We will communicate any developments as they arise. Yilin affirmed and began her investigation into the son's whereabouts. She reached out to the deceased son's friends and classmates, inquiring if they had seen him on the night of the death. The majority of responses were vague or indicated they had not encountered him. Undeterred, Yilin reviewed the surveillance footage from the residential complex where the son resided, hoping to uncover some clues. In the monitoring room, Yilin fixated on the screen, scrutinizing each frame from that evening. At last, she spotted the deceased son in the footage. The video revealed him hastily exiting the complex around 9 o'clock. Appearing somewhat agitated, Yilin's heart raced as she continued to observe, only to find that he vanished from the surveillance range shortly after leaving the premises. She promptly relayed this discovery to Mo. Meanwhile, Mo was investigating the mysterious chemical supplier. Utilizing the police intelligence system, he unearthed some basic information about the supplier, named Zhao Chang. He was a well-known figure in the underground chemical drug trade, previously investigated for illegal drug trafficking, but had evaded capture due to insufficient evidence. Mo located a dilapidated warehouse frequently visited by Zhao Chang and cautiously approached with several officers. Upon entering the warehouse, they found it in disarray, as if someone had hastily departed. Mo meticulously searched the premises and ultimately discovered documents and records in a corner. Upon examining the papers, he noted transactions involving various chemical substances, including the rare poison. A surge of hope filled Mo. It appeared Zhao Chang was indeed connected to the case. Further examination revealed a transaction record indicating that Zhao had sold this poison to an anonymous buyer. Mo secured the documents and exited the warehouse, promptly contacting Captain Zhang to report his findings. Captain Zhang responded, "Forensic Dr. Mo, it seems Zhao Chang is a pivotal figure. We must locate him without delay. Continue to investigate who the anonymous buyer is, and I will mobilize additional forces to apprehend Zhao." Mo Fan hung up the phone and resumed his investigation into the identity of the anonymous buyer involved in the transaction. He explored various channels, scrutinizing individuals who had previously engaged in dealings with Zhao Chang, seeking to unveil the true identity of this elusive buyer. After considerable effort, he discovered that certain transaction characteristics of the anonymous buyer bore a striking resemblance to those of the deceased's business partner. A bold hypothesis began to take shape in Mo Fan's mind. Could it be that the deceased's business partner, in a bid to monopolize their joint assets, had hired Zhao Chang to procure poison and subsequently attempted to frame the deceased's son? Yet, this remained mere conjecture. He required further evidence to substantiate his theory. Simultaneously, Yilin continued her pursuit of the deceased son's whereabouts. Through inquiries with nearby residents and shopkeepers, she eventually located a pivotal witness. This witness, the owner of a convenience store, recounted that he had seen a young man, visibly anxious, loitering in front of the store around 9 o'clock that evening before hastily purchasing a pack of cigarettes and departing. Yilin presented the photograph of the deceased son to the owner, who confirmed that the individual was indeed the young man in question. A sense of confusion enveloped Yilin. What could the deceased son have been doing out in such a state of agitation at that hour? She persisted in her search for additional clues and soon discovered an abandoned mobile phone in a nearby alleyway. Picking it up, she found that while the phone was damaged, it could still be powered on. Upon accessing it, She stumbled upon several unsent text messages, one of which left her astounded. The message was directed from the deceased's son to his father, reading, "Dad, I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have argued with you about the company matters. I hope you can give me another chance. I will prove myself." Lin noted the timestamp of the message, which coincided precisely with the time of the deceased's demise, 9:30 that same night. She secured the phone and promptly relayed her discovery to Mo Fan. Upon hearing her, Mo Fan fell into deep contemplation. The content of the message suggested that the deceased's son harbored no motive for patricide. He appeared to be seeking reconciliation with his father. Yet, who was the true perpetrator? Mo Fan and Yi Lin reconvened at the police station. Collating the clues they had each uncovered, they laid all the evidence before them. Striving to weave the strands of truth into a coherent narrative, from the current clues, Mo Fan began. The deceased son, while exhibiting some peculiar behavior, seems devoid of a direct motive for his father's murder. Conversely, the deceased's business partner has frequent ties to the enigmatic chemical supplier Zhao Chong, and the characteristics of that anonymous transaction align closely with him, thus heightening his suspicion. Yi Lin interjected, "Indeed, but we still lack irrefutable evidence to affirm he is the murderer. We must delve deeper to ascertain if we can uncover direct evidence of his procurement of poison and any transaction records with Zhao Chong." At that moment, Captain Zhang hurried into the office. "Bringing news. Mo Fan, Yi Lin. We have apprehended Zhao Chong. He was captured while attempting to flee Yun City." A wave of elation washed over Mo Fan and Yi Lin as they followed Captain Zhang to the interrogation room to question Zhao Chong. Initially, Zhao Chong attempted to deny any wrongdoing, but as Mo Fan and Captain Zhang presented the documents and records unearthed from the warehouse, his psychological defenses began to crumble. "Zhao Chong, it would be wise for you to come clean. To whom did you sell that rare poison?" Mo Fan inquired sternly. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Chong admitted, I sold the poison to someone named Wang Hui. He claimed he had an urgent need for it." A jolt of realization struck Mo Fan. Wang Hui was indeed the deceased's business partner. It appeared his hypothesis had been accurate. "How did you come to know Wang Hui? Did he instruct you to kill the deceased?" Mo Fan pressed. Zhao Chong shook his head. "I met Wang Hui through the underground market. He merely asked me to provide the poison. He never ordered me to commit murder. He mentioned having his own plan." Exchanging glances with Captain Zhang, they concluded that Wang Hui was the true mastermind behind this scheme. They swiftly initiated a plan to apprehend Wang Hui. When they located him, he was in the process of destroying critical evidence. Faced with incontrovertible proof, Wang Hui ultimately confessed to his crimes. It transpired that he had hired Zhao Chong to supply the poison in a bid to monopolize the business profits from his collaboration with the deceased, all the while orchestrating the framing of the deceased's son as the prime suspect. With the case finally resolved, Mo Fan and Yi Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware that many more cases awaited their expertise, and they would steadfastly uphold their commitment to justice, seeking retribution for the deceased. Outside, the sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn, heralding the arrival of a new day. Chapter 7. The Hidden Truth of the Nursing Home in the Early Morning of Yun City. Sunlight streamed through the thin veil of clouds, illuminating the city's streets and alleyways. Mo Fan and Yi Lin, having just concluded their previous case, were unable to enjoy a moment's respite before receiving a new assignment. A sudden death of an elderly resident at a nursing home had raised suspicions among the family, prompting the police to request their investigation. Mo Fan rubbed his weary eyes and glanced at Yi Lin, who appeared equally worn, and said, "Let us proceed. Yi Lin, yet another challenge awaits us. I hope this one unfolds more smoothly." Yi Lin nodded slightly, determination gleaming in her eyes. "Indeed, Mo Fan, let us set forth." The pair soon arrived at the nursing home, a seemingly tranquil building surrounded by verdant trees and a pleasant environment. However, a palpable sense of oppression hung in the air. Guided by the staff, Mo Fan and Yi Lin entered the elderly man's room, where family members sat in a circle, their faces etched with sorrow and anger. "Officers, you must uncover the truth. My father was in good health. How could he have suddenly passed away? Someone must have harmed him," the elderly man's son exclaimed. Visibly agitated, Mo Fan approached gently, assuring them, "Rest assured, we will thoroughly investigate this matter. For now, we must examine the body." Donning gloves, Mo Fan and Yi Lin commenced a preliminary inspection of the corpse. Mo Fan meticulously observed the body, noting several peculiar needle marks. His brow furrowed slightly, and a twinge of suspicion arose within him. Yi Lin, noticing these marks, remarked, "Mo Fan, these needle marks are suspicious. They do not seem to stem from standard medical treatment." Mo Fan nodded in agreement. Recognizing that the situation was far from straightforward, let us transport the body back to the station for an autopsy and see if we can uncover further clues. Upon their return to the station, Mo Fan immediately began the autopsy. Ye Lin assisted, her gaze fixed intently on Mo Fan's every action. After a thorough examination, Mo Fan determined that the elderly man had succumbed to an injection of a chronic poison. The dosage was minuscule, insufficient to cause immediate death, but its cumulative effect could lead to organ failure. Ye Lin observed this. It is a highly uncommon chronic poison. The perpetrator must have meticulously planned the injections over time to make it appear as though he died of natural causes. Mo Fan explained, indicating the autopsy report. Ye Lin frowned. This implies that the perpetrator is likely a member of the nursing home staff, someone with access to the elderly man who could administer the injections. We must investigate the personnel at the nursing home. The duo returned to the nursing home to conduct interviews with the staff. They discovered that one nurse, Shadowy, had recently exhibited unusual financial behavior. Previously struggling, she had suddenly acquired several expensive items. Mo Fan and Ye Lin approached Shadowy for questioning. Initially nervous, she feigned calmness as she responded, "I bought these things with money I won in the lottery. It has nothing to do with the elderly man's death." Mo Fan fixed her with a stern gaze, stating, "Shadowy, we hope you will speak truthfully. We have gathered evidence, and concealing the truth will only exacerbate your situation. The needle marks and the chronic poison injections. Surely you must know something." Shaoli's eyes began to flicker, and she lowered her head, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. I accepted money from someone to inject the elderly man with something. I didn't know it was poison. He told me it would only weaken him a bit, posing no life-threatening risk. Who instructed you to do this? Ye Lin pressed eagerly. After a moment's hesitation, Shaoli revealed a name, Zhang Yi, another resident of the nursing home who had previously clashed with the deceased. Mo Fan and Ye Lin promptly sought out Zhang Yi, seated in a wheelchair. He exhibited a fleeting look of panic upon their arrival. "What do you want from me?" he asked. Feigning composure, Mo Fan stepped forward, declaring, "Zhang Yi, we are aware of certain details. Shaoli has confessed that you instructed her to inject something into the deceased. Why did you do this?" Zhang Yi's complexion paled, and with a sigh, he admitted, "Yes, I did instruct her that I had a grudge against him. He always mocked me in front of others, making it difficult for me to hold my head high in the nursing home. I merely sought to retaliate, to make him suffer a little. I never intended to take his life." Mo Fan regarded Zhang Yi with a sense of melancholy. "Regardless of your grievances, resorting to such unlawful means is unacceptable. Furthermore, the elderly man is now deceased. This is an extremely serious matter." At that moment, Ye Lin seemed to have a revelation and remarked, "Dr. Mo, although old Zhang possesses both motive and opportunity, considering the nature of the poison, it is highly unlikely he could procure such a rare chronic toxin. There may be other individuals involved." Mo nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Ye Lin's insight. They proceeded to question Shaoli again, hoping to extract further clues from her. After a moment's contemplation, Shaoli stated, "I recall that the person who provided me with the poison claimed to be a doctor working in a major hospital. Beyond that, I am unaware." Acting on this lead, Mo and Yi began investigating the physicians at major hospitals in Yun City. After a thorough examination, they identified a suspicious doctor, Dr. Wang, employed at a renowned hospital. Dr. Wang had access to various pharmaceuticals. Mo and Yi found themselves at Dr. Wang's office. Upon their arrival, Dr. Wang exhibited a fleeting look of surprise, quickly replaced by composure. "Are you policeman? What brings you here?" he inquired. Mo gazed intently into his eyes and replied, "Dr. Wang, we are investigating the death of an elderly resident in a nursing home, which involves a rare chronic poison that we have received reports suggesting a potential connection to you." A flicker of panic crossed Dr. Wang's eyes, but he retorted defiantly, "You are making baseless accusations that I am a doctor. How could I engage in such actions?" Ye Lin produced several pieces of evidence and stated, "Dr. Wang, we have gathered substantial clues that it would be in your best interest to be forthcoming. Shaoli has disclosed everything to us. You provided her with the poison." Dr. Wang's countenance darkened, and after a pause, he sighed, "Very well. It was I had a financial arrangement with a staff member at the nursing home who asked for my assistance in obtaining some poison, claiming he wished to teach a lesson to an elderly resident. In my foolishness, I agreed." Furrowing his brow, Mo replied, "Dr. Wang, as a physician, you were sworn to save lives, yet you have engaged in such unlawful conduct. You must now face the consequences of your actions." With Dr. Wang's confession, the truth of the entire case began to surface. It turned out that another staff member at the nursing home, harboring a conflict of interest with the deceased, sought to eliminate the elderly man and approached Dr. Wang for assistance in procuring poison, subsequently bribing Nurse Shally to administer it. Old Zhang was merely a pawn, his retaliatory actions part of a larger conspiracy. After the case was solved, Mo and you exited the nursing home. The sun shone brightly, yet their spirits felt heavy. Wei Lin remarked. Dr. Mo, who would have thought that beneath the seemingly tranquil existence of the nursing home lay such a web of conspiracy and malevolence? Mo nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, the complexities and darkness of human nature are often beyond our foresight. Yet, our duty is to unveil these truths and ensure justice prevails. They exchanged a determined smile and set off toward the police station, ready to confront the next unknown challenge. Chapter 8. Dark Dealings in the Art Gallery. Yun City boasts a vibrant artistic atmosphere, with a renowned art gallery nestled in the city center. A perennial gathering place for art enthusiasts, the gallery frequently showcases priceless masterpieces, attracting numerous collectors and visitors. However, beneath the veneer of elegance and tranquility, a sinister plot was quietly brewing. On this particular day, Mo and Captain Zhang responded to a report of a theft at the gallery, where a valuable painting had been stolen. More shockingly, a security guard had been brutally murdered. Upon hearing the news, Mo's expression turned grave as he quickly led Captain Zhang and a team of officers to the scene. Upon their arrival, they were met with chaos. The gallery's lights remained bright, yet the atmosphere was thick with tension and fear. The murdered guard lay in a pool of blood, his body bearing evident stab wounds. Eyes wide open in a frozen expression of terror and disbelief, Mo crouched down to scrutinize the guard's corpse, his gaze sharp and discerning, missing no detail. Captain Zhang, judging by the shape and depth of the wounds, the weapon appears to be a sharp dagger. The assailant's technique suggests considerable expertise, Mo stated as he rose to his feet. Turning to Captain Zhang, furrowing his brow, Captain Zhang nodded, realizing this was no ordinary theft. A larger conspiracy was undoubtedly at play. Mo continued his examination of the scene, discovering peculiar footprints and fingerprints that stood out starkly on the gallery's polished floor. He knelt to inspect these traces with a magnifying glass, quietly deducing the suspect's characteristics. Based on the size and depth of the footprints, the assailant likely possessed a tall and robust physique. We need to expedite the comparison of these fingerprints to see if we can uncover any leads, Mo remarked. Meanwhile, officers were interviewing the gallery staff and visitors one by one. However, everyone professed ignorance regarding the theft and murder, and the surveillance footage had mysteriously cut out at the time of the incident, complicating the investigation. After examining the scene, Mo proceeded to the guard's duty room, hoping to uncover useful clues. On the desk, he discovered the guard's work log.as he flipped through the pages. One entry caught his attention. A mysterious art collector visited tonight, displaying a keen interest in the stolen painting and behaving rather oddly. Mo's pulse quickened as he relayed this lead to Captain Zhang. Upon hearing it, Captain Zhang immediately ordered an investigation into the identity of the mysterious art collector. After diligent effort, the police swiftly identified the collector as Mr. Liu, a prominent figure in the art collection community. Mo and Captain Zhang visited Mr. Liu's residence. Upon seeing the police, Mr. Liu's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Officers, what brings you to my door? He asked. Mo locked eyes with him and stated, Mr. Liu, we are investigating a theft and murder at the art gallery. We understand you exhibited a strong interest in the stolen painting prior to the incident, and we hope you will cooperate with our inquiry. Mr. Liu smiled and replied, Indeed, I was interested in that painting, but I have committed no illegal acts. I am merely an art enthusiast wishing to acquire it. Mo continued to scrutinize him, saying, Mr. Liu, we have found several clues at the scene. We hope you will answer our questions truthfully. Where were you on the night of the incident? Mr. Liu's eyes flickered momentarily as he replied, On the night of the incident, I was at home, with no one to corroborate my alibi, but I assure you, I have not done what you alleged. Mo and Captain Zhang exchanged knowing glances, both sensing Mr. Liu's considerable culpability. At that moment, Mo recalled a detail he had observed on the guard's body. He returned to the police station for a thorough examination of the guard's remains. In the guard's hand, he discovered a strand of hair. Elated, Mo immediately sent the hair for DNA testing. The results revealed that the DNA did not match Mr. Liu's. Puzzled, Mo began to reassess the case. Realizing he may have fallen into a misjudgment, he returned to the gallery for a more meticulous investigation. This time, he uncovered a hidden camera in a corner of the gallery. This camera had not been tampered with, and Mo felt a surge of hope as he retrieved the footage for review. The video revealed that on the night of the incident, a masked individual entered the gallery, first disabling the surveillance system before heading straight for the stolen painting. When the guard confronted him, a struggle ensued, during which the assailant fatally stabbed the guard before fleeing with the artwork. Mo scrutinized the footage, noting that the assailant's physique matched the characteristics of the footprints discovered earlier. However, the mask obscured the assailant's face. While Mo pondered this, Yilin hurried into his office. Dr. Mo, while investigating the gallery owner's financial situation, we discovered some irregularities. He has recently received several large sums of money from unknown sources. Yilin reported. Mo's interest peaked. He immediately connected this to the previous case, suspecting that the gallery owner might have orchestrated the entire affair. To claim insurance money. Had he hired an assassin to steal the painting and murder the guard? Mo and Captain Zhang promptly launched an investigation into the gallery owner. Through extensive inquiries, they uncovered substantial evidence of the gallery owner's involvement. It turned out that the owner had been experiencing financial difficulties and devised the scheme to escape his predicament. He had hired a professional hitman to steal the artwork and stage the guard's murder, intending to defraud the insurance company. With sufficient evidence in hand, Mo and Captain Zhang initiated an arrest operation against the gallery owner and the assassin. In a dramatic showdown, both were successfully apprehended. The gallery owner was handcuffed. A look of despair washed over his face. That I was momentarily blinded by greed. I never anticipated it would come to this. He lamented. Mo Fan gazed at him, solemnly stating, "For your own selfish interests, you have not only desecrated the sanctity of art, but also extinguished an innocent life. The law will not spare any criminal." Following the resolution of the case, Mo Fan exited the police station, basking in the sunlight outside, his heart overwhelmed with emotions. Art was meant to symbolize beauty, yet, due to greed and desire, it had become ensnared in a web of darkness. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that justice may be delayed, but it shall never be absent. He vowed to uphold his duty, striving to maintain fairness and justice in society. The stolen artwork was successfully recovered through the police's efforts and returned to the gallery. Awaiting true art enthusiasts to admire, Mo Fan understood that more challenges lay ahead, yet he was prepared to unveil every truth with wisdom and courage, ensuring that evil had no refuge. Chapter 9. The sinister shadow over the marathon course. The marathon in Yun City took place as scheduled, a highly anticipated sporting event that attracted participants and spectators from afar. Sunlight bathed the expansive course. As competitors eagerly prepared, filled with determination, spectators cheered along the sidelines, creating an atmosphere of fervor that enveloped the entire city. Mo Fan, rarely afforded a day of leisure, had intended to relax and unwind his taut nerves. However, as a forensic expert, his life was perpetually laden with uncertainty. Just as he was about to head out for a stroll in the park, his phone abruptly rang. He pulled out his device. Noting that it was Captain Zhang calling, an ominous feeling creeping into his mind. Mo, there has been an incident at the marathon. A competitor has suddenly collapsed and died under suspicious circumstances. You need to come over immediately. Captain Zhang's voice crackled urgently over the line. Mo Fan ended the call, hastily donned his work attire, and rushed to the scene. Upon arrival, he found the area cordoned off by the police, with a crowd of onlookers gathered nearby. Navigating through the throng, he spotted a competitor lying on the ground, medical personnel attempting to revive him. But it was too late. Mo Fan crouched down to conduct a preliminary examination of the body. Observing the deceased's complexion and physical state, he noted the absence of visible external injuries, yet the pallor and slightly parted lips suggested a struggle preceding death. Given the current evidence, it was likely the individual succumbed to a sudden illness or poisoning. Standing up, Mo Fan addressed Captain Zhang, who wore a frown, nodding gravely. The sheer number of people at the event complicated matters. It was imperative to swiftly ascertain the cause of death to prevent public panic. Mo Fan and his assistants carefully lifted the body onto an ambulance, transporting it to the Forensic Identification Center for a comprehensive autopsy. In the autopsy room, clad in protective white garb, mask, and gloves, Mo Fan's gaze sharpened as he commenced his examination. Skillfully wielding a scalpel, he adhered to the dissection protocol. While inspecting the internal organs, he observed significant pathological changes in the heart, thickened myocardium, and some vascular obstructions. However, these findings did not sufficiently account for the sudden demise. Continuing his meticulous examination, he extracted blood and gastric contents for analysis, uncovering anomalies. High concentrations of a stimulant were detected in the deceased's blood. This stimulant could substantially enhance athletic performance, yet it also imposed tremendous strain on the heart, potentially leading to cardiac arrest. The cause was clear. The individual had perished due to an overdose of the stimulant. Mo Fan conveyed the test results to Captain Zhang, who grew somber. This was no trivial matter. The use of stimulants in sports was strictly prohibited, indicating a concealed conspiracy. The police promptly initiated an investigation. First interrogating the deceased's coach, Teammates and competitors, the coach, Wang Chong, an experienced marathon trainer, appeared visibly anxious when questioned about the athlete's potential use of stimulants. I truly had no idea he was taking them. I always instructed them to adhere to the rules and compete on their own merit. Wang stammered. Mo Fan fixed his penetrating gaze upon him. Coach Wang, we have evidence indicating a considerable amount of stimulants in the deceased system. As his coach, you cannot feign ignorance. Under persistent questioning by the police, Wang eventually confessed that he had administered the stimulant to the athlete to secure a favorable outcome in the race. I did it for his sake. He had great potential, and I wanted him to achieve a good ranking for his future, Wang lamented, his head bowed in regret. However, the situation was far more intricate. Mo Fan discovered that the deceased's rival, Li Ming, appeared to be intricately linked to this incident. Li Ming was a favored contender in the race, viewing the deceased as his greatest threat. Upon probing Li Ming, investigators uncovered multiple clandestine meetings with Coach Wang. During a search of Li Ming's residence, evidence surfaced proving that he had supplied Wang with stimulants and incited him to administer them to the deceased. Intending to eliminate his competition, faced with the police's evidence, Li Ming could not deny his involvement and ultimately confessed to his wrongdoing. I was desperate to win. He was my biggest threat, knowing his strength. I resorted to this method. I realize my error now, but it is far too late. Li Ming lamented. Mo Fan regarded Li Ming, his heart brimming with anger and helplessness. In pursuit of victory, you resorted to unscrupulous means, jeopardizing not only another's life, but also undermining the integrity of sportsmanship. After the case was resolved, Mo Fan stepped out of the Forensic Identification Center, gazing at the sky, his heart heavy with contemplation. The marathon should have been a celebration of human perseverance and athletic prowess, yet it had been overshadowed by the greed and desires of a few. He recalled the competitors who ran valiantly on the field, deserving an equitable environment to showcase their talents and pursue their dreams. Yet now, due to the actions of a select few, the entire event's reputation had been tarnished. Mo Fan understood that as a forensic expert, his role extended beyond merely determining the cause of death. It encompassed the responsibility of upholding societal fairness and justice. He silently vowed that regardless of the complexities of future cases, he would steadfastly fulfill his duty, ensuring that the truth emerged and that evil received its due punishment. The family and friends of the unfortunate athlete were engulfed in profound sorrow. Mo Fan hoped this incident would raise awareness about the dangers of stimulants and the importance of fair competition. In the glow of the setting sun, Mo Fan's silhouette appeared resolute. He recognized that his mission was far from complete and numerous challenges awaited him. Yet he believed that with justice in his heart, he could overcome all obstacles, illuminating society with hope and promise. Chapter 10. The hidden crisis in the mountain resort. The serene mountain resort on the outskirts of Yun City had always been a favored retreat for those seeking respite from the clamor of daily life. Surrounded by lush forests and invigorating air, winding paths meandered through the woods, beckoning visitors into a realm of tranquility. However, recently a shadow loomed over this haven, as the mysterious disappearance of a tourist shattered the resort's peace. Having just extricated himself from the marathon case, Mo Fan had yet to catch his breath when he received an urgent call from Captain Zhang. His voice tinged with anxiety, Zhang informed him. Mo, a tourist has gone missing at the mountain resort, and the situation seems off. There are signs of a struggle at the scene. You need to come here at once. Mo Fan set down the phone, massaging his weary temples, yet his gaze betrayed his unwavering resolve. He swiftly gathered his forensic tools and, accompanied by his assistant Yi Lin, drove to the mountain resort. As they journeyed, the scenery outside blurred past. But Mo Fan's mind was consumed with conjectures about the various possibilities surrounding the case. Upon arriving at the resort, Mo Fan found the area sealed off by the police. Resort staff and other guests clustered anxiously beyond the cordon, their expressions a mix of tension and unease. He and Yi Lin pushed through the crowd and entered the missing tourist's room. Inside, chaos reigned. Furniture lay overturned, and the bedding was in disarray, clearly indicating a violent struggle had occurred. Preliminary investigations revealed that the missing tourist, Zhao Gang, had come to the resort alone. Earlier that day, other guests had noticed his door ajar and, upon entering, discovered the disarray, prompting them to alert the authorities. Mo Fan nodded, beginning a thorough examination of the room. He crouched down, scrutinizing the footprints and bloodstains on the floor. The blood trailed from one corner of the room to the doorway, indicating that the injured party had attempted to exit. The stains appeared relatively fresh, likely deposited not long ago. As he spoke, he collected blood samples with a cotton swab in a corner of the room. He also discovered strands of hair and fibers, which he meticulously gathered and placed into evidence bags. From the circumstances at the scene, It appeared that Zhao Gang had engaged in a fierce confrontation with the assailant. He might have sustained injuries and been taken away by the perpetrator. Or perhaps he managed to escape on his OW, and Mo Fan stood up and spoke to Captain Zhang beside him. Captain Zhang furrowed his brow. It would be no easy task to locate a person in this dense mountainous forest. Moreover, they were still unaware of the assailant's identity and motives, making this case rather complicated. Mo Fan, along with the police, began a search in the woods surrounding the resort. They carefully traversed the paths, scrutinizing every nook and cranny for any suspicious clues. Suddenly, Yilin discovered some footprints in a patch of grass. The prints appeared disordered and bore signs of dragging. Mo Forensic Expert. There's something here. Yilin shouted. Mo Fan hurried over and crouched down to examine the footprints. It seemed these marks belonged to two individuals, one of which was notably deeper and showed signs of dragging, likely indicating the assailant had dragged Zhao Gang. Mo Fan observed, continuing to search in the direction of the footprints. Not far from a large tree, they stumbled upon some bloodstains, adjacent to which lay a bloodied piece of cloth. Mo Fan picked up the cloth, scrutinizing it closely, and noted some peculiar patterns resembling the insignia of the resort's staff uniform. It seems the assailant is likely a member of the resort's personnel. Mo Fan remarked. The police promptly initiated an investigation into the resort's staff. After thorough vetting, they identified a staff member named Li Yong as a primary suspect. Li Yong was a security guard at the resort, responsible for patrolling duties. According to other staff members, Li Yong had exhibited erratic behavior recently, and after Zhao Gang's disappearance, he had vanished without a trace. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang, accompanied by a team of officers, began searching for Li Yong in the vicinity of the resort. Following the footprints and blood traces, they scoured the forest for some time. Eventually, in an abandoned cave, they discovered both Li Yong and Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang lay unconscious on the ground, with multiple wounds and bleeding profusely. Li Yong stood nearby, brandishing a dagger, his eyes reflecting madness and despair. Li Yong, why have you done this? Captain Zhang shouted. Li Yong sneered. He deserved it. He uncovered my secret. I couldn't let him speak. It turned out that Li Yong was a fugitive who had assumed a false identity to work at the resort to evade police capture. Zhao Gang, while wandering the resort, inadvertently discovered Li Yong's tattoos and some suspicious items, leading him to question Li Yong's identity. To conceal his crimes, Li Yong resorted to violence against Zhao Gang. Mo Fan quickly approached Zhao Gang to assess his injuries. He swiftly administered basic first aid before assisting the police in carrying Zhao Gang out of the cave and to the hospital for treatment. The hospital, after intensive efforts by the medical team, Zhao Gang ultimately stabilized and escaped mortal danger. Meanwhile, Li Yong was taken back to the police station for further interrogation and investigation. Mo Fan gazed at the bedridden Zhao Gang, overwhelmed with emotion. He understood while the multitude of hidden secrets and dangers lurking beneath the seemingly tranquil facade of the resort. A forensic expert, his duty was to unveil these secrets, to bring the truth to light, and to safeguard every individual's life. Upon exiting the hospital, twilight had begun to envelop the sky. Mo Fan and Yilin walked along the path back to the police station, the evening breeze brushing against their faces with a hint of chill. Observing Mo Fan's weary figure, Yilin felt a surge of sympathy. Mo Forensic Expert, you truly need to rest, she urged. Mo Fan smiled gently. It's nothing. This is my job as long as I can ensure justice for the victims. Every bit of exhaustion is worthwhile. The moonlight bathed them in its glow as their silhouettes gradually faded into the night. Mo Fan knew that in the days to come, he would face numerous challenges and cases. Yet he would steadfastly remain at his post, fighting for justice. Chapter 11. The hidden truth in the hospital operating room. The night in Yun City was as dark as ink, yet the hospital remained brightly lit. Bustling medical staff moving briskly between wards, working in a tense yet orderly manner. Mo Fan had just concluded the follow-up work on the missing person case at the mountain resort and had yet to catch his breath when he was abruptly called back to the hospital due to an unforeseen incident. In a well-known surgical room of a Yun City hospital, a patient had suddenly died during surgery. Initially, it could have been classified as a medical accident, but the patient's family harbored suspicions of foul play and insisted on police intervention. Upon receiving the report, Mo Fan and Captain Zhang promptly arrived at the hospital. In the corridor, the patient's family was in an uproar, their cries and shouts intertwining. My father was perfectly healthy. How could he not come out of the operating room? The son exclaimed, red-eyed and angrily accusing the hospital staff. The hospital administrator, appearing helpless, explained, we did our utmost. There were indeed unforeseen complications during the surgery, and we are investigating the cause. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang entered the operating room, which had already been cleaned. Though the scent of disinfectant lingered, Stains of blood remained on the surgical table, and the medical equipment was neatly arranged, seemingly awaiting the commencement of the next procedure. Let us begin by examining the body. Mo Fan instructed his assistant Yi Lin nodded, and the two quickly commenced their work. Mo Fan donned gloves and meticulously examined the patient's corpse. There were no apparent external injuries, suggesting that death might have resulted from complications during the surgery. However, Mo Fan's extensive experience as a forensic expert led him to sense that the situation was not so straightforward. He proceeded with an autopsy, the scalpel deftly maneuvering in his hands, each movement precise and practiced. During the dissection, he noticed unusual spots in the patient's lungs, which piqued his interest. Yi Lin, take some lung tissue samples for testing. Let us determine what these spots are. Mo Fan instructed. Yi Lin quickly complied, placing the samples in designated containers. While awaiting the results, Mo Fan and Captain Zhang began investigating the hospital staff involved. They first approached the lead surgeon, an experienced expert who appeared fatigued and resigned. I truly did my best. The patient suddenly suffered cardiac arrest during the procedure. We exerted every effort to revive him, but were unable to save his life, the lead surgeon stated. Mo Fan meticulously inquired about the surgical process, including the patient's preoperative assessments, anesthesia, and procedural steps. The surgeon answered each question, presenting no apparent flaws. Next, they sought out the anesthesiologist. The anesthesiologist recalled the dosage was standard, and throughout the surgery, the patient's vital signs remained within normal limits. That I have no idea why this situation suddenly arose. Mo Fan furrowed his brow. Feeling increasingly perplexed, he sensed that beneath these seemingly normal statements lay undisclosed secrets. That moment, Yi Lin's phone rang. The test results had arrived. Mo Fan swiftly returned to the autopsy room to review the report. The findings indicated that the lung spots were caused by a rare drug allergy. Strange. The patient's medical history shows no indication of such an allergy. Mo Fan murmured. He re-examined the patient's records, confirming the absence of any mention of this allergy. How could this allergic reaction have occurred? Mo Fan and Captain Zhang decided to broaden their investigation, scrutinizing the operating room nurses, pharmacists, and the management of medications. During the inquiry, they uncovered a suspicious detail. The pharmacist had retrieved a specific medication from a special cabinet, which was seldom used and poorly managed. Who was responsible for overseeing the medications in that cabinet? Mo Fan asked the pharmacist. The pharmacist hesitated before responding. I oversee it, but all medications are stored and used per regulations. I haven't done anything wrong. Mo Fan remained skeptical and continued his investigation. Discovering that the pharmacist had failed to follow proper procedures in documenting the use of this medication. Why did you not log the usage of this medication? Mo Fan questioned sternly. The pharmacist's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I was too busy at the time and forgot to document. Mo Fan understood that the matter was far from simple. He conducted further tests on the medication retrieved by the pharmacist, revealing that it contained a component responsible for the patient's allergic reaction. Under pressure from Mo Fan's inquiries, the pharmacist ultimately confessed the truth. He had been financially compromised and had deliberately added the allergenic component to the medication, attempting to orchestrate a medical mishap to claim substantial compensation. The mastermind behind this scheme turned out to be the patient's business rival, who resorted to such cruel measures to undermine the patient's company. With the truth unveiled, both the pharmacist and the patient's competitor were arrested by the police, facing the severe consequences of the LAWAS. Mo Fan exited the hospital. The sky outside began to lighten with dawn. He gazed at the hospital building, reflecting on the myriad emotions within him. In this seemingly benevolent institution, such a dark conspiracy had lurked beneath the surface. However, he became even more resolute in his conviction that regardless of how intricate the case may be, he must unveil the truth and ensure that justice prevails. Upon returning to the police station, Mo Fan took a brief respite before immersing himself in new tasks. He understood that as a forensic expert, his mission would never reach a conclusion. Numerous cases awaited his resolution, and countless truths yearned for his discovery. Chapter 12. The fatal gunshot at the seaside villa. The coastline of Yun City basked in sunlight, its shimmering waves reflecting golden hues, while tourists frolicked on the sandy shore, laughter and cheer filling the air. Yet, behind this serene facade, a tragedy quietly unfolded. Within a luxurious villa by the seaside, a gunshot shattered the tranquility. Mo Fan had just concluded his work on a perplexing death case in the hospital's surgical unit and had barely caught his breath when he received notification of this new incident alongside Captain Zhang. They swiftly drove to the scene, with Captain Zhang gripping the steering wheel tightly, his expression grave. This time, it's a seaside villa. I've heard the victim was a retired entrepreneur of notable standing, so we must proceed with caution. Mo Fan nodded slightly, casting a deep gaze out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery. already beginning to form preliminary speculations about the case in his mind. Upon their arrival at the villa, they found the scene cordoned off by the police. Officers were stationed around the premises, carefully collecting evidence within the barricade. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang navigated through the crowd and entered the villa. The interior was opulently adorned, with marble floors, exquisite murals, and luxurious furnishings, all testament to the owner's wealth. In the living room, Mo Fan beheld the lifeless body of the victim, a man in his 50s. Clad in pajamas, with a distinct gunshot wound to his head. The blood had congealed, and his eyes were wide open, seemingly filled with endless disbelief and terror. Mo Fan crouched down to examine the body closely. The shape and location of the wound suggested a close-range shot, indicating that the assailant was likely acquainted with the victim. Given the nature of the injury, he remarked, it appears the perpetrator was familiar with the deceased. Captain Zhang nodded in agreement, surveying the surroundings. Moreover, the doors and windows shown no signs of forced entry, implying the assailant gained access through normal means, heightening the likelihood of an acquaintance being involved. Rising to his feet, Mo Fan began to investigate the living room further. He noticed 2 wine glasses on the coffee table, one still containing remnants of red wine, suggesting that the victim had shared drinks with someone prior to the incident. Yilin, please take these wine glasses for fingerprint and DNA analysis. He instructed his assistant. Yilin promptly approached and carefully placed the glasses into evidence bags. Mo Fan continued his search within the villa and discovered the victim's safe in the study. Its door ajar and contents thoroughly ransacked. It seems the assailant's motives extended beyond murder. Robbery was also a goal. He mused aloud. That moment, an officer hurried into the study. Captain, we found a shell casing in the villa's garden, and it's been sent for examination. Captain Zhang nodded and turned to Mo Fan. It appears the murder weapon is a handgun. We must swiftly ascertain its origin and the assailant's identity. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang commenced their investigation into the victim's social connections. They learned that the deceased was named Zhao Gang, a retired entrepreneur who had once thrived in the business world, amassing considerable wealth. However, his retirement was not tranquil. He had disputes with several business associates and complex family dynamics. Their first inquiry led them to Zhao Gang's wife, Li Mei. She sat on the living room sofa, her demeanor haggard, tears welling in her eyes. Zhao Gang was generally affable, although he had conflicts with some business partners. It shouldn't have led to his demise, she lamented. Mo Fan scrutinized her expression and inquired, did Zhao Gang exhibit any unusual behavior prior to his death or have any significant interactions with anyone? After a moment of contemplation, she replied, recently, he has been acting strangely, often secretive, and avoiding my presence during phone calls. When I questioned him, he remained tight-lipped. Mo Fan exchanged a glance with Captain Zhang, sensing that this was a pivotal lead. Next, they sought out Zhao Gang's business partner, Wang Chang. His office was similarly lavish, and he sat behind a grand desk, appearing somewhat anxious. I indeed have some financial disagreements with Zhao Gang, but I had no motive to kill him. I was counting on him to repay his debts, Wang Chang asserted. Mo Fan regarded him coldly. How do you explain your frequent communications with Zhao Gang prior to his death? Wang Chang's complexion paled instantly, and he stammered. We were merely discussing how to resolve our financial disputes. I only wanted him to repay me promptly. There were no ulterior motives. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang remained skeptical and continued their thorough investigation of him. Meanwhile, Yilin's analysis results emerged. The wine glasses revealed not only Zhao Gang's fingerprints, but also those of an unfamiliar male. The examination of the shell casing indicated that the murder weapon was an illegally manufactured handgun. Utilizing these clues, Mo Fan and Captain Zhang cross-referenced the police database and ultimately identified the unknown man, Lu Hui, a known criminal with a history of robbery and theft. The police swiftly initiated a manhunt for Lu Hui. After considerable effort, they located him in a secluded corner of Yun City. Upon seeing the police, Lu Hui attempted to flee but was quickly apprehended. In the interrogation room, Lu Hui initially denied his involvement. But when confronted with the evidence presented by Mo Fan and Captain Zhang, he reluctantly confessed. He revealed that he had been hired by Zhao Gang's business rival, Sun Ming, to infiltrate the villa, murder Zhao Gang, and steal valuables. Sun Ming, harboring resentment after losing to Zhao Gang in their business dealings, had devised this malicious scheme. With the truth laid bare, both Sun Ming and Lu Hui were arrested by the authorities. As Mo Fan stepped out of the interrogation room and gazed at the sea outside, he felt a myriad of emotions. Although this case had been resolved, he was acutely aware that countless evils might still lurk in the shadows of the city. Awaiting his revelation, he would steadfastly remain in his role as a forensic expert, utilizing his expertise and unwavering conviction to give a voice to the deceased and fight for justice. Upon returning to the police station, Mo Fan took a brief respite before organizing the related case materials, preparing for the next potential case that might arise. He understood that as a forensic expert, his work would never conclude. and only through relentless exploration and pursuit could he bring the truth to light and ensure justice was served. Chapter 13. The Deadly Conspiracy at the Marathon. The sky above Yun City sparkled like a sapphire. The gentle sunlight casting warmth over every corner of the bustling metropolis on such a splendid day. The city hosted a highly anticipated marathon, the starting point. Colorful flags fluttered, competitors eagerly stretched their limbs. And the cheers of the crowd resonated, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. Mo fan, having rare time for respite, initially planned to unwind at home, seeking relief from the fatigue of continuous work. However, upon witnessing the lively scene outside his window, he felt a surge of excitement. He donned his athletic attire, resolved to immerse himself in the vibrant ambience of the event, the marathon venue. He squeezed into the throng, watching as the runners surged forward like arrows released from a bow. His gaze traversed the crowd, admiring the athletes' graceful forms and indomitable spirit. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, accompanied by gasps of shock from the spectators. Following the sound, he spotted a competitor collapsing to the ground, convulsing, rendering onlookers stunned by the unexpected turn of events. With a tightening sensation in his chest, Mo fan, guided by his professional instincts, maneuvered through the gathering and reached the fallen runner. He crouched beside him, checking for vital signs, only to find that the athlete had succumbed. Mo fan's expression turned grave. He immediately recognized that this was likely not a mere accident. Before long, police and an ambulance arrived at the scene. Mo fan identified himself to the authorities and assisted in securing and examining the area. Together with his assistant Yilin, he conducted a preliminary examination of the deceased, discovering no apparent external injuries, yet noting a purplish hue to the skin and cracked lips, indicative of a sudden medical crisis. Let's transport the body back to the police station for a detailed autopsy to ascertain the true cause of death, Mo fan instructed Yilin. Upon returning to the station, Mo fan promptly began the autopsy. He meticulously examined the victim's organs, noting significant cardiac abnormalities, ruptured myocardial fibers, and an enlarged heart. Given the current findings, the severe heart condition may well have precipitated his death, he remarked during the procedure. Yilin, recording the details, furrowed her brow. But how could someone with such severe heart issues participate in a marathon? Moreover, he must have undergone a health check prior to the event. How was this issue overlooked? Mo fan nodded, sharing her concern over the numerous discrepancies. He continued his examination, discovering an unusual substance in the deceased's blood. After thorough examination, it was determined that the substance in question was indeed a stimulant, and the dosage far exceeded the normal usage range. Thus, it became clear that the deceased had succumbed to an overdose of the stimulant, leading to excessive strain on the heart, ultimately resulting in cardiac arrest. Mo fan was enlightened. The police commenced an investigation into the background of the deceased. They discovered that the individual, named Chen Feng, was an amateur marathon enthusiast who frequently participated in various competitions and had achieved commendable results. His coach, a seasoned long-distance running trainer named Li Hua, was approached by Mo fan and Captain Zhang. At Li Hua's training facility, an array of training equipment was displayed, and the walls were adorned with medals and certificates earned by his students. Li Hua sat dejectedly in a chair, gazing at Mo fan and Captain Zhang, and lamented, "I truly do not understand why Chen Feng would resort to stimulants. I have always educated my students to adhere to competition rules and to compete fairly." Mo fan fixed his gaze on Li Hua's eyes and solemnly inquired, "Did Chen Feng exhibit any unusual behavior prior to the competition? Did he have any conflicts or disputes with anyone?" Li Hua pondered for a moment before responding. "Chen Feng has indeed been acting strangely lately. He has become quite anxious, constantly worrying about not achieving good results in the races. Additionally, he had several arguments with another competitor, Wang Chang, as Wang Chang's recent performance had improved significantly, posing a threat to Chen Feng's standing within the team. Mo fan and Captain Zhang exchanged a knowing glance, suspecting Wang Chang to be deeply involved. Thus, they sought out Wang Chang, a young athlete of tall stature and muscular build, who appeared visibly tense upon encountering Mo fan and Captain Zhang. "That I did argue with Chen Feng, but it was merely over competition matters. I had no motive to kill him," Wang Chang asserted. Mo fan coldly retorted, "Then how do you explain the stimulant found in Chen Feng's system? After your argument, did you take any actions?" Wang Chang's complexion paled instantly as he stammered, I only wanted him to embarrass himself in the race, so I secretly added some stimulants to his drink that I never thought it would lead to his death. It turned out that in an attempt to surpass Chen Feng in the competition and achieve better results, Wang Chang had procured stimulants and stealthily introduced them into Chen Feng's drink before the race. He believed this would cause Chen Feng to falter, never anticipating it would result in cardiac arrest and the loss of life. With the truth unveiled, Wang Chang was arrested by the police, destined to face the severe consequences of his actions. Upon exiting the police station, Mo Fan gazed at the sky outside, filled with contemplation. He recognized that in the pursuit of victory, there would always be individuals blinded by desire, making grievous choices. His duty was to uncover these truths and uphold justice. Back at home, Mo Fan's mind remained restless. He recalled Chen Feng, the young and vibrant athlete whose precious life was lost due to a momentary lapse in judgment. He reflected on his own work as a forensic expert, bearing the solemn responsibility of giving a voice to the deceased. Vowing not to relent in his duties, sitting at his desk, Mo Fan opened his computer and began to organize the case materials. He understood that each case was a challenge, as well as an opportunity for growth. He would strive onward, employing his expertise and wisdom to contribute to the peace and justice of Yun City. Throughout this journey, he would continuously confront new challenges and adversities, yet he believed that as long as he held justice in his heart, he could overcome anything. Chapter 14. The sinister truth in the mountain mist. The tranquil mountain resort surrounding Yun City ought to have been a sanctuary for individuals seeking solace from the clamor of life. However, a case of a missing tourist shattered this peace, casting a pall of terror over the entire resort. When Mo Fan and Captain Zhang arrived with a team of officers, the family of the missing tourist anxiously paced the lobby, tears brimming in their eyes. Upon the arrival of the police, the family members clung to them as though they were a lifeline, trembling voices recounting the events that transpired. The missing tourist, Zhao Yang, was a young office worker who, after much toil, had chosen this mountain retreat to unwind during his brief holiday. Mo Fan calmed the family's distress while attentively listening to the clues they provided. According to them, Zhao Yang had planned to embark on a hike in the nearby woods the following day, but lost contact that very night. The next morning, after Zhao Yang failed to return, his family checked his room only to discover signs of a struggle, with his belongings still left behind, which filled them with unease, prompting them to call the police. Mo Fan and the officers meticulously examined Zhao Yang's room. The items were strewn across the floor, furniture overturned, and the sheets were in disarray, indicating a fierce altercation had taken place. Mo Fan crouched down, scrutinizing the footprints on the ground, and noticed not only Zhao Yang's prints, but also another set of unfamiliar ones. The size and depth of these footprints indicated that the individual was tall and had a powerful stride. In a corner of the room, Mo Fan spotted several drops of dried blood. He carefully collected a sample, intending to have it analyzed. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Zhao Yang had likely encountered foul play, and we must locate him post-haste, Mo Fan stated gravely to Captain Zhang. Subsequently, under the guidance of the resort staff, Mo Fan and the others commenced a search in the surrounding woods. The forest was dense with trees and overgrown with weeds, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Mo Fan and the officers divided into smaller groups, meticulously searching along various paths, leaving no suspicious corner unchecked. Suddenly, an officer discovered fresh footprints and some blood on a slope. Mo Fan swiftly arrived at the scene. Following the tracks and blood trail with a heart full of trepidation and hope, amidst a thicket, they uncovered a piece of Zhao Yang's clothing, further confirming that he was indeed nearby. As the search progressed, Mo Fan and the officers stumbled upon a secluded cave. A sinister aura enveloped the cave entrance, sending chills down their spines. Mo Fan inhaled deeply and led the way inside. The cave was dim and damp, the ground covered in moss and debris. Mo Fan turned on his flashlight, cautiously advancing while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Deep within the cave, they finally found Zhao Yang's lifeless body. He lay on the ground, his body already cold, his face etched with terror and anguish, bearing multiple bruises, indicating he had suffered a brutal beating. Mo Fan felt a wave of sorrow wash over him as he knelt to examine Zhao Yang's body. A preliminary inspection revealed that the cause of death was a severe blow to the head, resulting in intracranial bleeding. Mo Fan and the officers carefully carried Zhao Yang's body out of the cave and then began questioning the resort staff and other tourists. During the investigation, one staff member caught Mo Fan's attention, named Lu Gang. This individual displayed notable anxiety after Zhao Yang's disappearance, avoiding eye contact and hesitating while responding to questions. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang brought Lu Gang into a separate room for questioning. Lu Gang, have you had any dealings with Zhao Yang? Why did you behave so strangely after his disappearance? Mo Fan asked sternly. Lu Gang trembled slightly, lowering his head in silence for a moment before finally admitting, I did have a dispute with Zhao Yang. After he checked in, he complained incessantly about the cleanliness of the room and was quite rude. I was furious but couldn't express it. Later, while I was patrolling, I encountered him again, and he started berating me, which led to an argument. And then what? Did you have any further altercations? Captain Zhang pressed. Lu Gang shook his head, saying, No, After we argued, we parted ways that I truly did not kill him. I was just angry and would never do something like that. However, Mo Fan remained unconvinced by Liu Gang's words. He continued to investigate Liu Gang, uncovering that he had a criminal record for intentional injury. This revelation solidified Mo Fan's suspicion of Liu Gang's involvement. Meanwhile, Yilin discovered an unsent text message on Zhao Yang's phone. The content read, "I discovered Liu Gang's secret. He seems to be a fugitive, and he wants to kill me." This message undoubtedly constituted crucial evidence. Mo Fan called Liu Gang in for further questioning. Presenting the evidence before him, Liu Gang's face turned ashen upon seeing the evidence. Realizing he could no longer deny his guilt, ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, weeping as he confessed his crimes. It turned out that Liu Gang was indeed a fugitive. He had assumed a false identity to evade the police. Zhao Yang inadvertently uncovered Liu Gang's true identity and threatened to report him. To prevent exposure, Liu Gang resolved to silence Zhao Yang. He lured Zhao Yang to a secluded location while he was alone and subjected him to a brutal beating, ultimately causing Zhao Yang's demise. With the truth revealed, Liu Gang was taken away by the police, awaiting the stern punishment of the law. Mo Fan stood at the entrance of the resort, gazing at the distant mountains. Filled with profound reflections, he understood that malevolence could lurk in any seemingly tranquil corner, and his mission was to unveil the veil of these evils, ensuring that justice could prevail. On his way back to the police station, Mo Fan gazed out the window at the fleeting scenery, lost in contemplation. Behind every case lay a web of intricate human nature and stories. As a forensic expert, he was tasked not only with uncovering the truth but also with drawing lessons from these cases. Pondering how to better prevent crime and safeguard lives, the missing person case from the mountain resort would become yet another profound memory in his career, urging him to steadfastly continue on the path of justice. Chapter 15. Emotional entanglements in the dissipation of mist. With the dust settling on the mountain resort's missing person case, Mo Fan and his colleagues at the police station breathed a temporary sigh of relief. However, for Mo Fan, the fatigue brought on by the case had yet to dissipate, and his romantic life had become increasingly complicated. Upon returning to the station and organizing the case files, he sat at his desk, rubbing his weary eyes. That moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Xiao Xi. Mo Fan, you've wrapped up that case recently, right? It's been ages since we've had a proper gathering. Let us have dinner tonight. Xiao Shi's voice on the other end brimmed with anticipation. Mo Fan hesitated, knowing he had neglected Xiao Shi due to work, a pang of guilt tugging at his heart. Sure, let us go to our usual restaurant. I'll head over after work, he replied. After hanging up, Mo Fan stood up to head to the forensic lab, coincidentally encountering Yilin in the corridor. Upon seeing Mo Fan, Yilin's face lit up with a shy smile. Teacher Mo, the case from the resort is closed. You can finally take a good rest. Mo Fan nodded. Indeed, but it still feels like there's much work to be done. By the way, Yilin, have you encountered any issues at work recently? Yilin shook her head, a hint of complex emotions flickering in her eyes. No, everything is quite well. Teacher Mo, if you're tired, make sure to rest more. After speaking, Yilin hurriedly greeted Mo Fan and walked away. As Mo Fan watched her retreating figure, a flicker of doubt arose in his heart. He had always regarded Yilin as a capable assistant and friend, yet he had failed to notice her feelings for him. Subtle nuances in her recent demeanor began to suggest that matters were not as simple as he had perceived. That evening, Mo Fan arrived punctually at the restaurant. Xiao Shi was already seated at their usual spot, and her face immediately brightened upon his arrival. You're here. I've been waiting for you for ages, she said playfully. Mo Fan smiled apologetically. I am sorry. Work held me up a bit. He sat across from Xiao Shi, and the waiter soon approached to take their orders. During dinner, Xiao Shi excitedly shared recent news stories she had covered, while Mo Fan listened patiently, occasionally interjecting. However, his thoughts were not entirely on Xiao Shi's words. Yilin's figure often drifted into his mind. Mo Fan, are you even listening to me? Xiao Shi suddenly paused, looking at him with concern. Snapping back to reality, Mo Fan offered an awkward smile. Yes, I am. What you're saying is quite interesting. Xiao Shi frowned slightly. What has been bothering you lately? You seem distracted. Is work exhausting you? Mo Fan hesitated before deciding not to burden Xiao Shi with his thoughts about Yilin. He didn't want to worry her. Perhaps it's just that there have been too many cases recently. I am a bit tired, but don't worry, I'll adjust. Xiao Shi observed him with a glint of concern in her eyes. Mo Fan, I know you work hard, but you need to take care of yourself. Also, we should spend more time together. Don't let work create distance between us. Mo Fan nodded. I understand. Xiao Shi, I'll make an effort to spend more time with you. Nevertheless, Mo Fan's promise was not easily fulfilled. In the following days, the police station received new cases, and Mo Fan plunged back into the rigors of his work. Meanwhile, Yilin became increasingly cautious around him, striving to conceal her feelings. not wanting to complicate his life further. During an investigation at a crime scene, Mo Fan and Yilin worked together seamlessly, as usual. While examining the body, he uncovered subtle clues and excitedly shared his findings with Yilin. Watching Mo Fan's focused expression stirred her admiration once more. "Teacher Mo, you're truly remarkable. You always manage to identify these crucial leads." She couldn't help but exclaimed at Mo Fan smiled. "This is our joint achievement. Without your assistance, I wouldn't have been able to work so smoothly." Just then, his phone rang. That it was Xiao Shi calling to Mo Fan. "Why are you busy again? Didn't we agree to spend more time together?" Xiao Shi's voice carried a hint of irritation to Mo Fan's side. Trying to explain, "Xiao Shi, I'm currently at a crime scene and can't leave. I promise to spend quality time with you once this case wraps up." Xiao Shi huffed. "It's always the same. You only think about work and not me." She hung up abruptly. Mo Fan stared at his phone, feeling a surge of frustration that he knew he had indeed neglected Xiao Shi due to work. Yet as a forensic expert, he couldn't afford to disregard the cases. Yilin, observing Mo Fan's expression, softly suggested, "Teacher Mo, if you're worried about Xiao Shi, perhaps you should call her back and explain. I can manage the work here on my OW." And Mo Fan shook his head. "No need. Let us focus on this case first." In the following days, Mo Fan immersed himself in solving the case alongside Yilin. They meticulously examined the body and repeatedly analyzed the evidence, ultimately uncovering crucial leads and successfully identifying the suspect. After the case was resolved, Mo Fan returned home, collapsing onto the sofa in exhaustion. He picked up his phone and viewed the chat history with Xiao Shi. Filled with guilt, he resolved to have a heartfelt conversation with her the next day. The following day, Mo Fan arranged to meet Xiao Shi at a CAF. She arrived punctually, her expression somewhat aloof. "Xiao Shi, I want to talk to you sincerely. I realize I've neglected you due to work lately, and I'm truly sorry," Mo Fan said earnestly. Xiao Shi looked at him, disappointment evident in her eyes. Mo Fan, I understand your work is important, but I need your companionship too. I don't want our relationship to fade because of your job. Mo Fan nodded. "I understand. Xiao Shi. I'll be more mindful moving forward. However, I hope you can also understand my work. At times, I really have no choice." After a moment of silence, Xiao Shi replied, "Mo Fan, I do understand, but I hope we can strike a balance. Moreover, I feel like you're hiding something from me lately." Mo Fan hesitated but ultimately decided to share his feelings about Yilin with Xiao Shi. He candidly revealed Yilin's affections and his own inner turmoil. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi's expression shifted to one of surprise. Didn't he realize this was happening? Mo Fan, how do you feel about Yilin? Mo Fan pondered deeply before responding. "I have always regarded Yilin as a capable assistant and friend. I never considered her in that light. Yet recently, her behavior has left me somewhat perplexed." Xiao Shi looked at him, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Mo Fan, I hope you consider this carefully. Our relationship is important too. I don't want it to be affected by this situation. Mo Fan nodded earnestly. "I will, Xiao Shi. I don't wish to lose you, nor do I want to hurt Yilin. I will find a proper solution." Stepping out of the CAF, Mo Fan felt the weight of his heart grow heavier. He understood that he was faced with a daunting choice, one that would not only impact his relationship with Xiao Shi, but also his bond with Yilin. He silently vowed to find a resolution swiftly, restoring everything to its rightful course. Chapter 16. Struggles in the emotional whirlpool of decision emerging from the CF. Mo Fan's mood was akin to a sky laden with dark clouds, heavy and oppressive, making it hard for him to breathe. Xiao Shi's final words struck him like a hammer, incessantly pounding at his heart. He recognized that he could no longer afford to waver in this relationship. Otherwise, it would not only hurt the two sincere individuals who cared for him, but also plunge him into deeper despair. Mo Fan wandered aimlessly through the streets as night enveloped the city. The streetlights cast a warm glow, elongating a shadow. Images of Xiao Shi and Yilin repeatedly surfaced in his mind. One was a passionate lover who shared life's joys and sorrows with him. The other was a gentle and supportive assistant who quietly stood by him at work. Both women held irreplaceable places in his life, rendering his decision all the more challenging. Upon returning home, Mo Fan sank onto the sofa, staring vacantly at the ceiling. He reminisced about the moments shared with Xiao Shi, from their initial encounter during an interview to their subsequent frequent interactions. Xiao Shi's cheerful and courageous demeanor illuminated his otherwise mundane life, like the sun. The delightful times they spent together, the laughter during movie outings, and the sweetness of their strolls made it difficult for him to let go. However, the presence of Yilin could not be overlooked. Throughout countless busy workdays, Yilin had been by his side, quietly assisting him with complex dissections and examinations. The admiration and affection reflected in her gaze did not escape his notice, yet he had been reluctant to confront it. Her tenderness and meticulousness, especially her care during his moments of fatigue, stirred ripples in his heart. What should I do? Mo Fong cradled his head in his hands, crying out in anguish within. He knew he could no longer evade the issue. A decision must be made. In the days that followed, while working at the police station, Mo Fong observed Yilin, both intentionally and unintentionally. He noted a hint of caution in her eyes when she faced him, as if she feared something that in their work-related exchanges. He too felt a sense of awkwardness, as if an invisible barrier had arisen between them. One afternoon, as the cases at the station momentarily paused, Mo Fong saw Yilin alone in the forensic lab, organizing materials. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to speak with her. Why, Yilin, I wish to talk with you. Mo Fong entered the lab, striving to maintain a calm tone. Upon hearing his voice, Yilin stiffened slightly before slowly turning around, a forced smile gracing her lips. Mo Lao, sure, is there something you need? Looking at Yilin, Mo Fong felt a pang of compassion. Yet he understood that prolonged suffering was worse than brief pain. Why, Yilin, I am aware of your feelings for me, but I need you to understand that I am with Xiaoxi now. I have always regarded you as a valued colleague and friend, and I do not wish for this matter to affect our relationship or to hurt you. Why, Yilin's complexion instantly paled, her lips quivering as tears shimmered in her eyes. Mo Lao, sure, I know I shouldn't feel this way, but I truly cannot control myself. I do not wish to disrupt your relationship with Xiaoxi. I merely wish to support you quietly from the sidelines. Seeing Yilin's distress caused Mo Fong's heart to ache. He took a step closer and spoke softly. Yilin, I am grateful for your unwavering support and assistance. But matters of the heart cannot be forced. I hope you can let go of these feelings and find someone truly suitable for you. I believe you will discover your own happiness. Yilin could no longer contain herself, tears spilling forth. She turned away from Mo Fong, saying, Mo Lao, sure, I understand that I will make an effort to adjust. You need not worry about me. Mo Fong observed Yilin's retreating figure. A whirlwind of emotion surged within him. He sighed gently and exited the lab. After addressing the situation with Yilin, Mo Fong found no relief. Rather, he felt an increase in anxiety. He knew he needed to communicate openly with Xiaoxi, to express his feelings and reassure her. That evening, Mo Fong sent Xiaoxi a message, inviting her to the park where they had their first date that weekend. She promptly replied, accepting his invitation. The weekend dawned bright and clear, the sun casting a golden hue over the park's grass. Mo Fong arrived early, waiting on the bench where they had once sat together. Before long, Xiaoxi appeared in his line of sight. Dressed in a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading down, exuding beauty. Mo Fong. Xiaoxi called gently as she approached. Mo Fong stood, smiling at her. You've arrived. Seated on the bench, Mo Fong inhaled deeply and said, Xiaoxi, I wish to reaffirm my feelings for you. I have spoken with Yilin and made it clear that my heart belongs to you. I hope to walk this journey together with you. I recognize that my previous hesitations may have caused you concern, but I have come to clarity. Xiaoxi gazed at Mo Fong, a flicker of surprise and emotion crossing her features. Mo Fong, I am delighted to hear you say that. I understand how busy you are and the temptations surrounding you, but I have faith in you and in our relationship. Mo Fong grasped Xiaoxi's hands tightly. Thank you for your understanding and trust. I will cherish our relationship more than ever and will not let you down again. Xiaoxi nodded, her face radiating happiness. They sat together in silence on the bench, savoring the beauty of the moment as if the world around them had ceased to exist. Yet, a lingering worry remained in Mo Fong's heart. He knew that although he had made a choice, he still cared about Yilin's feelings. That he hoped she could truly move on and begin anew, while he would maintain a positive working relationship with her, as he had promised, ensuring that emotions would not interfere with their work. In the days that followed, Mo Fong endeavored to balance his professional and personal life. He focused intently on his work, gradually restoring the previous rapport with Yilin, though both treaded cautiously around matters of the heart. In his personal life, he made a concerted effort to spend quality time with Xiaoxi, creating cherished memories together. Although the emotional turmoil had caused him considerable pain, it also led him to a clearer understanding of his own heart and a deeper appreciation for those around him. He recognized that the path ahead was long, fraught with various challenges and difficulties. Nevertheless, as long as he and Xiaoxi remained committed to understanding and supporting one another, they would be able to navigate each obstacle together, welcoming a brighter tomorrow at the same time. He sincerely wished for Yilin to emerge from the shadows of this emotional turmoil and find her own happiness, as he would continue to regard her as a significant friend and colleague, ready to lend a helping hand when needed. Chapter 17. The shadow of a new case and the residual waves within. In the days following Mo Fong's heartfelt declaration to Xiaoxi and the candid conversation with Yilin, Yun City appeared to regain its former tranquility. Mo Fong diligently immersed himself in his work, striving to forget the exhaustion brought on by emotional entanglements. However, Life has a way of stirring up waves unexpectedly. And a new case loomed like a dark cloud on the horizon. That morning, as usual, Mo Fong arrived early at the police station, preparing for the day's tasks. Entering the forensic office, he found Yulin already organizing materials for the day's work. Her expression was calm, focused on her tasks, as if the earlier emotional turbulence had never stirred within her. Mo Fong sighed inwardly, uncertain if she had truly found peace or merely buried her pain deep within. "Good morning, Yulin," he greeted softly. While Yulin looked up, offering a faint smile. "Good morning, Mo Lao." Sure. Her voice sounded normal, yet Mo Fong detected a subtle distance in her eyes. Just then, Captain Zhang rushed into the office. His face serious, eyes filled with tension and urgency. Mo Fong. "Yulin, we have a new case that a body has been found in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Yun City. The scene is quite complex. Prepare yourselves, and we will head out immediately." Exchanging a glance with Yulin, they quickly set aside their personal concerns and began preparing their investigative tools. For them, work was the best means to temporarily escape their troubles. Upon arriving at the abandoned warehouse, they found the scene cordoned off by the police. Mo Fong and Yulin donned gloves and masks as they entered the warehouse. A pungent odor assaulted their senses. The dim light was suffused with a mix of decay and blood. The body lay sprawled in the center of the warehouse, surrounded by scattered debris, with evident drag marks on the floor. Mo Fong crouched down to examine the body closely. The deceased was a middle-aged male, his face contorted in terror, eyes wide open, as if he had experienced immense fear before death. A fatal stab wound marked his chest. The blood already dried, forming a large dark red pool on the ground. Preliminary assessments indicated that the victim had been stabbed in the chest with a sharp object, resulting in a ruptured heart. Judging by the degree of blood coagulation, the time of death likely occurred between 10 o'clock last night and 2 o'clock this morning. As Mo Fong examined the body, he spoke to Yulin. She diligently recorded his observations while searching for additional clues at the scene. Beside the body, she discovered a shattered bottle, with what appeared to be smudged fingerprints on its surface. Mo Lauscher, there's a bottle here. It may be the murder weapon or related to the case. Mo Fong took the bottle, inspecting it closely. "Let us take it back and see if we can extract clear fingerprints." After concluding their investigation at the scene, Mo Fong and Yulin transported the body back to the police station for an autopsy. In the autopsy room, they donned surgical gowns and commenced their meticulous work. Mo Fong deftly wielded the scalpel, adhering to the procedural protocols, while Yulin assisted him, handing over tools and documenting findings throughout the dissection. The internal organs of the deceased showed no significant abnormalities, aside from the fatal injury to the chest. There were only minor abrasions, likely sustained during a struggle. Considering the angles and depths of the wounds, it appears the assailant was someone strong and knowledgeable about human anatomy. Mo Fong commented. As they progressed through the dissection, Mo Fong's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Xiao Shi calling. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately answered the call. Mo Fan, are you busy? Xiao Shi's voice came through the phone, laced with concern. "Yes, I'm in the midst of an autopsy. There's something you need," Mo Fan replied, making an effort to keep his voice low, not wanting to disrupt his work. "It's nothing urgent. I just wanted to ask when you'll be off work." "I was hoping we could have dinner together tonight," Xiao Shi said. "I might be busy until late. This case is a bit complicated. I'll get in touch once I'm done," Mo Fan responded. "All right, make sure to take care of yourself and don't overexert," Xiao Shi said, a hint of disappointment in her tone, yet she understood. After hanging up, Mo Fan returned his phone to his pocket and continued with the autopsy. However, Xiao Shi's call stirred a ripple in his heart. He recalled her gentle voice and eager eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt for neglecting her due to his work. Meanwhile, Yulin silently observed Mo Fan's reaction. She noted his expression while on the call, and a tumult of emotions surged within her. Once, she too longed to hold an important place in Mo Fan's life, but now she could only bury those feelings deep within and focus on her work. After completing the autopsy, Mo Fan and Yulin began analyzing the evidence collected. They compared the fingerprints found on the bottle with those in the database, but found no matches. It seems this lead has run dry for now, Mo Fan said, furrowing his brow. Just then, a colleague responsible for identifying the deceased brought news. The victim was named Li Dahai, a small-time thug from Yun City, with a history of criminal offenses and ties to underground forces. It appears this case is more complex than it seems. Li Dahai's identity and his connections might be crucial to solving it, Mo Fan remarked. In the following days, Mo Fan and Yulin, alongside other officers, conducted an in-depth investigation. They interviewed Li Dahai's friends, family, and acquaintances in an effort to uncover the reason behind his demise. During the investigation, Mo Fan discovered that Li Dahai had recently had a fierce altercation with someone named Wang Chang, a member of another gang, stemming from a territorial dispute. Wang Chang is a prime suspect. We need to locate him and clarify the situation, Mo Fan said to Yilin. After considerable effort, the police finally tracked down Wang Chang's hideout. When they arrived, he was preparing to flee. Following a brief chase, the police successfully apprehended him in the interrogation room. Wang Chang initially attempted to deny his involvement, but faced with the evidence, he ultimately confessed to killing Li Dahai. It turned out he had hired a hitman to eliminate Li Dahai over the territorial dispute, and the broken bottle was merely an incidental item at the scene, unrelated to the crime. After the case was resolved, Mo Fan did not feel an overwhelming sense of joy. He understood that behind every case lies a shattered family and deep pain, and as a forensic pathologist, his role was to reconstruct the truth and provide the deceased with peace. That evening, Mo Fan returned home. His body wearied, he opened the door to find Qiao. She seated on the couch, her eyes reflecting concern. At your back? How did the case go? She approached him. The case has been solved. The murderer has been caught, Mo Fan replied, fatigue evident in his voice. Observing Mo Fan's exhausted demeanor, she felt a pang of sympathy. You must be tired. Go take a shower first. I've prepared your favorite meal, she urged. Mo Fan nodded and made his way to the bathroom. As the warm water cascaded over him, he felt the physical fatigue gradually dissipate. Yet the pressure weighing on his heart remained. He knew that though this case had concluded, many more awaited his resolution, and the dynamics between him, Xiao Shi, and Yi Lin required careful attention and management. After his shower, Mo Fan entered the dining room to find a sumptuous dinner laid out by Xiao Shi. A wave of warmth surged within him. He realized that no matter how arduous his work was, Xiao Shi would always be there to support him, and this was one of his motivations to keep moving forward. During dinner, Mo Fan shared his recent experiences with Xiao Xi. As she listened intently to his account of the case, she occasionally offered her own insights, and their exchange gradually eased Mo Fan's tension. However, in the depths of his heart, he could not entirely set aside thoughts of Yilin. He understood that while she appeared to have regained her composure, she might still be grappling with inner turmoil. That he hoped Yilin could truly emerge from the shadows and find her own happiness, and he would be there to offer her support and care at the right moment. That night, as Mo Fan lay in bed staring at the ceiling, his mind was tumultuous. He knew his life would not always be smooth sailing, yet he was determined to face every challenge with courage. Whether it was the cases at work or the entanglements of his emotions, he believed that persistence would ultimately lead to solutions. Chapter 18. Undercurrents of emotion and new challenges. The morning sun filtered through the window, gently illuminating Mo Fan's face as he slowly opened his eyes, signaling the dawn of a new day. The warm moments spent with Xiao Shi the previous night had significantly uplifted his spirits. However, as his thoughts began to clear, the pressures of work and the complex emotions surrounding Yilin surged back to the forefront. Mo Fan rose to wash up, preparing to head to the police station. Xiao Shi was already in the kitchen, preparing breakfast, adorned in a light blue apron, her face radiating warmth. Good morning. Come and eat something, but don't overexert yourself at work today, she said while setting the table. Mo Fan approached the dining table, gazing at the bountiful breakfast before him, feeling a wave of warmth. Thank you, Xiao Shi. Having you around is truly wonderful, he said softly before sitting down to eat. Xiao Shi looked at Mo Fan, her eyes filled with affection. Why be so polite with me? You work so hard every day. All I can do is take good care of your life, she replied, gently holding Mo Fan's hand with tenderness. After breakfast, Mo Fan bid farewell to Xiao Shi and set off for the police station. All the while, images of Yilin lingered in his mind as he wondered how she was faring today and if she still felt troubled by past events. Upon reaching the station, Mo Fan entered the forensic office and found Yilin already busy at her desk. Her gaze was fixed on the documents in her hands, seemingly unaware of Mo Fan's arrival. Good morning, Yilin. Mo Fan broke the silence, greeting her. Yilin looked up, a polite smile gracing her face. Good morning, Mo teacher. I've organized the materials from yesterday's case and placed them on your desk, she replied, her tone calm and distant, a stark contrast to the enthusiastic assistant she once was. Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback, feeling an uncomfortable sensation, yet he understood that Yilin needed time to adjust. Okay, I'll take a look shortly. By the way, Yilin, if you encounter any difficulties or have thoughts to share, please feel free to talk to me. He attempted to dissipate the awkward atmosphere. Yilin nodded gently. Thank you, Mo teacher. I'm fine. I will handle my work well. With that, she lowered her head and resumed her tasks. Mo Fan sighed in resignation and took his seat at his desk, beginning to peruse the case materials Yilin had organized. At that moment, Captain Zhang entered with a serious expression etched on his face. Mo Fan, Yilin, We have new developments that it appears there may be a larger force orchestrating the Wang Chong case. Captain Zhang stated. Additionally, during our investigation, we discovered another murder case that bears similarities to Li Dehai's, with the victim also being involved in the underworld and meeting a similarly brutal fate. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, both of them perceiving a mix of tension and excitement in one another's eyes. As forensic pathologists, they recognized that new challenges were on the horizon. Let's head to the scene immediately, Mo Fan declared. Rising to gather his investigation tools, Yi Lin quickly gathered her belongings and followed closely behind him. Upon arriving at the new crime scene, they found themselves in a dilapidated garage. The deceased lay sprawled on the ground, his back marred by multiple stab wounds, blood staining the floor. Mo Fan crouched down to examine the wounds closely. The angles and force of the stabs were strikingly similar, suggesting the possibility of the same perpetrator being involved in both cases. Furthermore, the depth and placement of the wounds indicated that the assailant was more skilled and likely came prepared. This appears to be the work of the same individual. Mo Fan noted. Yi Lin recorded his observations and began searching the scene for clues. In a corner of the garage, she discovered a cigarette, but still bearing traces of saliva. Mo teacher, there's a cigarette, but here, we might be able to extract the killer's DNA from it, she called out. Mo Fan took the cigarette butt and examined it carefully. Excellent. Let's take it back for testing. After concluding their examination of the scene, Mo Fan and Yi Lin transported the body back to the police station for an autopsy. The atmosphere in the autopsy room was tense and serious. Mo Fan picked up the scalpel and commenced his work. The fatal wound was located on the victim's back, having pierced vital organs, resulting in significant blood loss. Moreover, the deceased bore defensive wounds on his arms, indicating he had fought back prior to his death. It seems he struggled before succumbing, Mo Fan remarked as he continued the autopsy. Yi Lin assisted him, her focus and seriousness evident as she immersed herself in her work, momentarily forgetting her inner turmoil. Midway through the autopsy, Mo Fan suddenly noticed some fibrous material lodged beneath the victim's nails. He carefully extracted the fibers and placed them under the microscope for closer inspection. These fibers appear to be made from a unique fabric. We need to trace their origin, Mo Fan stated. Yi Lin nodded in agreement. I will contact the relevant departments to conduct an investigation immediately. At that moment, Mo Fan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Xiao Shi. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Mo Fan, do you have time for lunch today? I would like to come over and eat with you. Xiao Shi's voice brimmed with anticipation. But I'm sorry, Xiao Shi, but I might not be able to today. This case is rather complex, and Yi Lin and I need to devote our time to investigation and analysis, Mo Fan replied, feeling a pang of guilt. There was a brief silence on the other end, and Xiao Shi's voice sounded somewhat dejected. All right then, you take care, and don't forget to eat on time. After hanging up, Mo Fan felt a sense of helplessness. He understood Xiao Shi's concern for him, yet the pressures of work prevented him from spending time with her. Meanwhile, Yi Lin, who had overheard the conversation, felt a surge of complicated emotions in the ensuing days. Mo Fan and Yi Lin immersed themselves fully in the investigation. Through their examination of fibers, they discovered that the peculiar fabric was an imported high-end material, primarily used in the making of bespoke suits. It seems the identity of the murderer is not simple. They have access to such luxury fabric, Mo Fan remarked. They continued their investigation and found that this fabric was only sold at a single high-end custom shop in Yun City. Thus, Mo Fan and Yi Lin proceeded to the shop for inquiries. Upon their arrival, they spoke with the shop owner about the fabric sales. The owner recalled, this fabric is indeed rare. Recently, only one person has come to tailor a suit. His name is Lin Yu, a wealthy businessman. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances. The name Lin Yu piqued their interest. They asked the owner for Lin Yu's contact information and address, preparing to investigate him further, just as they were about to leave the custom shop. Mo Fan's phone rang again. He answered, and his expression instantly turned grave. What's wrong? Teacher Mo? Yi Lin noticed his demeanor and felt a tightening in her chest. It was a call from Captain Zhang, notifying him of a new murder case, and the modus operandi was strikingly similar to the previous two. The murderer is still at large. We must expedite our investigation, Mo Fan said, urgency evident in his eyes. Yi Lin's expression grew serious as well. It was clear the killer was continuing their spree, and their responsibility was increasing. Mo Fan and Yi Lin swiftly departed the custom shop, heading to the latest crime scene. The journey was marked by silence, both understanding that the complexity of the case was escalating and the weight of their duty was intensifying. Upon arriving at the scene, they plunged once more into the tense work of investigation. They knew every detail could be pivotal in solving the case, and they could afford no slackness. Amidst their busy work, Mo Fan and Yi Lin temporarily set aside their emotional entanglements, dedicating themselves entirely to the case. However, as the investigation deepened, they uncovered a truth far more intricate and perilous than they had anticipated. Chapter 19. Enshrouded in mystery and intertwined emotions, the new crime scene was chaotic, the air thick with the stench of blood, evoking feelings of oppression and unease. Mo Fan and Yi Lin swiftly donned gloves and masks, stepping into this malevolent space. The victim was a middle-aged man, sprawled on the ground, with a gruesome knife wound on his back. Eerily resembling the injuries from the previous two cases, clearly the work of the same perpetrator. Mo Fan crouched down to meticulously examine the surroundings. He noticed a crushed lighter beside the body, its casing marked with indistinct patterns. Yi Lin, carefully collect this lighter. We may be able to extract useful fingerprints or other clues, Mo Fan instructed, continuing his examination of the corpse. Yi Lin nodded, delicately placing the lighter fragments into an evidence bag. She then began to search the scene, her gaze sweeping over every corner. In an inconspicuous spot, she discovered several strands of black hair, seemingly left by the assailant. Teacher Mo, here are a few strands of hair. They might be helpful in solving the case, Yi Lin remarked, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Mo Fan approached to inspect the hair closely. Very well, let's take them back for testing. This murderer is becoming increasingly audacious with their consecutive attacks. We must locate them swiftly. His tone conveyed a mix of urgency and anger. After completing their investigation at the scene, Mo Fan and Yi Lin transported the body to the forensic lab at the police station. On the autopsy table, the deceased lay still, as if awaiting Mo Fan to unveil the truth behind his demise. Mo Fan picked up a scalpel, deftly commencing the dissection, while Yi Lin diligently recorded every detail. The fatal wound was again on the back, and the killer's technique was alarmingly proficient, each incision precisely avoiding the bones and striking vital areas. The healing of the wounds suggests the intervals between the murders are shortening. It appears the assailant is challenging our capabilities, Mo Fan said, his brow furrowed. Yi Lin bit her lip. Teacher Mo, we will definitely apprehend them. Her voice was resolute, though her heart raced with anxiety. Just then, Mo Fan's phone buzzed again. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Xiao Shi. Having been consumed by the case, he realized he hadn't connected with her in days, and guilt washed over him. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Mo Fan, how have you been lately? I haven't seen you in ages. Xiao Shi's voice bore traces of grievance and concern. I'm fine, Xiao Shi. This case has been quite challenging, and I've been busy. Once it's over, I promise to spend time with you, Mo Fan replied gently, striving to soften his tone. All right, just take care of yourself and don't overexert. I know your work is important. But I miss you, Xiao Shi said, her voice choked with emotion. A pang of pain struck Mo Fan's heart. I miss you too, Xiao Shi. Once I finish this, we can have a proper gathering. After hanging up, Mo Fan felt a weight settle on his chest. He recognized Xiao Shi's unwavering support for his work, yet he also understood that his presence for her had been woefully insufficient. Observing Mo Fan's expression after the call, Yi Lin felt a twinge of discomfort. She had quietly harbored feelings for him, and witnessing his connection with Xiao, she stirred both envy and sadness within her. However, she knew she could not let her personal feelings interfere with their work. So she resolutely focused her attention back on the autopsy. Once the dissection was complete, Mo Fan and Yi Lin submitted the collected evidence to the technical department for analysis. They anxiously awaited the results, hoping to uncover crucial leads. During the wait, Mo Fan began to reassess the clues of the case. Yi Lin, let us review the details of these cases once more. The victims chosen by the murderer all have ties to the underworld. Is there any connection among them? Mo Fan pondered, his eyes glinting with contemplation. Yi Lin considered for a moment before responding. I previously investigated this. Though these victims all mingled in the underworld, they belonged to different factions. And on the surface, there appeared to be no direct conflicts of interest. However, they seemed to have recently participated in an underground commercial competition, vying for control of a project. Mo Fan's eyes brightened. This could be a key clue. We should investigate the specifics of this commercial rivalry and see if we can uncover the motive behind the murders. Just as they prepared to depart for the investigation, the technical department relayed the results. No clear fingerprints were extracted from the lighter, but the DNA from the hair matched traces found at previous crime scenes, further corroborating that these cases were the work of the same assailant. It seems our direction is correct. There must be some connection between this murderer and the victims, Mo Fan said. A flicker of hope igniting in his heart. Mo Fan and Yi Lin arrived at the location related to the underground commercial competition for their investigation. They discovered that this competition involved multiple factions in Yun City, marked by fierce rivalry that had even led to several small-scale conflicts. During their inquiry, they encountered obstacles. Some individuals were evasive, clearly concealing information. They must know something but are unwilling to divulge it. We need to find a way to penetrate their defenses, Mo Fan remarked. His brow furrowed. Yi Lin contemplated for a moment and suggested. I've heard that the leader of one of the factions has connections with Captain Zhang. We could reach out to him and see if he can provide us with useful information. Mo Fan nodded in agreement. All right, let's contact Captain Zhang immediately. With his assistance, they met with the faction leader. Initially, the leader was cold and dismissive, but after Captain Zhang's persuasion, he finally relented. I know you're investigating those murders. And I don't want to stir up trouble. There's a mysterious force manipulating this commercial competition. They aim to monopolize the project and eliminate other competitors. That I suspect the murderer is sent by them. The leader revealed, fear evident in his eyes. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged concerned glances. The emergence of this mysterious force complicated the case further. Do you have any specific information about this mysterious force? For instance, who leads them, and what are their characteristics? Mo Fan asked urgently. The leader shook his head. All I know is they're very secretive. Very few have seen their true appearance. However, I have heard that they are linked to some foreign criminal organizations. After Mo Fong and Yi Lin departed, a heavier mood enveloped them. The existence of this enigmatic force weighed heavily on their minds, yet they did not waver. They understood that as forensic experts and police officers, they bore the responsibility of bringing the murderer to justice and uncovering the truth behind the scenes. Upon returning to the police station, Mo Fong and Yi Lin delved deeper into investigating the clues surrounding this mysterious force. During the course of their inquiry, Mo Fong noticed something amiss with Yi Lin. Her gaze betrayed a hint of fatigue and confusion. Yi Lin, are you all right? If you're tired, feel free to take a break. Do not overexert yourself. Mo Fong inquired with concern. Yi Lin forced a smile. I'm fine. Teacher Mo, I'm just contemplating this case and feeling a bit pressured. Mo Fong gently patted her shoulder. I understand how you feel. This case is indeed quite challenging, but we must not give up. I believe we will uncover the truth. Yi Lin gazed at Mo Fong, a warm current surging within her. She knew that Mo Fong had always been her role model and support, never faltering in the face of adversity. She silently resolved to work alongside Mo Fong to unravel this case completely. However, as their investigation deepened, they discovered that the mysterious force was deeply entrenched, with each step forward fraught with obstacles and challenges. Meanwhile, as they diligently pursued the truth, the murderer seemed to lurk in the shadows. Preparing for the next strike. Chapter 20. Undercurrents and emotional choices in the police station office. Mo Fong and Yi Lin sat before a cluttered desk of materials, their brows furrowed. The clues regarding the mysterious force were like phantoms hidden within thick fog. Elusive and intangible. Yi Lin rubbed her weary eyes, gazing at the chaotic information, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. Teacher Mo, this mysterious force is too cunning. Despite our extensive investigation, we still only grasp the surface. Yi Lin's voice carried a hint of frustration. Mo Fong frowned slightly, his gaze resolute as he scrutinized the documents. The deeper they hide, the closer we are to the truth. Their concealment only signifies they harbor unspeakable secrets. Let us meticulously comb through these clues once more to see if anything has been overlooked. Just as they were reassessing the clues, Mo Fong's phone abruptly rang. It was a call from Xiaoxi. He hesitated for a moment before answering. Mo Fong, can you step out tonight? I would like to have a serious conversation with you. Xiaoxi's voice sounded somewhat urgent. Mo Fong glanced at Yi Lin beside him. Then at the mountain of documents cluttering the table, feeling torn. Xiaoxi, I'm currently occupied with a case and cannot spare much time. Could we possibly wait until I finish this round of work? There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Xiaoxi's voice tinged with disappointment. Mo Fong, you always prioritize your cases over me, and I merely wanted to have dinner and talk. Is that too much to ask? A pang of guilt gripped Mo Fong. He was acutely aware of Xiaoxi's dissatisfaction with his relentless work ethic, yet he could not abandon the pressing case. Xiaoxi, I understand your frustration, but this case is critical, and I cannot abandon it midway. Once this case concludes, I will make it up to you. Xiaoxi sighed. All right, then you carry on. I hope you do not overexert yourself. After saying that, she hung up. Mo Fong set his phone down, feeling a twinge of remorse. Yi Lin observed him and softly said, Teacher Mo, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I can manage here alone. Mo Fong shook his head. No, it's important to clarify this case first. Xiaoxi will understand. The two resumed their intense work. While organizing the materials, Yi Lin stumbled upon a document concerning the victim's financial transactions, revealing a suspicious flow of funds. Teacher Mo, look at this. Several victims transferred money to an anonymous account, and the amounts are substantial. Mo Fong took the document, scrutinizing it closely. This could very well be a transaction between them and the mysterious force. This anonymous account might hold the key. Let us immediately instruct the technical department to trace the origin of this account. Just as they prepared to contact the technical department, Captain Zhang hurried into the office. Mo Fong. Yilin, I just received word that another individual related to the previous cases has been attacked and is now in the hospital fighting for their life. That Mo Fong and Yilin exchanged glances and promptly rose to follow Captain Zhang to the hospital. Outside the hospital room, they encountered the family of the injured party, who were emotionally distraught and weeping. Police officers, you must capture that murderer. He is ruthless. My husband has always been upright. How could he fall victim to such a heinous act? Mo Fong offered a few words of comfort before entering the hospital room with Yilin. The injured individual lay on the bed, connected to various tubes, their complexion pale. Mo Fong carefully examined the wounds, noting that they mirrored those from previous cases, confirming the involvement of the same perpetrator. Yilin, let us investigate the area surrounding the hospital to see if there are any witnesses or other clues. Mo Fong suggested. The two began their inquiry around the hospital, questioning numerous passersby, but yielded no useful information. Just as they prepared to return, Yilin suddenly spotted a suspicious figure lurking near the hospital entrance. Teacher Mo, look at that person. Their behavior is quite dubious. Yilin pointed out. Mo Fong followed her gaze and agreed that the individual appeared out of place. They stealthily approached, but as they prepared to question the figure, he seemed to sense something amiss and fled. Mo Fong and Yilin immediately pursued him, darting through several streets, ultimately cornering him in a narrow alley. Who are you? Why did you run upon seeing us? Mo Fong demanded sternly. The individual lowered his head, stammering incoherently. Yilin scrutinized him closely, noticing bloodstains on his clothing. Why is there blood on your clothes? Is it related to the injured person in the hospital? Upon hearing this, the figure became even more agitated. No, I didn't kill anyone. I was just passing by. Mo Fong and Yilin brought him back to the police station, where, after a thorough interrogation, they discovered he was a petty thug with some connection to the mysterious force. He admitted he was trying to gather information on the injured person but insisted he was not the murderer. I truly don't know who the killer is. I just heard from my superiors to keep an eye on the injured person's situation, he explained. From him, Mo Fong and Yilin gleaned new insights about the mysterious force, learning that it wielded considerable influence in the underground world of Yun City, controlling many individuals through threats and inducements. Simultaneously, the technical department reported that they had traced the anonymous account's origins, which shockingly pointed to a large corporation in Yun City. Mo Fong and Yilin promptly initiated an investigation into this corporation. As they delved deeper, Mo Fong's emotions became increasingly convoluted. He was not only grappling with the myriad challenges of the case but also managing his relationship with Xiao Shi. Her calls frequently interrupted him, inquiring when he would have time to accompany her, yet he could never provide a definitive answer due to the demands of the case. Yilin observed Mo Fong's turmoil, her heart aching for him. She understood the struggle he faced between his work and his feelings, but felt powerless to assist him. All she could do was silently support him, striving to solve the case together. As their investigation into the corporation deepened, they uncovered a vast conspiracy lurking beneath. The corporation's executives colluded with the mysterious force, engaging in illicit practices to reap profits, and those victims had been murdered merely for threatening their interests. Teacher Mo, we are finally closing in on the truth, Yilin exclaimed with excitement. Mo Fong nodded. But we must remain vigilant. This mysterious force will not surrender easily. We must prepare thoroughly to ensnare them all. However, just as they were ready to close in, Xiao Shi called once more, her tone laced with despair and angered. Mo Fong, how much longer do you expect me to wait? I feel our relationship has reached its end. If your only concern is the case, then perhaps we should part ways. Hearing her voice, a sharp pain pierced Mo Fong's heart. He knew Xiao Shi was not jesting. He had indeed neglected her presence far too much in recent days. Yet, he could not abandon the truth that was within reach, leaving him ensnared in a painful dilemma. Yilin observed Mo Fong's distress, her emotions a whirlwind of conflicting sentiments. She wished for his happiness, yet feared that his emotional turmoil might impede the investigation. Teacher Mo, whatever decision you make, I will support you. But we are at a critical juncture in this case. We cannot falter now, Yilin urged. Mo Fong took a deep breath. I understand. Yilin. I will manage it. Let us resolve this case first. We can address the rest later. With that, he rallied his spirits, preparing alongside Yilin for the final operation to apprehend the mysterious force. Yet, within him, the entanglement of emotions continued to trouble him, leaving him uncertain about how to confront Xiao Shi and how to navigate his growing reliance on Yilin. Chapter 21. Choices amidst the mist and approaching crisis. Mo Fong temporarily suppressed his guilt towards Xiao Shi and his internal conflicts, immersing himself wholly in preparations to ensnare the mysterious force. He, along with Yilin and Captain Zhang, gathered in the conference room, surrounding a large whiteboard densely filled with all the information they had collected about the mysterious force. At present, It appears that this enigmatic force is utilizing a large corporation as a FAAD to engage in a series of illicit activities, including, but not limited to, money laundering, trafficking in prohibited goods, and hiring assassins to eliminate those who threaten their interests. Mo Fan, while pointing at the information on the whiteboard, stated, "We have gathered sufficient evidence to take action against them. But this organization is deeply entrenched underground. We must proceed with caution to avoid alarming them." Captain Zhang, furrowing his brow and crossing his arms, replied, "You are correct, Mo Fan. Our operation must be precise and swift, leaving them no opportunity for escape. I have arranged for the SWAT team to be on standby nearby, ready to assist. However, we still need to ascertain the exact location of their key figures to ensure we capture them all." Yi Lin interjected, "Based on the clues we obtained from interrogating that petty thug and tracking the financial flows of the corporation, it is highly likely that the core members of this mysterious force are located within the headquarters of the enterprise. Moreover, they seem to have sensed our investigation, as their recent activities have become more cautious, and personnel movements have increased." Mo Fan nodded slightly, a hint of concern in his eyes. "They are certainly aware of our inquiries, so we must act preemptively. Captain Zhang, please make the necessary arrangements for a raid on the corporate headquarters tonight. Yi Lin, and I will reconfirm the completeness of the evidence before we proceed." After the meeting concluded, Mo Fan and Yi Lin returned to the office to organize and examine all the evidence. Suddenly, Mo Fan's phone vibrated again. He glanced at the screen and saw a message from Xiaoxi. "Mo Fan, I know you are busy, and I do not wish to disturb you further. However, I am truly in pain that I have been contemplating a great deal during this time, and the issues between us cannot be resolved in an instant. I need time and space to think about our future. Perhaps a period of separation would be beneficial for us both. I hope you can focus on your work and take care of yourself." Mo Fan stared at the message, a sharp pang in his heart. His fingers lingered on the screen for a long time, unsure of how to respond. Yi Lin noticed Mo Fan's unusual demeanor and softly inquired, "Mo teacher, is it a message from Xiaoxi?" Mo Fan sighed softly and nodded. "She wishes to take a break, stating that she needs time to reflect on our future." Yi Lin felt a tightening in her chest. Her feelings for Mo Fan were complex and profound. On one hand, she empathized with his emotional turmoil, while on the other hand, she couldn't suppress the hope that this could potentially create an opportunity for change between them. However, she quickly suppressed these thoughts and said earnestly, "Mo teacher, matters of the heart indeed require time to resolve. Yet, this case is urgent, and we cannot allow emotions to interfere with our work. Once the case is resolved, you can have a proper conversation with Xiaoxi. Perhaps there will be a breakthrough." Mo Fan looked at Yi Lin with gratitude. "Thank you, Yi Lin. You are right. This is not the time for romantic distractions. Let us focus on resolving this case first." The two continued their diligent work, immersed in organizing the evidence as time slipped away amidst their urgent tasks. Soon, night fell, and the time for action arrived. Mo Fan, Yi Lin, and Captain Zhang led a team of police and SWAT officers, quietly surrounding the corporate headquarters. The building appeared tranquil from the outside, yet concealed within was an imminent threat. Taking a deep breath, Mo Fan nodded to Captain Zhang, who immediately issued the command to proceed. The officers swiftly entered the building, adhering to their pre-established plan, splitting into multiple teams to search and secure each floor. Mo Fan and Yi Lin followed one of the teams, advancing toward the core office on the top floor. Along the way, they encountered some resistance, but the officers promptly subdued it. Upon reaching the top floor, they found the office door firmly shut, with unusual sounds emanating from within. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances before forcefully breaching the door. The room was shrouded in smoke, with several figures moving within it. Mo Fan coughed several times and shouted, "Don't move, police." However, their response was met with a barrage of gunfire. Bullets whizzed past their ears as Mo Fan quickly pulled Yi Lin to take cover behind a nearby barrier. "They're armed. Everyone, be cautious," Mo Fan shouted to his teammates. The officers immediately retaliated, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the individuals inside the room. During the exchange, Mo Fan observed the situation and noticed one person attempting to escape through a hidden passage near the window. His heart raced, realizing this individual was likely a key figure in the mysterious organization. Yi Lin, cover me here. I will pursue that person. Without waiting for her response, Mo Fan dashed toward the passage, utilizing the smoke as cover. Yi Lin, alarmed, wanted to stop Mo Fan but realized it was too late. Gritting her teeth, she continued to suppress the enemies with her teammates. Mo Fan advanced rapidly through the damp passage, which was permeated with a pungent odor. As he proceeded cautiously, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps ahead. He quickened his pace, rounding a corner to spot the fleeing individual. "Stop. You cannot escape," Mo Fan shouted. The person turned at the sound of his voice, a flash of malice in their eyes. Before drawing a dagger from their waist and charging at Mofan. Mofan swiftly sidestepped, the dagger narrowly grazing his clothing. A close-quarters struggle ensued, and the assailant, evidently well-trained, posed a significant challenge to Mofan. Gradually gaining the upper hand, Mofan executed a skillful shoulder throw, bringing the assailant to the ground and quickly cuffing them. "Did you think you could evade the law's grasp?" Mofan panted, his breath heavy. Just then, his radio crackled with Yi Lin's urgent voice. "Mo teacher, we are facing trouble here. Enemy reinforcements have arrived, and we are struggling to hold them off." Mofan's heart sank. He glanced at the restrained individual before responding through the radio. "Yi Lin, hold on. I will return immediately." He dragged the captured individual back toward the office. Upon his return, he found the officers engaged in a fierce firefight with the reinforcements, while Yi Lin was crouched behind a desk, pale but resolute. "Mo teacher, you are back," Yi Lin exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with relief. Mofan nodded and quickly joined the fray. Through their combined efforts, they successfully repelled the reinforcements, regaining control of the situation. Mofan surveyed the subdued enemies and the captured core member of the mysterious organization. A weight lifted from his heart. Yet, he understood this was merely a temporary victory. Much work remained ahead. Additionally, he had to confront his own emotional dilemmas, unsure of how to mend things with Xiaoxi and grappling with his deepening feelings for Yi Lin. Chapter 22. Aftershocks and emotional entanglements. Following the successful dismantling of the mysterious organization's stronghold, the police station buzzed with activity. Mofan and Yi Lin, weary from their exertions, returned to the office. Their faces smeared with sweat and dust, bearing the marks of their recent fierce battle. Nevertheless, a sense of relief shone in their eyes, as the arduous operation had finally yielded a significant victory. Mofan sank into a chair, massaging his temples as he replayed the myriad details of the operation in his mind. Yi Lin quietly approached and handed him a bottle of water, softly saying, "Mo teacher, take a moment to hydrate and rest." Gratefully accepting the water, Mofan looked at Yi Lin with appreciation. "Thank you, Yi Lin. Your bravery during this operation was commendable. Had it not been for your support from behind, I truly do not know what might have transpired." A faint blush crept onto Yi Lin's cheeks as she lowered her gaze, replying, "Mo teacher, it was simply my duty. We are a team, and it is only natural that we support one another." At that moment, Captain Zhang hurried into the office, a jubilant smile adorning his face. "Mofan, Yi Lin, splendid work. Not only have we successfully apprehended the core figure of the mysterious organization, but we have also seized a substantial amount of incriminating evidence, greatly aiding our future prosecution efforts. The higher-ups have already commended us, stating that we have made significant contributions to the public safety of Yin City." Mofan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, smiles of satisfaction illuminating their faces. Mofan rose to his feet, proclaiming, "This is a collective achievement, Captain Zhang, and to all our colleagues. Everyone has worked tirelessly. However," he continued, "we must not let our guard down. There is still much work ahead, such as interrogating suspects and organizing evidence." Captain Zhang nodded in agreement. "You are right, Mofan, but do not overexert yourselves. Take some time to recuperate and restore your energy. I will have other colleagues conduct preliminary inquiries, and you can join in once you have rested." Both Mofan and Yi Lin concurred, and after Captain Zhang departed, the office returned to its previous quietude. Leaning back in his chair, Mofan's thoughts involuntarily drifted to Xiaoxi. He picked up his phone, gazing at her earlier message, a swirl of emotions flooding his heart. Yi Lin noticed the shift in Mofan's expression and, understanding his thoughts, felt a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, she suppressed her emotions, asking, "Mo teacher, how do you plan to respond to Xiaoxi's message?" Mofan sighed softly. "I am unsure how to reply. I realize that I have neglected her feelings due to work, causing her considerable distress. But I truly care for her and do not wish to lose her." Yi Lin bit her lip, feeling a twinge of bitterness in her heart, yet she spoke resolutely. "Teacher Mo, I believe you ought to find a moment to have a heartfelt conversation with Sister Xiaoxi, to share your thoughts and feelings with her. Perhaps she is merely upset in the heat of the moment. If you can sincerely apologize and clarify things, she will understand." Mofan gazed at Yi Lin, warmth flooding his heart. "Thank you for your unwavering support, Yi Lin. You are right. I should indeed set aside time for a proper talk with her." Just then, Mofan's phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Xiao. A wave of anxiety washed over him, but he hesitated only briefly before answering. "Hello, Xiaoxi." His voice trembled slightly. On the other end, Xiaoxi's voice sounded weary as she said, "Mofan, I've been thinking for a long time. We should meet. There are matters I wish to clarify in person." Mofan's heart tightened. He was uncertain of what Xiaoxi wanted to discuss, but he recognized this as a valuable opportunity for communication that he could not afford to miss. All right, Xiaoxi. Specify a time and place, and I will be there. After a moment of silence, Xiaoxi replied, how about tonight at the CAF where we first met? 7 o'clock. Please don't be late, Mo Fan hurriedly assured her. I want to be late. He began to say something more, but before he could finish, Xiaoxi hung up. Mo Fan sat there, holding his phone, feeling a whirlwind of apprehension. Wei Lin observed him and gently said, Teacher Mo, try not to be too nervous. I believe you and Sister Qiao. She will be able to clarify things. Mo Fan nodded, hoping that would indeed be the case. Wei Lin, I may need your assistance with some work matters this evening. I wish to have a thorough discussion with Qiao Xi. Wei Lin forced a smile. Teacher Mo, go ahead. I will manage the work. Focus on your conversation with Sister Qiaoxi. I hope for a positive outcome. Mo Fan gazed at her with gratitude before gathering his thoughts, contemplating what he should say during his meeting with Qiaoxi. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was 7 o'clock. He arrived early at the CAF, choosing a seat by the window. As he watched the bustling traffic outside, anxiety gnawed at him. Moments later, Qiaoxi entered, dressed in a simple white dress, her hair casually draped over her shoulders. Appearing somewhat worn, seeing her, Mo Fan quickly rose to greet her. Qiaoxi, you're here. His voice carried a hint of nervousness. Qiaoxi nodded in silence, following him to their seats. The waiter approached, inquiring about their orders. Mo Fan ordered 2 cups of coffee. Qiaoxi remained silent, tacitly accepting his choice. Once the waiter departed, Mo Fan took a deep breath and said, Qiaoxi, I realize I have caused you much distress during this time. I have not been attentive to your feelings. I truly care for you, and do not wish to lose you. I hope you can forgive me. Qiaoxi looked at him, a complex expression crossing her face. Mo Fan, I understand you are busy with work and striving for justice. Yet, I am a woman too, and I need your care and companionship. Lately, I have felt as if I am in a relationship alone. You are always so occupied, and our communication has dwindled. Mo Fan hastily replied. Qiaoxi, I recognize my fault. I will strive to balance work and life, dedicating more time to you. I promise I will not let you feel this way again. Qiaoxi shook her head. Mo Fan, it's not that simple. I've reflected deeply. Our issues extend beyond your busyness. It seems we have differing lifestyles and values. You prioritize work too heavily, while I yearn for a more stable and warm life. Mo Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart. He hadn't anticipated Qiaoxi would express such sentiments. He looked earnestly at her and said, Qiaoxi, I acknowledge that we may have differences, but I believe we can understand and accommodate each other. I am willing to change for you, if only you grant me the chance. Qiaoxi regarded him, hesitation flickering in her eyes. Mo Fan, it is not that I am unwilling to give you a chance. However, I genuinely need time to contemplate our future. For now, let us take a break to reflect and see if we truly are meant to be together. A sharp pain pierced Mo Fan's heart. He did not wish to part from Qiaoxi, yet he understood her need for time and space. He nodded. All right, Qiaoxi, I respect your decision, but please know, my feelings for you have never wavered, and I will wait for you. Qiaoxi remained silent, merely sighing softly. At that moment, the waiter brought their coffee, and they sipped in silence, the atmosphere growing awkward. After finishing their drinks, Qiaoxi stood up. Mo Fan, I must go now. I hope you can focus on your work and take care of yourself. Mo Fan also stood, watching her. Qiaoxi, be careful on your way. If you have any thoughts, feel free to reach out to me. Qiaoxi nodded and turned to leave the CAF. Mo Fan watched her retreating figure, his heart heavy with loss and helplessness. He was uncertain of what the future held for them, yet he knew he could not easily surrender this relationship. Chapter 23. Disappointment and perseverance. As Qiaoxi's figure gradually faded into the flow of people outside the CAF, Mo Fan stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. The surrounding noise seemed to fade away, and the words Qiaoxi had spoken echoed in his mind. Let us take a break to reflect and see if we truly are meant to be together. These words struck him like a hammer, delivering a profound ache to his heart. Slowly, he returned to his seat, staring vacantly at the now cold coffee before him. His heart was heavy with guilt and regret. Berating himself for not being more attuned to Qiaoxi's feelings amidst his busy work life, for failing to recognize the issues that had been brewing between them, he understood that Qiaoxi's departure was not a fleeting impulse, but a well-considered decision. Perhaps she was right. Their lifestyles and values did indeed diverge. Mo Fan contemplated silently, realizing he had invested too much energy into work, neglecting her needs. That he had always believed that as long as he fought for justice and sought retribution for victims, she would understand. Yet, he had forgotten that she, too, was a woman in need of companionship and love. His reverie was interrupted by the waiter's gentle inquiry. Sir, Would you like anything else? He lifted his gaze to meet the waiter's polite smile. Feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, he shook his head softly, replying, "No, thank you. Please, just help me with the bill." After settling the bill, Mo Fan exited the CF. The streets were ablaze with lights, thrumming with life as people busied themselves with their lives. Yet, Mo Fan felt an acute sense of disconnection from this vibrant world, his heart laden with solitude and confusion. Upon returning to the police station, he found the office still brightly lit. Yi Lin was diligently organizing case files. When she saw Mo Fan return, she quickly set aside her work and approached him. "Teacher Mo, you're back. How did your conversation with Sister Xiaoxi go?" Observing the weariness etched on his face, Yi Lin's heart tightened with an uneasy premonition, yet she held on to a glimmer of hope. Mo Fan managed a bittersweet smile. "Yi Lin, Xiaoxi said we need to take a break to reflect on whether we are truly suited for each other." Her heart sank at the sight of Mo Fan's despondence. She understood how deeply he loved Xiaoxi, and her departure must have been a heavy blow. "Teacher Mo, try not to be too disheartened. Perhaps this is just a temporary separation. Once you both have had time to think, there may still be a chance to reunite." Yi Lin offered her gentle reassurance. Mo Fan nodded, hoping that would indeed be the case. "Thank you for your constant concern, Yi Lin. I truly appreciate your support in sharing the workload during this period." A blush crept onto Yi Lin's cheeks as she lowered her gaze, softly responding, "Teacher Mo, it is my duty. You have worked so hard. I am merely doing my part." Mo Fan looked at her, warmth swelling in his heart. In his moment of despair, it was Yi Lin who had remained steadfastly by his side, offering support and encouragement. He suddenly realized that Yi Lin was not just an exceptional assistant, but also an indispensable friend in his life. Yi Lin, please take some time to rest. It's quite late now. I will handle the remaining work. Mo Fan suggested. Yi Lin shook her head. "Teacher Mo, let me take care of it. After everything you've been through today, you need to rest. I am familiar with this work and can finish it quickly." Moved by Yi Lin's resolute gaze, Mo Fan acquiesced. "Very well then. Yi Lin, thank you. But do take care not to overexert yourself. Finish your work and return home to rest early." Yi Lin nodded and returned to her desk. Immersing herself in her tasks, Mo Fan settled into his chair, watching her focused demeanor, and felt his sense of loss diminish slightly. In the following days, Mo Fan devoted himself wholeheartedly to his work. Together with Yi Lin, he conducted an in-depth investigation and analysis of the cases involving mysterious forces, meticulously gathering a plethora of evidence to adequately prepare for subsequent interrogations and prosecutions. During the interrogation of suspects, Mo Fan, leveraging his professional expertise and keen insight, successfully breached the psychological defenses of the suspects, compelling them to divulge further criminal facts. These new leads not only clarified the case, but also provided crucial evidence for the police to combat the remnants of the mysterious forces. However, despite the progress made in his work, Mo Fan could not shake the sorrow of Xiaoxi's departure. In the stillness of the night, memories of the moments shared with Xiaoxi would flood his mind, evoking a bittersweet mix of happiness and pain. "What are you doing now, Xiaoxi? Do you miss me as I miss you?" Mo Fan often pondered silently. Meanwhile, Yi Lin, during her spare time, keenly observed the fluctuations in Mo Fan's emotions. She understood that he had yet to emerge from the shadow of Xiaoxi's absence, and she sought to help him as best as she could. "Mo teacher, let's go out for dinner after work today. I know a lovely restaurant with delicious dishes," Yi Lin suggested one day after work. Mo Fan hesitated. He initially intended to decline and return home to solitude. Yet, seeing the hopeful look in Yi Lin's eyes, he could not bear to refuse. "All right, Yi Lin, let's go eat," he replied. A smile illuminated Yi Lin's face. "That's wonderful. Mo teacher, let's go." They arrived at the restaurant that Yi Lin had mentioned, a cozy little eatery with simple yet comfortable decor. The staff warmly welcomed them and seated them by the window. Throughout the meal, Yi Lin engaged Mo Fan in lively conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes in an effort to uplift his spirits. Gradually, Mo Fan found himself infected by Yi Lin's optimism and cheerfulness, allowing him to momentarily forget his worries and wear a long-lost smile. "Thank you for bringing me here today, Yi Lin. I haven't felt this happy in a long time," Mo Fan sincerely expressed. Yi Lin shook her head with a smile. "There's no need to be so polite, Mo teacher. I merely wish for you to feel a bit happier that you've invested so much in your work and the case. You should take care of your emotional well-being too." Mo Fan nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude towards Yi Lin. He suddenly realized that during the period of Xiaoxi's absence, it was Yi Lin who had consistently been by his side, offering warmth and joy. Perhaps, he mused, he should not remain ensnared in the past, but rather acknowledge the individuals who truly cared for him. After dinner, Mo Fan and Yi Lin exited the restaurant. The night air was gentle, carrying a refreshing breeze that stirred a sense of comfort. Mo teacher, shall we take a stroll before heading back? Yulin proposed. Mo fan agreed. Yes, it has been a while since we strolled like this. They walked side by side in silence, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Mo fan glanced at Yulin. A complex array of emotions welled within him. He was uncertain of his feelings for Yulin. Yet he recognized that she had become an essential part of his life. Chapter 24. The mist of emotions and the shadow of a new case. Mo fan and Yulin walked side by side along the dimly lit streets. The soft glow of the street lamps elongating their shadows that a gentle breeze passed, carrying a hint of chill, yet it could not disperse the tangled fog of emotions within Mo fan's heart. Yulin stole a glance at Mo fan, noting his lingering melancholy, which stirred a pang of sympathy within her. Mo teacher, look over there. The lights of that shop are beautiful. She pointed toward a nearby store adorned with colorful lights. Attempting to break the somber atmosphere, Mo fan followed her gaze, managing a faint smile. Indeed, it is quite lovely. Yet, his mind remained ensnared in his thoughts, rendering that smile somewhat forced. Feeling disheartened, Yulin persevered. You know, Mo teacher, when I felt down in the past, I would stroll down streets like this, observing the people and scenery around me, and my mood would gradually lift. You could give it a try. Letting go of your worries for a while. Mo fan nodded slightly, though his gaze remained distracted. Thank you for your constant concern, Yulin. I understand that I cannot remain in this state of despondency. It's just that some matters are truly not easy to release. Yulin halted and looked at him earnestly. I understand, Mo teacher. She meant a lot to you, and her departure has profoundly impacted you. However, life must go on, and there are many who care for you, like me and Captain Zhang. Mo fan gazed into Yulin's sincere eyes, feeling warmth swell within him. He suddenly recognized that during this time, Yulin had not only provided substantial support at work, but had also been a considerate friend, attentively caring for his emotional state. Yulin, I am truly grateful to you. You are right. I cannot remain trapped in the past. I will strive to adjust my mindset and face life anew, he stated with newfound conviction. Yulin's face brightened with an appreciative smile. That's great. Mo teacher, I believe you can do it. Just then, Mo fan's phone rang, interrupting their moment. He checked the screen and saw it was a call from Captain Zhang. An uneasy premonition washed over him as he quickly answered. Captain Zhang, what's the matter? On the other end, Captain Zhang's voice was serious. Mo fan, a body has been discovered in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Yun City. The situation is rather complicated. You need to come to the scene promptly. Mo fan instantly repressed his earlier emotions, reverting to his usual calm and professional demeanor. Understood, Captain Zhang, that we will head over immediately. After hanging up, Mo fan turned to Yulin. Yulin, there's a new case. We must hurry back to the precinct to prepare before heading to the scene. Without hesitation, Yulin nodded. All right, Mo teacher. The two swiftly returned to the precinct, donned their professional forensic gear, gathered the necessary tools, and drove to the crime scene. The atmosphere in the car was tense, as both understood that every new case heralded fresh challenges, and judging by Captain Zhang's tone, this case seemed particularly intricate. Upon their arrival at the abandoned warehouse, they found the area cordoned off. Captain Zhang and other officers were conducting preliminary investigations. Mo fan and Yulin hurried inside, where a pungent odor assaulted their senses. Captain Zhang, what's the situation? Mo fan inquired. Furrowing his brow, Captain Zhang gestured toward the body on the ground. The victim is a middle-aged male who was found deceased. Preliminary observations indicate multiple stab wounds, with the fatal injury likely being the one to the chest. There are no apparent signs of a struggle, nor has the weapon been located. Mo fan crouched down to examine the body closely. The victim's facial expression was contorted, as if he had endured immense suffering before death. His hands were clenched into fists, and although his clothing was somewhat disheveled, it did not suggest a violent altercation. Based on the shape and depth of the wounds, the weapon was likely a sharp dagger, and the assailant's technique appeared skilled. Each incision had avoided major blood vessels and organs, leading to the fatal wound only at the end. This suggested the perpetrator likely possessed some medical knowledge or relevant experience. As Mo fan continued his examination, he remarked, Yulin, look at this. There's some white powder beneath the victim's feet. Yulin bent down to collect some samples. Mo teacher, what do you think this white powder could be? Mo fan replied, let us take it back for testing to see if we can uncover any clues. Subsequently, they conducted a more thorough examination of the body, including the victim's mouth, nasal cavity, and fingernails, hoping to find traces left by the assailant. Unfortunately, apart from the stab wounds and the white powder, they found no other valuable clues. Captain Zhang, let us transport the body back to the precinct for an autopsy and see if we can uncover more information internally. Meanwhile, You and the team should continue to investigate the scene for any overlooked details, Mo Fan instructed. Captain Zhang nodded. Understood, Mo Fan. Contact me immediately if you discover anything new. Mo Fan and Yulin carefully lifted the body onto the forensic vehicle and returned to the precinct. In the autopsy room, Mo Fan donned his surgical attire, gloves, and mask, commencing the examination of the body. Yulin assisted him, preparing various tools and recording pertinent data. During the autopsy, Mo Fan discovered undigested food remnants in the victim's stomach, which preliminary analysis suggested to be bread and milk. This indicated that the victim had eaten within a few hours before death. Yulin collect samples of these food remnants and send them for testing to determine the exact time of consumption and the source of the food. Mo Fan instructed. Yulin nodded. Understood, Mo teacher. At that moment, Mo Fan noticed some abnormalities in the victim's liver. On the liver, there were several tiny puncture marks, resembling those made by an injection of some substance. It was peculiar. What could these marks signify? Had the deceased been administered a drug prior to their demise? Mo Fan pondered aloud. He promptly extracted some liver tissue samples, preparing them for further examination. As Yulin observed Mo Fan's focused demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for his professional aptitude. Professor Mo, do you think it's possible that the murderer injected the victim with a drug before ultimately stabbing him? Yulin inquired. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. It is plausible. However, what exactly the drug was and its correlation with the victim's death remains to be determined through subsequent test results. While they were engrossed in their work, Mo Fan's phone suddenly rang. He paused his task to check the caller ID. It was a call from Xiao Shi. A surge of complex emotions washed over him, and after a brief hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, Xiao Shi. Why are you calling? Mo Fan endeavored to keep his voice steady. On the other end, Xiao Shi's voice emerged. Mo Fan, I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, and I've had a difficult time. I recognize there are issues between us, but I don't want to abandon our relationship. Would you be willing to give us another chance? Mo Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a call from Xiao Shi. A whirlwind of emotions engulfed him. On one hand, he still cherished Xiao Shi and felt joy upon hearing her words, yet on the other hand, he had developed a special affection for Yulin due to her companionship and concern over the past few weeks. Xiao Shi, I'm unsure how to respond. I've encountered many experiences recently and need time to contemplate our situation, Mo Fan replied. After a moment of silence on the line, Xiao Shi responded. All right, Mo Fan, I understand your feelings. I will await your decision. Once he hung up, Mo Fan fell into deep contemplation. Yulin observed his expression, sensing an undercurrent of unease, yet she refrained from probing further, choosing to focus quietly on her tasks. At that moment, Mo Fan felt as though he were enveloped in an emotional fog, uncertain of the path he should take. Meanwhile, the myriad mysteries of the new case loomed over him like a shadow. Chapter 25, Emotional Turmoil and Case Conundrums. After ending the call with Xiao Shi, Mo Fan stood in the autopsy room, his phone feeling as heavy as lead in his hand. Xiao Shi's words resonated within him like a stone cast into the still waters of his heart, creating ripples of emotion. Yulin, observing Mo Fan's reaction, felt a pang of sorrow but maintained her composure, concentrating on her work as she carefully placed the liver tissue samples in preparation for further testing. Professor Mo, I will take the samples to the lab now, Yulin said softly, attempting to lighten the somber atmosphere. Mo Fan nodded slightly, yet his gaze remained distant. Very well. Do ensure the samples are preserved and transported properly. His voice carried a hint of fatigue. After Yulin departed, Mo Fan stood alone before the autopsy table, gazing at the deceased body, striving to redirect his thoughts from emotional entanglements back to the case at hand. He understood that, as a forensic expert, he must remain calm and focused to unveil the truth behind the case. However, Xiao Shi's words lingered in his mind like a specter, making it difficult to concentrate. This case, Mo Fan murmured, re-examining the knife wounds on the victim. He noted that aside from the lethal stab to the chest, the other wounds, though appearing random, seemed to deliberately avoid vital areas, resembling a form of torment and warning. Why would the murderer choose to inflict such injuries? Was it driven by deep-seated animosity, or was there another motive? Just as he was lost in thought, Captain Zhang hurried into the autopsy room. Mo Fan, what's the update? Any new discoveries? Captain Zhang's voice was tinged with urgency. Mo Fan recounted his findings and hypotheses, concluding with the peculiar puncture marks found on the victim's liver. We are still unsure about these marks. Yulin has already sent samples for testing to determine the nature of the injection. Captain Zhang furrowed his brow, crossing his arms. That a murderer with medical knowledge poses a significant challenge. Furthermore, the knife wounds on the victim are quite unusual. It appears we are dealing with a formidable adversary. By the way, have we identified the deceased? Mo Fan shook his head. Not yet, The victim had no identification on him. We must explore other avenues, such as investigating missing persons in the area or seeking anyone who might recognize him. Captain Jean clapped Mo Fan on the shoulder. All right, I'll arrange for someone to investigate. You focus on compiling the autopsy report and see if there are any other overlooked clues. Understood, Captain Jean, Mo Fan replied. After Captain Jean left, Mo Fan immersed himself in his work, meticulously examining every detail of the corpse. Yet, Xiaoxi's image kept surfacing in his mind, intensifying his agitation. He wrestled with his emotions, reminding himself to prioritize the resolution of this case. A while later, Yilin returned, holding the preliminary test results. Professor Mo, the analysis of the white powder has come back. It is a common construction material, likely from the abandoned warehouse. However, the detailed results of the liver tissue sample will take more time. Mo Fan took the report and skimmed through it quickly. Construction material powdered. That doesn't illuminate much. Considering the body was discovered in an abandoned warehouse, that I hope the liver sample yields more significant findings. Observing Mo Fan's fatigued appearance, Yilin felt a twinge of concern. Professor Mo, if you're feeling worn out, it would be wise to take a short break. Don't push yourself too hard. Mo Fan forced a smile. I'm fine. This case is quite intricate, and we must act swiftly. At that moment, Mo Fan's phone rang again, this time with a call from a colleague at the police station. He quickly answered, "Hello, have there been any developments?" The voice on the other end replied, "Forensic expert Mo. We've investigated recent missing persons and found a middle-aged man named Li Hui whose characteristics closely match those of the deceased, height, build, and the timeline of his disappearance aligns with the estimated time of death." At Mo Fan's heart raced. All right, compile Li Hui's information comprehensively, including his relationships and work situation, and send it to me as soon as possible. After hanging up, Mo Fan turned to Yilin. We may have a lead on the identity of the victim. It could be a middle-aged man named Li Hui. We'll analyze the information further once it arrives. Yilin nodded, hoping that this lead would provide greater insight into the identity of the murderer. Before long, a colleague delivered Li Hui's information. Mo Fan and Yilin meticulously perused the documents, searching for useful clues. That Li Hui was an ordinary worker employed at a construction company, known for his honesty and lacking enemies. However, recently, his company had been embroiled in disputes over construction projects, leading to tensions with another company. Could the conflict between the companies have implicated Li Hui? Yilin speculated. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating, it's possible that we need to investigate the company involved in the dispute with Li Hui's employer to ascertain if there are any direct connections. Just as they were preparing to depart for the investigation, Mo Fan's phone rang again. This time, it was a text from Xiaoxi, simply stating, "I'm waiting for you. I hope you make a decision you won't regret." Mo Fan gazed at the message, feeling a wave of inner turmoil. He understood that his relationship with Xiaoxi was significant, yet the support and companionship Yilin had offered during this time were equally difficult to overlook. "Professor Mo, what's troubling you?" Yilin noticed Mo Fan's unusual expression and inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Fan decided to be candid. "It's a message from Xiaoxi. She still wants to be with me." Yilin's expression shifted slightly, though she quickly regained her composure. "Professor Mo, I understand the depth of your feelings for Xiaoxi. I just hope for your happiness. Regardless of your decision, I will support you." Mo Fan looked into Yilin's sincere eyes, feeling a swell of gratitude. "Why, Yilin? Thank you. You are important to me as well. Yet, at this moment, I truly do not know how to choose." Why, Yilin fought back her tears, managing a smile. "It's all right. Professor Mo, let us resolve the case first. We can address matters of the heart later." Mo Fan nodded, silently resolving to uncover the truth behind the case before allowing the victim to remain unjustly treated. He and Yilin gathered their belongings and headed to investigate the company embroiled in disputes with Li Hui's employer. Upon arriving at the company, they noticed a tense atmosphere. The employees appeared to be deliberately avoiding something. Mo Fan and Yilin approached the company's representative and stated their purpose. Initially, the representative seemed impatient, but under Mo Fan's insistence, reluctantly agreed to cooperate with the inquiry. After some questioning, they learned that Li Hui's company had indeed encountered multiple conflicts with this company over the construction dispute, even resulting in several minor physical altercations. However, the representative firmly asserted that they had not harmed Li Hui and were unaware of his whereabouts. In the course of the conflicts between your company and Li Hui's, did anything particularly noteworthy occur? For instance, has anyone threatened Li Hui or his colleagues? Mo Fan inquired. The person in charge furrowed his brow and pondered, recalling that once an employee named Zhao Chang from our company was injured by Li Hui during a conflict. He was quite furious at the time and claimed he would make Li Hui pay. However, I believe he was merely venting and would not actually resort to murder. Mo Fan and Yilin exchanged glances, sensing that Zhao Chang might be a crucial figure. Where is Zhao Chang now? We need to find him to gather more information. The person in charge hesitated, saying, Zhao Chang requested leave a few days ago due to a family matter. I am unsure of his exact whereabouts. However, I can provide you with his contact information. Mo Fan took Zhao Chang's contact details, thanked the individual, and left the company with Yilin. They immediately attempted to reach Zhao Chang, but the call went unanswered. It seems Zhao Chang is quite suspicious. We must find a way to locate him. Mo Fan remarked. Yilin nodded affirmatively, stating, all right, I will look into his home address. We should visit him directly. By this time, dusk had settled, and the city's lights began to twinkle. As Mo Fan and Yilin searched for Zhao Chang, their hearts brimmed with tension and anticipation. They were uncertain of what awaited them and whether this case could be resolved smoothly. Additionally, Mo Fan grappled with the burdens of the case and the emotional turmoil of indecisiveness, deepening his sense of heaviness. Chapter 26. Pursued in the fog and emotional entanglements, the night fell like ink. And the city's clamor did not diminish in the deepening darkness. Instead, it appeared more vibrant under the glow of lights. Mo Fan and Yilin sat in the police car, the lights outside streaking past like shooting stars, while the atmosphere inside remained oppressive and grave. Yilin concentrated on her tablet, diligently searching for Zhao Chang's home address, while Mo Fan gripped the steering wheel, revealing hints of anxiety in his gaze. Mo, I found it. Zhao Chang resides in the old district of the west side of the city, in an old residential building, Yilin indicated at the screen. Mo Fan nodded slightly, pressing the accelerator as the police car sped toward the west side. Throughout the journey, neither spoke, lost in their respective thoughts. Various clues about the case swirled in Mo Fan's mind, and Zhao Chang's potential involvement offered a glimmer of hope, yet he feared this lead might once again evaporate. Meanwhile, Yilin was preoccupied not only with the case but also with the complex emotions she felt toward Mo Fan. Upon arriving at the residential building where Zhao Chang lived, they found it dimly lit, with only a few windows casting faint light. Mo Fan and Yilin exited the vehicle and entered the hallway, where a musty odor greeted them. The lights flickered ominously, and the walls bore the scars of time, as though narrating the passage of years. Arriving at Zhao Chang's door, Mo Fan lightly knocked, but received no response. He knocked more forcefully, yet silence persisted. Yilin attempted to turn the doorknob, discovering it was locked. It appears Zhao Chang is not home. Should we ask the neighbors for information? Yilin suggested in a hushed tone. Mo Fan nodded, and they turned to knock on the door next door. The door opened, revealing an elderly woman with graying hair, who, upon seeing Mo Fan and Yilin in police uniforms, displayed a hint of apprehension. Officers, may I inquire what brings you here? The elderly woman asked. Mo Fan offered a gentle smile. Madam, we are looking for Zhao Chang. He is your neighbor. Do you know where he might be? The elderly woman furrowed her brow in thought, recalling, Zhao Chang mentioned a few days ago that he had to step out due to a family matter, but he didn't specify when he would return. Nevertheless, he is generally a decent lad, though a bit quick-tempered. Oh, you know what family matter he had? Yilin probed further. The elderly woman shook her head. I am afraid I'm not privy to that. He hasn't shared much with us neighbors. Mo Fan thanked the elderly woman and returned to the hallway with Yel. It seems we won't find Zhao Chang easily. We must devise another plan. Mo Fan remarked. Yilin took out her phone. I'll contact the bureau to check Zhao Chang's travel records to see if he has left Yun City. Just as Yilin was making the call, Mo Fan's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Xiaoxi. After a moment of hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, Mo Fan, have you finished your work? Xiaoxi's voice carried a note of expectation. Mo Fan looked at Yilin and stepped to the far end of the hallway, lowering his voice. Not yet. Yilin and I are investigating a case and cannot leave just yet. There was a moment of silence on the other end. When will you be done? I would like to have a serious talk with you. Mo Fan sighed. I'm not sure. The case is quite complicated, and I need to resolve it first. Xiaoxi, please don't rush. Once I finish this, we can have a proper conversation. A hint of disappointment tinged Xiaoxi's voice. All right, please stay safe. I will wait for you. After ending the call, Mo Fan returned to Yilin, who glanced at him silently, but a trace of unspoken melancholy flickered in her eyes. The bureau reported that Zhao Chang has no record of leaving Yun City. He is likely still in the city. Yilin noted that we should further investigate his social connections to see if we can uncover other places he might be staying. Mo Fan nodded, and the two returned to the police car. On the way back to the station, Mo Fan's feelings were particularly tumultuous. Xiaoxi's call plunged him back into an emotional quandary, leaving him uncertain about how to confront Xiaoxi's feelings and manage the delicate relationship with Yilin. Meanwhile, the case's clues remained elusive, and Zhao Chang's disappearance left him feeling somewhat defeated. Upon returning to the police station, Mo Fan and Yilin immediately immersed themselves in investigating Zhao Chang's social connections. They discovered that Zhao Chang had a close friend named Sun Ming, who worked at an auto repair shop in the southern part of the city. Perhaps Sun Ming knows Zhao Chang's whereabouts. Let us ask him, Mo Fan suggested. They hurried to the auto repair shop in the south. The shop was filled with the scent of oil, and the sounds of machinery roared incessantly. Mo Fan and Yi Lin located Sun Ming, who was busily working beside a vehicle. Upon seeing Mo Fan and Yi Lin, a look of surprise crossed Sun Ming's face. Officers, what brings you here? Mo Fan stated their purpose and inquired if he knew Zhao Chang's whereabouts. Sun Ming's expression shifted slightly, and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. I don't know where he went. He mentioned he had to leave for a family matter a few days ago, but didn't elaborate on the specifics. Sun Ming replied. Mo Fan keenly noticed Sun Ming's unease. Sun Ming, we hope you can cooperate with our investigation. Zhao Chang may be linked to a case. If you know anything, it's best to tell us the truth. Sun Ming hesitated before finally sighing. All right, officers, I do know a bit. Zhao Chang was very upset recently due to an altercation at work. He said he would make that person pay the time. I thought he was just venting, but I didn't expect that. I asked that person Li Hui? Yi Lin asked. Sun Ming nodded. Yes, it's Li Hui. Zhao Chang has been unable to let go of the grievance since being injured by Li Hui. I truly don't know if he has done anything extreme. Although we are close friends, we haven't been in touch much lately. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, realizing Zhao Chang's suspicion was increasingly significant. Do you have any idea where else Zhao Chang might go? Mo Fan inquired. Sun Ming thought for a moment. He has an aunt living in a small village in the north of the city. Whenever he faced troubles, he often went there for a few days. You might check there. Mo Fan thanked Sun Ming and headed with Yi Lin toward the small village in the north. By this time, the night was quite advanced, and the streetlights cast a warm glow, elongating their shadows. As they traveled toward the village, Yi Lin observed Mo Fan, who was focused on driving, and finally couldn't help but speak up. Mo. Xiao, she cares deeply for you. She is a wonderful person. Mo Fan was taken aback, not expecting Yi Lin to mention Xiao X. Why Yi Lin? I know that it's just that the current situation is complicated. And I haven't made up my mind. Why Yi Lin let out a gentle sigh. I understand. Mo, I just hope you don't feel any burden because of me. No matter what decision you make, I will always be by your side, supporting your work. Mo Fan felt a surge of gratitude. Yi Lin, thank you. You are also very important to me, not just as a work partner. A bittersweet smile crossed Yi Lin's face, and she fell silent. The car once again enveloped them in silence, save for the sound of tires rolling over the pavement resonating in the quiet night. Upon arriving at the village, it was already past midnight. The village lay still, interrupted only by the occasional bark of a dog breaking the night's tranquility. Mo Fan and Yi Lin inquired about Zhao Chang's aunt's house, and finally found the dilapidated dwelling in a corner of the village. They knocked on the door, and after a moment, an elderly woman with graying hair opened it. Upon seeing Mo Fan and Yi Lin, a look of confusion crossed her face. Who are you? What brings you here at this hour? The elderly woman asked. Mo Fan presented his credentials. Madam, we are police officers searching for Zhao Chang. Is he here? The elderly woman's expression shifted slightly. Zhao Chang, that he is not here. He came by a few days ago, but has since left. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, and from the elderly woman's expression, it seemed she was concealing something. Andy, Zhao Chang may be involved in a serious case. If you know his whereabouts, you must inform us. It pertains to a person's life, Yi Lin stated. The old woman hesitated for a moment, then sighed. All right, officers, Zhao Chang is indeed still here, but I was afraid he might have gotten into trouble, which is why I didn't tell the truth. He.S. in the back room. You can go see for yourselves. Mo Fan and Yi Lin expressed their gratitude to the old woman and proceeded towards the rear of the house. Their hearts were a mix of anxiety and anticipation, uncertain if meeting Zhao Chang would unveil the truth behind the case. Meanwhile, the emotional turmoil within Mo Fan remained a tangled mess, becoming even more convoluted in the tense atmosphere of the investigation. Chapter 27. The edge of truth and emotional choices. The atmosphere was ominous. Their footsteps echoed eerily in the stillness of the night, each step resonating with their heartbeats. Finally, they came upon a dilapidated little house. A faint light flickering from within. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged another glance, their eyes betraying both tension and hope. Mo Fan gently pushed the door open, and a musty scent enveloped them. Zhao Chang sat on a rickety chair, startled, his gaze filled with fear upon hearing their entrance. Zhao Chang, we are police officers. Mo Fan maintained a calm tone. We just wish to speak with you and hope you will cooperate with our investigation. Zhao Chang trembled slightly, his eyes flitting between Mo Fan and Yi Lin, seemingly weighing his options. After a moment, he sighed. All right, I knew you would eventually find me. Mo Fan and Yi Lin seated themselves across from Zhao Chang. Mo Fan took out his notebook. Zhao Chang, what is the nature of your conflict with Li Hui? Why did you wish to take revenge on him? A pained expression crossed Zhao Chang's face. That bastard Li Hui has always opposed me at the company.at the gathering that day. He deliberately provoked me, and in a moment of impulse, I fought back. He hurt me, and the company sided with him. Ultimately firing me. I lost my job, and my life fell apart. I couldn't swallow that humiliation. So, you decided to kill him? Yulin asked coldly. Alarm flickered in Zhao Chang's eyes. No, I did not kill him. I only intended to teach him a lesson, to show him my strength. That night, I did go to his house, armed with a knife, merely to frighten him. Then tell me, what transpired that night? Mo Fan scrutinized Zhao Chang's eyes. Seeking a hint of inconsistency, Zhao Chang inhaled deeply and began recounting that night's events. When I arrived at his house, it was already quite late. That I knocked on the door, and when he opened it and saw me, his face registered surprise. Before I could speak, he attempted to shut the door. I blocked it with my hand, and we began to argue. During the altercation, I drew the knife, and upon seeing it, he became terrified and pleaded for mercy. I was conflicted. On one hand, I wanted revenge, yet on the other, I did not wish to truly kill him. Just as I hesitated, someone struck me from behind, and I lost consciousness. Are you saying there was another person at the scene? Mo Fan inquired, furrowing his brow. Zhao Chang nodded. When I regained consciousness, I found Li Hui dead, the knife embedded in his chest. That I was terrified. I knew if I was discovered, I would be seen as the murderer. So I fled. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, recognizing that Zhao Chang's words could be genuine or mere fabrications. Did you see who attacked you? Yi Lin asked. Zhao Chang shook his head. No, I was knocked out. I saw nothing. Mo Fan stood and paced the room, his mind racing with Zhao Chang's account. If what Zhao Chang said was true, the real murderer remained at large, likely attempting to frame Zhao Chang. Conversely, if Zhao Chang was lying, he was indeed the killer, and his statement was a desperate attempt to exonerate himself. Zhao Chang, we will investigate your claims. During this time, you cannot leave here. We will assign someone to monitor you. Mo Fan declared. Zhao Chang nodded. A hint of resignation in his gaze. Mo Fan and Yi Lin departed the small house and returned to the elderly woman's residence. They explained the situation to her and requested her assistance in watching over Zhao Chang while arranging for colleagues to surveil the village. By the time they returned to the police station, dawn had broken. Both Mo Fan and Yi Lin felt utterly fatigued, yet they understood the case was far from resolved. Rest was not an option. Mo Fan sat at his desk, poring over the case materials, lost in contemplation. While Yi Lin approached with 2 cups of coffee. Professor Mo, have a cup to rejuvenate. Mo Fan accepted the coffee. Thank you, Yi Lin. This case is becoming increasingly intricate. The truth of Zhao Chang's statements is difficult to ascertain, and we require further evidence to identify the true culprit. Yi Lin took a seat across from Mo Fan. I believe we should delve into Li Hui's social connections, searching for any additional enemies or individuals with a motive to murder him and frame Zhao Chang. Mo Fan nodded. You are correct. We shall pursue this avenue. Just as they prepared to commence their investigation, Mo Fan's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from Xiao Shi. After a moment of hesitation, he answered. Hello, Mo Fan. Are you finished with your tasks? Xiao Shi's voice sounded wearied. Mo Fan sighed. Not yet. This case is quite complex, and I need more time. I apologize, but I may not be able to spend time with you lately. There was a brief silence on the other end. Mo Fan. I understand you are busy with work. However, I want to express that I truly love you and do not wish to lose you. I know your relationship with Yi Lin is delicate, and I hope it does not affect our feelings. Mo Fan felt a pang of conflict in his heart. He understood Xiao Shi's love was sincere, yet he harbored a unique affection for Yi Lin, a sentiment he could not quite articulate. Xiao Shi, please don't overthink it. Yi Lin and I are merely colleagues. There is nothing more. I will manage our situation. You must trust me. Xiao Shi's voice trembled slightly. I believe you, Mo Fan, but I am truly frightened of losing you. Mo Fan felt a rush of compassion. Xiao Shi, do not worry. I will not leave you. Once I finish this case, we shall have a serious conversation, all right? After hanging up, Mo Fan's heart grew heavier. He realized he needed to resolve his emotional dilemma swiftly. Otherwise, he risked hurting both Xiao Shi and Yi Lin, which could adversely affect his work. Yi Lin observed Mo Fan, recognizing that the previous call was from Xiao Shi. Her heart was filled with conflict and pain as well. She loved Mo Fan, but did not wish to disrupt his relationship with Xiao Shi. Professor Mo, you should talk things through with Xiao Shi. She genuinely loves you. Mo Fan looked into Yi Lin's eyes, seeing sincerity and helplessness reflected back. Thank you, Yi Lin. I will handle it. But first, let us solve this case. That is of utmost importance. Yi Lin nodded, and they both immersed themselves in the investigation once more. They began to explore Li Hui's social connections, and discovered that he had engaged in fierce competition with a man named Wang Chong in business. And Wang Chong had previously threatened Li Hui. This Wang Chong is quite suspicious. We should investigate him, Mo Fan suggested. Thus, Mo Fan and Yulin initiated a new inquiry, feeling they were drawing nearer to the truth. While simultaneously, Mo Fan's emotional predicament grew ever more intricate, leaving him uncertain about how to choose between Xiao Shi and Yulin. This decision would undoubtedly impact his future life and work. Chapter 28. Clues in the Fog and Emotional Entanglements. Mo Fan and Yulin tirelessly began their investigation into Wang Chong. They first arrived at Wang Chong's company, a sizable enterprise focused on the sales and development of electronic products. Upon entering the company's lobby, the bright lights and bustling employees created a vibrant atmosphere, a stark contrast to the case they were investigating. After identifying themselves at the front desk, they were escorted to Wang Chong's office. Wang Chang was a tall, sharp-eyed middle-aged man, dressed in a crisp suit, seated behind a large desk. Upon noticing Mo Fan and Yulin's entrance, he slightly furrowed his brow but politely rose to greet them. Officers, to what do I owe the pleasure? Wang Chong's voice was deep and authoritative, carrying an undeniable weight. Mo Fan met Wang Chong's gaze directly, his expression serious. Mr. Wang, we are investigating Li Hui's case, and have found that you had intense competition with him in business, and that you had previously threatened him. We hope you will cooperate and answer our questions truthfully. Wang Chong's expression shifted slightly, but soon returned to calm. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, and replied, Indeed, I had competition with Li Hui in business. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield, and certain competitive tactics are unavoidable. As for threatening him, those were merely words spoken in anger. How could I possibly resort to murder? Yulin attentively observed Wang Chong's expressions and demeanor, keenly noticing a fleeting hint of unease in his eyes when he mentioned threatening Li Hui. Mr. Wang, we hope you can elaborate on the competitive dynamics between you and Li Hui, as well as your whereabouts on the night of his unfortunate demise. Yulin stated with a calm yet resolute tone. Wang Chong hesitated momentarily before recounting the history between him and Li Hui. It turned out that their companies had been fierce rivals in the electronics market, engaging in both overt and covert battles to capture market share. Li Hui had previously resorted to unscrupulous tactics, stealing several key clients from Wang Chong's company, which fostered a deep-seated resentment in him. I admit I was quite angered at the time, and during a business gathering, I did utter some harsh words to him. However, my intention was merely to intimidate him, to let him know I am not to be trifled with. Wang Chong explained. Mo Fan, listening intently, diligently noted down key information in his notebook. So, on the night of Li Hui's murder, where were you? What were you doing? Mo Fan pressed further, after a moment of contemplation. Wang Chang replied, That night, I was working late at the office. There were many employees who can vouch for my presence. Mo Fan and Yulin exchanged glances, deciding to verify Wang Chong's alibi. After departing from Wang Chong's company, they began to interview his employees one by one. Following their inquiries, they confirmed that Wang Chong had indeed been working late, with several staff members able to corroborate his whereabouts, seemingly validating his alibi. Could it be that we are pursuing the wrong lead? Yulin expressed her frustration, having anticipated that Wang Chong would be the pivotal breakthrough in the case. Mo Fan furrowed his brow in thought before asserting, Not necessarily. Although Wang Chang possesses an alibi, the animosity between him and Li Hui is evident, and he still harbors certain suspicions. We cannot dismiss him outright. Perhaps he has devised a clever means to fabricate his alibi. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into Wang Chong's investigation, Mo Fan's phone chimed again. This time, it was a text from Xiao Shi. Mo Fan, I know you're busy with work, but I truly miss you. Can we meet and talk? Mo Fan gazed at the message, torn with inner conflict. He recognized Xiao Shi's need for his companionship and solace, yet the case was at a critical juncture, leaving him unable to spare the time. After a brief hesitation, he replied, Xiao Shi, I'm sorry, but the case is quite challenging right now, and I really lack the time. Once I've gotten through this, I promise to spend quality time with you. With a sigh, he returned his phone to his pocket. Yulin observed Mo Fan's expression, realizing he was grappling with significant emotional pressure. Mr. Mo, if you have the time, perhaps you should go and spend some time with Xiao Shi. Matters of the heart are equally important and should not be neglected, Yulin softly suggested. Mo Fan looked at Yulin, feeling a tumult of complex emotions. He understood that Yulin genuinely cared for him, but he also recognized that her feelings for him added to his turmoil. Thank you for your understanding, Yulin. However, the case takes precedence at present. Once it concludes, I will attend to these matters. He replied. Yulin subtly nodded, her gaze betraying a hint of disappointment. She understood that in Mo Fan's heart, work would always come first, relegating her and Xiao Shi to a secondary position. yet she could not help but harbor a flicker of hope. Yearning for the day he might truly acknowledge her feelings, Mo Fan and Yi Lin resumed their investigation into the case. They meticulously retraced all leads, striving to uncover a new breakthrough. During their inquiry into Li Hui's bank accounts, they stumbled upon a peculiar transfer record. Days before Li Hui's murder, a substantial sum had been transferred from an anonymous account to his account. This anonymous account raises suspicions. We must ascertain its origins, Mo Fan proclaimed. Invigorated by this new discovery, with the bank's assistance, they conducted a thorough investigation into this anonymous account. After considerable effort, they identified the account holder as Lu Gang, who shared close ties with Wang Chong. It appears there is undoubtedly some clandestine secret binding Wang Chong and Lu Gang, Mo Fan remarked. As they prepared to investigate Lu Gang, Mo Fan's phone buzzed again. This time, it was a call from Captain Zhang. Mo Fan, there's new information. During our investigation of Zhao Chong, we discovered he had contact with a mysterious individual who may be connected to the case. Hurry back. We need to analyze this together, Captain Zhang instructed. Mo Fan and Yi Lin promptly returned to the police station. In the conference room, Captain Zhang presented evidence regarding Zhao Chong's connection with the mysterious figure. It turned out that after fleeing the scene, Zhao Chong had communicated with this enigmatic individual via phone and met him at a secluded location. This mysterious person might indeed be the true culprit or an accomplice. We must locate him without delay. Captain Zhang insisted. Mo Fan examined the evidence before him. His thoughts tangled like a web. The clues surrounding the case were multiplying, yet they were becoming increasingly convoluted. He was uncertain how these leads interlinked or how to unearth the true perpetrator. Simultaneously, his emotional dilemmas left him feeling drained. The expectations of Qiao Shi and Yi Lin's silent sacrifices weighed heavily upon him, filling him with profound guilt. He found himself at a crossroads, unsure how to navigate between these two women or balance his professional and personal life. In this fog-laden case, Mo Fan not only sought the truth but also wrestled with his internal struggles and emotional turmoil. He understood that this would be a daunting battle, yet he could not retreat. He must persist until he unveiled the truth behind the case, while also seeking resolution for his own heart. Chapter 29. The dilemma of interwoven clues and the undercurrents of emotion. Returning to the police station's conference room, Mo Fan, Yi Lin, and Captain Zhang gathered around the meeting table, which was strewn with various case files and photographic evidence. The dim lighting cast a somber atmosphere over the room. Captain Zhang pointed to a photograph on the table. Look here, this is the location where we tracked Zhao Chong meeting the mysterious individual, an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts. There are no surveillance cameras, and the environment is highly secluded. It is evident that they chose this place to avoid detection. Mo Fan leaned closer to scrutinize the photograph. The warehouse door was ajar, surrounded by overgrown weeds, and the ground appeared to bear some disheveled footprints. He furrowed his brow and contemplated for a moment before stating, "From this photograph, it seems their meeting was rather hurried. These footprints could prove to be a pivotal clue. We should dispatch personnel to the site for a thorough examination to see if we can extract any useful traces." Yi Lin nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting a mix of tension and anticipation. Perhaps we can also find other items related to the mysterious person at the scene, such as hair or cigarette butts, which would help us further ascertain his identity. Captain Zhang rapped the table decisively. Very well, let us proceed with that plan. I will arrange for someone to head to the site immediately. Additionally, what progress have you made with Lu Gang, who had the substantial transfer to Li Hui? Mo Fan sighed, replying, "We discovered that Lu Gang indeed shares a close connection with Wang Chong, but the specifics of their dealings remain unclear. Lu Gang's background is rather complex. He is involved in multiple business sectors and appears to be engaged in some undisclosed activities." Captain Zhang leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, reflecting for a moment. It seems this case is becoming increasingly intricate, with more individuals entangled in it. What connections exist between Wang Chong, Lu Gang, Zhao Chong, and this mysterious figure? Who is the true culprit? At that moment, Mo Fan's phone rang, shattering the silence in the conference room. He pulled out his phone to find it was a call from Qiao Shi. Hesitating briefly, he answered. Mo Fan, when can you carve out some time to be with me? I haven't seen you in several days. Qiao Shi's voice carried a note of grievance and dissatisfaction. A wave of guilt washed over Mo Fan as he softly replied, "Qiao Shi, I understand your frustration, but the case has reached a critical juncture, and I truly cannot step away. Please bear with me. Once this is resolved, I promise to make it up to you." After a brief silence on the other end, Qiao Shi's voice choked slightly. "You always use the case as an excuse. I recognize your work is important, but I need your support too." Mo Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to console Qiao Shi. Silently sighing within. At that moment, Yilin noticed Mo Fan's expression and gently nudged his arm, signaling him to address his situation with Xiaoxi first. Mo Fan nodded and spoke into the phone. Xiaoxi, I know I have let you down, and I'm sorry for your distress. Once I finish this round of work, let us go to the seaside for that vacation you've always wanted. We can unwind together. How does that sound? Xiaoxi sniffled on the line and replied, Okay, but you must promise me that you will finish the case quickly and not go back on your word. I promise, Mo Fan assured her before ending the call. Feeling a mix of helplessness and exhaustion, Yilin regarded Mo Fan with concern and gently advised, Mr. Mo, you cannot continually overlook matters of the heart. Xiaoxi cares deeply for you, and you must show her more attention. Mo Fan managed a wry smile. Shaking his head, Yilin, I understand. However, as long as this case remains unsolved, I will never feel at ease. He paused, gazing into Yilin's eyes, as if he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately refrained. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yilin's gaze, but she forced a smile and replied, I understand. Teacher Mo, let's focus on solving the case first. At that moment, Captain Zhang cleared his throat and interjected, All right, let's set aside matters of the heart for now. We must concentrate our efforts on the case. I've dispatched personnel to examine the abandoned warehouse. We'll await their return to see what they uncovered. Mo Shan. Yilin, please continue investigating the relationship between Lu Gang and Wang Chang, and see if you can find any new leads. Mo Shan and Yilin nodded and returned to their desks to organize the information regarding Lu Gang and Wang Chang. As Mo Shan gazed at Lu Gang's photograph on the computer screen, he pondered, This Lu Gang appears to be a successful businessman on the surface, yet harbors numerous secrets beneath. What is the nature of his connection with Wang Chang? And does it bear any direct relation to Li Hui's death? Meanwhile, Yilin was flipping through documents when suddenly her eyes lit up. Teacher Mo, look at this. Lu Gang's company acquired a small pharmaceutical factory a few months ago, and the drug produced by that factory bears a striking resemblance to the rare poison we found in Li Hui's body. Upon hearing this, Mo Shan leaned in to examine the document, his face alight with excitement. Is that so? This is a significant discovery. It seems Lu Gang's involvement in this case is more intricate than we anticipated. We must swiftly investigate his motives for acquiring the pharmaceutical factory and the distribution of this drug. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into their investigation, the officers who had gone to examine the abandoned warehouse returned, bringing back crucial evidence, including cigarette butts and samples of footprints. The officer placed the samples on the table and reported, Captain, we found these cigarette butts in the warehouse, and preliminary tests indicate they contain saliva not belonging to Zhao Chang. Additionally, we have extracted samples of footprints that differ from Zhao Chang's. They likely belong to the mysterious individual. Captain Zhang nodded in acknowledgement. Good. Immediately send these samples for analysis to ascertain the identity of the mysterious individual. Mo Shan gazed at the samples on the table, a flicker of hope igniting within him. He understood that these samples could be the key to unraveling the truth behind the case. Yet, he also recognized that the forces at play behind this case were exceedingly complex, and uncovering the true culprit would require even greater effort. Amidst the frantic investigation, images of Xiaoxi and Yilin frequently surfaced in Mo Shan's mind. The sense of grievance and dissatisfaction from Xiaoxi, coupled with Yilin's unwavering support and concern, left him feeling deeply conflicted. He was at a loss as to how to navigate his affections for these two women, and how to balance his professional obligations with his personal life. As the investigation progressed, the clues multiplied but became increasingly convoluted. Mo Shan felt as though he were ensnared in a vast enigma. Each new discovery brought him closer to the truth, yet simultaneously plunged him deeper into confusion. In this challenging case, he not only had to confront a cunning murderer and intricate clues, but also grapple with his own emotional entanglements. He understood that this would be a grueling battle. Yet he firmly believed that if he persevered, the truth would ultimately emerge, and he hoped to find his own path in matters of the heart. Chapter 30, Struggles in the Mist and the Dawn of Truth inside the police lab. The atmosphere was tense and grave. Mo Shan and Yilin fixated on the instruments, awaiting the test results for the cigarette butts and footprints from the abandoned warehouse. Time seemed to stretch interminably, each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, the officer in charge of the test raised his head, a serious excitement illuminating his face. Forensic Officer Mo, we have a breakthrough. The saliva on the cigarette butt matched a record belonging to a man named Sun Ping, who has a criminal history involving drug trafficking and illegal detention. The size and stride characteristics of the footprints also correspond to the information in the database regarding Sun Ping, confirming that he is the mysterious individual. Mo Shan's gaze sharpened instantly, exchanging a knowing look with Yilin, who quickly took out her notebook to jot down this critical information. Mo Shan mused aloud, Sun Ping. With a background in drug trafficking, The connections here could be far more intricate than we imagined. We need to delve deeper into his affiliations with Wang Cheng, Lu Gang, and Zhao Chong. Captain Zhang hurried into the lab, and upon hearing the news, he promptly stated, "All right, let's mobilize resources to investigate Sun Peng's whereabouts and his network of connections. Simultaneously, we must continue to scrutinize the details surrounding Lu Gang's acquisition of the pharmaceutical factory to determine whether that drug has been used for illicit purposes." Once Mo Shan and Yi Lin received their orders, they immediately immersed themselves in the new investigative tasks. Mo Shan focused on probing Sun Peng's associations, employing various channels to retrieve surveillance footage and scrutinize communication records, striving to identify intersections between Sun Peng and the other suspects in the case. Meanwhile, Yi Lin dedicated herself to the pharmaceutical factory, meticulously examining relevant documents and interviewing former employees, hoping to unveil clues regarding the distribution of the drug. During his investigation of Sun Peng, Mo Shan discovered that Sun Peng had engaged repeatedly with Wang Chong at an underground casino. Surveillance footage revealed that the two often gambled together, suggesting a close relationship. Mo Shan felt a surge of realization. This could be a pivotal breakthrough. That he swiftly relayed this finding to Captain Zhang and proposed a more in-depth inquiry into Wang Chong. Simultaneously, Yi Lin's investigation at the pharmaceutical factory yielded some progress. A former employee divulged that after the factory's acquisition, the special drug produced had not been distributed through the normal pharmaceutical sales channels but rather sent to unspecified locations. Following this lead, Yi Lin continued her pursuit, uncovering that the transportation records had been deliberately tampered with, indicating the presence of a powerful force orchestrating these actions. As the investigation intensified, Mo Shan's personal life spiraled into further turmoil. Xiao Shi, feeling increasingly lonely and dissatisfied due to Mo Shan's prolonged focus on work, called him again, her emotions running high. Mo Shan, do you even care about me anymore? I feel like a mere accessory in your life. You prioritize your work above all else, completely disregarding my feelings. The pang of pain struck Mo Shan's heart. He attempted to explain, Xiao Shi, it's not that I don't care about you. This case is incredibly complex, and I cannot afford any lapse in focus. I promise that once this case concludes, I will spend quality time with you. However, Xiao Shi interrupted him, it's always the same excuse. I've had enough. If you truly love me, you should be there for me when I need you. With that, she hung up the phone. Mo Shan stood there, holding the phone, feeling a profound sense of helplessness and anguish. At that moment, Yi Lin entered the office and noticed Mo Shan's despondent demeanor. Stirring her empathy, she gently said, Teacher Mo, don't be too upset. Sister Xiao, she might just be having a rough moment. Once she calms down, she will understand your situation. Mo Shan looked at Yi Lin, a torrent of complex emotions surging within him. Yi Lin had consistently supported him quietly at work, offering encouragement and assistance during his struggles. Meanwhile, Xiao Shi was the woman he had once deeply loved, and he did not wish to lose her. Yet, he now felt trapped between the two women. Taking a deep breath, Mo Shan replied, Thank you, Yi Lin. I'm all right. Let's get back to work. He made an effort to refocus his attention on the case, continuing to analyze the various clues. As the investigation progressed, Mo Shan and Yi Lin gradually pieced together a coherent narrative. It became evident that after Lu Gang's acquisition of the pharmaceutical factory, he exploited the special drug produced to manufacture a new type of narcotic, with Sun Peng serving as the key distributor. Wang Chong, as Lu Gang's business partner, not only participated in the production and sale of the drugs, but also leveraged his influence to safeguard the entire criminal enterprise. Zhao Chong had become embroiled due to financial incentives, handling some of Lu Gang and Wang Chong's illicit dealings, including liaising with Sun Peng. The death of Li Hui likely stemmed from his discovery of Lu Gang's criminal activities and his intention to report them to the police, resulting in Lu Gang and his associates noticing and ultimately orchestrating his murder, disguising it as an accident. After organizing these findings, Mo Shan reported to Captain Zhang. Upon hearing the details, Captain Zhang's expression grew grave. I never anticipated that such a vast drug trafficking network lay hidden behind this case. We must act swiftly to apprehend these criminals. Mo Shan and Yi Lin nodded decisively, recognizing that their forthcoming actions would be fraught with danger. Yet, for the sake of justice and the victims, they felt compelled to press onward. In the preparatory phase before the operation, Mo Shan once again found himself contemplating his romantic feelings. He realized he could no longer afford to dither. He resolved that after the case concluded, he would earnestly discuss his feelings with both Xiao Shi and Yi Lin, seeking clarity and making a definitive choice. At last, the moment for action arrived. Mo Shan, Yi Lin, and Captain Zhang led the police task force in a raid on the hideouts of Lu Gang, Wang Chong, Sun Peng, and their associates. In a fierce operation, the police successfully apprehended Liu Gang, Wang Chang, Sun Peng, and other primary suspects. Dismantling this extensive drug trafficking network, as all dust settles, Mo Fan stands at the door of the police interrogation room, gazing at the incarcerated criminal, a wave of relief washing over him. He understands that once again, he has successfully avenged the deceased, ridding society of a significant malignancy. Yet, he is acutely aware that his life still demands confrontation with numerous challenges, particularly in matters of the heart. He takes a deep breath, turns, and strides toward his office, ready to embrace the forthcoming choices in life and love. Chapter 31. The confusion of choices and emotional entanglements with the case resolved. The clamor of Yun City's night begins to subside, but Mo Fan's heart remains tumultuous. Seated in his office chair, the dim light casts shadows on his weary, conflicted face. The laughter and celebratory voices of his colleagues echo faintly around him. Yet he feels as if he exists in an entirely different realm, ensnared in his own complex emotions. Xiao Shi's words pierce him like a thorn, intermittently striking at his heart. Her dissatisfaction and complaints reveal to Mo Fan the extent to which he has neglected her feelings. During this period, he has immersed himself wholly in the case, often forgetting to consider Xiao Shi's sentiments, failing to devote time to her, and even neglecting to return a simple phone call promptly. He recalls the look of grievance in Xiao Shi's eyes and the anger in her tone, his heart heavy with guilt. Then there is Yilin, the girl who has silently stood by his side. Her gentleness and understanding a flicker of warmth in the darkness that in the workplace. Yilin consistently grasps his intentions, providing him with unwavering support. Whenever he faces difficulties and setbacks, Yilin is invariably there, offering encouragement and solace. Mo Fan recognizes that Yilin's feelings for him transcend mere admiration and respect. They delve into a deeper realm of affection. Mo Fan cradles his head in his hands. Lost in profound contemplation, he is uncertain how to confront either Xiao Shi or Yilin, and even more so, how to make a choice. He harbors no desire to hurt either of them. Yet reality compels him towards a decision. At that moment, a gentle knock reverberates at the office door. Mo Fan lifts his gaze to find Yilin standing there, her eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety and anticipation. Mo Laosher, are you all right? Yilin inquires softly as she enters the office and gently closes the door behind her. Mo Fan musters a faint smile, responding, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Why, Yilin? I owe you my gratitude for your meticulousness in the investigation. Without your diligence, this case would not have been resolved so smoothly. Why, Yilin's cheeks blush slightly as she lowers her gaze, saying, Mo Laosher, it's what I ought to do. That you've borne the brunt of the hard work for this case. They share a moment of silence, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Mo Fan studies Yilin, a surge of complex emotions rising within him. He knows it is time to have a conversation with her. Why, Yilin? I wish to discuss something with you. Mo Fan exhales deeply. I am aware of your feelings for me. However, I am already with Xiao Shi. I do not wish to deceive you, nor to inflict harm. Why, Yilin's body quivers slightly, and she meets his gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, yet she steadies herself, striving to maintain composure. Mo Laosher, I understand. I never intended to disrupt your relationship. I merely could not control my feelings. I know you love Xiao Shi deeply, and I wish for your happiness. Her voice trembles as she continues. I just want you to know that whatever decision you make, I will support you. Mo Fan is moved by the resolute expression in Yilin's eyes. He recognizes her as a kind-hearted and strong girl, her love profound and selfless. Thank you, Yilin. You are a wonderful person, and I hope you find your own happiness, he replies, though a bittersweet ache lingers in his heart. Just then, Mo Fan's phone rings unexpectedly. He retrieves it to see Xiao Shi's name flashing on the screen. After a moment's hesitation, he answers the call. Mo Fan, I wish to apologize. Xiao Shi's voice is subdued. I realize you've been working very hard, and I shouldn't have been so willful, always losing my temper with you. I just miss you, and hope you can spend more time with me. A warmth spreads through Mo Fan's heart as he responds. Xiao Shi, I too have made mistakes. I neglected your feelings. Once I finish this busy period, I will make time for you. We can travel and do the things you enjoy. Xiao Shi chuckles softly on the other end of the line. All right, I'll wait for you. But you must also take care of yourself and not overwork. After hanging up, Mo Fan feels a slight alleviation of his inner turmoil that he understands that Xiao Shi still loves him, and there remains a chance to mend their relationship. Yet, Yilin's presence continues to confound him. He harbors a special affection for Yilin as well, though not romantic. It is a bond that is equally hard to sever. In the following days, Mo Fan endeavors to balance his relationships with Xiao Shi and Yilin amidst his work. He strives to carve out moments for Xiao Shi, accompanying her to movies, shopping, and dining, making amends for past neglect. Simultaneously, he maintains a professional rapport with Yilin, offering her the guidance and support she deserves. However, as time goes on, Mo Fan finds his heart increasingly torn. His feelings for Xiao Shi brim with fervent love, rich with passion and romance, while his sentiments towards Yilin are rooted in deep reliance and trust, akin to familial ties. On a sunlit weekend, Mo Fan invites both Xiao Shi and Yilin to a quiet CAF. He knows the moment has come to make a definitive choice. Xiao Shi, clad in a white dress, appears refreshingly elegant, her face lighting up with a radiant smile upon seeing Mo Fan. Meanwhile, Yilin dons a simple black ensemble, exuding poise and grace, her eyes reflecting a mix of apprehension and anticipation. Seated in a corner of the CAF, the atmosphere grows tensed. Mo Fan inhales deeply and begins. Xiao Shi, Yilin, I have invited you both here to clarify my thoughts. Both Xiao Shi and Yilin listen intently, awaiting his words. Xiao Shi, during our time together, I have been genuinely happy. You have brought me immense joy and warmth that I acknowledge my past shortcomings and my failure to consider your feelings. Yet I truly love you, Mo Fan asserts sincerely, locking eyes with Xiao Shi, who nods, tears glistening in her gaze. Why, Yilin, you are not only a remarkable partner in my work but also a cherished friend in my life. Your understanding and support have enabled me to persevere through the toughest times. That I am deeply grateful for you and treasure our connection. He turns to Yilin, who offers a bittersweet smile. However, I cannot possess both of you simultaneously. After much contemplation, I have decided that I choose Xiao Shi, Mo Fan states, a weight settling in his heart. Why, Yilin trembles slightly, striving to control her emotions. Mo Lauscher, I comprehend your decision. I wish you both happiness. Xiao Shi gazes at Mo Fan, her eyes brimming with affection and gratitude. She gently clasps his hand. Mo Fan, I will always be by your side, supporting you as we face the future together. Mo Fan nods, feeling a mix of guilt and relief. He is aware that he has made a challenging decision, yet it is also the most responsible choice for both Xiao Shi and Yilin. As they exit the CAF, Mo Fan accompanies Xiao Shi home. Along the way, she leans against his shoulder and says, Mo Fan, I know you harbor feelings for Yilin as well, but I trust you. And I believe in our love. Mo Fan firmly grasps Xiao Shi's hand, assuring her, Xiao Shi, rest assured, I will devote all my love to you. I will strive to make you happy. Meanwhile, Yilin walks home alone, tears finally streaming down her face. Yet she understands that she cannot remain engulfed in sorrow. She must summon her strength and begin anew. Mo Fan believed that after making a choice in love, life would return to tranquility. However, unbeknownst to him, a new case silently loomed on the horizon, awaiting his unraveling. Chapter 32. The emergence of a new case and inner turmoil after making a choice in love. Mo Fan initially thought life would gradually settle down, and his relationship with Xiao Shi would flourish under careful nurturing. Yet fate seems to relish playing tricks, as the tranquility of Yun City is once again shattered by an unforeseen case. On a gloomy morning, the clouds hang low, threatening to engulf the entire city. As Mo Fan steps into the police station, he notices Captain Zhang approaching him with a serious expression. Mo Fan, there's a new case. And it's quite complicated. Captain Zhang's voice is grave and somber. Mo Fan's heart tightens instinctively as he adjusts his forensic work attire, asking, what's the situation? In an old neighborhood in the eastern part of Yun City, a male corpse has been discovered. The circumstances of the death are peculiar, and initial assessments suggest it was not a natural demise. Captain Zhang explains while leading Mo Fan towards the police car parked outside the station. As they drive, Captain Zhang elaborates on the preliminary details of the case. The deceased, named Li Hui, was an ordinary resident of the neighborhood, known for his low profile and lack of apparent enemies. The case was reported by a neighbor who, upon leaving for work that morning, noticed Li Hui's door ajar. Curiosity led him inside, where he stumbled upon Li Hui's lifeless body. Upon arriving at the scene, Mo Fan and Captain Zhang find the area surrounded by a crowd. Inside the cordoned-off zone, forensic technicians are diligently conducting their investigations. Mo Fan dons gloves and a mask as he steps into Li Hui's residence. The room was permeated by a pungent odor, a disturbing blend of blood and decayed. Li Hui's lifeless body lay in the center of the living room, his eyes wide open, mouth agape, and his face a mask of terror and anguish. There were no apparent external injuries on his body, yet his skin exhibited an abnormal purplish hue. Mo Fan crouched down, meticulously examining the corpse. He noticed dark stains beneath the deceased's fingernails, resembling some peculiar substance. Additionally, there were traces of a dark liquid residue within the victim's oral cavity. Based on the current situation, it appeared that the victim had succumbed to poisoning. However, the specific toxin remained to be identified through further examination. Mo Fan rose and addressed Captain Zhang. Zhang nodded in agreement, stating, "All right, let us expedite the process of transporting the body back to the precinct for an autopsy, that I will also continue to investigate the deceased's social connections to uncover any potential leads." Mo Fan and his assistants carefully lifted the body onto the coroner's vehicle, preparing to return to the precinct for a thorough autopsy. However, as they journeyed back, Mo Fan's thoughts involuntarily drifted toward matters of the heart. Though he had made a choice to be with Xiaoxi, he felt a lingering guilt toward Yulin. Remembering Yulin's tearful blessing for him and Xiaoxi, his heart felt as though it were pricked by needles. He recognized that his decision had inflicted a heavy blow upon Yulin. While Xiaoxi appeared to understand him on the surface, Mo Fan sensed an undercurrent of unease within her. Given the deep bond he had shared with Yulin over the years, shaking his head, he tried to dispel these complex emotions from his mind that he knew that the most pressing concern was to focus on the current case. To swiftly unearth the truth and provide answers for the deceased, upon returning to the precinct, Mo Fan immediately immersed himself in the autopsy. Skillfully wielding the scalpel, he began a meticulous examination of the corpse. During the procedure, he discovered varying degrees of damage to the internal organs, particularly the liver and kidneys, which were severely affected. This indicated the presence of a potent toxin that inflicted significant harm on the vital organs. While performing the autopsy, he conversed with his assistant. After a series of intricate tests and analyses, Mo Fan ultimately identified the toxin within the deceased as a rare organophosphorus compound, typically utilized in industrial applications, making it difficult for the average individual to encounter. Captain Zhang, the victim died from poisoning by a rare organophosphorus compound, and we will need to investigate its source further. Mo Fan relayed his findings to Captain Zhang. Zhang furrowed his brow, responding, "It seems this case is more complex than it appears. I have already looked into the victim's social connections. He was not involved in any industrial work and had no apparent exposure to such a toxin. Could it be that someone deliberately poisoned him?" Mo Fan speculated, "It's quite possible that we should revisit the victim's home and conduct a thorough search for any clues related to the toxin," Captain Zhang replied. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang returned to Li Hui's residence, this time scrutinizing every nook and cranny with greater diligence. In Li Hui's study, Mo Fan discovered a small cabinet hidden behind the bookshelf. Upon opening it, he found several documents and a small vial. Picking up the vial, he noticed it contained a transparent liquid, exuding a sharp odor. Subsequent tests confirmed that this was indeed the organophosphorus compound that had led to Li Hui's poisoning. It appeared that Li Hui was not as straightforward as he seemed. Why did he possess such a lethal substance? Captain Zhang observed the documents in hand. His brow furrowed. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang began to examine these documents closely. It turned out that Li Hui had previously been an employee at a chemical company and had been dismissed for leaking company secrets. The documents detailed his grievances against the company and a plan for revenge, which included using this organophosphorus compound. Could it be that he accidentally poisoned himself? Mo Fan pondered. That is a possibility, but we cannot rule out the potential that someone exploited his plan to deliberately poison him. Captain Zhang remarked, "We need to investigate further to see if Li Hui had any recent interactions with suspicious individuals." At that moment, Mo Fan's phone rang. He pulled it out to find it was a call from Xiaoxi. "Mo Fan, when do you finish work? I miss you." Xiaoxi's voice was filled with warmth and anticipation. Mo Fan felt a rush of affection, replying, "Xiaoxi, I'm quite busy with a case and might be late. Don't wait for me to have dinner." "All right, take care of yourself and don't overexert," Xiaoxi said, a hint of disappointment in her tone. After hanging up, Mo Fan felt a pang of guilt. He knew he would let Xiaoxi down again. Yet, with the case at a critical juncture, he could not afford any lapse in focus. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang continued their investigation, interviewing Li Hui's neighbors, friends, and former colleagues, eventually uncovering a suspicious individual named Wang Chang. Wang Chang had previously been Li Hui's colleague at the chemical company, and their relationship had been fraught with conflict. Wang Chang is a prime suspect. He was well acquainted with Li Hui's situation and had the opportunity to access the organophosphorus compound. Captain Zhang stated. Mo Fan nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us investigate Wang Chang's whereabouts to see if he has an alibi for the time of Li Hui's death." Upon investigation, it was revealed that Wang Chang had no alibi during the time of Li Hui's demise. The police swiftly apprehended him. Initially, Wang Chang vehemently denied any wrongdoing during the interrogation. However, confronted with the evidence presented by Mo Fan, he ultimately capitulated and confessed to his crime. It turned out that Wang Chang, consumed by jealousy over Li Hui's prior possession of company secrets, feared that Li Hui might use this information to regain his standing. Consequently, he decided to act preemptively. Aware of Li Hui's grievances against the company and his intentions for retaliation, Wang Chong had surreptitiously added the organophosphorus compound to Li Hui's food, resulting in his untimely demise. With the case resolved, Mo Fan did not experience a sense of relief. He recognized that he faced significant challenges both in his professional and personal life. Nevertheless, as a forensic pathologist, he understood his duty to seek justice for the deceased. No matter the obstacles he encountered, after work, Mo Fan returned home, weary from the day's exertions. Xiaoxi had prepared a meal, patiently awaiting his arrival at the dining table. Upon seeing him, she quickly rose to greet him. Mo Fan, you're finally back. You must be exhausted. Come, eat. Xiaoxi said sweetly. Mo Fan gazed at her gentle face, his heart brimming with gratitude. He knew that regardless of the challenges he faced, Xiaoxi would always stand by him. Offering her unwavering support, he grasped her hand tightly, saying, Thank you, Xiaoxi. Meanwhile, at the precinct, Yilin observed the happiness shared between Mo Fan and Xiaoxi. Despite the bittersweet pang in her heart, she felt a sense of happiness for Mo Fan. She realized it was time to let go of her feelings and embark on a new chapter of her life. A new day would soon dawn, and Mo Fan understood that more cases awaited his resolution. He would continue his journey, seeking both justice and personal happiness amidst the trials of love and work. Chapter 33. The aftermath and new challenges in Yun City's night. The neon lights flickered, illuminating the bustling streets teeming with people immersed in their own rhythms of life. Mo Fan concluded a long day of demanding work, exiting the precinct, wearily massaging his temples. Although the case of Li Hui's poisoning had been resolved, the myriad details still swirled in his mind, preventing him from feeling at ease. Xiaoxi had been waiting for him at the precinct's entrance. Upon seeing him emerge, her face brightened with a smile, and she hurried toward him. Mo Fan, you must be exhausted today, she said with concern, gently linking her arm with his. As Mo Fan gazed at Xiaoxi's tender visage, warmth surged through him, alleviating some of his fatigue. Fortunately, the case has been solved. A weight has lifted off my chest, he sighed lightly. Walking side by side down the street, Xiaoxi animatedly recounted trivial matters from her day, striving to lighten Mo Fan's mood. He listened intently, occasionally responding, yet his thoughts inevitably wandered back to work. He recalled the subtle clues and intricate testing processes during Li Hui's autopsy, as well as the various difficulties and challenges encountered during the investigation. At that moment, Mo Fan's phone abruptly rang. Pulling it out, he noted it was a call from Captain Zhang. A sense of trepidation gripped him. He sensed the possibility of yet another new case. Mo Fan, we just received a report. A burglary has occurred in a high-end residential area in southern Yun City, and the homeowner appears to have sustained serious injuries. You need to hurry to the scene. Captain Zhang's voice was urgent on the other end of the line. Mo Fan hung up and glanced apologetically at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, there's another case. I need to head to the scene. Though Xiaoxi felt a twinge of disappointment, she nodded understandingly. You go ahead. Be careful. I will wait for your return. Mo Fan hurried to the crime scene, which was a luxurious villa set amidst a picturesque environment. Boasting seemingly robust security measures, the villa's front door stood ajar, and a police cordon had been established at the entrance, where Captain Zhang and several officers were conducting an on-site investigation. What's the situation? Mo Fan approached Captain Zhang, inquiring. Captain Zhang pointed towards the villa and remarked, the homeowner is Chun Hai, a successful entrepreneur. According to his family, upon returning home today, they found the house in disarray. Chun Hai sustained serious injuries while grappling with the intruders and has since been rushed to the hospital for emergency care. Mo Fan entered the villa, where chaos reigned. Various items were strewn across the floor, and drawers and cabinets lay open, clearly having been meticulously searched. He crouched down to scrutinize the traces on the ground. On the living room carpet, he discovered peculiar footprints, distinct in size and shape, seemingly left by a pair of specially crafted shoes. These footprints are significant. They may belong to the suspect. We should extract them to see if we can find matching clues. Mo Fan instructed the technicians nearby. Continuing his examination, he surveyed the room and noticed slight scratches on the study's window, indicative of an attempted break-in with a tool. From these marks, it appears the suspect entered through the window and likely possesses considerable experience in such matters. Mo Fan deduced. Captain Zhang nodded in agreement, stating, I have dispatched personnel to investigate Chun Hai's social connections to determine if he had any enemies or business rivals. Mo Fan continued his search within the villa, hoping to uncover more clues. In Chun Hai's bedroom, he stumbled upon a safe, its door ajar and contents thoroughly plundered. It remains unclear what the safe contained, but it seems to have been the primary target of the intruder. Mo Fan remarked. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from the hospital that he quickly answered, and the doctor on the other end conveyed, Officer Mo, Chun Hai's injuries are grave. We have done all we could, but he has just passed away. With a heavy heart, Mo Fan hung up and solemnly informed Captain Zhang. Chen Hai is deceased. It appears this case has escalated from a burglary to a homicide. Captain Zhang's expression turned grave as he replied, "We must expedite our investigation. Let us head to the hospital to examine Chen Hai's body. Perhaps we can uncover new leads." Upon arriving at the hospital, Mo Fan conducted a preliminary examination of Chen Hai's body. Multiple stab wounds marred his form, with the fatal blow piercing his chest and directly striking his heart. Mo Fan meticulously observed the shape and depth of the wounds, concluding that the weapon was likely a sharp dagger. The nature of these injuries suggests the assailant was ruthless and decisive, Mo Fan noted. While examining Chen Hai's clothing, he discovered a crumpled note in his pocket, inscribed with a series of numbers and letters that resembled a code or password. This could be a crucial clue. "I shall take it back for further examination," Mo Fan said, carefully placing the note into an evidence bag. Upon returning to the police station, Mo Fan promptly undertook a detailed autopsy of Chen Hai. During the procedure, he found remnants of food in Chen Hai's stomach, confirmed through testing to be a lavish meal of fine red wine and steak. "It seems Chen Hai had just enjoyed a sumptuous dinner before his untimely demise," he remarked. Simultaneously, Captain Zhang received new findings. Investigating Chen Hai's social circles revealed a formidable business rival named Lin Yu. The two had engaged in fierce competition over various projects, and recent disputes over a substantial contract had exacerbated their tensions. "Lin Yu is a prime suspect. We should look into his whereabouts during the incident," Captain Zhang stated. Mo Fan nodded. Remaining focused on his work, he diligently analyzed the note he had found in Chen Hai's pocket, attempting to decipher the code. After considerable effort, he deduced that the numbers and letters likely pertained to a bank account. "Captain Zhang, I have cracked the code. It appears to be information regarding a bank account. Perhaps Chen Hai's safe contained important documents related to this account," Mo Fan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Captain Zhang's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Let us swiftly investigate this account at the bank and see if we can uncover additional leads." The pair proceeded to the bank, where, with the assistance of bank staff, they initiated an inquiry into the account. They discovered it to be an anonymous account with frequent transactions, some of which were linked to illicit activities. It seems Chen Hai may have been entangled in illegal dealings, potentially the catalyst for his tragic fate, Mo Fan observed. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into the identity of the account holder, the police station received news that Lin Yu had an alibi. He was attending an important business conference out of town at the time of the incident. "It appears we may have misjudged our direction. Lin Yu is not the perpetrator," Captain Zhang said. Furrowing his brow, Mo Fan fell into contemplation, reevaluating all the clues of the case in search of a new lead. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar footprints discovered in the villa. Perhaps an investigation into those prints could yield fresh insights. He returned to the police station and conducted a more thorough analysis of the footprints. By comparing them with various shoe prints in the database, he finally yielded a match. "Captain Zhang, I have uncovered new evidence. These footprints belong to a type of specialized burglary shoe, typically employed by professional theft rings," Mo Fan reported. Captain Zhang nodded, stating, "Then we shall focus our investigation on theft rings and see if any similar burglaries have occurred in Yun City, hoping to uncover more leads on this gang." Mo Fan and Captain Zhang immersed themselves once more into the intense investigative efforts, aware that the truth behind this burglary homicide was layered in complexity. Only by identifying the true culprit could they provide closure to Chen Hai and his family. Meanwhile, in a corner of the police station, Yilin quietly observed Mo Fan's progress. Having relinquished her feelings but still wishing for his success and safety, she too was striving to adjust her mindset. Preparing to face new challenges in work and life. Chapter 34. Pursuit of clues amidst the fog. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang established the direction of their investigation, focusing on professional theft rings. They swiftly convened relevant personnel from the police station for a tense yet orderly meeting to sift through leads. "Let us begin by reviewing recent theft cases in Yun City to identify any with similar methodologies," Captain Zhang proclaimed, his gaze resolute as he surveyed the assembled officers. The officers diligently retrieved their materials on theft cases, engaging in careful comparisons. The meeting room buzzed with the sounds of shuffling papers and hushed discussions. Mo Fan sat at his station, brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on a pile of case documents. He understood that discerning pertinent clues related to the Chen Hai case amidst the multitude of thefts would be no simple task. Yet he believed that with meticulous attention, he would uncover the faintest traces. As time ticked by, the atmosphere within the meeting room grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, a young officer leaped to his feet, excitement written across his face. "Captain, I have found a case that bears similarities to the burglary at Chen Hai's residence." Captain Zhang and Mo Fan promptly approached the officer, who pointed to a document on the table. "Half a month ago, a burglary occurred in a neighborhood in eastern Yun City. The homeowner was away, and the house was left in disarray, with signs of forced entry at the window, most notably. Unusual footprints were also discovered at the scene. Mo Fan took the document and read it thoroughly. He noted that although there were no casualties in this case, the methods employed mirrored those in Chen Hai's case in numerous respects. It seems we have stumbled upon a significant lead. These two cases are likely the work of the same theft ring, Mo Fan concluded. Captain Zhang nodded in agreement and turned to the other officers. Continue to investigate this case further. See if you can gather more information about this theft ring. Additionally, enhance patrols across all areas of Yun City to prevent any further incidents. Mo Fan and the officer who had uncovered the lead returned to the scene of the previous burglary. It was an ordinary residential building, with the affected unit located on the 3rd floor. They entered the room, which had been tidied somewhat but still bore the remnants of the previous chaos. Mo Fan meticulously examined the window's pry marks, noting that they were nearly identical to those found at Chen Hai's home, both created by a specialized tool. This is not a tool that an ordinary burglar would employ. It seems this theft ring is highly professional, Mo Fan noted. After searching the room thoroughly, Mo Fan found no new clues. He and the officer descended the stairs, preparing to question the neighbors. At that moment, an elderly lady from the 2nd floor approached them. Officers, are you investigating the burglary upstairs? She inquired. Mo Fan nodded and replied, yes, ma'am. Did you happen to see any suspicious individuals or hear any unusual noises at that time? The elderly lady pondered for a moment before responding. That day, I was watching television at home and thought I heard some faint noises from upstairs, but I didn't pay much attention. However, I recall that afternoon when I noticed 2 young individuals loitering in the corridor, their attire quite unremarkable, yet there was an unsettling air about them. Could you describe their appearance? Mo Fan inquired eagerly. The elderly lady furrowed her brow, striving to recollect. One was slightly taller, slender with short hair, while the other was shorter, somewhat plump, with longer hair and wearing a hat. And that shorter one seemed to have a tattoo on his hand. Mo Fan exchanged a glance with the officer, a flicker of excitement igniting within them. This was a crucial lead. They thanked the elderly lady and promptly returned to the police station, compiling the descriptions of the suspects to disseminate among all officers, urging them to remain vigilant during their patrols and investigations. Meanwhile, Mo Fan delved deeper into the footprints extracted from Chen Hai's residence. He discerned that the footprint's owner exhibited some peculiar walking habits. And through analyzing these traits, he surmised that the suspect's height and weight estimates could be more precise than initially thought. Captain Zhang, I have made a new breakthrough in the footprint analysis, based on the depth and pressure distribution. I estimate the suspect's height to be between 175 and 180 centimeters, with a weight around 70 to 80 kilograms. The tattooed, shorter suspect might be slightly shorter and lighter. Mo Fan reported his findings to Captain Zhang, who nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This information will aid us significantly in apprehending the suspects. Let us expand our investigation to uncover more clues about these 2 individuals. Returning to his office, Mo Fan continued to scrutinize the case materials. He recalled the note with bank account information found in Chen Hai's pocket. Although it was confirmed that the account was linked to illicit transactions, the identity of the account holder remained a mystery. He resolved to conduct a more thorough inquiry into this account. With the bank's assistance, Mo Fan obtained additional transaction records related to the account. He discovered that the funding sources were exceedingly complex, involving multiple companies and individuals, with numerous transactions obscured by layers of transfers intended to conceal their true origins. The individual behind this account is quite cautious. Uncovering the true owner will not be easy. Mo Fan mused to himself. Just then, Yilin entered the room. Noticing Mo Fan's weary demeanor, she felt a pang of concern. Mo Fan, you've been working for quite some time. You should take a break. Yilin suggested. Mo Fan shook his head resolutely. No, this case is intricate. I must find leads swiftly, or the perpetrator may evade justice. Seeing the determination in Mo Fan's eyes only deepened Yilin's admiration for him. Acknowledging her inability to persuade him to rest, she offered, then let me assist you in the analysis. 2 minds are better than one. Gratefully, Mo Fan nodded, and together they sat before the computer, meticulously examining the account's transaction records. Yilin soon discovered an anomalous flow of funds. After transferring from the account, the money entered what appeared to be an ordinary company account, yet the company's business scope and the funds' intended use seemed incongruous. Mo Fan, look at this transaction. The company appears suspicious, Yilin pointed out. Mo Fan scrutinized the details, his eyes lighting up. You're right. This company is likely a facade for money laundering. That we should investigate this company further to uncover more about the account holder. Without delay, Mo Fan and Yilin set off for the dubious company. Upon arriving at the address, they found the premises deserted, With only an empty office remaining, it seems they have sensed our investigation and vacated. Mo Fan remarked, frowning. Just as they prepared to leave, Mo Fan spotted a business card tucked in a corner of the office. The card bore a name and phone number. Li Chong, the manager of this company. This could be a crucial lead. Let us return and investigate this Li Chong. Mo Fan carefully pocketed the card, and he and Yilin returned to the police station. Upon their return, Mo Fan immediately initiated an investigation into Li Chong. Through inquiries into household registration and various databases, he discovered that Li Chong had a criminal record, previously arrested for theft and fraud. It appears that Li Chong is likely connected to this theft ring, possibly even a core member. Mo Fan stated. At that moment, Captain Zhang hurriedly entered the room. Mo Fan, there's new information. We've spotted two suspicious individuals near an abandoned warehouse in Yun City. Their descriptions closely match those provided by the elderly lady, Captain Zhang conveyed. Mo Fan and Yilin swiftly rose, joining Captain Zhang and a team of officers as they headed toward the abandoned warehouse. Aware that this might be a prime opportunity to apprehend the suspects, a tense operation was about to unfold, and the truth behind the case seemed to be gradually unveiled, though the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Chapter 35. The thrilling encounter at the abandoned warehouse. Mo Fan, Yilin, and Captain Zhang led a team of officers hastily toward the abandoned warehouse in Yun City. Inside the police vehicle, the atmosphere was charged with tension, each officer gripping their weapons tightly, their expressions revealing determination and vigilance. According to intel, the two suspects are likely hiding within the abandoned warehouse. Exercise caution and refrain from any rash actions. Captain Zhang instructed gravely, scanning the faces of his officers. Our objective is to apprehend the suspects while ensuring the safety of ourselves and the surrounding public. Seated in the passenger seat, Mo Fan silently prayed for a successful operation. Fully aware that these two individuals might be linked to multiple thefts and even Chun Hai's demise, their capture was crucial for unraveling the entire case. As the police vehicle approached the abandoned warehouse, Mo Fan peered through the window, meticulously observing the surrounding environment. The warehouse was situated in a desolate area, overgrown with weeds, and the dilapidated buildings appeared particularly eerie in the night. The warehouse's main entrance was firmly shut, and the windows were boarded up, offering no indication of any activity within. Captain Zhang signaled for the officers to disembark, and they divided into small groups, encircling the warehouse from different angles. Mo Fan and Yilin followed closely behind Captain Zhang, cautiously approaching the main entrance. Captain, how do we get inside? One officer whispered. Captain Zhang pondered for a moment before replying. Let us first search for any alternate entrances. We should avoid forcing the door open to prevent alerting the suspects. The officers dispersed, meticulously scouring the area around the warehouse. Mo Fan and Yilin rounded to the side of the building and discovered a partially ajar small window. Mo Fan exchanged a glance with Yilin, and the two crept closer to the window, straining to hear any sounds from within. Suddenly, a commotion erupted inside the warehouse, suggesting that someone was arguing. Mo Fan and Yilin exchanged a tense glance, acutely aware that the suspects might have detected the police's presence. Captain, the suspects may have discovered us. There's movement inside. Mo Fan communicated via the intercom. Everyone, be alert and prepare for action. Captain Zhang commanded decisively. The officers swiftly regrouped at the warehouse entrance, and with a powerful kick, Captain Zhang forced the door open, and they charged into the warehouse like a pack of wolves. The air inside was thick with a pungent odor, and in the dim light, Mo Fan spotted two figures attempting to flee from the opposite side of the warehouse. Stop! Do not move, the officers shouted. Instead of halting, the two suspects quickened their pace. Mo Fan and Yilin joined the officers in pursuit. In the cluttered storeroom of the warehouse, the taller, slender suspect suddenly turned, brandishing a dagger and lunging toward the officer at the front. Watch out! Mo Fan yelled, rushing forward and executing a swift sidekick that sent the dagger flying from the suspect's grasp. The suspect, seeing this, swung his fist at Mo Fan, who deftly dodged before executing a throw that sent the assailant crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the shorter, slightly plump suspect with longer hair and a hat stubbornly resisted. He grabbed a wooden stick from the ground and swung it at Yilin. She deftly sidestepped, the stick narrowly missing her shoulder. Reacting quickly, Yilin lunged forward, seizing the suspect's wrist and twisting it forcefully, causing him to drop the stick. However, just as Yilin was about to subdue the suspect, he suddenly broke free from her grasp and sprinted toward the warehouse's exit. Spotting this, Mo Fan immediately abandoned his current struggle to chase after the fleeing suspect. Don't let him escape, Captain Zhang shouted from behind. Mo Fan pursued relentlessly. The suspect was fast, weaving through the clutter of the warehouse. Yet, Mo Fan's agility kept them from gaining any distance. Cornered in a tight space, the suspect abruptly halted, turning to glare menacingly at Mo Fan. "Don't push me. I'll fight you," he panted, his eyes glinting with malice. Mo Fan remained calm, replying, "You have no opportunity left. Surrender now." The suspect suddenly drew a handgun from his jacket and fired a shot at Mo Fan. Reacting swiftly, Mo Fan sidestepped and took cover behind a nearby crate. The bullet whizzed past his ear, startling him, yet he understood that retreat was not an option. "Put down your weapon. It's not too late to surrender," Mo Fan shouted. The suspect ignored Mo Fan's warning and continued firing at his hiding place. Concealed behind the crate, Mo Fan quickly devised a strategy. He noticed some discarded pipes nearby and, with a flash of inspiration, decided to use them to maneuver behind the suspect. Mo Fan cautiously crawled along the pipes, striving to remain silent. When he reached the rear of the suspect, the latter was still shooting at the crate. Seizing the moment, Mo Fan lunged at the suspect, knocking the gun from his hand. The two engaged in a fierce struggle on the ground, but Mo Fan's strength and skill ultimately subdued the assailant. Just then, Captain Zhang and other officers arrived at the scene. They handcuffed the two suspects and escorted them to the police car. Mo Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a wave of relief. "Well done, Mo Fan," Captain Zhang praised, patting him on the shoulder. "This is a collective effort," Mo Fan replied with a smile. Once back at the precinct, Mo Fan and Yi Lin immediately began interrogating the two suspects. Initially, both suspects attempted to deny their involvement, refusing to admit their crimes. However, as Mo Fan and Yi Lin presented a series of evidence, including footprints, fingerprints, and other traces left at the crime scene, the suspect's psychological defenses began to crumble. "We were just hired hands. We don't know the specifics," said the tall suspect. "Hired by whom? Reveal his name." Mo Fan queried sternly. "We only know him as the boss, but we really don't know his true identity. He always contacted us through anonymous calls to assign tasks," replied the short suspect. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances. Realizing that this boss was the person they truly needed to locate, they continued the interrogation, striving to extract more information about the boss from the suspects. Meanwhile, Mo Fan recalled a business card he had discovered earlier at a suspicious company, which bore the name Li Chong. That he retrieved the card and showed it to the suspects. "Do you recognize this individual?" Mo Fan inquired. The two suspects glanced at the card. The tall suspect hesitated before responding. "I think I have some recollection. He seems to have had contact with the boss, but I'm not sure of the exact nature of their relationship." Mo Fan felt a surge of excitement. This was a significant lead that he resolved to investigate Li Chong further while ensuring he extracted every possible piece of information from the two suspects. During the subsequent interrogation, Mo Fan and Yi Lin gathered additional insights regarding the modus operandi of the theft ring and the behavioral patterns of the boss. Although this information was insufficient to definitively identify the boss, it brought them a step closer to the truth. After the interrogation concluded, Mo Fan and Yi Lin emerged from the room, weary yet aware that the case was far from resolved, with more challenges awaiting them. Nevertheless, they firmly believed that persistence would ultimately unveil the truth and bring the mastermind to justice. Meanwhile, that elusive boss lurking in the shadows seemed to be plotting a new scheme, heralding an impending clash. Chapter 36. Pursuing clues in the fog. Exiting the interrogation room, Mo Fan and Yi Lin leaned wearily against the corridor wall of the precinct, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Although the two suspects had not directly revealed the identity of the boss, the clues they provided shone like a glimmer of dawn amidst the darkness, infusing the investigation with renewed hope. Mo Fan gazed at the card bearing the name Li Chang, his brow furrowed. "The connection between Li Chang and the boss might be the key to uncovering the truth," he murmured, his voice imbued with determination. Yi Lin nodded slightly, her eyes glinting with contemplation. "Yet, our knowledge of Li Chang is still scant. We only know he is the contact for that dubious company. What secrets lie behind him?" she pondered. A hint of uncertainty in her tone, the pair resolved to begin their inquiry by investigating Li Chang's background. They proceeded to the precinct's information center and began an intense search at the computer. By sifting through the household registration system, business registration records, and various social information databases, they gradually pieced together some fundamental details about Li Chang. He was a 38-year-old local from Yun City, serving as the marketing manager at a company named Hengyuan Trading Company, Ltd. On the surface, he appeared to be an ordinary office employee. However, Mo Fan and Yi Lin uncovered troubling details during their deeper investigation into Hengyuan Trading Company Limited. The company's registered address was in a remote office building. The workspace was rudimentary, and the employee count was minimal, yet the financial records indicated substantial capital flow. This irregular financial activity suggested potential involvement in illicit operations. "Look at this financial data," Mo Fan pointed at the screen. Addressing Yi Lin, She scrutinized the figures and nodded in agreement. Moreover, according to the suspect's testimonies, Li Chang has had contact with the boss, indicating that this company likely has close ties to our investigation. To gain further insight into Li Chang's daily activities and social connections, Mo Fan and Yi Lin decided to conduct surveillance on him. They donned plain clothes, driving an inconspicuous car to the vicinity of Hengyuan Trading Company Ltd. Settling into a CAF across from the office building, they occupied a window seat, observing the entrances and exits. After a prolonged wait, they finally spotted Li Chang emerging from the building, dressed in a suit and clutching a briefcase. He appeared hurried. "Where is he headed?" Yilin whispered. "Let us follow him. We'll find out," Mo Fan replied, setting down his coffee cup as they rose to leave the CAF. They trailed Li Chang at a distance. Watching as he entered a black sedan, Mo Fan and Yilin quickly hopped into their own vehicle, closely pursuing him. Li Chang's car navigated through the bustling commercial district and past older residential areas before finally stopping outside an inconspicuous bar. Li Chang exited the vehicle, glanced around, and then entered the establishment. Mo Fan and Yi Lin parked nearby and followed him into the bar. Inside, the dim lighting and booming music created a chaotic atmosphere. They cautiously searched the bar for Li Chang and finally spotted him in a corner, seated with a man wearing sunglasses, seemingly engaged in conversation. Mo Fan and Yi Lin chose a nearby table, feigning indifference while intently listening to their dialogue. The loud music made it difficult to catch every word, but they managed to overhear fragmented phrases. "The plan can't delay any longer. The police are watching closely. The money, when will it arrive?" Exchanging glances, Mo Fan and Yi Lin understood that these snippets of conversation could hold significant relevance to their case. However, the limited information left them unable to ascertain the complete meaning of what they had overheard. At that moment, Li Chang appeared to sense he was being watched. He abruptly halted the conversation and glanced in Mo Fan and Yi Lin's direction. Startled, they quickly lowered their heads, pretending to engage in their own discussion. After a moment of hesitation, Li Chang exchanged a few words with the man in sunglasses before both stood up and exited the bar. Mo Fan and Yi Lin sprang into action, trailing them outside. Upon exiting, Li Chang and the man got into a car, which sped away from the scene. Mo Fan and Yi Lin hurried back to their vehicle, resuming their pursuit. However, Li Chang's car sped through the city streets, zigzagging in an attempt to shake them off. Mo Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, focusing intently on the vehicle ahead to maintain their distance at an intersection, taking advantage of a red light. Li Chang's car suddenly accelerated through it. Mo Fan hesitated momentarily as he watched the signal turn red, but unwilling to lose sight of the suspect, he gritted his teeth and followed suit. Just then, a car barreled out from the side, nearly colliding with Mo Fan's vehicle. He swerved sharply, narrowly avoiding an accident. "Watch out!" Yi Lin screamed in fright. Mo Fan, disregarding her alarm, kept his gaze fixed on the vehicle ahead. After a tense chase, they finally saw Li Chang's car halt in front of an abandoned factory. Both men exited the vehicle and entered the factory. Mo Fan and Yi Lin parked at a distance and cautiously approached the factory. The entrance was tightly shut, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. They maneuvered to the side of the building and discovered a dilapidated window. Peering inside, they observed Li Chang and the man in sunglasses standing beside a massive machine, seemingly inspecting something. "What are they doing?" Yi Lin whispered. "I don't know, but there's definitely something amiss here. We need to find a way inside," Mo Fan declared as he began to search for an entrance to the factory. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from within the factory, suggesting a heated dispute was underway. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged a glance, their hearts racing with the understanding that this might be an opportunity. They finally located a dilapidated side door, which Mo Fan gently pushed open, allowing both to cautiously step inside the factory. A pungent odor filled the air, and under the dim lighting, they spotted Li Chang embroiled in an argument with the man wearing sunglasses and several others. "You've bungled the job. The police are closing in on us," the man in sunglasses exclaimed furiously. "We did our utmost. Who could have anticipated the police's efficiency?" Li Chang retorted. Mo Fan and Yi Lin stealthily edged closer, eager to glean more information. Just then, a man noticed their presence. "Intruders!" he shouted. Li Chang and the others immediately turned to face Mo Fan and Yi Lin, their expressions paling with fear. "Seize them," the man in sunglasses commanded menacingly. A group charged at Mo Fan and Yi Lin, who swiftly reacted and engaged in a fierce struggle. In the dim factory, an intense battle unfolded. Would Mo Fan and Yi Lin manage to escape unscathed and uncover critical clues regarding the case? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 37. The clash and the dawn of truth. Inside the dimly lit factory, dust swirled as shouts, and the sounds of combat intertwined. Mo Fan and Yi Lin stood back to back, bracing themselves against a menacing crowd. Despite being outnumbered and confronted with aggression, Mo Fan's gaze remained resolute, unyielding in the face of danger. Yi Lin, though anxious, firmly gripped a makeshift weapon, prepared to counter the impending assault. The leader, the man in sunglasses, gestured, and several burly men lunged at them like ravenous wolves. Mo Fan deftly sidestepped a powerful punch, seizing the assailant's arm and executing a flawless shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground. The man groaned in pain, struggling to rise, only to be pinned down by Mo Fan's foot on his back, momentarily incapacitating him. Yi Lin, refusing to be outdone, wielded her makeshift weapon and repelled two advancing foes, the air slicing with the force of her strikes, her eyes radiating determination and resolve, undeterred by the opponent's strength. However, the sheer number of adversaries gradually encircled them, rendering their situation increasingly precarious. "Who are you? Why are you opposing us?" Li Chong shouted, panic and anger etched across his features. "We are the police here to expose your crimes," Mo Fan declared loudly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixated on Li Chong. Upon hearing police, the crowd hesitated, a flicker of fear crossing their faces. Yet, the man in sunglasses quickly regained composure, growling, "Whether they are police or not, they can't leave here alive. Otherwise, we are all doomed." With that, the crowd rallied their courage and surged once more at Mo Fan and Yi Lin. Mo Fan and Yi Lin fought valiantly, coordinating their efforts, but they were gradually succumbing to the relentless onslaught. Accumulating injuries. Yi Lin, caught off guard, was struck from behind by a burly man, falling heavily to the ground. Yi Lin, Mo Fan gasped, momentarily distracted, earning a painful blow to his shoulder that made him wince. Yet, ignoring his own pain, he rushed to protect Yi Lin, positioning himself defensively while vigilantly assessing their surroundings. In that critical moment, a sudden wail of police sirens pierced the air. Captain Zhang, having sensed their potential peril from the intel provided by Mo Fan and Yi Lin, had led a team of officers to their aid just in time. Hearing the sirens, chaos erupted within the factory. The man in sunglasses, realizing the gravity of the situation, attempted to flee. Mo Fan, quick as lightning, dashed forward and seized his collar. Trying to escape? Not so easily, he snarled. The man in sunglasses struggled fiercely, striking Mo Fan in the abdomen with his elbow. Mo Fan winced but held fast, tightening his grip. At that moment, several police officers stormed in and swiftly subdued the other assailants. Captain Zhang hurried to Mo Fan's side, assisting in restraining the man in sunglasses. "Are you all right?" he inquired with concern. "We're fine, just a few scrapes," Mo Fan replied, wiping a trace of blood from his lip. Yi Lin also rose from the ground, shaking her head to indicate she was unharmed. Subsequently, the officers conducted a thorough search of the factory. In a concealed room, they uncovered a trove of documents and ledgers, which, upon preliminary examination, revealed the illicit dealings of Unveiling Trading Company, encompassing money laundering, smuggling, and other criminal activities. Mo Fan and Yi Lin meticulously sifted through the documents, hoping to unearth additional leads regarding the mastermind behind the operation. Suddenly, Yi Lin discovered a photograph tucked within a ledger's pages. The image depicted a man in a suit standing before an opulent building, smiling, with the logo of Unveiling Trading Company prominently displayed in the background. "Who is this man?" Yi Lin asked, handing the photograph to Mo Fan. Mo Fan scrutinized the image, a glimmer of recognition flashing in his eyes. "I believe I've encountered him before. Let me think," he murmured. Moments later, realization dawned upon him. He is Zhao Wenhui, a wealthy businessman in Yunqing, reputedly influential in the commercial sphere. "That I've seen his photograph in reports about business events." Captain Zhang's brow furrowed at this revelation. "If he truly is the mastermind, the situation becomes considerably more complicated. He wields extensive connections in Yunqing, making it difficult to bring him down, regardless of his power. We cannot let him evade justice. This evidence sufficiently implicates him in these criminal activities," Mo Fan asserted resolutely. Consequently, the police initiated an investigation into Zhao Wenhui. They discovered that while he publicly operated several legitimate businesses, he was clandestinely conducting various illegal activities through Unveiling Trading Company. He utilized his wealth and connections to bribe officials, evading legal repercussions, and had remained untouchable for years. Mo Fan and Yi Lin returned to the offices of Unveiling Trading Company for a more thorough investigation. In Zhao Wenhui's office, they discovered a hidden safe. After considerable effort, they managed to open it, revealing an array of documents and cash. Among these documents, they found irrefutable evidence of Zhao Wenhui's collusion with other criminal organizations. as well as directives he issued to Li Chong and others to engage in illicit activities. Such evidence was indisputable, sufficient to bring Zhao Wenhui to justice. Simultaneously, the police launched a manhunt for Zhao Wenhui. Sensing the impending collapse of his scheme, he attempted to flee, but the police had already established an impenetrable net, ultimately capturing him. In the interrogation room, Zhao Wenhui initially sought to deny his involvement. But when Mo Fan and Captain Zhang laid out the evidence before him, his complexion paled, and he was compelled to confess that I thought my plans were foolproof, yet you still uncovered my schemes. Zhao Wenhui lamented. The law's reach is inexorable. No crime escapes its consequences, Mo Fan stated gravely. With Zhao Wenhui's apprehension, the intricate case involving multiple criminal domains reached resolution that Mo Fan, Yi Lin, and Captain Zhang breathed a collective sigh of relief. Their efforts vindicated, and justice prevailed. However, Mo Fan understood that within the city of Yunqing, other malevolence likely lurked, and he and his colleagues would continue their steadfast commitment to uphold the safety and justice of the city. After the case concluded, Mo Fan and Yi Lin returned to the precinct. Observing the wounds on Yi Lin's body, he felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry for your injuries, he murmured. Why? Yi Lin smiled. Shaking her head. It's all right. We accomplished our mission together, and these wounds are trivial. As Mo Fan gazed into Yi Lin's steadfast yet gentle eyes, warmth surged within him. After enduring numerous cases and dangers, he suddenly realized that Yi Lin had become increasingly significant in his heart. At that moment, his thoughts drifted to Qiaoxi, plunging him into a whirlwind of inner conflict. In the days to come, how would Mo Fan navigate his emotions? What new cases and challenges awaited him? All remained cloaked in the unknown, beckoning him to explore and resolve. Chapter 38. The whirlwind of emotion and new challenges in the aftermath of the case's resolution. Sunlight bathed Yunqing streets, infusing the city with warmth. Inside the precinct, Mo Fan and Yi Lin resumed their respective duties after completing the aftermath of the case. Mo Fan sat at his desk, his gaze somewhat unfocused, as his thoughts involuntarily drifted into the complexities of emotions. Yi Lin stole a glance at Mo Fan, noticing his furrowed brow, seemingly lost in contemplation. A tumult of emotions surged within her. While she felt elated by the successful resolution of the case, she simultaneously grappled with her feelings for Mo Fan. Aware of his romantic involvement with Qiaoxi, she found her affections for him growing uncontrollably, akin to the relentless tendrils of a vine. Just then, Qiaoxi burst into the precinct with her usual exuberance. Clad in a stylish professional outfit, she radiated confidence. Mo Fan, I heard you solved another major case. So impressive. Qiaoxi's voice rang out, crisp and bright. Capturing the attention of many within the precinct, Mo Fan lifted his head and caught sight of Qiaoxi, forcing a faint smile. Indeed, it was thanks to everyone's efforts. His tone was flat, lacking the enthusiasm he typically displayed upon seeing her. Qiaoxi noticed Mo Fan's unusual demeanor and approached him, asking with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling too tired?" Mo Fan shook his head. "I'm fine. Perhaps it's just that I've been a bit worn out with all the recent cases." He did not wish to delve into his internal struggles with Qiaoxi at that moment, so he redirected the conversation. "What brings you here today?" Qiaoxi smiled. "Of course, I'm here to interview you. Such a significant case. I couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Besides, I've missed you." Her eyes sparkled with affection. Yet Mo Fan averted his gaze. Yi Lin, observing their interaction from the side, felt a pang of pain in her heart. She lowered her head, attempting to concentrate on her work, trying to ignore their conversation. However, Qiaoxi's laughter and Mo Fan's occasional responses continually reached her ears, making it difficult for her to focus. After the interview concluded, Qiaoxi invited Mo Fan to dinner. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. He knew it was essential to have a proper conversation with Qiaoxi. Perhaps it was time to clarify his feelings. They arrived at a familiar restaurant, once filled with their sweet memories. But today the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Qiaoxi ordered their favorite dishes in an attempt to create a relaxed environment. Yet Mo Fan remained distracted. "Mo Fan, what's really bothering you? Did I do something wrong that made you unhappy?" Qiaoxi finally asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mo Fan looked at her, feeling a surge of guilt, but he understood that he could no longer prolong the inevitable. "Qiaoxi, I think we need to take a step back. We've gone through a lot recently, and I've realized my feelings are rather muddled." Instantly, Qiaoxi's face paled. "Are you saying you want to break up with me? Haven't we been doing well?" Mo Fan sighed. "Qiaoxi, you are a wonderful girl, and I once cared for you deeply. However, in our work, Yi Lin and I have faced numerous dangers and challenges together, and I've found that my feelings for her have gradually changed without my realization. I don't want to deceive you or myself." Upon hearing Mo Fan's words, tears streamed down Qiaoxi's face. "So, you've fallen for Yi Lin? I truly never expected our relationship to be so fragile. Mo Fan watched her weep, his heart heavy with remorse. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi, it's my fault. But matters of the heart are indeed difficult to control. I hope you can find someone who truly deserves you and brings you happiness. Xiaoxi wiped her tears, suppressing her sorrow. All right, Mo Fan, I respect your decision, but I hope you won't have regrets and that you think carefully to avoid hurting Yilin or yourself. With that, she stood up and left the restaurant. Mo Fan sat there, watching her retreating figure. Feeling a tumult of emotions, he knew he had hurt Xiaoxi, yet he did not wish to continue struggling within the vortex of his feelings. He resolved to confront his emotions for Yilin and face the future with courage. Upon returning to the precinct, Mo Fan found Yilin still working late. He approached her and softly said, Yilin, you've worked hard today. Why? Yilin looked up, surprised to see him. Mo Fan, you're back? Didn't you go to dinner with Xiaoxi? Mo Fan took a deep breath. I spoke with Xiaoxi, and we decided to part ways. Why? Yilin, I've wanted to tell you that my feelings for you have evolved beyond mere colleagues during our time working together. I like you. Why? Yilin's eyes widened in disbelief. Mo Fan, are you serious? Her voice trembled, filled with hope. Mo Fan nodded. Yes, it's true. Yilin, I understand this may come as a shock, but these are my sincere feelings. I hope you can give me a chance to try being together. A joyful smile spread across Yilin's face as she gently nodded. Mo Fan, I've liked you for a long time. I just didn't dare to express it. I'm willing to be with you. Just as they basked in their happiness, Captain Zhang's voice cut through the moment. Mo Fan, Yilin, there's a new case that a bizarre murder has occurred in a village on the outskirts of Yun City. Prepare yourselves. We leave immediately. Mo Fan and Yilin exchanged a glance and replied in unison. All right, we're on it. They swiftly tucked away their joy and regained their professional demeanor, gathering their tools and following Captain Zhang to the crime scene. The village on the outskirts of Yun City was tranquil and quaint, yet it now exuded an air of tension and fear. Villagers gathered around the crime scene, whispering among themselves. Mo Fan and Yilin wove through the crowd and found the body lying on the ground. The deceased was a middle-aged man, curled up with a contorted face, as if he had endured immense suffering before death. Mo Fan crouched down, meticulously examining the surface of the body, yet he found no apparent external injuries. A frown formed on his brow, a flicker of doubt surfacing in his mind. At a first glance, there were no visible fatal wounds. Death could have been caused by poisoning or other factors. Mo Fan stood up and addressed Yilin. I don't see any clear signs of trauma. It's quite puzzling. Why? Yilin nodded. I find it strange too. Sudden death without external injuries is indeed suspicious. They began a thorough investigation of the scene. Hoping to uncover clues, beside the corpse, they discovered a shattered porcelain bowl containing remnants of a black liquid. Mo Fan carefully collected some samples, intending to take them back to the precinct for analysis. This bowl could be a key clue. Perhaps the deceased consumed something from it that led to his demise. He stated, that moment. A villager approached, fear etched on his face. Officer, this is terrifying. The deceased is Li Fugue from our village. He was quite healthy. How could he have suddenly died? Mo Fan inquired. Did Li Fugue have any enemies? Or had he exhibited any unusual behavior? The villager pondered for a moment. Li Fugue was known for being shrewd and had conflicts with some villagers. But it's hard to believe someone would go so far as to kill him. Plus, there haven't been any recent unusual occurrences. Mo Fan and Yilin continued their investigation in the village, questioning other villagers, yet they gathered no valuable leads. They decided to transport the body back to the precinct for an autopsy, hoping to find more evidence from within. On the way back, both Mo Fan and Yilin were lost in thought. This new case was shrouded in mystery, and they were uncertain of the challenges that awaited them, but they were resolute that, as long as they worked together, they would uncover the truth and bring peace to the deceased. As they returned to the precinct, Mo Fan and Yilin wasted no time resting. They promptly wheeled Li Fugue's body into the autopsy room. Inside, the cold white light illuminated the space, where various dissection tools were neatly arranged. And the air was thick with the acrid scent of formaldehyde. Mo Fan donned a white lab coat, gloves, and a mask, his expression focused and determined. While Yilin stood beside him, equally prepared, holding a notepad and pen, ready to document any significant findings during the procedure. Let us begin. Mo Fan's deep voice resonated, breaking the silence in the autopsy room. He picked up a scalpel and carefully made an incision in the deceased's chest. Commencing his meticulous examination. While Yilin closely observed Mo Fan's actions, her eyes fixated on him. She watched as he skillfully separated the deceased's muscles and tissues, revealing the internal organs. Each movement was precise and fluid. Akin to performing a delicate surgery, let's first check the internal organs, Mo Fan said as he meticulously removed the heart, liver, lungs, and other organs. Scrutinizing their appearances and conditions, he noticed the liver's color was somewhat abnormal, exhibiting a dark yellow hue that suggested possible poisoning. Lin, make a note of this. The liver's discoloration might indicate poisoning. Lin quickly recorded the information, then inquired, Mo Fan, could the black liquid we found at the scene be the cause of the poisoning? Mo Fan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding, it's possible, but we can't be certain yet. We need to conduct a detailed chemical analysis of that liquid to reach an accurate conclusion. Moreover, there are numerous types of poison. Further examination is necessary to determine which toxin it might be. With that, Mo Fan continued his inspection of the other organs. While examining the stomach, he discovered some undigested food remnants. Appearing to be vegetables and rice, he carefully extracted these remnants, placing them in a nearby container for subsequent testing. These food remnants may provide clues. We should investigate what the deceased consumed last and whether it's possible that poison was administered through the food. Mo Fan remarked. Lin nodded, diligently noting the details. That moment, the door to the autopsy room swung open, and Captain Zhang entered, displaying a hint of urgency on his face, evidently concerned about the progress of the case. Mo Fan, Lin, have there been any discoveries? Captain Zhang inquired. Mo Fan straightened his posture, removed his gloves, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Preliminary assessments suggest that the deceased may have succumbed to poisoning. The liver exhibits abnormal coloration, and there are remnants of undigested food in the stomach. We are preparing for further testing. The black liquid found in the shattered porcelain bowl also requires analysis. Captain Zhang nodded, affirmatively replying, good, let's expedite the results. The villagers are highly concerned about this case. We must solve it promptly to alleviate their fears. Rest assured, Captain Zhang, we will act swiftly, Mo Fan replied. After Captain Zhang departed, Mo Fan and Lin resumed their autopsy work. They collected blood, urine, and other samples from the deceased, preparing for comprehensive analysis. After several hours of diligent effort, the autopsy was finally concluded. Mo Fan and Lin exited the autopsy room, fatigue evident in their demeanor as the night had deepened. Most personnel at the police station had already left for the day, leaving only a few offices illuminated. Let's take a rest for now and conduct the tests on the samples tomorrow, Mo Fan suggested, his voice tinged with weariness. Lin nodded, responding, yes, but don't overexert yourself. Observing Mo Fan's exhaustion stirred a wave of sympathy within her. The two returned to their respective offices, tidied up briefly, and prepared to head home for rest. Sitting at his desk, Mo Fan perused the autopsy records, lost in thought. Although the initial judgment indicated poisoning, the specific type of toxin and method of administration remained unclear, and the deceased's interpersonal relationships warranted further investigation. That moment, Lin gently knocked on the door and entered, holding a cup of hot coffee. She approached Mo Fan's side and said, have some coffee to perk you up. Mo Fan looked up at Lin, warmth flooding his heart. Thank you. Lin. He accepted the coffee, savoring a sip that spread warmth throughout his being. Lin seated herself opposite Mo Fan and remarked, Mo, do you think this case might be related to the conflicts in the village? The deceased was known for taking advantage of others and had disputes with some villagers. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Fan replied, it's possible, but we cannot conclude that it was someone from the village solely based on that we need more evidence. Moreover, the method of poisoning is rather discreet, suggesting the perpetrator may have more complex motives. Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must refrain from jumping to conclusions. Perhaps new leads will emerge once the test results are available tomorrow. They continued to discuss the intricacies of the case until Lin stood to leave. You should also rest early. We have more work to do tomorrow, she advised. Mo Fan watched Lin's departing figure, filled with gratitude. Having such a compatible partner instilled him with profound reassurance in his work. Early the next morning, Mo Fan and Lin arrived at the laboratory, placing the samples collected the previous night onto the various instruments for analysis. Time passed slowly, and the test results began to materialize. Mo, look, the black liquid contains a highly toxic substance, a rare plant toxin. Lin pointed to the test report, her face alight with excitement. Mo Fan took the report, scrutinizing it closely. This toxin is indeed rare and difficult for an ordinary person to procure. It seems the perpetrator came prepared. Furthermore, the absence of this toxin in the remnants of food found in the deceased's stomach indicates it was not administered through food. Lin continued. Mo Fan furrowed his brow. That implies the deceased ingested this toxin through another means. Perhaps it was the porcelain bowl. The assailant may have coated it with poison, leading to the victim's demise upon consumption. It's plausible, Lin acknowledged. We should investigate the village further to see if anyone is knowledgeable about this toxin or had the opportunity to obtain it. Mo Fan and Lin returned to the village, seeking out some of the elders to inquire about the rare plant toxin. The elders, however, shook their heads, indicating they had never heard of it. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a young villager approached. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Officers, I believe I have heard of such a toxin. There's a plant on the mountain behind our village said to be poisonous, though I can't confirm if it's the same one." Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, a glimmer of hope surfacing in their eyes. "Could you take us to see that plant?" Mo Fan inquired. The young villager nodded. "Sure, but the mountain can be dangerous, so please be cautious." Under the guidance of the young villager, Mo Fan and Yi Lin made their way up the mountain, where dense trees and thick underbrush thrived. After a while, the young villager halted, pointing to a particular plant and stating, "This is it." We usually avoid touching it, and Mo Fan and Yi Lin examined the plant closely, noting its deep green leaves with peculiar shapes. Mo Fan carefully collected some samples, intending to bring them back to the station for further comparative analysis. If we confirm that this plant contains the toxin, the perpetrator is likely someone from the village familiar with the mountain's environment, Mo Fan asserted. Yi Lin nodded. "Once we return, let's analyze it promptly. We hope to uncover more clues." Just as they prepared to leave, they suddenly heard raised voices nearby. Following the sound, they discovered a group of villagers embroiled in a dispute. One villager, upon spotting Mo Fan and Yi Lin, exclaimed, "Officers, you're just in time. He stole my belongings." Mo Fan and Yi Lin approached to ascertain the situation. It turned out the two villagers had quarreled over a trivial matter, with one accusing the other of theft. Mo Fan and Yi Lin patiently mediated their conflict while contemplating the complexity of interpersonal relationships in the village and whether they bore any relevance to Li Fugui's death. What implications might this newly emerged situation hold for the case? They continued their investigation, laden with these questions. Chapter 40. Connections in the fog. After mediating the dispute between the two arguing villagers, Mo Fan and Yi Lin gained a deeper understanding of the village's intricate social dynamics. They realized that beneath the seemingly tranquil facade of the village lay numerous undisclosed conflicts and grievances, all of which might be intricately linked to Li Fugui's demise. With the plant samples they had collected, the two hurried back to the station. Mo Fan immediately immersed himself in the analysis of the samples, placing them under the microscope to scrutinize their cellular structure and composition, while comparing them to the toxin components detected in the black liquid. Yi Lin assisted him, diligently recording the relevant data and observations. As time ticked by, the laboratory remained enveloped in silence. Save for the soft hum of the instruments, Mo Fan's gaze remained fixed on the microscope, leaving no detail overlooked. At last, a grave expression crossed his face. Yi Lin, upon comparison, the toxin components in the plant sample collected from the mountain closely matched those found in the black liquid. We can confirm that the perpetrator utilized this mountain plant toxin to kill Li Fugui, Mo Fan declared, his voice weary yet resolute. Yi Lin nodded, swiftly jotting down the conclusion on her notepad before stating, "This suggests that the perpetrator is likely someone familiar with the village environment, who knew of the poisonous plant on the mountain. Moreover, the assailant's ability to procure this plant, concoct it into a toxin, and cleverly apply it to the porcelain bowl indicates a level of premeditation and skill." Mo Fan stood, rubbing his sore eyes. "Indeed. Our next step is to identify this individual who is both familiar with the setting and possesses a motive. We need to investigate Li Fugui's conflicts with the villagers to determine who might be the prime suspect." They returned to the village, this time opting to visit each household to delve deeper into Li Fugui's interpersonal relationships during his lifetime. Throughout their inquiries, they uncovered new information. A villager disclosed that Li Fugui had engaged in a fierce argument with a man named Wang Chong over the ownership of a piece of land originally belonging to Wang Chong's family. Li Fugui had encroached upon a portion, relying on some petty cunning. Wang Chong had attempted to confront him multiple times, yet to no avail, causing their animosity to deepen. Wang Chong seems like a decent fellow, but he was quite furious after that incident with Li Fugui, and even mentioned wanting to teach him a lesson. A villager quietly informed Mo Fan and Yi Lin. They exchanged knowing glances, both sensing that Wang Chong was a significant suspect. They resolved to locate Wang Chong for further questioning. After some inquiries, they found him laboring in a field. Upon seeing Mo Fan and Yi Lin, Wang Chong displayed a flicker of anxiety before quickly regaining his composure. He paused his work, regarding them with curiosity. "Officers, what brings you to me?" Mo Fan stepped forward, meeting Wang Chong's gaze directly. "Wang Chong, we are investigating the death of Li Fugui and have heard about your previous conflict with him regarding the land. Could you share the specifics with us?" Wang Chong's gaze flickered momentarily before he spoke. "Indeed, there is such a matter. That piece of land originally belonged to my family, yet he insisted on taking it. Naturally, I could not agree. However, I merely exchanged a few heated words with him and did not engage in any illegal activities. Yilin observed Wang Chang's expressions and reactions, noticing that his hands instinctively tightened around the hoe during his speech, a subtle movement that piqued her curiosity. On the daily Fugui died. Where were you, and what were you doing? Mo Fan continued his inquiry. Wang Chang furrowed his brow, seemingly straining to recall. I was working in the fields all day, from dawn until dusk. Many villagers can attest to my presence. Mo Fan and Yilin posed several other questions, but Wang Chang's replies remained consistent and devoid of any glaring inconsistencies. After their departure, Yilin remarked, Mo forensic expert, I find Wang Chang somewhat suspicious. His minor gestures while speaking lead me to believe he might be concealing something. Mo Fan nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. Yet we currently lack sufficient evidence to substantiate that he is the perpetrator. We should further investigate his alibi to determine if anyone can genuinely confirm his claim of working in the fields that day. They returned to the village to seek confirmation of Wang Chang's whereabouts from other villagers. However, after conducting their inquiries, they discovered that while some villagers claimed to have seen Wang Chang working in the fields, no one could consistently monitor him, indicating that he still had the opportunity to commit the crime. Just as they were preparing to investigate Wang Chang further, another incident transpired in the village. Wang Chang's wife suddenly rushed into the police station, crying that Wang Chang was missing. Upon hearing this news, Mo Fan and Yilin felt a tightening in their chests, sensing the situation had become increasingly complicated. They returned to the village to investigate Wang Chang's home. Inside, they discovered peculiar tools, including a small knife and several bottles containing a liquid that emitted a pungent odor. Mo Fan cautiously picked up one of the bottles, inhaled its contents, and said, Yilin, these liquids are likely components for creating toxins. Wang Chang's culpability has intensified. His current disappearance may very well indicate he is fleeing from guilt. Yilin nodded. We must locate him quickly. We cannot allow him to escape. The two promptly organized police forces to search the areas surrounding the village. After considerable effort, they found Wang Chang on a mountain behind the village. Upon seeing the police, Wang Chang turned to flee but was swiftly apprehended and subdued. Mo Fan approached him, sternly asking, Wang Chang, why did you run? What is the significance of these tools and liquids? Wang Chang lowered his head and, after a moment of silence, finally confessed, It was me. I was left with no choice. That land is crucial for my family, and after he took it, our harvest was severely affected. When I confronted him, he not only refused to listen but also humiliated me. In a fit of rage, I contemplated using the poisonous plants from the mountain to retaliate. Wang Chang detailed his actions, explaining that he had gathered toxic plants from the mountain, created a toxin, and applied it to a porcelain bowl frequently used by Li Fugui. That day, upon seeing Li Fugui alone at home, he took the opportunity to place the poison bowl on his table, leading to Li Fugui's fatal poisoning. As he drank water, Mo Fan and Yilin were left contemplatively moved by Wang Chang's confession. A mere dispute over land had escalated into such a tragic outcome. They took Wang Chang back to the police station, bringing the case to a resolution. But on their return, Mo Fan gazed out of the car window at the village, silently reflecting on the intricate human nature and stories behind each case. As a forensic expert, he not only sought the truth but also aimed to provide the deceased with peace and ensure justice was served. Upon returning to the police station, Mo Fan and Yilin began organizing the case materials in preparation for reporting the details. Throughout this process, they contemplated the potential challenges of their next case and how best to utilize their expertise to contribute to the safety and justice of Yunqing. Just then, the police station phone rang, heralding yet another case awaiting their investigation. Chapter 41. The shadow of a new case. Having just completed the documentation for the Li Fugui case, Mo Fan and Yilin were ready to submit their findings. The atmosphere in the police station still bore a hint of relief following the case resolution when the sharp ringing of the telephone shattered the brief tranquility. Captain Zhang answered the call, his expression instantly turning grave. Mo Fan, Yilin, there has been an incident at a laboratory in a university in Yunqing. A violent altercation has occurred, and someone has sustained serious injuries that we must head over immediately. After hanging up, Captain Zhang swiftly instructed them. Mo Fan and Yilin exchanged glances. The exhaustion from resolving one case was quickly overshadowed by urgency, and they hastily gathered their forensic tools to accompany Captain Zhang in the police car. As they sped along, the sirens blaring, a heavy mood enveloped the trio, uncertain of the turmoil that had unfolded in the university laboratory. Upon arrival, they found the laboratory in disarray. Equipment lay scattered, shards of glass littered the floor, and a sharp chemical odor permeated the air. In the corner of the lab, a man lay on the ground, his head and arms bearing evident wounds, blood flowing profusely as he slipped into unconsciousness. Mo Fan immediately crouched down to perform a preliminary examination, and he meticulously assessed the shape and depth of the wounds, noting that the head injury appeared to be inflicted by a sharp object. While the arm showed signs of being slashed, Wei Lin swiftly prepared first aid supplies to assist Mo Fan with basic hemorrhage control. Captain Zhang, the victim's condition is critical. There may be intracranial bleeding that necessitates urgent transport to a hospital, Mo Fan stated while tending to the wounds. Captain Zhang nodded and promptly arranged for officers to contact an ambulance. Soon, the ambulance arrived to whisk the victim away to a nearby hospital. While Mo Fan and Yi Lin remained on site to initiate their investigation, they first questioned the other personnel in the laboratory. They learned that the injured individual was a graduate student in the chemistry department named Zhao Yu. The conflict had arisen from a research project within the laboratory. Zhao Yu had been competing with another graduate student, Sun Ming, for control over the project. Recently, it seemed that Zhao Yu had unearthed suspicions regarding Sun Ming's data fabrication, leading to several heated arguments between the two. Today, their discord had finally erupted into violence, as recounted by a lab staff member. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, arriving at a preliminary conclusion. This likely stemmed from a violent confrontation ignited by academic rivalry. Yet further investigation was required. They commenced their search for evidence within the laboratory. Mo Fan meticulously examined every corner of the scene, hoping to uncover the weapon used in the attack. Beneath a lab bench, he discovered a bloodied metal tweezer, the tip still clinging to strands of hair, likely torn from the victim's scalp. Wei Lin, take this tweezer for analysis. We need to ascertain whether the blood and hair belong to Zhao Yu, and check for any other fingerprints, Mo Fan instructed as he handed her the tweezer. Yi Lin accepted it, nodding, and promptly placed it into an evidence bag. Meanwhile, Mo Fan continued to scrutinize the scene, discovering that the laboratory's computer was still operational, displaying various research data and graphs. Upon closely examining the data, he noted several suspicious anomalies, indicating potential human fabrication. That if Zhao Yu indeed uncovered Sun Ming's data manipulation, then Sun Ming possesses a substantial motive for committing the crime, Mo Fan mused aloud. Just then, Captain Zhang approached with several officers. Mo Fan, we have located another suspect, Sun Ming, who is currently being interrogated at the police station. What have you discovered here? Captain Zhang inquired. Mo Fan detailed his findings and deductions to Captain Zhang, who nodded in acknowledgement. It seems Sun Ming is indeed a prime suspect. Let us interrogate him and see what he has to say. Mo Fan and Yi Lin followed Captain Zhang back to the police station. In the interrogation room, Sun Ming sat with his head bowed, appearing quite anxious. Captain Zhang, seated opposite him, sternly asked, Sun Ming, what transpired in the laboratory today? Why did you and Zhao Yu come to blows? Sun Ming hesitated before responding. He provoked me first, accusing me of falsifying research data and threatening to report it to our supervisor. In a moment of impulse, I argued with him, but I had no intention of harming him. And what about this? Mo Fan produced the bloodied tweezer from the evidence bag. This was found in the laboratory, and the blood and hair likely belonged to Zhao Yu. How do you explain this? Upon seeing the tweezer, Sun Ming's complexion drained, his eyes darting nervously. I don't know. I didn't use this to hurt him. Perhaps someone else did. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang exchanged knowing glances, recognizing that Sun Ming was not being truthful. However, they still lacked sufficient evidence to confirm his guilt, necessitating further investigation and corroborating evidence. At that moment, Yi Lin hurried into the interrogation room, clutching a report. Forensic expert Mo, the test results are in. The blood and hair on the tweezer indeed belong to Zhao Yu, and Sun Ming's fingerprints have also been found on it. Upon hearing this news, Sun Ming's body jolted, a look of despair washing over his face. Captain Zhang patted the table and spoke sternly. Sun Ming, the evidence is irrefutable. You still wish to deny your actions. Confess the details of your crime. At this moment, Sun Ming's psychological defenses finally crumbled. He lowered his head and began to weep. It was me. I knew Zhao Yu had discovered my data fabrication, and I feared he would inform our supervisor, thus ruining my graduate career. I intended to have a serious discussion with him today, to persuade him not to speak of it, but he refused to listen and berated me. In a moment of rashness, I grabbed the tweezers beside me. Sun Ming recounted the details of his crime with great specificity. He admitted to striking Zhao Yu on the head with the metal tweezers and, in the ensuing chaos, injuring his arm with a sharp instrument. Both Mo Fan and Captain Zhang were profoundly moved by his confession, reflecting on how the fierce competition in academia had driven a young student down a path of crime. Although the case appeared to be resolved, an unsettling feeling lingered in Mo Fan's heart. He sensed that there were hidden secrets behind this case. He resolved to delve deeper into the laboratory's research projects to uncover any additional clues. Upon returning to the university lab, he meticulously examined the data and materials. During his review, he discovered that the research project involved a novel chemical material whose successful development could yield substantial commercial profits. Yellen, look, the implications of this research project extend beyond mere academic rivalry. They intertwine with commercial interests. There may be others interested in this project, and we cannot dismiss the possibility of additional parties being involved or exploiting this conflict. Mo Fan stated. Yellen nodded, asking, what should we do next? After a moment's contemplation, Mo Fan replied, we should first investigate the project's collaborators and related interest groups for any suspicious activities. Meanwhile, let us visit the hospital to check on Zhao Yu's condition. Perhaps he can provide us with valuable insights. The two resumed their investigations, embarking on a new inquiry, as the truth of the case seemed to remain shrouded in deeper mysteries, waiting to be unveiled. Chapter 42. Threads in the Mist. Mo Fan and Yellen departed the university laboratory and drove to the hospital. Along the way, the city's clamor surged past their ears, yet it could not divert their focus. The myriad details of the case swirled in their minds. Although Sun Ming's confession seemed to provide closure, Mo Fan's unease intensified. Upon arriving at the hospital, they proceeded directly to Zhao Yu's ward. Inside, Zhao Yu lay on the bed, his head wrapped in thick bandages, his complexion pale as parchment. His arm was tightly bound in gauze, with 4 drips slowly administering medication into his body. Mo Fan approached the bedside gently, striving to keep his voice soothing. Zhao Yu, how are you feeling? We are forensic investigators handling your case, and have some questions we hope you can assist us with. Zhao Yu slightly opened his eyes, a glimmer of fear and fatigue evident within that he moved his lips, struggling to articulate. It hurts so much. That bastard Sun Ming that he wanted to kill me. Mo Fan nodded. Offering reassurance, we are already aware of certain details, and Sun Ming has been apprehended. However, there may be further complexities to this case. Can you tell us if anyone else besides Sun Ming has had conflicts or exhibited unusual behavior regarding your research project? Zhao Yu furrowed his brow, seemingly attempting to recall. After a moment, he slowly replied, actually, apart from Sun Ming, there is another person, Li Hui, a representative from an external chemical company. Our research project involves a new chemical material that, if successfully developed, will hold significant commercial value. Li Hui's company has been eager to collaborate with our lab, but our supervisor deemed their conditions unsuitable and declined their proposal. Mo Fan and Yellen exchanged a glance, their hearts tightening. This new lead complicated the case further. Mo Fan continued to inquire, has Li Hui ever approached you or Sun Ming, expressing dissatisfaction or issuing threats? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yu responded, once, I encountered Li Hui at the school gate. He engaged me in a lengthy conversation, warning that if our lab did not reconsider and collaborate with them, we would regret it. At the time, I dismissed it, thinking he was merely speaking idly. But in retrospect, his eyes were fierce, and it didn't seem like a jest. Mo Fan took out his notebook, diligently recording the information provided by Zhao Yu. Thank you for sharing these insights. Zhao Yu, please rest well and contact us if any new developments arise. After leaving the ward, Mo Fan and Yellen immediately began investigating Li Hui's background through the police database. They swiftly found Li Hui's personal information and details about his chemical company. Li Hui, 35, with a background in chemical engineering, is responsible for market expansion and project collaboration within the company, and has a history of misconduct during business negotiations. Yellen noted, this Li Hui seems quite formidable. We should visit his company. Perhaps we can uncover some clues, Mo Fan suggested. The two made their way to Li Hui's chemical enterprise. It was a sizable operation, with an impressive office building and bustling traffic surrounding it. After identifying themselves to the security guard, they were granted entry. In the company's conference room, they met Li Hui, dressed in a sharp suit. He wore a professionally courteous smile, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of wariness. Officers, what brings you here? I abide by the law and have no dealings with the police, Li Hui stated. Mo Fan locked eyes with him and replied, Li Hui, we are investigating a case involving a university laboratory that pertains to the new chemical material research project you sought to collaborate on. That we understand you expressed dissatisfaction when the lab declined your proposal and even threatened one of the graduate students. Zhao Yu. Is this accurate? Li Hui's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Officer, this is a misunderstanding. I merely had a discussion with Zhao Yu, expressing our company's interest and willingness to collaborate on the project. My tone may have been somewhat forceful, but I had no intention of threatening him. Yellen interjected, Li Hui, we urge you to answer our questions truthfully. This case has resulted in serious injuries. If your concealment hampers its resolution, you will face legal repercussions. Li fell silent for a moment, weighing his options. Eventually, he sighed and confessed. All right, I admit I was somewhat agitated. Our company is very optimistic about this project and has invested considerable effort and resources in preparation for collaboration. When the lab abruptly rejected us, it derailed our plans. In my frustration, I spoke those words to Zhao Yu. However, I truly did not participate in any harm directed at him. Mo Fan scrutinized Li Hui's expression and tone. Attempting to discern any deceit. Li Hui, we need to review your whereabouts on the day of the incident, as well as any communications you may have had with Sun Ming. We hope you will cooperate in providing relevant evidence. Li Hui nodded, stating, certainly, I will fully cooperate on the day of the incident. I was in a meeting at the company, and my colleagues can attest to that. As for Sun Ming, I do not know him and have had no contact with him. Mo Fan and Yellen proceeded to verify the information provided by Li Hui. They interviewed his colleagues, examined meeting records, and reviewed surveillance footage, confirming that Li Hui had indeed remained at the company throughout the incident. Ruling out any opportunity for him to commit the crime. It seems we can temporarily exclude Li Hui as a suspect, Mo Fan remarked with a furrowed brow. Yet, there must be other critical clues we have yet to uncover. Yellen pondered for a moment and suggested, Mo, could we be overlooking other individuals in the laboratory? While it may seem that the conflict between Zhao Yu and Sun Ming instigated this incident, perhaps others are intricately linked to the project. Mo Fan's eyes brightened. You're right. We should return to the lab and reinvestigate other personnel, including the supervisor and other graduate students, to see if we can uncover new leads. The two returned to the university laboratory once again. This time, they conducted thorough inquiries with each individual in the lab, reviewing their experimental records, email correspondence, and social media accounts. While examining the supervisor's emails, Mo Fan stumbled upon a message from a mysterious email address. The content of the email vaguely referenced the research project on the novel chemical material and insinuated that if the supervisor did not reconsider collaborating with an unidentified force, adverse consequences would ensue. Yellen, take a look at this email. It raises suspicion. Who is this mysterious entity? What is their connection to this case? Mo Fan inquired. Yellen leaned closer to examine the email, noting that the address was anonymous and difficult to trace. From the content, it appears they are very concerned about this project and carry a threatening tone. We must find a way to identify the owner of this email. Mo Fan and Yellen set out to investigate the enigmatic email address, enlisting the assistance of technical experts in an attempt to trace it back to its owner. Meanwhile, they continued searching for additional clues within the laboratory. In the records of a graduate student's experiment, they stumbled upon peculiar markings and symbols that appeared to constitute a unique code. Yellen, these markings and symbols are quite strange. We should consult a professional cryptographer for interpretation. Perhaps we can uncover significant information. Mo Fan suggested. As the investigation progressed, the fog surrounding the case seemed to thicken. However, both Mo Fan and Yellen remained steadfast in their belief that persistence would ultimately unveil the truth and expose the hidden forces at play. Chapter 43. The Concealed Code and Mysterious Forces. With the strange markings and symbols discovered in the graduate student's records, along with a mysterious anonymous email, Mo Fan and Yellen sought out Old Chun, an expert in code breaking and cyber tracking at the Yunqing police station. Old Chin's office was cluttered with an array of computer equipment and books, permeated by a subtle aroma of coffee. He wore black-framed glasses, his hair somewhat disheveled, as he intently focused on the computer screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Old Chin, I must trouble you for a favor, Mo Fan said as he entered the office. Placing the materials on Old Chin's desk, Old Chin looked up, adjusting his glasses with a faint smile. Mo Forensic Expert, Yellen Forensic Expert. What brings you here? If it's within my ability to assist, I shall do my utmost. Mo Fan gestured toward the documents on the desk. We are investigating a case related to a university laboratory and have encountered some peculiar markings and symbols that resemble a code, along with an anonymous email. We hope you can help us decipher these markings and trace the origin of the email. Old Chin picked up the materials and examined them closely. His gaze was sharp and focused, occasionally jotting down notes. After a moment, he remarked, these markings are indeed odd. I will require some time for analysis. As for the anonymous email, let me attempt to trace the sending address and see if I can uncover any leads. Mo Fan and Yellen waited anxiously nearby. Old Chun sat at the computer, his fingers dancing over the keys as various codes and data flashed across the screen. Seconds turned into minutes, the office filled with the sounds of typing and Old Chin's occasional murmurs. Eureka! Old Chin suddenly exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Mo Fan and Yellen hurried to his side. The email sending address has undergone multiple layers of encryption and proxying, rendering it quite concealed. Nonetheless, I have traced it back to its initial source, a derelict factory on the outskirts of Yunqing. However, this factory has been abandoned for quite some time. Its relevance to the case remains uncertain, Old Chun explained. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. Regardless of its connection, it warrants investigation. Old Chun, what are the markings and symbols? Any discoveries? Old Chun shook his head. These markings are intricate. I will need further time to decode them. However, at first glance, they may pertain to specialized chemical knowledge or internal laboratory information. Mo Fan nodded. Very well, Old Chun. Please continue your research on these markings. We shall proceed to the abandoned factory. Mo Fan and Yellen departed the police station, driving toward the derelict factory on the outskirts of Yunqing. Along the way, the scenery gradually turned desolate, towering buildings giving way to low structures and farmland. Upon arriving at the factory, a chilling sight awaited them. The main gate was firmly shut and rusted. Surrounded by overgrown weeds, with shattered windows resembling hollow eyes staring into the desolation. Cautiously, Mo Fan and Yellen entered the factory. An acrid odor pervaded the air, and the ground was littered with debris and refuse. While dust and cobwebs adorned the walls, this place feels ominous. I wonder what we might uncover, Yellen whispered, her voice echoing in the cavernous space. Mo Fan nodded, instructing, be cautious and remain aware of your surroundings. They searched the factory meticulously, inspecting every nook and cranny. Suddenly, Mo Fan spotted some papers beneath a forsaken workbench. He crouched down, retrieving the papers filled with dense text and formulas, alongside symbols reminiscent of those found in the laboratory. Yellen, take a look at these papers. The content appears related to the research projects conducted in the laboratory, Mo Fan observed. Yellen leaned in for a closer inspection, affirming, indeed, these formulas and symbols closely resemble those we encountered in the lab. Additionally, they reference critical data about novel chemical materials, indicating a profound connection between this location and the case. Mo Fan carefully tucked the papers away and resumed his search within the factory. They stumbled upon several computer devices. Though all were severely damaged and rendered inoperable, it seemed evident that secretive activities had transpired here, closely tied to the laboratory's research projects. But who were these individuals? And what was their connection to the harm inflicted upon Zhao Yu? Mo Fan pondered aloud. That moment, Yellen pointed toward a distant room, exclaiming, Mo forensic expert, look at that room. The door is closed and appears distinct from the others. Perhaps it contains something of significance. Mo Fan followed her gaze, nodding in agreement. They approached the room, and as Mo Fan gently pushed against the door, he discovered it was locked. Yellen, keep watch outside while I attempt to unlock this door. Mo Fan instructed. Yellen nodded, standing vigilantly as Mo Fan retrieved tools from his pocket, embarking on the task of unlocking the door. After considerable effort, the lock finally yielded. Mo Fan pushed the door open, and a potent chemical scent wafted toward them. They covered their mouths and noses, stepping into the room. Inside, they found an array of experimental equipment and reagent bottles. Though somewhat antiquated, they appeared to have been meticulously maintained. In one corner, they spotted a safe. Mo Fan knelt, scrutinizing the safe's exterior. It appeared robust, featuring a numeric keypad and a fingerprint scanner. This safe may conceal vital clues, but without a password or fingerprint. How shall we access it? Mo Fan mused. Yellen contemplated for a moment, proposing, Mo forensic expert, could the strange markings we discovered in the laboratory be related to the safe's code? Perhaps Old Chin's decoding of those markings will reveal the means to unlock the safe. A spark of realization illuminated Mo Fan's expression. That makes sense. Let us document our findings here and return to Old Chin, urging him to expedite the decoding process. Mo Fan and Yellen meticulously recorded every detail of the room, including the experimental apparatus, reagent bottles, and the safe's appearance. They then cautiously exited the abandoned factory and returned to the police station. Upon their arrival, they immediately sought out Old Chin. He was engrossed in studying the markings, and upon noticing their return, inquired, what discoveries did you make at the abandoned factory? Mo Fan handed Old Chin the photographs and papers they had collected, stating, Old Chin, we uncovered documents related to the laboratory's research projects and a safe. We suspect the peculiar markings are connected to the safe's code. Could you expedite the decryption of these markings? Old Chun examined the materials carefully, responding, I see. These newly discovered documents may significantly assist in deciphering the markings. I will prioritize this task. Mo Fan and Yellen anxiously awaited Old Chun's results as time ticked by, each second stretching into eternity. They remained uncertain of the extent of this mysterious force's power and whether Zhao Yu was still in peril. Finally, Old Chin's exclamation shattered the silence. I have cracked it. These markings indeed constitute a code, and they are related to the safe's password. I have calculated potential combinations that a wave of relief washed over Mo Fan and Yellen. Excellent news, old Chun. Let us hasten back to the safe and uncover the secrets it harbors. They returned to the abandoned factory and approached the room. Mo Fan meticulously input the password combinations old Chun had provided into the safe's keypad. With a faint click, the safe's door gradually creaked open. Chapter 44. Secrets of the Safe and New Enigmas. As the door to the safe swung open, Mo Fan and Yellen were instantly captivated by its contents. The items within gleamed mysteriously under the dim light, as though concealing countless untold secrets. Mo Fan inhaled deeply and cautiously reached inside, first retrieving a thick folder. He placed the folder on a nearby table. Leaning in with Yellen to examine it, the folder brimmed with various documents, handwritten notes, printed reports, and a collection of charts and data. These documents appeared significant, seemingly chronicling a covert research project involving a new type of chemical material. These files are crucial, Mo Fan remarked as he perused the contents. Yellen nodded, pointing to one of the charts. Look here. It meticulously details the composition, manufacturing process, and experimental data of this new chemical material. Furthermore, the timeline suggests this research project commenced several years ago, predating the university laboratory's endeavors by a considerable margin. Mo Fan continued to sift through the documents until his gaze landed on a yellowed sheet of paper. On the paper, some indistinct handwriting seemed to be a handwritten note. He carefully deciphered the words. Our research has made significant breakthroughs, but it has also attracted some unwelcome guests. They seek to seize our. To protect the secrets of our research, we must take certain measures. It appeared that a mysterious force was coveting this research project, likely linked to the thefts in university laboratories and the death of Zhao Yu. Mo Fan furrowed his brows and remarked that Wei Lin's eyes revealed a hint of concern as she inquired, what should we do next? Does this document contain any specific information regarding this mysterious force? Mo Fan shook his head and continued to sift through the files. At the bottom of the folder, he discovered a small USB drive. He picked it up, glanced at Yi Lin, and said, this USB drive may also contain crucial information. Let us return and ask Old Chin to help us examine its contents. The two carefully secured the documents in the USB drive before departing the abandoned factory. Upon returning to the police station, they headed straight to Old Chin's office. Upon seeing them, Old Chin's face lit up with anticipation. So, what did you find in the safe? Mo Fan placed the documents and USB drive on Old Chin's desk and stated, Old Chin, we discovered some important files and a USB drive in the safe. The documents detail a secret research project on a new chemical material, which seems closely related to our ongoing investigation. Could you help us examine the contents of this USB drive? Old Chin took the USB drive, plugged it into the computer, and began to read and analyze the data. Various codes and data flickered across the computer screen as Old Chin's fingers danced over the keyboard. The files on this USB drive are encrypted, but I should be able to crack it, he said while operating the computer. Mo Fan and Yi Lin anxiously awaited nearby. After a while, a look of surprise crossed Old Chin's face. I've successfully decrypted it. The USB drive contains some video files and documents that appear to be quite significant. Mo Fan and Yi Lin immediately leaned closer to the computer. Old Chin opened the first video file, revealing a scene from a laboratory. Various advanced experimental equipment filled the lab, and a group of individuals in lab coats were busily conducting experiments. This must be the laboratory where the new chemical materials are being researched. Mo Fan deduced. The video continued, displaying a bespectacled middle-aged man who seemed to be the head of the research team. He was discussing the progress of the research and the problems encountered with others. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as the laboratory door was flung open, and a group of individuals clad in black rushed in, brandishing weapons and threatening the members of the research team. Hand over your research results, or none of you will leave alive, one of the black-clad figures shouted. The members of the research team appeared terrified, but the middle-aged man stepped forward, proclaiming, you will not take our. This is the fruit of our years of labor. The black-clad man sneered, replying, then don't blame us for being unkind. With that, he waved his hand, and the other assailants began to assault the members of the research team. The video became chaotic before abruptly cutting to black. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged a glance, their hearts swelling with anger and shock. These black-clad individuals must be members of that mysterious force, willing to resort to any means to obtain the research. Yi Lin remarked. Mo Fan nodded, saying, indeed, and from the video, it seems the head of the research team likely possesses some key information that we need to locate him and see what else he knows. Old Chin continued to examine the other files on the USB drive and found a list of personnel, detailing the names, contact information, and positions of the research team members. Mo Forensic, Yi Forensic, Here's a list of the research team members. This might help us find the head of the team. Old Chun stated that Mo Fan took the list and scrutinized it, saying, "Great, let's investigate based on the information on this list. Hopefully, we can quickly find the head of the team." Mo Fan and Yi Lin left Old Chin's office and began to investigate each individual on the list. They first contacted several members, but most indicated they had left the research team and were unaware of the current situation. After considerable effort, they finally found a researcher who had been closely associated with the head of the team. His name was Lin Hui, and he now worked at a small chemical company in Yun City. Mo Fan and Yi Lin arrived at Lin Hui's company and located him. Upon seeing them, Lin Hui's face showed a hint of anxiety. "Mr. Lin, we are from the Yun City Police Department, investigating a case related to the new chemical materials research. We understand you were previously involved in that research project and would like to gather some information." Mo Fan stated. Lin Hui hesitated and replied, "I left that project a long time ago and am not very clear on those matters now." Yi Lin, noticing Lin Hui's hesitance, added, "Mr. Lin, we are aware that a mysterious force is behind this research project, and they have already caused several deaths. If you can provide us with any leads, it might help us prevent further tragedies." A flicker of struggle crossed Lin Hui's eyes before he sighed and said, "All right, I can tell you some things. The head of that research project is Professor Zhang, a very talented scientist. However, after the black-clad individuals attacked the laboratory, he disappeared. Mo Fan frowned and inquired, "Do you know where he might have gone?" Lin Hui shook his head, saying, "No, Professor Zhang did not disclose his whereabouts to anyone before he went missing. However, I know he has a secret hideout on the outskirts of Yun City. Perhaps he will go there." Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged hopeful glances. "Mr. Lin, could you share the specific location of that hideout?" Mo Fan asked. Lin Hui hesitated but eventually nodded, saying, "All right, I can tell you. But you must be careful. That place may not be safe either." Lin Hui then provided the specific location of the hideout to Mo Fan and Yi Lin. They expressed their gratitude and departed the company. "It seems we have a new lead. Hopefully, we can find Professor Zhang at that hideout and unravel the mystery of this case." Mo Fan remarked. Yi Lin nodded, saying, "Yes, but we must remain cautious. We don't know if that mysterious force is also searching for Professor Zhang." The two drove towards the hideout on the outskirts of Yun City, their hearts filled with anticipation and anxiety, uncertain of what awaited them. Chapter 45. The secret stronghold in the suburbs and imminent danger. Mo Fan and Yi Lin drove the police car along the winding road towards the outskirts of Yun City. Outside the car window, the sky gradually darkened, and the trees along the roadside swayed in the wind, rustling ominously as if whispering of unseen dangers, according to the information provided by Lin Hui. Professor Zhang's secret hideout was located in a remote grove in the suburbs, where an abandoned wooden cabin stood. Mo Fan gripped the steering wheel firmly, his gaze intently fixed on the road ahead. Contemplating the impending situation, Yi Lin occasionally checked the map in her hands, ensuring they were on the right path. When they finally arrived at the grove, darkness had enveloped the area. Mo Fan parked the car at the edge of the grove, and he and Yi Lin stepped out. They switched on their flashlights and cautiously ventured into the woods. The crunch of fallen leaves beneath their feet echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. "It feels a bit eerie here. We should be careful," Yi Lin whispered, her voice tinged with tension. Mo Fan nodded, tightening his grip on the flashlight, assuring her, "Don't worry, I'm here. Let's find that cabin and see if we can trace Professor Zhang's whereabouts." The two navigated through the woods and eventually came upon the dilapidated cabin in a relatively open area. The cabin's windows were shattered, and the door hung ajar, giving it a forlorn appearance. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances before cautiously approaching the cabin. Mo Fan gently pushed the door open, which creaked ominously. He raised the flashlight to illuminate the interior. A musty odor pervaded the room, and various debris littered the floor, while old picture frames hung askew on the walls. It appeared that no one had visited this place for quite some time. Yi Lin remarked, her eyes scanning the room. Mo Fan remained silent as he continued exploring every corner of the cabin. In one corner, he discovered an old table, upon which lay several books and documents. He approached, opened one, and found notes detailing some chemical experiments. These notes might have been left by Professor Zhang, potentially containing valuable information. Mo Fan said, carefully stowing the notes in his bag. Just then, Yi Lin pointed to a hidden door in the corner, exclaiming, "Mo Forensic, look over there. It appears there's a hidden door." Mo Fan followed her pointed direction and indeed spotted a rather inconspicuous secret door nestled in the corner. He approached it and, upon attempting to push it, discovered that it was locked. "It seems we need to find the key to unlock this door," he remarked, initiating a search within the room. Yi Lin joined the quest, meticulously rummaging through the drawers and cabinets. Suddenly, she uncovered a key within one of the drawers. Mo forensic expert. I found the key, Yilin exclaimed. Handing it to Mo Fan. He accepted the key, inserted it into the lock of the secret door, and turned it. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow passageway that a damp odor wafted from within, and the flashlight's beam illuminated only a small distance ahead. Let's go take a look, Mo Fan suggested, leading the way into the passage. Yilin followed closely, her heart racing with anxiety. The walls of the passage bore water stains, and the ground was somewhat slippery. They proceeded cautiously until suddenly, Mo Fan halted. What's wrong? Yilin whispered. He pointed ahead, saying, Listen, it seems there's a sound. Yilin strained to listen and indeed detected faint footsteps emanating from ahead. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and she clutched the flashlight tightly. Could it be Professor Zhang? Yilin speculated quietly. Mo Fan shook his head, replying, uncertain. It might also be individuals from that mysterious organization that we must approach with caution and assess the situation. The duo continued forward, the footsteps growing louder. As they turned a corner, they unexpectedly spotted a figure ahead. The figure had its back to them, seemingly engrossed in some task. Mo Fan and Yilin exchanged glances and cautiously approached the silhouette. As they drew closer, they realized it was an elderly man clad in a white lab coat. Professor Zhang? Mo Fan queried tentatively. The elder, startled by their presence, swiftly turned, his expression betraying surprise. He scrutinized Mo Fan and Yilin with a gaze filled with wariness. Who are you? How did you find this place? He inquired. Mo Fan quickly replied. Professor Zhang, we are forensic experts from the Yun City Police Department. Mo Fan and Yilin. We are investigating a case related to the research of new chemical materials and learned of your whereabouts from Lin Hui. A flicker of hesitation crossed Professor Zhang's eyes as he responded. Lin Hui, how could he disclose my location to you? I cannot trust you. You might be accomplices of those individuals. Yilin interjected urgently. Professor Zhang, we are indeed police officers, here to protect you. Those individuals in black have been searching for you and your research. We have gathered some clues and hope you will cooperate with us to uncover the truth. Professor Zhang regarded them in silence for a moment, deep in thought. Finally, he sighed. Very well, I will trust you. Those individuals in black have been pursuing me relentlessly. I have been hiding for quite some time. Mo Fan inquired. Professor Zhang, could you provide us with detailed information about that research project? And who exactly are those individuals in black? He nodded, explaining, the research project is the culmination of years of effort from our team. We developed a new type of chemical material with remarkable properties applicable in various fields. However, our findings attracted the attention of some unscrupulous elements who wish to seize our work for illicit purposes. Those individuals in black are their henchmen, resorting to any means necessary to obtain our research. They assaulted our laboratory, taking the lives of some of my colleagues. I barely managed to escape. A glimmer of pain and anger flickered in his eyes. Mo Fan pressed on. Professor Zhang, do you possess any specific information about these criminals, their identities, or the organization behind them? Professor Zhang shook his head, stating, all I know is that they are part of a vast criminal organization operating across many domains. Their influence is extensive, with eyes and ears in numerous places. I have been evading their pursuit and have had no opportunity to investigate their background deeply. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted from the passage's entrance. Mo Fan and Yilin immediately became alert, realizing that the mysterious individuals were closing in. Professor Zhang, we must leave here promptly, Mo Fan urged, grasping Zhang's hand, and together with Yilin, they dashed toward the passage's exit. The end of the passage opened onto a narrow path. As they emerged, they spotted a group of individuals in black wielding weapons, pursuing them. Quick, get in the car, Mo Fan shouted, leading Yilin and Professor Zhang towards the police vehicle parked at the edge of the woods. The black-clad pursuers were hot on their heels, firing shots that whizzed past them. Mo Fan and Yilin shielded Professor Zhang as they swiftly boarded the vehicle. Mo Fan ignited the engine and slammed down on the accelerator, propelling the police car forward like an arrow released from a bow. The assailants also jumped into their vehicle, relentlessly pursuing them. An intense chase unfolded along the rural roads, with Mo Fan expertly navigating the winding paths while evading the gunfire from the black-clad pursuers. Yilin anxiously observed the rear, ready to react to any unforeseen circumstances. Forensic expert Mo, what should we do? They are chasing us too closely, Yilin exclaimed with urgency. Mo Fan gritted his teeth, asserting, don't worry, I will shake them off. We need to return to the station and seek backup. The police car raced down the darkened road. Mo Fan's gaze resolute. He understood that this was not merely a life-and-death pursuit. It was a quest to unveil the truth of the case and protect Professor Zhang along with the yet-to-be-exposed secrets. Chapter 46. A heart-pounding chase and crisis resolution. The police car sped recklessly along the winding rural road. The roar of the engine piercing the stillness of the night. Mo Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his focus unwavering, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He continuously pondered ways to outmaneuver the black-clad pursuers while remaining vigilant of the treacherous road ahead. Yilin sat in the passenger seat, nervously glancing back to monitor their pursuers. The individuals in black, driving a dark SUV, closely trailed the police vehicle, intermittently firing shots that struck the car, producing sharp sounds as cracks appeared on the windows. Forensic expert, they are too close. We are in serious danger, Yilin urged anxiously, her voice trembling slightly. Stay calm, Yilin. I will not let them succeed, Mo Fan replied loudly, sharply turning the steering wheel to evade another barrage of bullets aimed at them. In the back seat, Professor Zhang appeared pale, his body swaying with the vehicle's jolts. He clung tightly to the seat back, fear and unease flooding his heart. They want to spare me. They will do anything to obtain the research findings. Professor Zhang's voice trembled with despair. Mo Fan reassured him while driving. Professor Zhang, rest assured, we will ensure your safety. As long as we can return to the station, we will find a way to confront them. The trees lining the road rushed past in a blur. Suddenly, Mo Fan spotted a fork in the road ahead, and an idea struck him. He decided to utilize this route to evade the black-clad pursuers. Without hesitation, he accelerated toward the fork. The pursuers, taken by surprise by Mo Fan's sudden change in direction, slammed their brakes at the fork, producing a screeching sound. However, they quickly adjusted their course and resumed the chase. Mo Fan drove the police car down the narrow and rugged fork, surrounded by dense woods. He skillfully maneuvered through the complex terrain, altering speed and direction in an attempt to shake off the pursuers. Yet, the black-clad individuals were no amateurs. They expertly maintained their pursuit, closely tailing the police vehicle. The heart-stopping chase ensued on the forested road. Suddenly, a small wooden bridge appeared ahead. Mo Fan recognized this as an opportunity. Albeit a risky one. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the accelerator and charged towards the bridge. Yilin, noticing the fragile-looking structure, gasped, Forensic expert, that bridge seems weak. Our vehicle is too heavy, it might not hold. There's no time to deliberate. We must take the gamble, Mo Fan declared resolutely. The police car raced onto the wooden bridge, the surface creaking under the weight of the vehicle as if it were on the verge of collapsing. Mo Fan held his breath, cautiously managing the speed to maintain balance. Just as the police car was about to clear the bridge, a loud crack resounded as a plank broke beneath one of the tires, causing it to get stuck in a gap. Mo Fan's heart raced as he vigorously turned the steering wheel, striving to free the vehicle from the predicament. Yilin and Professor Zhang were equally startled by the sudden turn of events, gripping the handles inside the car as they swayed with the vehicle's movements. Forensic expert, what do we do? Yilin asked anxiously. Mo Fan remained silent, flooring the accelerator in an attempt to extricate the vehicle from the gap. After a struggle, the police car finally broke free and successfully exited the wooden bridge. However, at that moment, the black-clad pursuers had also reached the bridge. Mo Fan observed the scene with a sense of relief. Grateful for the success of his recent venture, he understood that the fragile wooden bridge might serve as a barrier against the men in black. Indeed, as the SUV driven by the black-clad individuals reached the midpoint of the bridge, the structure succumbed to the weight, emitting a thunderous crack as it splintered, sending the SUV plummeting into the river below. Witnessing this, Mo Fan exhaled deeply, reducing his speed while glancing back at the situation behind him. Below the bridge, the river erupted in splashes, the vehicle struggling momentarily before sinking beneath the surface. They should be unable to pursue us for now, Mo Fan remarked, his voice tinged with fatigue. But Yilin also breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, that was too thrilling, Mo Forensic expert. Your bravery was remarkable. Professor Zhang, regaining his composure in the back seat, expressed his gratitude. Thank you both. Had it not been for you, I would surely have fallen into their clutches today. Mo Fan smiled, replying, Professor Zhang, there is no need for thanks. It is our duty. Let us return to the police station first, and once it is safe, you can elaborate on the research project and the criminals involved. The police car continued along the road towards the Yun City police station, the atmosphere inside the vehicle becoming considerably lighter. Upon their return to the station, Mo Fan and Yilin escorted Professor Zhang to a secure room where he could recuperate. They then reported the details of the operation to Captain Zhang. After listening to their account, Captain Zhang furrowed his brow, stating, it appears this criminal organization is exceedingly perilous. They will stop at nothing to obtain the research findings. We must enhance the protection of Professor Zhang and promptly initiate an investigation to uncover the masterminds behind this organization. Mo Fan nodded in agreement, affirming, Captain Zhang, I share your sentiments. Professor Zhang possesses crucial information. We must gather more insights regarding the research project and the criminal organization from him. Additionally, we need to conduct a thorough analysis of the notes and documents discovered in the cabin. They may yield vital clues. Captain Zhang concurred with Mo Fan's proposal, assigning several officers to ensure Professor Zhang's safety while directing Mo Fan and Yu Lin to expedite their examination of the notes and documents. Returning to the forensic laboratory, Mo Fan and Yi Lin placed the notes and documents from the cabin on the table, commencing their meticulous study. These records detailed the research process and outcomes of Professor Zhang's team, containing extensive information regarding a novel chemical material. Yi Lin, look here. These data indicate that this new chemical material possesses formidable properties. If exploited by nefarious individuals, the consequences could be catastrophic, Mo Fan pointed out. Gesturing towards specific figures in the notes, Yi Lin nodded, responding, "Indeed, Mo forensic expert, we must act swiftly to thwart these criminals and prevent their success." The duo continued to sift through the notes and documents, hoping to uncover more information about the criminal organization. At that moment, an officer entered the laboratory, announcing, "Mo forensic expert, Yi Lin, Professor Zhang has awakened and wishes to convey something of great importance." Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, then set aside the notes and followed the officer to Professor Zhang's resting quarters. Sitting on the bed, Professor Zhang appeared somewhat improved. Upon seeing them, he said, "I have recalled some crucial information regarding the criminal organization that may aid your investigation." Mo Fan and Yi Lin quickly approached Professor Zhang's bedside, listening intently to his revelations. His insights could unveil the mysteries surrounding this criminal organization, bringing forth new clues and hope. Chapter 47. Clues amidst the fog and hidden conspiracies. Professor Zhang sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze weary yet resolute. Mo Fan and Yi Lin sat across from him, fully attentive, awaiting his words. The atmosphere in the room was tense and grave, as if the very air had solidified. "I had previously withheld information out of fear for the safety of those around me." Professor Zhang sighed softly. "But after enduring so much, I realize I can no longer remain silent." Mo Fan leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Professor Zhang, encouraging him. "Professor Zhang, please speak freely. We shall ensure the safety of you and all involved." Nodding, Professor Zhang continued, "The leader of this criminal organization is known only by the codename Shadow. He is exceedingly enigmatic, with few having glimpsed his true visage. However, I am aware of his substantial influence within the underworld, involving numerous illicit transactions and activities." Yi Lin furrowed her brow, pulling out her notebook to record the information. Inquiring, "Professor Zhang, how did you become entangled with them? And why are they so determined to obtain your research findings?" A flicker of painful memories crossed Professor Zhang's eyes as he recounted, "Years ago, my research team received generous funding for studying this new chemical material. At that time, we were unaware that this funding was orchestrated by Shadow's organization. They recognized the potential value of our findings and sought to exploit this material to manufacture a formidable weapon that would evade detection." "A weapon?" Mo Fan's eyes sharpened instantly. "Are you implying they wish to transform this material, originally intended for scientific research, into a tool for murder?" "Indeed," Professor Zhang gravely nodded. "Upon realizing their sinister intentions, I endeavored to extricate myself from their control by discreetly altering the research data to obscure the feasibility of weaponization. However, unbeknownst to me, they had been monitoring our every move and soon discovered my subterfuge." Yi Lin paused in her note-taking, urgently asking, "So they began targeting you and your team members?" "Correct." Professor Zhang's voice trembled slightly. "Several of my colleagues, having uncovered their conspiracy, mysteriously vanished or met untimely deaths. Aware of my peril, I managed to escape with some crucial research notes." Mo Fan rose, pacing the room as he contemplated the information provided by Professor Zhang. "So, they have been searching for you solely to acquire the complete research findings to produce that dangerous weapon?" "Yes." Mo forensic expert, Professor Zhang's eyes brimmed with fear and anger. "They will resort to any means necessary to achieve their ends. I dread the unimaginable consequences should they succeed." Yi Lin closed her notebook, stating, "Professor Zhang, the information you have provided is invaluable. We now have a direction for our investigation. We will undoubtedly bring this criminal organization to justice." Mo Fan resolutely affirmed, "Professor Zhang, please rest well. We shall take care of the ensuing matters. Your protection will be reinforced, and our investigation will proceed with utmost diligence." After departing from Professor Zhang's room, Mo Fan and Yi Lin promptly made their way to Captain Zhang's office to relay the newly acquired information. Upon hearing their account, Captain Zhang's brow furrowed deeply. This Shadow and his criminal organization pose a significant challenge. "We must locate their hideout swiftly to prevent further wrongdoing." Mo Fan nodded, proposing, "Captain Zhang, I believe we can approach this from two angles. Firstly, we can continue to delve into Professor Zhang's notes and documents to uncover any leads related to Shadow or his organization. Secondly, we should investigate the source of the funding for that research grant, tracing the flow of money, which may reveal critical clues. Captain Zhang contemplated for a moment, then responded, "That's a sound strategy. I will assign personnel to investigate the funding sources. You two will focus on analyzing those notes and documents. Remember, exercise caution. This criminal organization is extremely dangerous, and they may have further plans." That Mo Fan and Yi Lin returned to the forensic laboratory. Once again immersing themselves in the study of the notes and documents, they meticulously examined each page, leaving no detail unexamined. Suddenly, Yi Lin discovered a peculiar sequence of numbers and letters in the corner of one document. Mo Forensic Expert, look at this. Could it be an important lead? Mo Fan leaned in for a closer look, furrowing his brow. It resembles a code or some form of identification. Let us document it for now and devise a method to decipher it. Just as they concentrated on unraveling the mystery of this alphanumeric combination, the alarm in the police station blared suddenly. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, an ominous premonition swelling within them. They rushed out of the laboratory to find chaos in the station's hall, officers bustling about in a state of heightened urgency. Captain Zhang spotted them and shouted, "We have just received word that a group of unidentified individuals is attempting to breach the area where we are protecting Professor Zhang. They are heavily armed, and our officers are valiantly resisting." Mo Fan's expression sharpened instantly. "It must be Shadow's men. They are unwilling to concede defeat and aim to seize Professor Zhang directly." Captain Zhang nodded gravely, instructing Mo Forensic Expert, "Yi Lin, remain here. I will take a team to provide support. We must safeguard the vital information and records provided by Professor Zhang." With that, Captain Zhang swiftly departed the station with a squad of armed officers. Mo Fan and Yi Lin returned to the laboratory, carefully securing the notes and documents while bracing themselves for any potential danger. The gunfire outside grew increasingly intense, causing their hearts to race with trepidation. They understood that this was a fierce confrontation with a criminal organization, and the outcome hinged on this very moment. Yi Lin, no matter what happens, we cannot allow them to succeed, Mo Fan declared resolutely. Yi Lin nodded, her gaze reflecting the same determination. "Rest assured, Mo, I will fight alongside you until the end." At that moment, the laboratory door was suddenly flung open, and several men in black rushed in, weapons drawn and eyes menacing as they fixed their gaze on Mo Fan and Yi Lin. "Hand over Professor Zhang's research materials, or you will both die." The leading man growled threateningly. Mo Fan stepped protectively in front of Yi Lin. "Undaunted, you must be dreaming. With us here, you shall not obtain anything." A thrilling standoff unfolded within the laboratory. Could Mo Fan and Yi Lin withstand the onslaught of the assailants and safeguard the crucial clues and documents? How would the battle outside evolve, and would Captain Zhang successfully repel the intruders? The air was thick with uncertainty and peril. Chapter 48. The truth emerges thanks to the tireless efforts of Mo Fan and his colleagues. The investigation into the laboratory incident at Yun City University gradually began to unravel, revealing significant clues. Yet, with every seemingly revelatory moment, deeper secrets appeared to lurk, awaiting discovery. Mo Fan sat in the forensic office, reviewing all the case materials before him. The victim was a graduate student from the university's laboratory who died from chemical poisoning, and several key pieces of equipment and reagents had recently been stolen. His gaze lingered on the peculiar emails discovered on the victim's computer, which suggested that the deceased had uncovered a hidden secret about another graduate student, one pertaining to academic fraud. Could this academic misconduct have indeed triggered the fatal incident? Mo Fan pondered, his brow furrowed. He was acutely aware that academic fraud posed a serious issue within the scholarly community, potentially leading to significant conflicts of interest and extreme personal actions. However, he also knew that he could not draw conclusions solely based on these emails. More concrete evidence was essential. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the office door, and Yi Lin entered, holding a new report. Her face bore a hint of fatigue, yet her expression was filled with anticipation. "Professor Mo, here is the further analysis report regarding the stolen chemical reagents from the laboratory." Yi Lin placed the report on Mo Fan's desk and continued, "We discovered that among the stolen reagents, there was a highly unusual compound that is rarely utilized in standard experiments. However, when combined with several common chemicals, it can be transformed into a lethal poison, and the toxin detected in the victim's body is indeed a component of this concoction." Mo Fan swiftly seized the report, scrutinizing its contents. A glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. This was undoubtedly a crucial discovery, If this unique compound could only be accessed by those involved in the theft, it would help narrow down the list of suspects. Lin, what can you tell me about the graduate student we suspected of having a rivalry with the victim? How familiar is he with this compound? Mo Fan inquired. Lin contemplated for a moment before responding. From my investigation, he has conducted extensive research in the relevant field and should be quite knowledgeable about this compound. Moreover, he has a strong motive, as the victim's research findings could jeopardize his academic standing. Mo Fan nodded, his thoughts becoming increasingly clear. Yet, he still felt that something was amiss, as if there were pivotal elements yet to be uncovered. Just then, Captain Zhang called. Mo Fan. While investigating the suspect's residence, we discovered several suspicious items, including a notebook detailing peculiar chemical experiment procedures. Preliminary analysis indicates these steps correspond to the process of creating that lethal poison. Additionally, the notebook contains dates and timestamps that align closely with the laboratory theft and the victim's death. Captain Zhang's voice conveyed a sense of excitement over the phone. Great. I will head over immediately. Mo Fan replied, hanging up and preparing to visit the suspect's residence. Upon Mo Fan and Yi Lin's arrival, Captain Zhang and other officers had already conducted a thorough examination of the scene. Mo Fan entered the room and spotted the notebook on the table. He donned gloves and gingerly picked it up, meticulously reviewing its contents. Indeed, as Captain Zhang had indicated, the notebook detailed the steps for concocting the poison, along with plans on evading laboratory surveillance and security measures. A heaviness settled in Mo Fan's heart. It seemed the suspect had premeditated this crime. Professor Mo, look here. Yi Lin pointed to a corner of the notebook. There are some obscured markings that appear to have been deliberately smudged. Mo Fan leaned closer and discerned indistinct traces. He promptly instructed the technicians to process these markings in an attempt to restore the obscured content. After considerable effort, the technicians succeeded in recovering a portion of the text. To everyone's astonishment, the markings revealed that the suspect was not acting alone. A mysterious puppet master appeared to be orchestrating events from behind the scenes. How is this possible? Captain Zhang furrowed his brow. Have we been misled all along? This case is not merely a homicide stemming from academic rivalry. Mo Fan remained silent, his mind racing. He realized that this case was far more intricate than they had initially imagined. If there was indeed a puppet master, what could their motives be? Suddenly, Mo Fan recalled a detail overlooked during the investigation. The victim had made multiple calls to a mysterious phone number prior to his death, a number that had yet to be traced. He immediately instructed Yi Lin to investigate the connections between this number, the suspect, and the potential puppet master. Yi Lin swiftly set to work, employing various technological means, and ultimately uncovered that this enigmatic number was linked to an individual with a notorious record in the academic realm. This person had been expelled from their institution for academic fraud and harbored a deep-seated resentment, seeking vengeance against the academic community. Professor Mo, I believe this individual may be connected to our suspect, Yi Lin remarked. Perhaps they are the puppet master, exploiting the suspect's ambition for academic advancement, inciting him to commit theft and murder. Mo Fan nodded, finding Yi Lin's analysis compelling. They promptly initiated an investigation into this former academic fraudster. Following thorough inquiries, Mo Fan and his team finally unveiled the truth of the entire case. The expelled academic fraudster had sought revenge on the scholarly community by recruiting the suspect, promising him enhanced academic standing if he could eliminate the victim and fabricate the appearance of a laboratory theft. Under the weight of such temptation, the suspect lost his rationality, executing the puppet master's scheme by stealing laboratory equipment and reagents, concocting poison, and ultimately taking the victim's life. As the truth emerged, both Mo Fan and Yi Lin felt an overwhelming weight settle upon them. They understood that competition within academia should be fair, and such unscrupulous actions, driven by greed, not only harmed innocent lives, but also tarnished the purity of the entire academic environment. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang promptly organized a task force to apprehend both the puppet master and the suspect. Faced with undeniable evidence, both were ultimately brought to justice. Although the case had been successfully resolved, Mo Fan's heart remained restless. He knew that in his future endeavors, he would encounter a myriad of cases. Yet he would steadfastly uphold his responsibilities, using his expertise and intellect to seek justice for those who could not speak for themselves, ensuring that righteousness would prevail. After concluding the follow-up work on the case, Mo Fan returned to the forensic department. He sat at his desk, gazing out at the city beyond the window, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Xiaoxi called. Mo Fan, I heard you solved another case successfully. That's truly impressive. Xiaoxi's voice brimmed with joy and admiration. It was the result of everyone's collective efforts. It was nothing, Mo Fan replied with a smile, that let's celebrate tonight. I know a wonderful restaurant. Xiaoxi suggested. Mo Fan hesitated for a moment, recalling Yilin and her relentless dedication throughout the investigation, as well as the complexity reflected in her eyes. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to Xiaoxi's invitation, recognizing that Xiaoxi was also an important part of his life. All right, see you tonight. Mo Fan hung up, feeling a sense of confusion. He was uncertain about how to navigate the path of his emotions and what challenges lay ahead. Yet, he knew that regardless of the circumstances, he would remain true to his principles, both in his work and his life. As night fell, the streets of Yun City shimmered with lights. Mo Fan exited the forensic department, heading towards the restaurant where he had arranged to meet Xiaoxi. His steps were resolute and purposeful. Although the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty, he believed that as long as he held on to justice and a passion for life, he could overcome any obstacles and embrace a bright future. Chapter 49. Shadows on the cruise ship. The hustle and bustle of Yun City seemed vibrant under the sun's rays, yet Mo Fan's heart was shrouded in a faint gloom. The truth regarding the previous murder case in the university laboratory has come to light, yet the emotional entanglements and the fatigue from work render him incapable of fully letting go. Even during moments of brief respite, just as Mo Fan was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Captain Zhang. Mo Fan, we have a new case. A murder has occurred aboard a luxury cruise ship, and the victim is a wealthy businessman. The situation at the scene is rather complex. Please come to the police station promptly so we can proceed together to the ship for investigation. Captain Zhang's tone was serious and urgent. Mo Fan immediately set aside his distractions, the sense of professional duty propelling him into work mode. He quickly gathered his belongings and hurried to the police station. Upon arrival, he found Captain Zhang had assembled the officers involved in the investigation around the conference table, where he began to outline the case details. The victim, Zhao Fuhai, was a renowned entrepreneur in the city with considerable influence in the business realm. He had embarked on the cruise for leisure. This morning, he was discovered deceased in his opulent suite. According to the ship's crew, Zhao was generally affable, showing no signs of enmity with anyone, though further investigation was required. As Captain Zhang spoke, he distributed photographs taken at the crime scene. Mo Fan examined the photographs closely. In them, Zhao Fuhai lay peacefully on the lavish bed, devoid of visible injuries, his expression tranquil, as if merely asleep. The room was adorned with luxurious furnishings, neatly arranged, with no evident signs of struggle. However, in the deceased's hand was a crumpled note, tightly grasped. Preliminary examinations revealed no signs of forced entry, suggesting that the perpetrator was likely someone familiar to Zhao. Moreover, the note could hold crucial clues, necessitating swift analysis of its contents. Mo Fan stated, "We need to board the cruise immediately." Subsequently, he, along with Yilin, Captain Zhang, and other officers, ascended the luxury vessel. The passengers and crew, upon learning of the murder, were visibly shaken and anxious, whispers echoing in every corner. They proceeded to Zhao Fuhai's lavish suite, where a faint scent of perfume lingered, which Mo Fan perceptively noted. He began a meticulous examination of the scene, while Yilin carefully extracted the crumpled note from the deceased's hand and placed it in a transparent evidence bag. Teacher Mo, the handwriting on this note is somewhat unclear, appearing to be a combination of numbers and letters. Possibly a code of some sort, Yilin remarked. Mo Fan nodded, continuing his search throughout the room. He opened the safe, only to find it empty. According to their investigation, Zhao typically carried important business documents and valuables while traveling, all of which were now missing. It seems the motive of the murderer extends beyond mere homicide. Theft may also be involved, Mo Fan mused. At that moment, Captain Zhang entered with several officers who had conducted preliminary inquiries with some passengers and crew members. Mo Fan, we've learned that Zhao Fuhai had acquaintances aboard, including his business partner Lu Feng, his wife Li Mei, and a mysterious passenger who reportedly engaged in several private discussions with Zhao, though no one knows the specifics. Captain Zhang informed. Mo Fan promptly identified these individuals as key suspects. He first approached Zhao Fuhai's wife, Li Mei, who sat alone in her room, her eyes swollen from tears, her face etched with sorrow and exhaustion. Mrs. Li, we extend our condolences for Mr. Zhao's tragic fate. We hope you can assist our investigation by sharing some insights about him. Have there been any recent disputes or unpleasantness between you two? Mo Fan inquired gently. Li Mei shook her head softly, responding, while we occasionally had minor arguments, they were over trivial matters. There were no significant conflicts. Zhao treated me well. I truly cannot fathom who would harm him. Mo Fan inquired further about Zhao's activities on the ship. Li Mei answered each question, but he found no discernible clues in her responses. Next, he sought out Zhao Fuhai's business partner, Lu Feng. Lu was a tall man with piercing eyes, Appearing somewhat anxious. Mr. Liu, Zhao Fuhai's death must have come as a shock. We would like to know if there were any disputes or conflicts of interest between you two. Mo Fan asked directly. Liu hesitated before replying. We did have disagreements over certain business projects, but that is typical in the realm of commerce. I would never resort to such extremes. Furthermore, Zhao's death does not benefit me. I was involved in many of his projects, and his demise would adversely affect them. Mo Fan scrutinized Liu's expressions and tone, searching for inconsistencies, yet Liu's responses seemed plausible. After interviewing Li Mei and Lu Feng, Mo Fan began to seek out the enigmatic passenger. After some effort, they located this individual's cabin. When the door opened, a man wearing sunglasses and a black trench coat stood before them, his demeanor cold and guarded. Hello, we are from the police, conducting an investigation into the death of Mr. Zhao Fuhai. We hope you can assist us by answering some questions, Mo Fan stated. The mysterious passenger nodded slightly, permitting them entry into his room, which was sparsely furnished with only basic personal items. You had several conversations with Mr. Zhao aboard the ship. What were they about? Mo Fan inquired. The passenger remained silent for a moment before responding. We merely chatted casually about business trends and investment. There was nothing significant. I hardly knew him and had no entanglements. Mo Fan was dissatisfied with the passenger's response, sensing that the man harbored many secrets. However, without sufficient evidence linking him to Zhao Fuhai's death, he had to temporarily let him be. Returning to Zhao Fuhai's suite, Mo Fan sank once more into contemplation. He felt that the current clues were insufficient to unravel the mystery. With the crumpled note continuing to hold the K.E.Y. Lin, observing Mo Fan's mounting pressure, suggested, Teacher Mo, let us analyze the note more thoroughly. We might uncover new leads. Mo Fan nodded, and together they began to scrutinize the combination of numbers and letters on the note. They attempted various decryption methods, yet none proved successful. In a sudden moment of clarity, Mo Fan recalled Zhao Fuhai's business background. As an importer and exporter who frequently interacted with international clients, could the note represent a universally recognized business code? He promptly instructed Yilin to contact relevant commercial experts to inquire about the potential for such a code. After consultation, the experts indicated that the note's combination of numbers and letters could indeed be a form of encrypted code used in international business transactions to safeguard vital information. If this is indeed a business code, then the murderer may have killed for the sake of acquiring this information. Mo Fan concluded we must decipher this code swiftly to uncover the secrets it conceals. As the investigation progressed, the atmosphere aboard the cruise ship grew increasingly tense. Passengers worried for their safety, while crew members acted with caution, fearful of becoming the next victims. Mo Fan, Yilin, Captain Zhang, and their colleagues continued their diligent efforts on the cruise, knowing that only by apprehending the culprit could they restore tranquility to the vessel and provide closure for the deceased. Throughout this ordeal, Mo Fan faced not only the intricacies and challenges of the case, but also the need to find balance amidst emotional turmoil. Bearing immense pressure, yet resolutely pursuing the path of truth. Chapter 50. A breakthrough upon confirming that the combination of numbers and letters on the note likely constituted a form of encrypted code used in international business transactions. Mo Fan and Yi Lin felt an urgency to act. Yi Lin quickly reached out to additional professional cryptographers, hoping to unravel this enigma promptly, while Mo Fan decided to conduct a more thorough examination of Zhao Fuhai's room in search of further clues related to the code. Wearing gloves, Mo Fan meticulously scoured every corner of the room. He accessed Zhao Fuhai's computer. Though it was password protected, with the assistance of police technology, he swiftly bypassed the security and entered the system. However, he found no files directly related to the note's code, only an array of business contracts and correspondence, primarily concerning routine import-export activities. Undeterred, Mo Fan continued his search. When he opened a drawer, he discovered a thick notebook. The cover bore no markings, appearing unremarkable. As he flipped through its pages, he noticed a seemingly chaotic assortment of numbers and symbols. After scrutinizing it for a while, he suddenly recognized similarities between these figures and the code on the note. Yi Lin, come take a look at this. Mo Fan called out excitedly. Yi Lin rushed over, and as she examined the contents of the notebook, her eyes brightened. Teacher Mo, these numbers and symbols could very well be the key to deciphering the note's code. Perhaps Zhao Fuhai had his own encryption and decryption methods documented within this notebook. Mo Fan nodded and began to meticulously examine the contents of the notebook alongside Yi Lin. They discovered that some of the numerical and symbolic combinations recorded in the notebook exhibited certain patterns in their structure and arrangement that aligned with the code on the note. After considerable effort, they finally unearthed a potential decryption method. With the assistance of a password decryption expert, They commenced their attempts to unravel the code inscribed on the note as time passed. The digits and letters on the note gradually transformed into meaningful text. Ultimately, the code was successfully deciphered, revealing the note's contents, a confidential document regarding Project X, concealed within a hidden compartment in the cruise ship's library. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. They promptly relayed this news to Captain Zhang and proceeded to the library of the cruise ship. The library, situated on the mid-level of the ship, housed a diverse array of books in a serene and comfortable environment. Upon entering the library, Mo Fan and his companions began their diligent search for the hidden compartment mentioned in the note. They navigated between the bookshelves, meticulously inspecting each shelf and cabinet. However, after an extensive search, no trace of the hidden compartment was found. Could it be that we misunderstood the meaning of the code? Captain Zhang pondered aloud, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Mo Fan remained silent, continuing to observe the library. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a hefty encyclopedia on one of the shelves, which appeared to be slightly more prominent than the others. Mo Fan approached it and attempted to remove the encyclopedia. Upon doing so, he discovered a concealed button on the wall behind the book. He pressed the button, and a wooden panel on the wall slowly opened, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a document pouch, which Mo Fan cautiously retrieved. Upon opening the pouch, he found several documents that were indeed the confidential files pertaining to Project X mentioned in the note. As Mo Fan meticulously perused the documents, he discerned detailed information regarding a significant business collaboration that Zhao Fuhai's company was poised to undertake, involving substantial funds and interests. It seems that the murderer likely killed for these confidential files. Mo Fan remarked, "We need to reevaluate our list of suspects and ascertain who might be aware of the existence of these documents and have the motive to acquire them." They returned to the police station and conducted an in-depth investigation into Zhao Fuhai's business partner Lu Feng, his wife Li Mei, and the enigmatic passenger. Through further inquiry, they discovered that Lu Feng had been at a disadvantage in recent business competition. If Zhao Fuhai's Project X succeeded, it would significantly impact Lu Feng's company. Additionally, Lu Feng had made several attempts to inquire about the details of Project X prior to the incident, all of which Zhao Fuhai had rebuffed. Lu Feng's suspicion grew considerably. He possessed sufficient motive to murder Zhao Fuhai in pursuit of these confidential files. Simultaneously, their investigation into the mysterious passenger yielded new developments. A meticulous review of the cruise ship's surveillance footage revealed that the enigmatic passenger had lingered near Zhao Fuhai's room on the night of the incident, exhibiting highly suspicious behavior. Although Li Mei, Zhao Fuhai's wife, appeared to lack a clear motive at first glance, further investigation revealed a complex romantic history prior to her marriage, involving close ties with a business rival, making it plausible that she might have been manipulated. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang resolved to interrogate the three suspects once more. They first brought Lu Feng into the interrogation room. Lu Feng appeared somewhat anxious, yet he feigned composure. "Lu Feng, we have gathered evidence indicating your keen interest in Zhao Fuhai's Project X. Coupled with your disadvantage in business competition, the success of Zhao Fuhai's project would spell tremendous losses for your company. Do you have any explanations?" Mo Fan inquired sternly. Lu Feng clenched his teeth and replied, "I admit I am interested in Project X, but I did not commit murder. That I merely sought to gain information through legitimate business means to secure an advantage in competition." Mo Fan remained unconvinced and pressed further. "How do you explain your whereabouts on the night of the incident? Why were you near Zhao Fuhai's room?" Lu Feng's complexion paled, and he stammered, at a loss for words. Next, they interrogated the mysterious passenger. He maintained an aloof demeanor, yet under Mo Fan and Captain Zhang's probing, he finally confessed to being a private investigator hired by someone to inquire into Zhao Fuhai's business secrets. "I merely aimed to gather information to deliver to my employer. I did not commit murder. I was indeed near Zhao Fuhai's room on the night of the incident, but I did not enter. I witnessed someone else enter the room before me," the enigmatic passenger stated. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang exchanged glances, realizing the case had grown increasingly intricate. Finally, they interrogated Li Mei in the interrogation room. She appeared quite flustered, her gaze darting about nervously. "Li Mei, we are aware of your complex romantic history prior to marriage, involving close ties with a business rival. Were you exploited by them to partake in the conspiracy to murder Zhao Fuhai?" Mo Fan asked. Li Mei burst into tears, exclaiming, "I did not partake in the murder. I truly had no idea it would come to this. That I merely disclosed some information about Project X while chatting with that old flame, never anticipating he would exploit it in such a manner." As the interrogation deepened, Mo Fan and Captain Zhang gradually clarified the case's intricacies. It turned out that Lu Feng had hired the mysterious passenger to investigate Zhao Fuhai in order to obtain the confidential documents related to Project X. Meanwhile, Li Mei's former lover, upon learning of Project X's existence, sought to profit from it. He manipulated Li Mei's feelings for Zhao Fuhai, prompting her to inadvertently divulge information that on the night of the incident, the mysterious passenger arrived at Zhao Fuhai's room vicinity first, preparing to seize an opportunity to enter and retrieve the documents. However, another individual, Zhao Fuhai's former business partner, had entered the room ahead of him after discerning the value of Project X. This person resolved to take a gamble, murdering Zhao Fuhai and absconding with the documents. Based on these clues, Mo Fan and Captain Zhang swiftly initiated a pursuit operation. After considerable effort, they finally apprehended the perpetrator, successfully solving the cruise ship murder case thanks to Mo Fan and his team's diligence. However, Mo Fan did not allow himself to relax. He understood that in the shadowy corners of Yun City, many unknown evils still lurked, and as a forensic expert, he would continue to shoulder the mission of uncovering the truth and upholding justice. At the same time, he contemplated his emotional dilemma between Xiao Shi and Yi Lin, wondering how to choose and what path to follow in the future. These questions loomed over his heart like a dense fog, awaiting resolution. Chapter 51. The whirlwind of emotions following the successful resolution of the cruise ship murder case. The police station was suffused with a jubilant sense of victory. Colleagues lauded the remarkable performances of Mo Fan, Captain Zhang, and Yi Lin, their faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction. Yet amidst this celebratory atmosphere, Mo Fan's heart felt ensnared in a chaotic web, unable to genuinely relax. On the night following the conclusion of the case, Mo Fan sat alone in the forensic office, the dim and gentle light casting a warm glow on his weary face. His gaze rested upon two photographs on his desk, one featuring Xiao Shi with a radiant smile, captured during a date when she was delighted by a street performer's act. The other depicted Yi Lin, engrossed in her work, scrutinizing evidence with a magnifying glass, her eyes revealing determination and dedication. As Mo Fan held Xiao Shi's photograph, memories of their shared moments flooded his mind. Her vivacious spirit shone like brilliant sunlight, illuminating his otherwise monotonous and busy life. They strolled through the city streets, sharing laughter and tears. They wept at poignant scenes in the cinema and cheered at thrilling moments. Xiao Shi always managed to provide him with boundless solace and motivation during his most exhausting times, her vibrant words and warm smile lifting his spirits. Simultaneously, the image of Yi Lin lingered in his thoughts. As his assistant, she offered unwavering support and assistance in his work, whether at the crime scene or in the laboratory. Yi Lin quietly stood by his side, battling alongside him. Her gentle care and understanding of his work fostered a unique dependency within Mo Fan. He also sensed Yi Lin's unspoken affection for him, a subtle, profound love that flowed like a gentle stream, unobtrusive yet unceasing. Just as Mo Fan was lost in contemplation, a gentle knock resonated at the office door. He lifted his head to find Yi Lin standing at the entrance, her eyes betraying a hint of hesitation and anxiety. "Mr. Mo, you haven't left yet," Yi Lin said softly, her voice trembling slightly. Mo Fan forced a smile and replied, "Yes, I still have some matters to sort out." "Why haven't you returned home?" Yi Lin stepped into the office, hesitating momentarily before saying, "Mr. Mo, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Observing Yi Lin's nervous demeanor, Mo Fan felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. He nodded and said, "Very well, please go ahead." Yi Lin took a deep breath, summoning her courage to speak. "Mr. Mo, I know you are with Xiao Shi, and I realize I shouldn't say these words. However, I truly cannot suppress my feelings. I have liked you for a long time. I am aware that I may not possess the excellence or the vivacity of Xiao Shi, yet my feelings for you are sincere. I merely wish to let you know that regardless of your choices, I will always support you and will continue to be your most capable assistant at work." Upon finishing her confession, Yi Lin's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Mo Shan's eyes, Mo Shan listened to Yi Lin's declaration with mixed emotions. He had not anticipated her confession at this moment. Indeed, he harbored a unique affection for Yi Lin, yet his love for Xiao Shi was profound. Unsure of how to respond, the office fell into an uncomfortable silence. After a moment, Mo Shan spoke slowly. "Yi Lin, I am grateful for your feelings and for your support at work. However, I am already with Xiao Shi, and I do not wish to hurt her. I also hold deep feelings for her. I hope you can understand, and let us continue to be good colleagues as before, shall we?" Yi Lin raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, but she held back her emotions and nodded, saying, "I understand. Mr. Mo, I will not allow this feeling to affect our work. You can rest assured." With that, Yi Lin turned and left the office, leaving Mo Shan alone, his heart tangled and pained, while Mo Shan grappled with his emotional turmoil. Xiaoxi sensed his unease. During one of their dates, she observed his troubled expression and could not help but ask, "Sean, do you have something on your mind? It feels as though you are hiding something from me." Sean hesitated, unsure whether to reveal Yulin's confession to Xiaoxi. He worried that sharing it might lead to misunderstandings and unease, yet he felt a lack of honesty if he kept it from her. "Xiaoxi, actually that Yulin confessed her feelings to me." Ultimately, Sean chose to be forthright. Upon hearing this news, Xiaoxi's smile vanished, replaced by a flicker of surprise and concern in her eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied, "I suspected that her gaze toward you seemed different lately. What are your thoughts on this?" Sean took Xiaoxi's hand, earnestly stating, "Xiaoxi, you know my heart belongs to you. Yulin is merely a good colleague to me, and I do not wish for this matter to affect our relationship." Xiaoxi nodded, saying, "I trust you, Sean. However, I can sense that Yulin's feelings for you run deep, that I do not wish for this situation to create a rift between us. Nor do I want to hurt Yulin. Let us continue to interact as we always have. Sean looked at Xiaoxi's understanding demeanor. Filled with gratitude, he embraced her tightly and said, "Thank you, Xiaoxi. Having you by my side brings me immense happiness." Nevertheless, despite the temporary understanding between Sean and Xiaoxi, Yulin's feelings loomed like an invisible bomb, threatening to ignite new conflicts and issues at any moment. In the following days at work, although Yulin endeavored to maintain professionalism and composure, her interactions with Sean inevitably became awkward and strained. Sean, too, struggled to balance his work with his emotions. Hoping to find a solution that would spare Yulin's feelings while allowing him to continue his blissful relationship with Xiaoxi. Yet, matters of the heart are often complex, and he was uncertain if he could achieve this delicate equilibrium. Amidst this emotional turmoil, Sean's life grew increasingly chaotic. At this juncture, a new case emerged in Yun City. This time, a theft at a downtown mall, accompanied by violent conflict, resulting in a security guard suffering severe injuries during a struggle with the suspects. Upon receiving the notification, Sean promptly set aside his emotional concerns and, alongside Yulin, rushed to the scene of the incident. On their way, Sean stole a glance at Yulin. Her expression was serious and focused. As if she had cast aside her personal dilemmas, he felt a quiet relief, knowing that regardless of their emotional struggles, they were the most professional partners in the face of their work. Upon arriving at the crime scene, Sean and Yulin quickly immersed themselves in their investigative duties. The mall was in disarray, with toppled shelves and scattered merchandise, an atmosphere thick with tension and chaos. Sean surveyed the scene, silently vowing to resolve this case swiftly and bring the perpetrators to justice. As they investigated, he also hoped to uncover a solution to his emotional predicament, aiming to restore his life to order. Chapter 52. The fog of the mall theft. When Sean and Yulin arrived at the crime scene in the downtown mall, it had already been cordoned off by the police. The area in disarray. Customers had long been evacuated, and several officers were maintaining order to prevent further damage. The injured security guard had been urgently transported to the hospital, where doctors preliminarily assessed his condition as serious. With ongoing rescue efforts, Sean and Yulin donned protective gear, gloves, and masks, stepping into the chaotic zone. Sean's keen eyes scanned the surroundings: shattered glass, overturned shelves, and strewn merchandise. Every detail could conceal vital clues. Yulin followed closely behind, notebook and pen in hand, ready to record any significant information. They began their examination at the location where the guard was injured. Sean spoke in a low voice, which echoed in the empty mall. The two approached the spot where the guard had fallen, a large pool of dried blood staining the floor, dark red and hue. Sean crouched down, meticulously observing the shape and spread of the blood. The trajectory suggested that the guard had been assaulted from the front, and the force of the attack had been considerable, leading to his injury. Yulin diligently noted her observations and added, "There are signs of a struggle here. The shelves are toppled, and merchandise is scattered, indicating that the conflict was intense." Sean nodded in agreement. Continuing his search, he discovered fragments of broken glass, which seemed to bear some faint fingerprints. Carefully, he collected these shards, placing them in evidence bags, knowing they could potentially belong to the suspect and would be sent for analysis by the forensic team. During their investigation, Sean and Yulin also stumbled upon several suspicious footprints. The sizes varied, but one pair stood out with remarkable clarity, likely left by the suspect as they fled the scene. Sean took out a ruler, meticulously measuring the length and width of the prints while observing their depth and pattern. Judging by the depth, the suspect likely bore considerable weight and had a wider stride, suggesting a tall individual. Yulin recorded this information, feeling a swell of admiration for Sean's expertise, despite the emotional turmoil they had recently faced. He remained the composed and professional forensic expert she deeply respected. Meanwhile, Captain Zhang and other officers were reviewing the mall's surveillance footage. Unfortunately, many cameras had malfunctioned during the incident, providing only fragmented images of shadowy figures obscured by hats and masks, rendering identification impossible. These suspects are quite cunning. They clearly knew how to evade the cameras. Captain Zhang frowned, expressing his frustration. After concluding their on-site investigation, Mo Shan and Yi Lin returned to the police station, handing over the collected evidence for forensic examination. While awaiting the results, they began interviewing mall staff and witnesses. The mall manager, a middle-aged man, appeared anxious as he recounted the situation to Mo Shan and Yi Lin. Our mall has always maintained strict security measures. I never anticipated such an incident would occur. The suspects seemed familiar with the mall's layout, as they headed straight for the jewelry counter, making off with numerous valuable pieces. Did you notice any suspicious individuals lingering in the mall prior to the incident? Mo Shan inquired. The manager contemplated for a moment before responding. There were a few ordinary-looking individuals near the jewelry counter for an extended period, but I didn't pay much attention, assuming they were merely browsing. Mo Shan and Yi Lin continued their inquiries with other staff and witnesses, but useful information remained scarce. Most individuals were too stunned by the chaos to recall anything beyond a few armed figures rushing in and seizing jewelry. Engaging in conflict with the guard. Just then, they received word from the forensic team. Several fingerprints had been extracted from the glass shards, but upon comparison, they were not in the police database, indicating the suspects likely had no prior offenses. The analysis of the footprints revealed that the owner wore a common pair of athletic shoes, widely available on the market, making it difficult to trace them. This case is proving to be quite challenging, Yi Lin remarked with a furrowed brow. Mo Shan nodded, his gaze resolute. No matter how difficult it may be, we must track down these suspects. They injured the guard and committed robbery in plain sight. They cannot be allowed to evade justice. At this moment, Xiaoxi learned of the news regarding the shopping mall theft, a journalist. She developed a keen interest in the case and desired to conduct an in-depth report. She arrived at the police station and sought out Mo Fan. Fan, this shopping mall theft appears quite intricate. Xiaoxi expressed with concern. Are there any new leads? Mo Fan gazed at Xiaoxi, a warmth surging within him. Despite the complexities in his emotional life, Xiaoxi had always been the one who cared for and supported him. Currently, there aren't many leads. The suspect is quite cunning, evading surveillance, and the fingerprints and footprints left behind hold little value, he replied. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoxi suggested, perhaps we could start with the mall's customers. Although most eyewitnesses offer limited information, someone might have noticed a particular detail that I could leverage my identity to interview some customers and see if I can uncover new clues. Mo Fan hesitated, concerned for Xiaoxi's safety. Yet, he recognized her capabilities and determination, ultimately nodding in agreement. All right, but you must exercise caution. These suspects may still be at large, and we cannot predict their actions. Xiaoxi smiled and nodded, reassuring him, rest assured, I will take care of myself. After leaving the police station, Xiaoxi began interviewing the mall's patrons. Through various channels, she connected with some customers who had been present that day. During her interviews, she encountered a young girl who recounted, I saw several suspicious individuals conversing in a corner of the mall. They were dressed in black, wearing hats and masks, and speaking in hushed tones. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they appeared quite odd, not like ordinary shoppers. Xiaoxi's heart leaped with excitement as she probed further. Did you see where they went afterward? The girl furrowed her brows in thought before replying. I remember they headed towards the jewelry counter, and shortly after, I heard a commotion. Xiaoxi relayed this crucial information to Mo Fan. Upon hearing it, his eyes lit up. This lead is significant. Perhaps those suspicious individuals are the culprits. Let us review the surveillance footage around the mall to see if we can trace their movements. Mo Fan and Yi Lin returned to the mall, where they accessed the surveillance recordings, scrutinizing each frame meticulously. After considerable effort, they finally spotted several individuals clad in black, wearing hats and masks, hastily exiting the mall. That's them. Mo Fan exclaimed excitedly. Quick, let us track their whereabouts. However, as they continued their pursuit, they discovered that these individuals had vanished at an intersection. There lay a blind spot in the surveillance, leaving them unaware of the suspect's next destination. It seems these suspects are well acquainted with the area surrounding the mall. Deliberately avoiding the cameras, Yi Lin remarked. Mo Fan fell into deep thought, realizing that the investigation had reached an impasse. Yet he refused to surrender easily, believing that continued pursuit of leads would ultimately unveil the truth behind the shopping mall theft and bring the suspects to justice. In this process, he also hoped to resolve his emotional turmoil, allowing him to devote himself entirely to his work. Chapter 53. The tangled web of clues Mo Fan and Yi Lin stood at the intersection of the surveillance blind spot. Observing the ebb and flow of vehicles and pedestrians, their hearts heavy with frustration, the suspects had seemingly evaporated into thin air, eluding their pursuit within this dead zone of monitoring. They couldn't have simply vanished. They must have exited through some means, Mo Fan muttered, a hint of discontent in his gaze as he crouched down, meticulously examining the ground in search of overlooked clues that Yi Lin, too, scanned the surroundings, refusing to miss any detail. She noticed a small shop adjacent to the intersection, where a tiny surveillance camera was installed at the entrance. An idea sparked in her mind, and she promptly entered the shop, presenting her identity and purpose to the owner. The owner, a kind-hearted middle-aged woman, eagerly cooperated with the police. She retrieved the shop's surveillance footage, and Mo Fan and Yi Lin focused intently on the screen, hoping to uncover traces of the suspects. Indeed, within the footage, they spotted the same individuals in black, who had briefly lingered at the intersection before boarding a black van. Though the image was somewhat blurry, rendering the license plate unreadable, this represented a significant breakthrough. "Excellent. We finally have a lead," Yi Lin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mo Fan nodded, a long-awaited smile gracing his face. "We must inform Captain Zhang immediately, so he can mobilize personnel to investigate the whereabouts of this van." They promptly returned to the police station, sharing their findings from the surveillance footage with Captain Zhang. Upon hearing the news, Captain Zhang issued immediate orders for officers to scrutinize all black vans citywide, focusing particularly on those that passed through the intersection around the time of the incident. Meanwhile, Mo Fan and Yi Lin continued their in-depth analysis of the case. They noticed that this shopping mall theft bore similarities to several previous heists. The earlier thefts also occurred in bustling commercial districts, with the culprits targeting jewelry stores and other establishments housing valuable goods, managing to escape swiftly without leaving substantial traces. Could these thefts be the work of the same group? Yi Lin questioned. Mo Fan pondered for a moment before responding. "It's quite possible. Their methods are similar, and their familiarity with the mall and commercial district indicates they are part of an organized, premeditated criminal gang." To validate this hypothesis, Mo Fan and Yi Lin began comparing detailed records of the previous thefts, including the times, locations, stolen items, and evidence left at the scenes. Upon thorough examination, they discovered that the tools and techniques employed by the suspects were nearly identical, and they consistently managed to elude police capture post-crime. It seems we are dealing with a formidable criminal organization, Mo Fan remarked, his brow furrowed. "Their counter-surveillance capabilities are exceptional. We must conduct our investigation with utmost caution to avoid alerting them to our actions." At that moment, Captain Zhang brought forth some news. Following the officers' diligent search, they had located a suspicious black van. This vehicle had traversed the blind spot at the intersection shortly before and after the theft, and had vanished from the city's streets shortly thereafter. "We have pinpointed the last known location of this van, near an abandoned factory in the southern part of the city," Captain Zhang informed them. "I have arranged for personnel to stake out the area, ready to launch an arrest operation upon spotting the suspects." Mo Fan and Yi Lin promptly requested to partake in the apprehension. Captain Zhang deliberated briefly before consenting to their request. By the time they arrived at the abandoned factory in the city's south, dusk had begun to settle. The surroundings were eerily quiet, the only sound being the wind whistling through the broken windows. Mo Fan and Yi Lin cautiously followed Captain Zhang and the other officers, inching closer to the factory's entrance. Suddenly, they heard a cacophony of voices emanating from within the factory, indicating a dispute. Mo Fan exchanged a glance with Captain Zhang, signaling everyone to prepare. Silently, they approached the source of the commotion. Peering through a window, inside, several individuals were arguing, and they were indeed the same suspects from the surveillance footage. They clutched various pieces of jewelry, seemingly squabbling over the spoils. "That's them," Mo Fan whispered resolutely. Captain Zhang immediately issued the command, and officers surged into the factory, encircling the suspects. Upon realizing the police's arrival, the suspects panicked, attempting to resist. However, under the police's overwhelming force, they were swiftly subdued. Mo Fan and Yi Lin entered the factory. Meticulously examining the scene, they discovered that these suspects had not only stolen jewelry from the mall, but also concealed additional stolen items from previous thefts within the factory. It appears our suspicions were correct. These thefts indeed stem from the same group, Yi Lin remarked, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Mo Fan nodded, aware that this was merely the first step in solving the case. They would need to interrogate the suspects further, gather more evidence, and eradicate this criminal organization entirely. During the interrogation, the suspects initially attempted to deny their involvement, but under the weight of the overwhelming evidence presented by the police, they eventually confessed to their crimes. It turned out that this was a gang of habitual offenders, specializing in targeting jewelry stores and other establishments in bustling commercial areas. They exploited the surveillance blind spots and their own counter-surveillance skills to successfully execute numerous thefts. We thought we could escape yet again, but it seems we were wrong. One of the suspects lamented. Mo Fan stated solemnly, "The law is relentless. You may believe you can evade justice, but ultimately, you cannot escape its grasp." With the suspect's confessions, the truth behind the shopping mall theft and several prior heists finally came to light. The diligent efforts of Mo Fan, Yilin, and their fellow officers have borne fruit, as they successfully dismantled the criminal syndicate, contributing to the city's safety and stability. Yet, within Mo Fan's heart, a sense of relief eluded him. He understood that in the shadowy corners of this city, numerous unknown evils lay in wait, eager for him to expose and combat. Meanwhile, in his emotional realm, the images of Qiaoshi and Yilin continued to intertwine in his mind, plunging him into profound conflict and confusion. He found himself at a loss as to how to confront them. Uncertain of how to choose his future. Chapter 54. Undercurrents of emotion. The resolution of the shoplifting case further elevated the reputation of the Yun City Police, enveloping Mo Fan, Yilin, and Captain Zhang in the joy of their triumph. However, for Mo Fan, the conclusion of the case did not bring genuine tranquility to his heart, as his emotional world was ensnared in unprecedented chaos during the celebratory banquet at the police station. While his colleagues raised their glasses in jubilation, laughter reverberated throughout the room. Mo Fan, however, appeared somewhat distracted, his gaze wandering among the crowd, occasionally landing on Yilin, who was engaged in cheerful banter with her colleagues, and then drifting toward Qiaoshi, who was conversing with other reporters in the corner. Dressed in a striking red dress, Qiaoshi radiated vibrancy. Her masterful coverage of the theft case had earned her considerable acclaim among her peers. She frequently cast gentle glances toward Mo Fan, her eyes brimming with affection and admiration, and on the other hand, Yilin donned a simple professional outfit, her sweet yet understated smile revealing her concern and care for Mo Fan amid her interactions with colleagues. Mo Fan lifted his glass, taking a small sip in an attempt to clarify his thoughts. Memories of the time spent with Qiaoshi flooded his mind, their leisurely strolls through the city's streets, sharing dreams and joys. Qiaoshi's enthusiasm and vitality always illuminated the beauty of life amidst his exhausting work. They would engage in spirited debates over their favorite films and snuggle together by the seaside at sunset, relishing moments of tranquility. Yet, he could not overlook Yilin's silent support and companionship in his work. During countless late nights, she had quietly stood by his side, assisting him in organizing materials and analyzing case clues. Her attentiveness and thoughtfulness offered him warmth amidst the busyness of his duties. Once, when he encountered a perplexing challenge while performing an autopsy, Yilin perceptively recognized his distress and diligently researched extensive materials, providing him with fresh insights that ultimately helped him resolve the issue. What is Mo Fan pondering so deeply? Qiaoshi's voice suddenly broke the reverie, startling him back to reality. He turned to face her beautiful visage, managing a strained smile. It's nothing, merely reflecting on certain details of the case. Qiaoshi gently linked her arm with his, playfully asserting, "The case is solved, so let us set those thoughts aside. Today is a celebration. We ought to enjoy ourselves." Mo Fan nodded, following her to the dining table. Once seated, Qiaoshi persistently served him dishes, attentively regarding his dietary needs. Observing her gestures stirred a complex blend of emotions within him, both gratitude and a tinge of guilt. At that moment, Yilin approached, her smile contrasting with a hint of tension in her gaze. "Congratulations, Mo forensic expert, on successfully solving another major case," she remarked, her voice trembling slightly. Rising, Mo Fan responded politely, "This achievement is not solely mine. Everyone has contributed significantly." Yilin's gaze briefly flitted between Qiaoshi and Mo Fan before she added, "I understand, but I feel you played a pivotal role in the case." Sensing the subtle tension between Yilin and Mo Fan, Qiaoshi tightly clasped his arm and cheerfully interjected, "Indeed, Mo Fan has always been remarkable. By the way, Yilin, you've worked hard too. Perhaps we could exchange ideas in the future." Yilin nodded, replying, "Absolutely. I have much to learn from you." Journalist Qiao. The trio's conversation felt somewhat awkward and strained, prompting Yilin to excuse herself and depart. Mo Fan watched her retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of loss swelling within him. After the banquet concluded, he walked home alone. The city's lights dazzled in the night, bustling with activity, yet his heart remained shrouded in silence. He recalled the melancholic look in Yilin's eyes as she left, and guilt washed over him. He knew that Yilin harbored special feelings for him, and he had unwittingly developed a sense of reliance and trust towards her at that moment. Mo Fan's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Yilin. The content was simple. Mo forensic expert, I know I shouldn't disturb you, but I want to tell you that I will always support your work, that I hope you find happiness. Reading the message, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He replied, Yilin, thank you for your unwavering support and assistance. I hope you too can find your own happiness. After sending the message, Mo Fan continued his walk. Resolved to no longer remain indecisive, he had to make a choice. He reflected on his profession as a forensic expert, where he must make precise judgments in the face of complex cases, and recognized that he could no longer evade matters of the heart. Days later, Mo Fan resolved to seek an opportunity to discuss their relationships with Xiao Shi and Yilin. He arranged to meet Xiao Shi at a CAF, where she arrived promptly, her face adorned with an expectant smile. Mo Fan, what brings you to seek me? She asked. Taking a deep breath, Mo Fan replied, Xiao Shi, I believe we need to have a serious conversation about our relationship. Xiao Shi's smile instantly faltered, her eyes betraying unease. What is it, Mo Fan? Are you suggesting there is an issue between us? Mo Fan nodded, saying, Xiao Shi, I am grateful for your feelings toward me. You are an exceptional girl, and I cherish the time we've spent together. However, I've come to realize that my perspective on relationships has shifted. Tears welled in Xiao Shi's eyes as she struggled to contain her emotions. Mo Fan, are you saying you no longer have feelings for me? Why? Have I done something wrong? Mo Fan gazed at her, his heart heavy, yet he knew he must be honest. Xiao Shi, you have done nothing wrong. It's just that the more time I spend with Yilin at work, the more I've developed special feelings for her, that I do not wish to deceive you or allow all three of us to suffer. Upon hearing his words, tears streamed down Xiao Shi's cheeks. Mo Fan, I truly love you. I cannot imagine my life without you. Gently taking her hand, he replied, Xiao Shi, I understand your feelings, but love cannot be forced. I hope you find someone who truly loves and understands you, someone who will bring you happiness. Crying, Xiao Shi fled the CAF, leaving Mo Fan enveloped in pain and helplessness. He recognized that he had hurt her. Yet he could no longer continue with the ambiguity. After resolving matters with Xiao Shi, Mo Fan arranged to meet Yilin in the park. As she spotted him, her eyes shimmered with a blend of anxiety and hope. Yilin, I wish to share some heartfelt thoughts with you, Mo Fan began, and Yilin nodded, listening intently. Continuing, he said, Yilin, throughout our work together, you have consistently supported and assisted me. I am deeply grateful to you. And without realizing it, I have developed profound feelings for you. I understand that my previous actions may have caused you confusion and pain, but I want to be clear. I like you and wish to be with you. Tears glistened in Yilin's eyes as she excitedly replied, Mo forensic expert, I have always liked you. I knew of your relationship with Xiao Shi and thought I had no chance. Hearing you say this brings me immense joy. Mo Fan gently embraced Yilin, stating, from now on, let us face the challenges of the future together, shall we? Yilin nodded, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Yet Mo Fan was aware that their journey of love had only just begun, with many trials and tribulations awaiting them. Nonetheless, he believed that as long as they maintained mutual understanding and support, they could triumph over all adversities and reach the shores of happiness. He would continue his work as a forensic expert, fighting for justice, ensuring the voices of the deceased were heard, and that evil had no refuge. Chapter 55, The Shadow of a New Case. In the days following Mo Fan and Yilin's commitment, their lives were intertwined with sweetness amidst their busy schedules. Their professional synergy remained intact, while their private interactions deepened their bond. However, the tranquility of Yun City was short-lived, as a new case loomed ominously on the horizon. On a dreary morning, the air was thick with dampness and an oppressive atmosphere. Mo Fan and Yilin arrived at the police station early, ready to embark on a new day's work. As they organized files, Captain Zhang hurried into the forensic department, his expression grave. Mo Fan, Yilin, we have a new case, he announced, his voice low and serious. In an old neighborhood in the eastern part of Yun City, a male corpse has been discovered. The scene is rather complex. Prepare yourselves, and let us head over immediately. Mo Fan and Yilin exchanged a glance, swiftly setting aside their tasks to don forensic gear and follow Captain Zhang to the crime scene. As they drove, the rain tapped against the windows, producing a somber rhythm, as if heralding the tragedy about to be unveiled. Upon arrival, they found themselves before a somewhat dilapidated residential building, surrounded by a throng of onlookers whose faces bore expressions of fear and curiosity. Police officers were maintaining order as they cordoned off the area. Mo Fan and Yilin donned gloves and masks before entering the room where the deceased laid out. A pungent odor permeated the air, a ghastly mixture of blood and decay. The victim was a middle-aged man, curled in the corner of the room, his face contorted and eyes wide open, suggesting immense suffering prior to his demise. Mo Fan crouched down to scrutinize the body closely. Numerous bruises and stab wounds marred the victim's flesh, with the fatal injury being a knife wound to the chest that had pierced his heart. The time of death was estimated to be between 10 o'clock last night and 2 o'clock this morning. Mo Fan examined the body. He remarked to Yi Lin that the angles and force of the stab wounds indicated the assailant was likely a physically strong individual with considerable experience. Yi Lin nodded thoughtfully, taking notes while she began to inspect other items in the room. She noted evident signs of a struggle: overturned furniture, scattered belongings, indicating the victim had engaged in a fierce confrontation with the attacker. On the table, she discovered broken glasses and a partially consumed bottle of liquor, suggesting the victim had been drinking prior to the incident and had possibly interacted with the assailant. Mo Fan rose and surveyed the room, his gaze landing on a photograph on the wall. It depicted the deceased with a woman, their expressions suggesting intimacy. "We should take this photo back and investigate the identity of this woman," he instructed Yi Lin. Subsequently, they carefully lifted the corpse onto a stretcher, transporting it to the police station for further examination. In the autopsy room, Mo Fan skillfully wielded the scalpel, meticulously dissecting the body. Yi Lin assisted him, diligently documenting every discovery. During the procedure, Mo Fan found remnants of food in the victim's stomach, later confirmed to be common bar snacks. Additionally, he detected a measurable amount of alcohol in the victim's blood. Corroborating the findings of the liquor bottle and glasses at the scene, it appears the victim was drinking at home last night when the assailant unexpectedly intruded, leading to a violent struggle resulting in his death. Mo Fan analyzed that moment. Yi Lin's phone rang. Upon answering, her expression shifted slightly. Forensic expert, the investigation results are in. The woman in the photograph is the victim's ex-wife, named Li Mei. However, she divorced him 6 months ago. She reported. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, remarking, "Divorced? That is indeed a significant lead. Inform Captain Zhang. We need to investigate Li Mei." Mo Fan and Yi Lin proceeded to Li Mei's residence, a modest apartment on the opposite side of the city. Upon knocking, they were greeted by a haggard woman, Li Mei herself. "Who are you? What do you want?" she asked, eyeing them warily. Mo Fan presented his credentials, stating, "We are police officers seeking information regarding your ex-husband. He was murdered last night." Upon hearing the news, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Mei's face, but she quickly regained her composure. "He is dead? We've been divorced, so his affairs are no longer my concern," she replied coldly. Observing her demeanor, Mo Fan continued, "We found a photograph of you in his room, and our understanding is that your divorce was relatively recent. Could you share the reasons behind your separation?" After a moment of hesitation, Li Mei sighed, "Fine, since you've already uncovered it, I have nothing to conceal. We divorced due to his gambling. He lost a substantial amount of money and accrued significant debts. I simply could not tolerate it any longer." "And where were you last night? What were you doing?" Yi Lin inquired. "I stayed home all night. You may ask my neighbors. They can attest to my whereabouts," Li Mei replied. After questioning her further, Mo Fan and Yi Lin departed her apartment. While en route back, they deliberated on the developments of the case. You suspect Li Mei?" Mo Fan queried, while Yi Lin pondered briefly before responding. Her reaction was cold, but that could stem from disappointment and resentment towards her ex-husband. Nonetheless, she claims to have been home last night, and we need to verify her alibi. Beyond her, we should also investigate the victim's other relationships for additional suspects. Mo Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, there remain many uncertainties in this case. Upon our return, we will continue to explore the victim's social circle for potential new leads. Once back at the police station, Mo Fan and Yi Lin immediately immersed themselves in their investigation. They reviewed the victim's communication records and bank statements, discovering that he had continued associations with dubious individuals post-divorce, particularly a man named Wang Chong, who piqued their interest. Investigations revealed that Wang Chong was a professional gambler, having met the victim in casinos, and the two often gambled together. Furthermore, the victim owed Wang Chong a considerable gambling debt. Wang Chong is a prime suspect. He may harbor resentment due to the debts. Mo Fan noted that Yi Lin concurred. "Let us investigate Wang Chong's whereabouts to determine if he had the opportunity to commit the crime." Just as they prepared to pursue Wang Chong, Captain Zhang entered the office. Mo Fan, Yi Lin, there has been a development. While verifying Li Mei's alibi, we discovered her neighbors could not definitively confirm she was home all night. Additionally, we found that Li Mei purchased a substantial life insurance policy post-divorce, naming herself as the beneficiary, with the deceased as the policyholder. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding washing over them. The case's truth appeared far more intricate and sinister than they had initially presumed. The new evidence significantly intensified Li Mei's suspicion, yet the existence of Wang Chong could not be overlooked. They understood that to unveil the truth behind this case, further evidence and in-depth investigation were paramount. As the weight of the case bore down on them, Mo Fan took a deep breath and declared, "It seems we cannot afford to be complacent. Both Li Mei and Wang Chong are substantial suspects. We shall split up. I will investigate Wang Chong while you, Yi Lin, continue probing Li Mei for additional evidence." Yi Lin nodded resolutely, and the two swiftly set to work, plunging back into the intense investigation, as the ominous clouds hanging over the city seemed to grow ever darker. Chapter 56. The interwoven clues in the mist following their orders. Mo Fan and Yi Lin quickly parted ways. Mo Fan, accompanied by several officers, headed to investigate Wang Chong, while Yi Lin delved deeper into the threads surrounding Li Mo Fan and his team arrived near the casino frequently frequented by Wang Chong, a bustling locale rife with dubious merchants and suspicious characters. Mo Fan inquired among the casino's regulars and staff about Wang Chong, but most evaded the police's questions, their eyes betraying fear and caution. These individuals must know something, yet they fear Wang Chong's retribution. One officer remarked to Mo Fan, furrowing his brow. Mo Fan understood the difficulty of extracting useful information under such circumstances. However, he refused to relent, opting to shift strategies by reaching out to Wang Chong's acquaintances. After considerable effort, he located a former gambling companion named Zhao Gang. Upon seeing the police, Zhao Gang's complexion paled, and he trembled slightly. "Zhao Gang, we merely wish to gather information about Wang Chong that if you answer truthfully, we will ensure your safety," Mo Fan reassured him gently. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Gang finally spoke. "Wang Chong is quite ruthless. He has recently had a significant dispute with the deceased over gambling debts. The victim owed him a substantial sum and had been delaying repayment, leading Wang Chong to threaten him with dire consequences. Do you know where Wang Chong was last night? Did he have an opportunity to commit the crime?" Mo Fan pressed. Zhao Gang shook his head. "I really don't know. I wasn't with him last night. However, I heard he has been close to someone named He Go. He Go is a local tough, so he might know Wang Chong's whereabouts." Mo Fan noted this crucial information and, after thanking Zhao Gang, proceeded to seek out He Go. He Go operated from a rundown warehouse, guarded by several henchmen. Upon identifying himself, Mo Fan gained entry into the warehouse, where He Go lounged on a decrepit sofa, smoking a cigar, his gaze fierce as he regarded the officers. "What do you want with me?" "I haven't done anything illegal," He Go stated. Mo Fan maintained a respectful demeanor. "We are investigating a homicide and wish to understand more about Wang Chong, that we hear you've been close to him recently. Do you know where he was last night?" Heister let out a cold laugh and remarked, "That Wang Chong fellow, I have had some dealings with him, but I am unaware of his whereabouts last night. However, I can tell you that for the sake of his gambling debts, he would resort to anything." Mo Fan continued to inquire about further details, yet Heister remained tight-lipped, offering no more useful information. Left with no choice, Mo Fan had to leave the warehouse with the officers, continuing the search for Wang Chong. Meanwhile, Yi Lin was also conducting an in-depth investigation into Li Mei. She returned to Li Mei's apartment, meticulously examining every corner of the room in hopes of uncovering new clues. In Li Mei's bedroom, Yi Lin stumbled upon a diary. She opened it to find it chronicled the journey of Li Mei and the deceased from their acquaintance to their divorce. Alongside her disappointment and anger over the deceased's gambling habits, in the last few pages of the diary, Yi Lin discovered some peculiar entries. Li Mei had written about her attempts to persuade the deceased to quit gambling, but he paid her no heed and only escalated his behavior. She felt despairing, even contemplating the thought of killing him. This was a significant clue to why Yi Lin's heart raced as she carefully tucked the diary away, preparing to take it back for further examination. After leaving Li Mei's apartment, Yi Lin also delved into the details surrounding Li Mei's life insurance policy. She discovered that the insurance was purchased shortly after the deceased accrued substantial gambling debts, coupled with a hefty premium, which further fueled Yi Lin's suspicions regarding Li Mei's motives. The timing and rationale behind Li Mei's acquisition of this policy were highly questionable, indicating she might have intended to murder the deceased for the insurance payout, Yi Lin surmised. However, just as Yi Lin was ready to report her findings to Mo Fan, she received a mysterious phone call that on the other end was a deep male voice warning her to cease her investigation into Li Mei, or she would be in danger. "Who are you? Why are you trying to stop my inquiry?" Yi Lin asked warily. Don't concern yourself with my identity. You would do well to heed my advice, lest you regret it. With that, the caller hung up. Yi Lin furrowed her brow, knowing that there was more to this call than met the eye, likely connected to the case at hand, rather than being intimidated by the threat. Her resolve to uncover the truth only intensified. During the search for Wang Chong, Mo Fan also encountered some obstacles that it seemed Wang Chong had sensed the police investigation and had been evading detection. Through various channels, Mo Fan eventually learned that Wang Chong might be hiding in an abandoned factory. He and the officers swiftly made their way to the site, cautiously entering the factory to search for Wang Chong's whereabouts. In a corner of the factory, they found him. Upon seeing the police, a flicker of panic crossed Wang Chong's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. On what grounds do you arrest me? I haven't done anything wrong. Wang Chong retorted. Mo Fan replied coldly. Wang Chong, we are investigating a homicide. The deceased owed you gambling debts, and you are a prime suspect. Please accompany us to the station for questioning. Wang Chong attempted to resist, but was swiftly subdued by the officers. En route to the station, Mo Fan conducted a preliminary inquiry. Initially, Wang Chong denied any involvement, but as Mo Fan presented evidence, his defenses began to crumble. All right, I admit we had a dispute over gambling debts. But I did not kill him. I was at a friend's house playing cards all night. You can verify with him, Wang Chong stated. Mo Fan immediately arranged for officers to confirm Wang Chong's alibi. Meanwhile, Yi Lin returned to the station, reporting her findings to Mo Fan, including the diary, the insurance purchase, and the mysterious phone call. It appears Li Mei is a prime suspect, and the individual behind that mysterious call is likely connected to her. Mo Fan remarked. Just then, the officers who had gone to verify Wang Chong's alibi returned, confirming that he had indeed been at a friend's house, with multiple witnesses substantiating his claim, thus eliminating him as a suspect. This indicated that Li Mei was likely the perpetrator. That we still require more evidence to substantiate Li Mei's guilt, Mo Fan stated. That mysterious call is a crucial lead. We must quickly uncover the identity of the caller. Consequently, Mo Fan and Yi Lin embarked on a new round of investigation. Utilizing technical means, they traced the origin of the mysterious call, discovering it had been made from a public phone booth. They rushed to the vicinity of the booth, scrutinizing surrounding surveillance footage in hopes of identifying the caller. While reviewing the footage, they spotted a suspicious figure. The individual, wearing a hat and mask, obscured their identity. But their build bore a striking resemblance to one of Li Mei's acquaintances. It seems we have uncovered a new lead. This person shares a close relationship with Li Mei and may very well be her accomplice, Mo Fan declared. They promptly initiated an investigation into this suspicious individual while enhancing surveillance on Li Mei. Throughout this process, both Mo Fan and Yi Lin were acutely aware that they were drawing closer to the truth. Yet the perpetrator might act out of desperation. They needed to tread carefully to prevent the culprit from evading justice. The fog surrounding the case began to lift through their efforts. Chapter 57. Confrontation on the edge of truth. Mo Fan and Yi Lin pinpointed the suspicious individual who had made the call from the public phone booth. This person was a friend of Li Mei, named Zhang Yan. To avoid alerting her, Mo Fan and Yi Lin decided to conduct a covert investigation into Zhang Yan, aiming to ascertain her habitual patterns and the depth of her relationship with Li Mei. They retrieved Zhang Yan's recent call records and movement patterns, discovering frequent contact with Li Mei, and noted that her behavior became increasingly erratic before and after the murder of the deceased. She repeatedly visited Li Mei's apartment late at night, lingering for extended periods, and left in a hurried manner. It appeared Zhang Yan's connection with Li Mei was far from ordinary, likely implicating her in the case. Yi Lin scrutinized the investigative material in her hands, her brow furrowed. Mo Fan nodded, his gaze resolute and profound. We must not act impulsively. We need to devise a method to obtain irrefutable evidence linking them to the case. Let us begin by examining Zhang Yan's social connections for any new revelations. The two continued their investigation, uncovering that Zhang Yan was facing financial difficulties, burdened by substantial debts, not long before the murder of the deceased. A sizable, unexplained sum of money appeared in Zhang Yan's bank account. This money was likely a payment from Li Mei, intended to enlist her assistance in certain matters. Mo Fan postulated. We must find evidence linking this money to the case. Meanwhile, the interrogation of Wang Chong at the station concluded. With his solid alibi, he was cleared of suspicion and released. However, Mo Fan and Yi Lin remained undeterred, aware that the true perpetrator was still at large. Mo Fan resolved to conduct an in-depth inquiry with Li Mei, hoping to extract inconsistencies from her narrative. He and Yi Lin arrived at Li Mei's residence. Upon seeing the police again, a flicker of panic crossed her face. quickly replaced with an air of calm. "Officer, I have already cooperated with your investigation. I truly know nothing that we are divorced, and I have no ties to him," Li Mei asserted, her eyes betraying a hint of innocence. Mo Fan met Li Mei's gaze directly, his tone serious. "Li Mei, we have acquired new information and hope you will be forthcoming. Your relationship with Zhang Yan is not ordinary. A significant transaction was recorded in her account around the time of the deceased's murder." "What is the explanation for this?" Upon hearing Zhang Yan's name and the mention of money, Li Mei's body quivered slightly, yet she quickly feigned composure. "Zhang Yan is my friend. What her finances have to do with me is beyond my knowledge." Yi Lin observed Li Mei's reaction closely, noting the flickering in her eyes, an evident sign of deceit. "Li Mei, it would be wise to come clean. Otherwise, when we uncover irrefutable evidence, your chances for leniency will vanish." Yi Lin warned sternly. Li Mei bit her lip, remaining silent. Mo Fan and Yi Lin recognized they had breached Li Mei's psychological defenses. With a little more pressure, they might compel her to divulge the truth. Just then, Mo Fan's phone rang. It was an officer assigned to investigate Zhang Yan. The officer reported that they had discovered suspicious items at Zhang Yan's residence, including a pair of gloves and a dagger, which seemed to bear traces of blood. After hanging up, Mo Fan turned to Li Mei. "Li Mei, we have found certain items at Zhang Yan's home. You should know what they are. It is not too late to confess now. Do not compound your errors." Li Mei's complexion drained of color, and her hands trembled slightly. Nevertheless, she remained obstinate. "I don't know what you are talking about. Those items have nothing to do with me." Mo Fan and Yi Lin ceased their attempts at conversation. They decided to take Li Mei back to the station while simultaneously apprehending Zhang Yan. When the officers confronted Zhang Yan, she attempted to resist, but was quickly subdued. In the station, Mo Fan and Yi Lin each interrogated Li Mei and Zhang Yan. Initially, Zhang Yan denied any wrongdoing, but when Mo Fan produced the gloves and dagger, along with her bank account's transaction records, her psychological barriers crumbled completely. "Li Mei instructed me to do this. She promised to pay me to help her deal with certain matters. She said that if I killed the deceased, we would split the insurance payout." Zhang Yan sobbed. "I was coerced by money. I had no other choice but to agree." Meanwhile, in another interrogation room, Li Mei was still making her final stand. She vehemently denied Zhang Yan's testimony, adamantly asserting her innocence. "Li Mei, both Zhang Yan and you have confessed. Do you truly believe you can continue to conceal the truth?" Yi Lin stated solemnly. "For the sake of that meager insurance payout, you orchestrated murder. Do you think such actions are justified?" A flicker of despair crossed Li Mei's face as she remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally admitting, "Yes, it was I who plotted it. I could no longer endure his gambling. He has ruined our home. That I thought that by killing him and claiming the insurance money, I could lead a better life." Li Mei recounted in detail the process of her crime. She had first bribed Zhang Yan to follow the deceased and observe his routines. Then, one night, while the victim was alone at home, Zhang Yan stealthily entered his residence and took his life with a dagger. Subsequently, under Li Mei's instructions, Zhang Yan disposed of the murder weapon and staged the scene to create the illusion that the victim had fallen prey to a robbery gone awry. After listening to Li Mei's confession, Mo Shan and Yi Lin were filled with poignant reflections. They felt sorrow for the fate of the deceased and anger towards the actions of Li Mei and Zhang Yan. "You believed yourselves clever enough to evade justice. Yet the law is relentless and will not miss a detail. Ultimately, you shall pay for your deeds," Mo Shan remarked. With the confessions of Li Mei and Zhang Yan, the case reached its resolution. Mo Shan and Yi Lin breathed a sigh of relief, having once again succeeded in bringing the perpetrators to justice and avenging the victim. However, although the case was concluded, Mo Shan and Yi Lin's work was far from over. They still needed to compile relevant documentation in preparation for subsequent judicial proceedings. Simultaneously, they reflected on the case, contemplating how to better prevent and solve similar cases in the future. Throughout this process, the synergy between Mo Shan and Yi Lin grew increasingly harmonious. They nurtured trust and support for one another as they faced various challenges in their work. Their relationship also underwent subtle changes. Yi Lin's admiration and affection for Mo Shan deepened, while Mo Shan began to realize the significance of Yi Lin in his life. As for Xiaoxi, upon learning that Mo Shan was engrossed in the investigation, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but ultimately understood the demands of his work. She sought to support him in her own way, offering assistance and encouragement. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling of unease as she sensed the growing closeness between Mo Shan and Yi Lin. Amid the clamor of Yun City, the intertwined tales of Mo Shan, Yi Lin, and Xiao Shi continued. as they would each confront new challenges and opportunities on their respective journeys, while the hidden evils lurking in the city's shadows awaited their unveiling and retribution. Chapter 58. Emotional turmoil following the successful resolution of the case. The streets of Yun City gradually returned to their former tranquility. However, for Mo Shan, Yilin, and Xiao Shi, the inner turmoil remained unresolved. After days of intense work, Mo Shan returned home, weary and drained. He sank into the sofa. The details of the case and the despairing, contorted expressions of Li Mei and Zhang Yin still vivid in his mind. As a forensic expert, he had witnessed countless instances of life and death, yet each revelation still stirred his heart. Suddenly, his phone rang. Interrupting his thoughts, Mo Shan retrieved his phone and saw it was a call from Xiao Shi. Taking a deep breath, he answered, Mo Shan, you finally have time to take my call. Have you been overwhelmed with work lately? Xiao Shi's voice carried a note of concern mixed with reproach. Mo Shan rubbed his temples and replied, yes, the case has been rather complicated, but it's finally over. How about you? How has work been? Xiao Shi sighed softly on the other end. I've been following up on a news report, so I've been quite busy too. But I feel like we haven't spent much time together lately. You're always preoccupied with work, and Mo Shan sensed the dissatisfaction in Xiao Shi's tone and felt a pang of guilt. He acknowledged that he had indeed overlooked her during this period. I'm sorry. Xiao Xi.It's my fault. Once I've had a few days to rest, let us go out and enjoy a meal at that restaurant you've been wanting to try. Upon hearing Mo Shan's promise, Xiao Shi's tone softened slightly. All right, make sure to take care of yourself and don't overwork. I'll get back to my tasks for now. We can reconnect when you're free. After ending the call, Mo Shan leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought. Despite the sweetness and joy they had shared during their time together, he felt that their communication had diminished due to work obligations. In contrast, his days working alongside Yilin had fostered a deeper trust and understanding between them. Meanwhile, Yilin had also just concluded her case-related tasks. Sitting at her desk, she organized the case materials. Yet her thoughts unconsciously drifted to Mo Shan's figure. From her initial admiration of his professional skills to the reliance that developed over time, Yilin realized her feelings for Mo Shan had grown increasingly profound. Yilin, what are you so lost in thought about? A colleague's voice suddenly broke her reverie. Why Yilin snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. Oh, nothing much, just contemplating some details of the case. Her colleague glanced at her teasingly. I suspect you're actually thinking about Mo Shan. You two have been working so seamlessly together lately. Surely, there's something more to it. Yilin's face flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly explained, don't be ridiculous. My relationship with Mo Shan is purely professional. Don't jump to conclusions. Despite her words, ripples of emotion stirred within Yilin. She recognized that her colleague's remarks were not entirely baseless. The dynamics between her and Mo Shan had indeed grown somewhat intricate. Yet, she was acutely aware that Mo Shan was currently with Xiao Shi, and she had no intention of disrupting their relationship. She chose to bury her feelings deep within her heart. Days later, Mo Shan met Xiao Shi at the restaurant as promised. Xiao Shi had dressed thoughtfully, and upon seeing Mo Shan, her face lit up with a radiant smile. You here? I've been waiting for you, she exclaimed. Mo Shan looked at her, warmth flooding his chest. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, that I've been swamped with work and haven't had the chance to spend time with you. As they settled at the table and ordered dishes Xiao Shi enjoyed, she eagerly shared her recent work experiences and daily anecdotes, while Mo Shan listened patiently, offering his thoughts intermittently. However, during their conversation, Mo Shan sensed a lack of the previous rapport they once enjoyed. Xiao Shi was engrossed in matters of the news industry, while Mo Shan's mind was preoccupied with cases and forensic work. Their discussions struggled to resonate, and an awkward tension began to fill the air. Mo Shan, I feel like we've grown somewhat distant lately. Is it because your work is consuming too much of your time, leaving us with little to share? Xiao Shi finally voiced her concerns. Mo Shan paused for a moment before responding earnestly. Xiao Shi, I acknowledge that I've neglected you of late, and I apologize. My work can indeed be demanding. I've been contemplating whether we need some time to reconnect and rediscover shared interests. Xiao Shi gazed at Mo Shan, disappointment flickering in her eyes. But we weren't always like this. We once shared such love and understanding. Has work truly driven us to this point? Mo Shan sighed. Perhaps. Yet, I refuse to let our relationship end because of it. We can make an effort to spend more time together and unearth new facets of each other. Xiao Shi nodded, though a growing unease settled within her. She sensed that a rift had emerged between them, and she felt uncertain about how to mend it. Meanwhile, Yilin, having finished her workday, walked home alone. Her spirits low, knowing Mo Shan was with Xiao Shi. She couldn't help but envision their moments together, her heart swelling with envy and helplessness at that moment. A message notification on her phone caught her attention. It was from Emotion. In the message, he expressed that his meeting with Xiao Shi had not gone smoothly, leaving him confused about how to navigate their relationship. As Yilin read his message, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her. She felt sympathy for Emotion's turmoil, yet a flicker of opportunity danced in her mind. Quickly dismissing the thought, she resolved not to intrude. She wished for Emotion to make a choice that would genuinely bring him happiness. Yilin replied to the message, encouraging Emotion not to rush, as matters of the heart required time to unfold. She urged him to confront his feelings bravely and make the right decision. Upon receiving Yilin's reply, Emotion felt a wave of warmth wash over him that he recognized that Yilin had consistently supported him, both professionally and personally. He began to reassess his relationship with her, realizing that his reliance and trust in her had transcended the boundaries of a typical colleague. In the days that followed, Emotion found himself entangled in profound indecision. He grappled with the challenge of choosing between Xiao Shi and Yilin, unwilling to hurt either. Yet, he understood that a decision was imperative. Otherwise, all three would endure a tormenting limbo. Both Xiao Shi and Yilin awaited Emotion's choice, their emotions equally complex. Xiao Shi yearned to restore her bond with Emotion and recapture their past sweetness, while Yilin hoped that Emotion would recognize her feelings and choose to be with her. The sky over Yunqing remains a brilliant blue, yet the romantic paths of Emotion, Xiao Shi, and Yilin are fraught with uncertainty and challenges. How they will confront these trials and where they will ultimately find themselves remains a mystery to all. Chapter 59. Choices amidst the fog. Emotion struggles within the tumult of emotions. While beneath the tranquil facade of Yunqing, a new case quietly emerges. This time, an unusual incident has occurred in the female dormitory of a renowned university that a female student suddenly fell into a deep unconsciousness within her dorm room. And despite being rushed to the hospital, her condition remains critical. The police suspect that this is not a mere case of illness or accident, and thus they have called upon Emotion to investigate. Setting aside his emotional entanglements, Emotion swiftly immerses himself in work. Accompanied by Yilin, he arrives at the female dormitory, which has already been cordoned off by the police. The room is neatly organized, showing no apparent signs of a struggle, yet a faint, peculiar odor lingers in the air. Emotion keenly detects this anomaly and instructs Yilin to collect an air sample for analysis at the precinct. Forensic expert. These are some details provided by the victim's roommate that a young officer approaches. Handing over a notebook, it reveals that the victim was typically cheerful and had harmonious relationships with her roommates, with no evident conflicts. Furthermore, everyone had rested normally the previous night without any unusual sounds. Emotion reviews the notebook meticulously, noting the victim's basic information, daily routines, and brief descriptions of her roommates. His brow furrows as he contemplates the myriad possibilities surrounding this case. Yilin, let us conduct a thorough examination of the room for any overlooked clues. The two begin a meticulous search of the dormitory, leaving no corner unexamined. Emotion opens the victim's desk drawer, finding it orderly with books, stationery, and assorted items. At the very bottom, he discovers an exquisite little box. Upon opening it, he finds letters and photographs. The images depict the victim smiling alongside friends, while the letters are filled with warmth and affection from family and companions. Forensic expert, take a look at this. Yilin announces as she uncovers a small, unmarked vial in a corner of the bed. Emotion takes the vial, sniffing its opening, but detects no discernible scent. Let us take it back for testing to identify its contents. Just as they prepare to leave the dormitory, a frantic roommate rushes in, concern etched across her face. Officer, I just remembered. Last night, I woke up in the middle of the night and thought I heard faint footsteps, but I was too tired to pay attention. Now I wonder if it could be related to this incident. Emotion immediately becomes alert, carefully inquiring about the specific time and direction of the footsteps. The roommate admits she is unsure of the exact time, but feels it was around 2 in the morning, and the sound seemed to come from the vicinity of the dormitory entrance. Upon returning to the precinct, Emotion and Yilin promptly begin analyzing the samples they collected. The air sample results reveal the presence of a trace chemical substance known for its anesthetic properties, though its concentration is insufficient to induce unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the liquid from the mysterious vial is identified as an unknown drug compound, requiring further investigation. Forensic expert. This case seems rather complex, Yilin remarks, her brow furrowed as she examines the test results. Indeed, Emotion agrees. The clues are scarce, and this unknown drug is pivotal that we must ascertain its origin and effects without delay. That moment, Mo Fan's phone rings. It's Xiaoxi. After a moment's hesitation, he answers to Mo Fan. Are you busy? I would like to have a serious conversation with you. Xiaoxi's voice carries a hint of weariness. Mo Fan glances at the bustling Yilin and the case files on the desk. Xiaoxi, I am currently handling a case and am quite occupied. Can we discuss this once I conclude my work? Is that all right? Silence lingers on the other end before Xiaoxi softly replies. All right then, take care of yourself. After hanging up, a pang of guilt washes over Mo Fan. Yet he recognizes the necessity of focusing on the investigation. He and Yilin continue their inquiries, probing pharmacies, hospitals, and relevant chemical laboratories surrounding the school in hopes of tracing the unknown drug's origin. After days of diligent effort, they finally uncover a lead at a private clinic near the university, where similar drug components were identified. The clinic's physician initially denies any wrongdoing, but under the police's intense scrutiny, he ultimately admits to privately concocting special medicines for rare ailments, which have not undergone formal approval. Doctor, have you ever sold this concoction to students from the university? Mo Fan asks sternly. The doctor lowers his gaze, hesitating before confessing. Indeed, a girl came by, claiming she was purchasing it for a friend. She appeared quite anxious, so I sold her some. With this information, the police swiftly identify the girl who bought the drug. She is a close friend of the victim, and upon questioning, she tearfully confesses her mistake. It turns out she believed the drug would help alleviate the victim's stress during exams, not realizing it would lead to such dire consequences. The truth behind the case is revealed, yet Mo Fan feels no sense of relief. He understands that while this case has been resolved, his own emotional turmoil remains shrouded in fog, leaving him directionless. That evening, Mo Fan sits alone in his office, reflecting on the events of recent days. Xiaoxi, vibrant and spirited, once shared beautiful memories with him, yet they have grown distant due to the differences in their lives and work that are in contrast. Yilin has quietly stood by his side, supporting him at work and caring for him in life, their rapport deepening with each passing day. Mo forensic expert, still here? Yilin's voice suddenly breaks through his thoughts. Mo Fan looks up at her, a swirl of conflicting emotions rising within him. Yes, I still have some unresolved matters. He replies that why Yilin approaches him, softly saying, is it about Xiaoxi? You know, matters of the heart cannot be forced. You must heed your inner voice. Mo Fan gazes into Yilin's earnest eyes and replies thoughtfully, Yilin, I am grateful for your presence during this time. You have provided tremendous support in both work and life. Why Yilin meets his gaze, her eyes shimmering with anticipation, yet she suppresses her own nervousness. Mo forensic expert, you need not feel burdened. I understand your feelings for Xiaoxi. I merely wish for your happiness. Mo Fan contemplates Yilin's sincere expression. The fog within him begins to dissipate that he realizes that, unbeknownst to him, he has developed profound feelings for Yilin. This emotion differs from the passion he shared with Xiaoxi. It embodies a deeper, steadier sense of reliance and trust. However, he also knows that making this choice will not be easy. He must have an earnest conversation with Xiaoxi to provide her with clarity and seek a new beginning for himself. As night deepens over Yunqing, Mo Fan remains seated in his office for quite some time before finally rising. He understands that the moment to make a choice has arrived, and regardless of the outcome, he must face it with courage. Chapter 60. A turning point in love and new case turmoil. Mo Fan endures a long night in his office, repeatedly weighing the allegiance of his heart. When the first rays of dawn filter through the window, casting light upon his weary face, he resolves to confront his feelings and candidly express his thoughts to Xiaoxi. He picks up his phone and dials Xiaoxi's number. After a few rings, the call connects, and Xiaoxi's slightly fatigued voice comes through. Mo Fan, it's you. Calling so early. What's on your mind? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Mo Fan strives to sound calm and resolute. Xiaoxi, I think we need to meet and have a proper discussion. This evening, at our usual spot. Does that work for you? There is a brief silence on the line before Xiaoxi softly replies, all right, see you tonight. After hanging up, Mo Fan takes a moment to organize his thoughts before immersing himself in a new day of work. However, before he can delve deeply into any case files, Captain Zhang hurriedly enters the forensic department. Mo Fan, we have a new case. A jewelry store in Yunqing has been robbed, and the owner was injured in the process of resisting. He is currently in critical condition at the hospital. Captain Zhang conveys with urgency that Mo Fan immediately sets aside his current tasks, joining Yilin as they follow Captain Zhang to the crime scene. Upon arriving at the jewelry store, they find it sealed off. With traces of blood on the floor and the display cases in disarray, many precious jewels missing. Donning gloves, Mo Fan meticulously examines the scene. He discovers shards of glass and several fallen gemstones on the floor, likely remnants left by the assailants during the heist. He crouches to scrutinize the glass fragments, hoping to derive some clues from their shape and texture. Mo Forensic Expert. According to the store's surveillance footage, we have preliminarily identified the number of assailants and their general characteristics. A police officer approaches to report. There were 2 men, both wearing masks and hats, dressed in black clothing, appearing quite professional. They swiftly fled the scene post-robbery. Mo Fan nodded and continued his search at the scene. He noticed signs of forced entry at the back door of the jewelry store, indicating that the intruders had entered through there. Following the direction of the back door, he searched the alley outside for more clues. In a corner of the alley, he discovered a discarded backpack. Upon opening it, he found several tools used in the crime, including a crowbar and gloves, as well as a few notes inscribed with strange symbols. Mo Fan carefully collected these items, intending to bring them back to the police station for further analysis. Upon returning to the station, Mo Fan and Yi Lin immediately began examining the evidence they had gathered. They first studied the notes with the peculiar symbols, discovering that these markings appeared to be a form of special notation, possibly related to the hideout of the criminals or their next target. Mo Forensic Expert. These symbols seem quite enigmatic. Where should we start to decode them? Yi Lin asked, furrowing her brow as she looked at the notes. After contemplating for a moment, Mo Fan replied, we might begin by investigating some underground crime organizations in Yun City to see if anyone recognizes these symbols. Simultaneously, we should analyze the fingerprints and DNA found on the backpack. Perhaps we can uncover the identity of the perpetrators. Just as they were engrossed in their investigation, Mo Fan's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was a call from the hospital. His heart raced, and he quickly answered, "Is this Mr. Mo? This is the hospital. The situation with the jewelry store owner is rather dire. He has just regained a bit of consciousness and mentioned something important he wishes to convey to the police. Could you come here as soon as possible?" The doctor's voice sounded grave. After ending the call, Mo Fan immediately rushed to the hospital with Captain Zhang and Yelin in the hospital room. They found the store owner lying in bed, his complexion pale and connected to various tubes. Yet his gaze revealed a flicker of resolve. "Officers, I saw the faces of the criminals. One of them had a very conspicuous tattoo of a snake on his neck," the owner struggled to say. "Also, during the robbery, they mentioned a place called Black Wind Warehouse that I'm not certain if that's the exact name. But it sounded similar." Mo Fan and Captain Zhang exchanged glances, realizing the significance of this information. They comforted the owner briefly before leaving the room to investigate the lead regarding the Black Wind Warehouse. After considerable effort, they finally located a site named Black Wind Warehouse on the outskirts of Yun City. Upon their arrival, they found the warehouse door tightly shut, enveloped in an eerie silence. Captain Zhang signaled the officers to surround the premises, and then he, along with Mo Fan and Yi Lin, cautiously approached the entrance. They gently pushed open the door, and a pungent odor wafted out, revealing a cluttered interior. In one corner of the warehouse, they spotted 2 suspicious figures. Upon noticing the police, the criminals immediately brandished their weapons and fought back. After a fierce struggle, the police subdued the 2 assailants. Mo Fan stepped forward to scrutinize one of the criminals' necks, and indeed, he spotted a snake tattoo. Inside the warehouse, they also found a trove of stolen jewelry, providing irrefutable evidence that forced the criminals to confess to their crimes. However, resolving this jewelry store robbery did not lighten Mo Fan's spirits, for he knew he would soon have to confront Xiao Shi and confess his evolving feelings. That evening, Mo Fan arrived punctually at the place agreed upon with Xiao Shi. She was already waiting, her eyes reflecting a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he approached her and gently said, "Xiao Shi, I have been reflecting for a long time on our relationship that I believe we are better suited as friends. During this time, I've realized that my feelings have changed. I have developed feelings for Yi Lin. I know this may seem cruel, but I no longer wish to deceive you or myself." Xiao Shi's complexion paled in an instant, a glimmer of pain and disappointment flashing in her eyes. Yet, she quickly composed herself and managed a faint smile. "Mo Fan, I understand that I have sensed the shift in our relationship too. Since you've made your choice, I respect that I hope you and Yi Lin find happiness." Mo Fan gazed at her, overwhelmed with guilt, yet he recognized that this was a responsible decision for both of them. He nodded gently and replied, "Thank you for your understanding. Xiao Shi, I hope you find your own happiness as well." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Xiao Shi standing alone. As the night breeze swept by, Tears welled in her eyes, but she knew that life must go on, and she would strive to overcome the shadow of this relationship. Meanwhile, Mo Fan would carry forth with his newfound emotions, continuing his pursuit of truth in forensic science. Chapter 61. The Dawn of New Affections and the Shadows of Cases After Parting Ways with Xiaoxi. Mo Fan felt a tumult of emotions that on one hand, he was filled with profound remorse for the pain his decision had inflicted on her. On the other, he felt a flicker of relief for finally confronting his true feelings for Yilin. The night air was cool, prompting Mo Fan to instinctively tighten his coat around him, while thoughts of Yilin flooded his mind. He recalled her focused demeanor at work, the support and encouragement she offered during his moments of fatigue. These fragments of warmth gradually coalesced into affection within his heart. Once home, Mo Fan lay in bed, unable to find sleep. He pondered how to confess his feelings to Yilin and the best way to embark on this new chapter of their relationship. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone vibrated with a message from Yilin. Mo Forensic Expert, the jewelry store robbery has been successfully resolved. Thanks to your efforts. Great job. Make sure to rest early. Reading Yilin's message brought a smile to Mo Fan's face, a warm sensation blossoming within him that he replied, "This is a collective achievement. You have worked hard too, by the way. Yilin, tomorrow is the weekend. Are you free? I would love to have a meal with you and discuss something important." After sending the message, he anxiously awaited Yilin's response that a short while later, his phone vibrated again. Yilin replied, "Sure, I'm free. Shall we meet at our usual place tomorrow afternoon?" Seeing her reply, a weight lifted from Mo Fan's heart. He quickly responded, "Great. See you tomorrow." The next day at noon, Mo Fan arrived early at the designated restaurant. Choosing a window seat, he gazed out at the bustling street, eagerly anticipating Yilin's arrival. Before long, Yilin appeared at the entrance, wearing a light blue dress. Her hair danced in the wind, and her gentle smile made her look exceptionally radiant. Seeing her, Mo Fan felt his heart skip a beat that he stood up and waved at her. Upon noticing him, Yilin smiled and walked over to sit across from him. "Mo Forensic Expert, you're here quite early." She remarked that Mo Fan looked at her, took a deep breath, and said, "Yilin, the reason I invited you out today is that I have something significant to tell you. During our time working together and facing various cases, I've realized that my feelings for you have transcended mere friendship, that I like you, Yilin, and I wish to be with you." Yilin's expression shifted from surprise to a gradual blush as she lowered her gaze and softly replied, "Mo Forensic Expert, I have always admired you and felt something different for you too. I just didn't dare to voice it, fearing it would affect our work and relationship." Upon hearing her words, Mo Fan's heart soared with joy that he reached out, gently taking Yilin's hand in his. "Yilin, I am elated to hear you say that. From now on, we can face everything in both work and life together. All right?" Yilin looked up at Mo Fan, her eyes shimmering with happiness, and she nodded gently. Just as they were enveloped in this sweet moment, Mo Fan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Captain Zhang. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he apologetically looked at Yilin and answered the call. "Mo Fan, there's a new development. A bizarre death incident has occurred in a residential community in Yun City. The circumstances surrounding the deceased are quite strange, appearing to be anything but natural. Can you and Yilin come over quickly?" Captain Zhang's voice conveyed urgency. After hanging up, Mo Fan looked at Yilin with a mix of regret. "Yilin, I'm sorry, but there's another case we need to attend to." Yilin smiled and shook her head. "It's all right. Work takes precedence. Let us go." The two quickly arrived at the crime scene. A villa in a high-end neighborhood of Yun City. The deceased was a middle-aged man, lying on the living room floor. There were no apparent signs of struggle, yet his face displayed a strange purplish hue. His eyes wide open as if in eternal unrest, Mo Fan donned gloves and began a meticulous examination of the body, discovering no visible external injuries, but he noted some white powdery substance within the deceased's oral cavity. He carefully collected samples to bring back for analysis. According to the community's surveillance footage, the deceased exhibited no abnormal behavior prior to his death, nor did any strangers enter his home, a police officer reported to Mo Fan. Furrowing his brow, Mo Fan contemplated the possibilities of the case. He surveyed the villa and noticed a computer in the deceased's study, displaying strange codes and files on the screen. He summoned Yilin to review the documents together. Attempting to uncover some clues. Mo, these codes appear exceedingly complex. They seem to represent encrypted information that we require skilled technicians to decipher them, Yilin remarked. Gazing at the computer screen, Mo Fan nodded, continuing his search within the study. Where he discovered a safe concealed behind the bookshelf, he attempted to open it, but the safe required a password. At that moment, Captain Zhang entered, stating, "Mo Fan, we have investigated the identity of the deceased. He was a renowned software engineer, known for rarely harboring enmities. However, he was recently involved in a significant software development project, rumored to involve commercial secrets." Upon hearing this, Mo Fan felt a stir in his heart. Sensing a close connection between this project and the death of the victim, he resolved to delve into the project to further investigate the truth of the case. He and Yilin returned to the police station with the collected evidence and commenced testing the white powder found in the deceased's mouth. After considerable effort, they discovered that this powder was a rare poison capable of causing death in a short time and is notoriously difficult to detect at Mo. This poison is incredibly rare. It is uncommon for an ordinary person to acquire it. It seems the perpetrator came prepared, Yilin observed. Studying the test results, Mo Fan nodded. His mind racing with various possibilities regarding the case, he knew this case would present a formidable challenge, yet he believed that with perseverance, they would ultimately uncover the murderer and reveal the truth. Moreover, the budding relationship between him and Yilin would grow ever more steadfast and profound amidst the trials of these cases. Chapter 62. The fog of interwoven clues. Mo Fan and Yilin stood in the police lab, their brows furrowed as they gazed at the vial containing the rare poison. The origin of this poison had become one of the key clues to solving the case. Mo Fan understood that to identify the murderer, it was imperative to clarify the provenance of the poison. Yilin, we must swiftly investigate the source of this poison. Its rarity suggests that anyone capable of obtaining it is far from ordinary, he asserted with determination in his eyes. Yilin nodded, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she sought information about the poison from various databases. I have searched some specialized toxicology databases, but records of this poison are nearly non-existent domestically. It is likely to have been unlawfully imported from abroad, she reported. Mo Fan pondered for a moment and replied, "In that case, we can begin by examining some illicit drug transaction networks to see if we can uncover relevant clues. However, we will require the assistance of professional IT personnel." At that moment, Captain Zhang entered the lab, announcing, "Mo Fan, Yilin, we have new developments. We investigated the software development project the deceased was involved in and discovered intense competition between his company and a rival firm. There are indications that the rival company may have been attempting to acquire their commercial secrets." Mo Fan's eyes lit up. This is a crucial lead. Perhaps the murderer was instigated by that rival company to eliminate the deceased for the sake of obtaining commercial secrets. "Captain Zhang, can we investigate the personnel of that company to ascertain their whereabouts on the day of the victim's death?" Captain Zhang nodded. "We are already investigating, but thus far, nothing unusual has been uncovered. By the way, how is your investigation regarding the poison progressing?" Mo Fan shared their findings with Captain Zhang, who grew solemn upon hearing them. If the poison had been smuggled in from abroad, the investigation would be quite challenging. Nevertheless, we must not overlook any clues. I will assign personnel to investigate the channels of illegal drug transactions, while you both continue to explore the deceased's interpersonal relationships and project documentation to see if you can uncover more leads. After receiving their orders, Mo Fan and Yilin commenced their respective tasks. Mo Fan returned to the deceased's study, hoping to extract more clues about the commercial secrets from the files and computer data. As he meticulously reviewed the victim's notes, he suddenly stumbled upon a folder marked important. Opening the folder, he found core algorithms and design plans pertaining to the software project. Mo Fan realized that this information was invaluable to their competitors. He copied the data, intending to take it back to the police station for further analysis. Meanwhile, Yilin was investigating the deceased's relationships. She discovered that the victim had a close colleague named Liang, with whom he collaborated extensively at work and often socialized outside of IT. Yilin approached Liang for questioning, but he appeared somewhat nervous, his gaze evasive, and his responses were hesitant. "Liang, you had a good relationship with the deceased. Did he exhibit any unusual behavior recently, or have any conflicts with anyone?" Yilin inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Liang replied, "Actually, he has been acting a bit strangely lately. He seemed secretive, as if hiding something. Once, I saw him conversing with a stranger outside the company, and he appeared quite serious." Yilin's interest piqued, prompting her to ask, "Did you catch a glimpse of the stranger? How long did they converse?" Liang shook his head. "I was too far away to see the person clearly. Their conversation didn't last long, perhaps just a few minutes." Yilin recorded the information provided by Liang and returned to the police station. Sharing her findings with Mo Fan, he fell into deep contemplation. The stranger could very well be linked to the victim's demise. "We must find a way to locate him," Mo Fan stated. Just then, the officer investigating the rival company provided an update. revealing that a senior executive from that firm had been near the victim's neighborhood on the day of his death. This is a significant clue. We must investigate this executive's whereabouts in detail, Mo Fan declared. After conducting an investigation, they confirmed that the executive had indeed been in the vicinity of the neighborhood on the day of the victim's death. But he claimed he had merely visited a friend and had not entered the deceased's home. Mo Fan and Yi Lin regarded the executive's statement with skepticism and decided to conduct a more thorough inquiry into him, while also pursuing the mysterious stranger. Throughout their investigation, the relationship between Mo Fan and Yi Lin began to deepen. They supported and encouraged one another at work, fostering an ever-growing trust. One evening, as they stayed late at the police station analyzing the case's clues, Mo Fan observed Yi Lin's weary demeanor and felt a pang of concern. Yi Lin, take a break. Don't overexert yourself, he urged. Yi Lin smiled and shook her head, responding, it's all right. Mo, we must find the murderer swiftly and provide closure for the deceased. Mo Fan gazed into Yi Lin's resolute eyes, feeling a warm surge within him, but he suddenly realized that Yi Lin was not only an excellent partner in his professional life, but also an indispensable presence in his personal life. Just then, the officer investigating the illegal drug trade reported that they had discovered transaction records of the rare poison on the dark web. These records indicated that the poison was being traded through a clandestine network organization, with the most recent transaction occurring shortly before the victim's death. This is a significant breakthrough. Let's follow this lead to see if we can identify the individual who purchased the poison, Mo Fan exclaimed. However, when they attempted to trace this mysterious network organization further, they found its counter-surveillance techniques formidable, causing their investigation to stall. Mo, this network group is quite sophisticated. It may take us more time and effort to locate them, Yi Lin noted. Mo Fan nodded, acknowledging that this case resembled a dense fog. Despite having some leads, it remained elusive. Nevertheless, he refused to relent, believing that with unwavering determination, they would eventually penetrate the fog and uncover the truth. Chapter 63. A turning point in the fog. Mo Fan and Yi Lin found themselves at an impasse in the face of this elusive and technologically adept network organization. Yet, Mo Fan was not deterred by the obstacles before him. He understood that every case encounters various hindrances during the investigative process, and this was precisely the moment that would test their abilities. Yi Lin, while this network organization may be cunning, it is impossible for them to leave no traces at all. Let us meticulously examine these transaction records once more to see if we can uncover any overlooked details, he suggested, refocusing his gaze on the dense array of dark web transaction data on the computer screen. Yi Lin rubbed her tired eyes, summoning her energy as she and Mo Fan began to sift through the information anew. Time passed slowly, the silence in the police station punctuated only by the sounds of their keystrokes and page rustling. Mo, look here, Yi Lin suddenly pointed at a transaction note on the screen. This record shows that while the poison was traded within the virtual network, it mentioned a delivery location, an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Yun City. Mo Fan leaned closer to the screen, examining it closely, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. This is a vital clue. While we cannot ascertain that this warehouse is the actual delivery point, it at least provides us with a direction that we will promptly inform Captain Zhang of the situation and arrange for personnel to investigate the warehouse. Soon, Captain Zhang arrived at the abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Yun City. Accompanied by a team of officers, Mo Fan and Yi Lin, the area surrounding the warehouse was overgrown with weeds, presenting a scene of desolation and decay. Mo Fan and Yi Lin cautiously led the way, meticulously observing their surroundings. Everyone, be careful. We do not know if there is any danger here, Captain Zhang cautioned from behind. Mo Fan pushed open the rickety door of the warehouse, and a pungent smell of mildew assaulted their senses. The dim light within the warehouse made it difficult to discern their surroundings, forcing them to rely on their flashlights. They searched the warehouse diligently, hoping to uncover evidence related to the drug trade. Mo forensic expert, look here, Yi Lin exclaimed, having discovered some scattered packaging materials in a corner of the warehouse. These materials appeared quite new, suggesting they had not been there long and could potentially be linked to the drug trade. Mo Fan knelt to examine the packaging closely. He noticed some peculiar markings on the materials, which, upon analysis, were likely symbols used by a specific underground organization to identify their goods. It seems we have found the right place. Let's take these packaging materials back for detailed testing and analysis. Perhaps they will yield more clues, Mo Fan suggested. Just as they were about to leave the warehouse, Mo Fan suddenly heard faint footsteps outside. He immediately signaled for silence and stealthily approached the door, peering through the crack. He spotted a shadowy figure approaching the warehouse, Clutching a black package, Mo Fan felt a surge of intuition. This figure was likely connected to the drug trade. Prepare to act. Once he enters, we will apprehend him, he whispered. Moments later, the figure stepped inside the warehouse. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the officers sprang from their hiding places, surrounding him. Who are you? What are you doing here? Captain Zhang demanded loudly. The man's face contorted in fear upon seeing the sudden appearance of the officers. He attempted to flee, but was swiftly subdued. Mo Fan approached and scrutinized the individual. He appeared to be in his 30s, wearing a tattered coat, his eyes betraying a hint of panic and anxiety. Open the package he is holding, Mo Fan instructed. The officers unwrapped the package, revealing several unknown vials and containers. Preliminary inspection suggested they contained various chemical substances, potentially including the rare poison they were seeking. Take him back to the precinct for a thorough interrogation, Captain Zhang ordered. Upon returning to the precinct, the interrogation commenced without delay. Mo Fan and Yi Lin sat before the surveillance screen in the interrogation room, closely monitoring the proceedings. What are these items for? What is your connection to the drug trade? The interrogator demanded sternly. The man hung his head, remaining silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a pause, he finally spoke. I'm just a courier. I don't know what these items are. Someone paid me to deliver this package here. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, recognizing that the individual was not being truthful. You would do well to come clean. We have gathered substantial evidence. If you confess now, leniency may be granted. The interrogator continued. The man hesitated, a flicker of inner conflict evident in his eyes. Ultimately, he chose to reveal the truth. All right, I'll tell you that I was hired by someone called Black Snake. He instructed me to deliver these items to this warehouse. And someone was supposed to come collect them. I only know he is a powerful figure in the underground world, involved in illegal drug trafficking, he confessed. Black Snake? What does he look like? How do you contact him? The interrogator pressed. I've never seen him in person. We only communicate online. He sent me an encrypted message detailing the time and location of the transaction, the man replied. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan and Yi Lin felt a flicker of hope. They understood that locating Black Snake could lead them to unravel the entire drug trade and identify the murderer of the victim. Continue to press him for more information about Black Snake, Mo Fan instructed the interrogator. Nodding, the interrogator persisted, successfully extracting additional details regarding Black Snake's frequently used online trading platforms and transaction habits. Armed with this newfound information, Mo Fan and Yi Lin plunged back into their intense investigation, navigating the virtual realm in pursuit of Black Snake's whereabouts. Simultaneously, they did not neglect the further analysis of the evidence they had previously collected. The technicians conducted a thorough examination of the packaging materials retrieved from the warehouse, discovering unique fingerprints and chemical residues. Forensic expert Mo, these fingerprints and chemical remnants are likely from Black Snake. We are conducting further comparisons and analyses, hoping for swift results, the technician reported to Mo Fan nodded, aware that each new discovery could be a crucial step toward the truth. Over the following days, Mo Fan and Yi Lin worked tirelessly, sifting through leads, analyzing evidence, and collaborating closely with various departments. Despite the persistent challenges and obstacles, they remained resolute. Finally, during an in-depth investigation of the online trading platform, Yi Lin uncovered a suspicious account. Upon further analysis, they confirmed that this account belonged to Black Snake. Forensic expert Mo, WeVE located Black Snake's account. Yi Lin exclaimed excitedly. Mo Fan gazed at the account on the computer screen, determination gleaming in his eyes. Good, we must promptly notify the cybercrime unit to trace this account and uncover Black Snake's true identity and location. Chapter 64. The truth approaches. Having identified the suspicious account belonging to Black Snake, Mo Fan swiftly contacted the cybercrime unit. The technicians immediately sprang into action, initiating comprehensive tracking and analysis of the account. Meanwhile, Mo Fan, Yi Lin, and Captain Zhang anxiously awaited results, with each passing second feeling interminable. Black Snake was exceedingly cautious, employing multiple layers of encryption and proxy servers, making it challenging to pinpoint his true location. The head of the technical department frowned, stating, "But we will exert every effort to locate him as soon as possible." Mo Fan nodded, concern evident in his eyes. "We must expedite our efforts. This Black Snake is likely a key figure in the entire drug trade network. We must bring him to justice swiftly, or more lives may be at risk." Time passed agonizingly slowly as the technicians worked diligently at their computers, attempting to dismantle the barriers set by Black Snake. After several hours of relentless effort, they finally made a breakthrough. Forensic expert Mo, we have roughly identified the location of Black Snake's account. It is in an upscale residential area in Yun City. However, we need further investigation to determine the exact building, the technician reported with excitement. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang exchanged glances, both eyes sparkling with surprise. Let us organize a team to search that residential area. Yi Lin, you and the technicians continue monitoring Blacksnake's account. Notify us immediately if there are any developments. Understood. Forensic expert Mo, please be careful. This Black Snake may be a dangerous individual. Yi Lin cautioned. Mo Fan nodded, and, alongside Captain Zhang, led a team of officers swiftly toward the upscale residential area. They inquired with the security personnel, who reported that no suspicious individuals had entered or exited recently, but one household had been receiving frequent visits from unfamiliar guests. That it must be this building. Let us investigate, Mo Fan declared, pointing to the structure mentioned by the security personnel. The officers cautiously approached the door of the identified residence. Mo Fan exchanged a knowing glance with Captain Zhang and gestured for the officers to prepare for action. Gently, he knocked on the door, and a wary voice responded from within. Who is it? We are police officers investigating a matter. Please open the door and cooperate, Mo Fan replied loudly. After a moment of silence, a flurry of commotion erupted from inside. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Mo Fan immediately led the officers in forcefully breaching the door. The room was in disarray, with several individuals attempting to destroy documents and equipment, startled by the sudden intrusion of the police. They froze. Don't move. Everyone stay still, Captain Zhang commanded authoritatively. The officers swiftly subdued the individuals in the room. While Mo Fan began to examine the items within. In a concealed corner, he discovered a laptop. Upon opening it, he found a wealth of records and client information related to the drug trade. It seems we have found the right place. This is the incriminating evidence against Black Snake, Mo Fan stated. At that moment, Yi Lin called. Forensic expert Mo, there has been activity on Black Snake's account. He seems to be aware of our actions and is attempting to transfer funds and destroy evidence. The situation has been brought under control here. Have the technical personnel continue monitoring to prevent him from transferring funds and destroying evidence, Mo Fong instructed. After an intense interrogation, they discovered that the individuals in the room were all subordinates of the Black Snake, who was not present. However, they revealed the location of a secret hideout belonging to the Black Snake, situated in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Yunqing. Let's set off immediately to that abandoned factory. We must capture the Black Snake, Mo Fong declared. Mo Fong and Captain Zhang led the officers to the dilapidated factory outside Yunqing. The facility appeared even more decrepit than the previous abandoned warehouse. Enveloped in an eerie atmosphere, cautiously, they entered the factory, searching for any trace of the Black Snake. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from a corner, and a bullet whizzed past Mo Fong's. Be careful, Captain Zhang shouted. He's over there. Surround him. The officers swiftly dispersed, encircling the direction from which the gunfire emanated. Mo Fong concealed himself behind a forsaken machine, surveying the surroundings. He spotted a man in a black trench coat gripping a gun, vigilantly scanning the area. Black Snake, you are surrounded. Surrender now. Your resistance is futile, Mo Fong called out. The Black Snake scoffed. Do you think you can capture me? It won't be that easy. I've operated in this city for many years. I am not to be trifled with. With that, the Black Snake fired several more shots, attempting to break free. However, the encirclement tightened around him, gradually cornering him. At that moment, Mo Fong seized an opportunity, taking advantage of the Black Snake's momentary distraction. He stealthily maneuvered behind him and lunged forward. The Black Snake reacted swiftly, attempting to turn and shoot, but Mo Fong had already locked onto his arm. The two wrestled on the ground, with Mo Fong gradually gaining the upper hand through his strength and skill. Quick, apprehend him, Captain Zhang shouted. The other officers quickly converged, subduing the Black Snake. After confirming he was uninjured, they escorted him into the police car. Upon returning to the police station, the interrogation of the Black Snake commenced immediately. Mo Fong and Yi Lin sat before the monitoring screen in the interrogation room, keenly observing the proceedings. Black Snake, you are now in our custody, and all evidence points to you. It would be wise to confess. It would be beneficial for you, the interrogator stated. Initially, the Black Snake attempted to deny the accusations, but ultimately capitulated under the weight of the overwhelming evidence gathered by Mo Fong and his team. Confessing to his crimes, his real name was revealed to be Li Hui, a former top student in chemistry. However, driven by an insatiable greed for wealth, he descended into a life of crime. That he exploited his expertise to concoct a rare poison and conducted transactions via the dark web. I merely sought to earn some money. I never anticipated this would escalate to such a point, Li Hui lamented. That wealthy businessman was a client of mine. He wished to use the poison to eliminate his rivals. I accepted his payment and sold him the poison, but I never expected it would lead to such dire consequences. Hearing this, Mo Fong felt a surge of anger. For the sake of money, you can disregard the lives of others. Your actions have wrought severe consequences, and you must face the law. Through further interrogation, they uncovered additional names involved in the poison trade. Mo Fong and Captain Zhang promptly organized a task force to apprehend these individuals. In the subsequent days, the Yunqing Public Security Bureau successfully dismantled several drug trafficking operations, arresting dozens of suspects. The city's public safety significantly improved, and citizens lauded the police's efforts that Mo Fong and Yi Lin had invested tremendous effort in solving this case, earning widespread recognition and praise for their professionalism and dedication. Yet, Mo Fong understood that this was merely a phase in their work. Many more cases awaited their resolution, and they could not afford to be complacent. In matters of the heart, amidst the flurry of his work, Mo Fong began to contemplate his relationships with Xiao Shi and Yi Lin, that he recognized that he could no longer afford to be indecisive. A decision must be made, lest he be unfair to both. However, the choice weighed heavily upon him, for he held deep feelings for both women and was uncertain how to proceed. The bustling city of Yunqing remained alive beneath the night sky. Illuminated by neon lights and bustling traffic, Mo Fong emerged from the police station after a long day's work. Weary yet contemplative, habitually, he gazed upward, only to find the stars dulled by the city's luminescence. His heart heavy with a similar darkness. Recent successes in his cases had instilled a sense of accomplishment, yet the entanglements of his emotions felt like an insurmountable knot, leaving him restless. Xiao Shi, with her fiery enthusiasm, brightened his otherwise mundane existence, always eager to delve into the details of his work, seeking out the most valuable stories. Her courage and determination inspired him, igniting within him a sense of passion and vitality. Their shared moments brimmed with laughter and sweetness, and the memories of their dates lingered vividly in his mind. Yet, he could not overlook Yi Lin's presence. Throughout countless nights of toil, she had been by his side, silently assisting him with every task. She understood the burdens of his work, often presenting him with a warm cup of tea or a reassuring glance at his most trying moments. Her love, gentle and unassuming like a spring rain, gradually seeped into his heart. Mo Fong entered a familiar CF, settling into a corner seat and ordering a black coffee. The bitter flavor unfurled in his mouth. Mirroring the chaos of his thoughts, he knew he could no longer linger in indecision. A resolution was imperative. Yet, whenever he sought to solidify his resolve, a wave of guilt for one of the women washed over him. As he immersed himself in contemplation, his phone suddenly rang. That he retrieved it to find Yi Lin's name flashing on the screen. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, "Mo forensic expert. Are you still busy?" Yi Lin's voice resonated with concern. "Just finished, taking a moment to rest outside." Mo Fong replied, fatigue evident in his tone. "Please take care of yourself and don't overexert. By the way, while organizing case materials today, I noticed some details I had previously overlooked. I'd like to discuss them with you." Yi Lin proposed. Mo Fong's attention was immediately captured. A forensic expert. His sensitivity to case details was instinctual. "All right, go ahead. I'm listening," he encouraged. While Yi Lin began to articulate her observations, revealing discrepancies in the drug injection records and timestamps from a previous case involving mysterious deaths at a nursing home. Though these discrepancies appeared minor, her meticulousness and professional intuition suggested they might conceal deeper secrets. Mo Fong listened intently while mentally weaving the case's narrative. He realized that neglecting these details could cause them to overlook crucial clues. "That you've done excellently, Yi Lin. These details are significant. We should delve deeper into them at the station tomorrow. They might lead us to new insights." After hanging up, Mo Fong's earlier turmoil was momentarily eclipsed by his focus on the case. He understood that, as a forensic expert, uncovering the truth was his duty, and no potential lead could be disregarded. The following day, Mo Fong arrived early at the police station. Yi Lin had already prepared the relevant case materials. Upon seeing him, she eagerly approached. "Mo forensic expert. I have organized all the relevant documents. Let us review them together," she said. Seated at the desk, they meticulously examined the materials, comparing every record and analyzing each timestamp in search of connections. "Look here, the timing of the drug injections does not align with the nurse's records, and this coincides with the moment the elderly patient's condition suddenly deteriorated," Mo Fong pointed out. "Indeed, I noted that as well. Moreover, I discovered that the nurse responsible during that time frame resigned shortly after the patient's death," Yi Lin added. They exchanged a glance, sensing a spark of excitement in one another's eyes. This could potentially be a significant lead. possibly unraveling the deeper conspiracy behind the nursing home case. Just as they prepared to investigate further, Captain Zhang hurried into the office. M.O. Forensic Expert, Yilin. We have a new case that a peculiar death has occurred at a hospital in Yunqing, preliminarily linked to a medical incident. Prepare yourselves. We are leaving immediately. M.O. Fong and Yilin exchanged a knowing look, reluctantly setting aside the materials before them. As a forensic expert, they must be prepared to respond to new cases at any moment. Even when their current cases remain unresolved, they swiftly gathered their tools and followed Captain Zhang to the hospital. In the morgue, they encountered the body of the deceased, a middle-aged male who, according to the hospital, had passed away shortly after undergoing surgical treatment. M.O. Fan donned gloves and began a preliminary examination of the corpse. He meticulously observed the surface of the body, noting the absence of any apparent external injuries. However, upon opening the chest cavity, he discovered some anomalies. The heart exhibited irregular damage, which did not appear to be a consequence of a standard surgical procedure. M.O. Fan remarked that further dissection was necessary to ascertain the precise cause of death. Meanwhile, Yilin diligently recorded M.O. Fan's findings. At that moment, the attending physician entered, appearing somewhat anxious. Doctor, could you elaborate on the surgical process involving the deceased? M.O. Fan inquired. The physician cleared his throat and replied, the patient underwent surgery due to cardiac issues, and the procedure went smoothly without any unexpected complications. We are perplexed as to why he suddenly passed away. M.O. Fan frowned, dissatisfied with the doctor's response. Based on the initial examination results, it was evident that the circumstances of the deceased's death were far more complex than the physician had suggested. Please provide me with the surgical records and relevant medical equipment inspection reports, M.O. Fan insisted. The doctor hesitated briefly before stepping out to retrieve the documents. M.O. Fan and Yilin exchanged glances, both sensing that the doctor might be withholding information. Soon, the doctor returned with a stack of papers. M.O. Fan took the documents and began to scrutinize them closely. He noticed discrepancies between the data in the surgical records and his observations of the body, along with several questionable elements in the medical equipment inspection reports. Doctor, what is the explanation for these discrepancies? Why do they differ from what I observed on the corpse? M.O. Fan asked sternly. The physician's complexion darkened further, stammering, perhaps there was an error in the records. We will verify. M.O. Fan understood that the doctor must be privy to more intricate details. He resolved to delve deeper into the case, determined to uncover the hidden truths within the hospital, regardless of the complex web of interests and conspiracies entailed. Concurrently, he was aware that he could no longer evade his emotional dilemmas. He needed to make a decision soon, providing clarity for both Qiao Shi and Yilin, as well as for himself. Yet, the pressure of the new case loomed over him like a heavy cloud, momentarily overshadowing his emotional entanglements. Chapter 66. Hospital Clouds and Inner Struggles. M.O. Fan fixed his gaze on the visibly flustered attending physician, his doubts spiraling like tendrils of ivy. He understood that throughout his forensic career, even the slightest anomaly could be the key to unveiling the truth. The flawed surgical records and dubious medical equipment inspection reports only served to shroud the hospital's death incident in further ambiguity. Doctor, I implore you to respond truthfully. The discrepancies in these data and the questionable reports cannot be dismissed with a mere record error. M.O. Fan's voice resonated with a deep, compelling authority. Beads of perspiration formed on the physician's brow, his hands instinctively clenching and unclenching, as if embroiled in an internal struggle. M.O. Forensic Expert, I truly do not know how to articulate this. The situation is complex. It is beyond my solitary jurisdiction. M.O. Fan exchanged a glance with Yilin, who had furrowed her brow, a flicker of vigilance in her eyes. Doctor, it would be in your best interest to be forthcoming. Concealing the truth will only exacerbate the situation. Cooperating with our investigation is your wisest course of action. Yilin's voice, though calm, was imbued with resolute firmness. The doctor remained silent for a moment, then gradually began to speak. In truth, there were issues with the surgery. The patient's condition was more intricate than we anticipated, and unexpected complications arose during the procedure. We implemented some emergency measures, but ultimately, we could not save his life. Then why were these circumstances not accurately documented in the surgical records? And why do the medical equipment inspection reports contain inconsistencies? M.O. Fan pressed further. The physician sighed, his face revealing a mixture of helplessness and anguish. There are certain interests within the hospital that compel us to act thus. If we were to document the facts, it could tarnish the hospital's reputation and place us under significant pressure. M.O. Fan's expression grew increasingly grave. He felt a surge of indignation at the prospect of concealing the truth for the sake of profit. Doctor, Your actions not only violate professional ethics, but also demonstrate a profound disrespect for the deceased and their family. You must divulge all pertinent information, including the individuals involved in concealing the truth and the specific procedures undertaken. The attending physician nodded, beginning to recount the authentic events of the surgery and the underlying conflicts of interest. It became evident that the deceased's condition was indeed complicated, and severe complications had arisen during the operation. In a desperate attempt to save his life, the medical team resorted to risky measures, but ultimately, they failed. The hospital's management, fearing the repercussions on their reputation and financial stability, instructed the doctors to alter the surgical records and related reports. Attempting to shift the blame onto the patient's own condition, Mo Fan and Yi Lin listened intently to the physician's account. They diligently recorded critical information, realizing that this case transcended a mere medical dispute. It also implicated significant issues concerning hospital governance and conflicts of interest. Just as they delved deeper into the investigation of the hospital death incident, Mo Fan's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to find a call from Xiaoxi. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, Mo Fan, are you busy? I miss you. When can we meet? Xiaoxi's voice brimmed with vitality, yet Mo Fan discerned a note of expectation and grievance in her tone. Xiaoxi, I am currently occupied with a significant case and may be preoccupied for a while. Once I conclude my work, I will get in touch. He endeavored to infuse his voice with warmth, though his heart was heavy with regret. All right, please take care of yourself and don't overexert. I will be waiting for you. Xiaoxi replied before hanging up. Mo Fan stared at his phone. His emotions a tumultuous blend that he knew Xiaoxi had always been supportive of his work, yet the recent demands of his cases and emotional conflicts had led him to neglect her feelings. Conversely, Yi Lin had been by his side, quietly offering support in both his professional and personal life. Contemplating Yi Lin, a wave of warmth and gratitude surged within him. He took a deep breath. Striving to refocus on the case at hand, he must concentrate on uncovering the truth behind the hospital death incident and seeking justice for the deceased. Mo Fan and Yi Lin continued their investigation within the hospital, interviewing operating room nurses, anesthetists, and other pertinent personnel to gather additional evidence. Their analysis revealed that the hospital's management played a pivotal role in the incident, in their bid to conceal the truth. They not only instructed doctors to modify records, but also threatened and bribed relevant staff. Meanwhile, Captain Zhang led the criminal investigation team in probing the hospital's financial dealings and relationships. They uncovered improper associations between the hospital's management and several pharmaceutical companies, which likely contributed to the cover-up of surgical errors. As the investigation progressed, the truth gradually emerged. The hospital death incident was, in fact, a grave medical malpractice case stemming from surgical errors and a subsequent cover-up by the hospital's administration. The management's willingness to sacrifice the rights of the deceased for their own interests was infuriating and disgraceful. Mo Fan and Yi Lin compiled their investigative findings into a report and submitted it to their superiors. Soon, the individuals responsible within the hospital were held accountable under the law, and the deceased's family received the compensation and apologies they rightfully deserved. However, even after the case concluded, Mo Fan's spirits did not lift. He knew he still faced unresolved emotional issues. Torn between Xiaoxi and Yi Lin, both of whom held deep affections for him, he found himself at a loss regarding whom to choose. He reminisced about Xiaoxi's vivacity and the beautiful moments they shared, alongside the warmth and silent devotion of Yi Lin, who had consistently supported him in both work and life. His heart was a battlefield of conflicting emotions, leaving him uncertain of how to navigate his relationships with these two women. Mo Fan walked home alone. The night breeze gently caressed his face, yet it could not dispel the shadows in his heart. He recognized that he could no longer evade his responsibilities. A decision needed to be made promptly, or he would only inflict further harm. In the midst of his contemplation, his phone chimed once more. He pulled it out to see a text from Yi Lin. Mo Forensic Expert, I know you have been struggling and feeling conflicted lately. Whatever decision you make, I will respect it and continue to support your work. Reading her message, a wave of warmth surged through Mofan. Yi Lin's understanding and support deeply moved him. Yet he also recognized the danger of allowing his emotions to dictate his choices. Standing on the roadside, gazing at the distant lights, he silently resolved to make a decision. He decided to have an open conversation with Xiaoxi and Yi Lin first, sharing his thoughts and feelings with them before making a final choice. Mo Fan took a deep breath and turned towards home. That he knew that the road ahead would be long, with many challenges awaiting him in both love and work. Yet, he believed that as long as he remained steadfast in his convictions and faced everything with courage, he he would surely find his own happiness and direction. Chapter 67. The emotional dilemma and the shadow of a new case upon returning home. Mo Fan found the house enveloped in silence, the only sound being the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock, echoing the turmoil within his heart. He tossed his keys onto the table and sank wearily onto the sofa, the images of Xiao Shi and Yi Lin swirling in his mind. Xiao Shi's exuberance, her radiant smile, and her vibrant words always filled him with a sense of joy and passion for life. During their movie outings, she would grip his hand tightly during suspenseful scenes, conveying her reliance and affection for him. Conversely, Yi Lin, the girl who had quietly stood by his side, was his most capable assistant at work, consistently providing crucial evidence when he needed it and offering him warm coffee during his weariness. Her gentle demeanor flowed like a soft stream, quietly nourishing his life. Mo Fan understood that he could no longer linger in indecision. He retrieved his phone and sent messages to both Xiao Shi and Yi Lin, inviting them to meet the next day in a quiet CF. He resolved to candidly discuss his feelings and thoughts with them. The following day, sunlight streamed through the CAF windows, casting playful patterns on the table. Mo Fan arrived early, a flutter of nervousness in his heart. Xiao Shi entered wearing a light blue dress, her smile brightening the room. Spotting Mo Fan, her eyes sparkled as she hurried over to Mo Fan. "You must be exhausted lately. You look thinner," she remarked, gently touching his face. Just then, Yi Lin arrived, dressed in a simple white shirt and black trousers, her expression a mix of tension and anticipation. She paused briefly upon seeing Mo Fan and Xiao Shi, but quickly regained her composure and approached them with a smile. The M.O. forensic expert, Xiao Xi. Mo Fan gazed at the two girls before him, inhaling deeply. "Xiao Shi, Yi Lin, I invited you both here today because I feel our relationship can no longer remain ambiguous. I am grateful for your feelings towards me. Xiao Shi, your vivacity has brought me much joy and warmth. Yi Lin, your unwavering support in both work and life has been immensely helpful." Xiao Shi's smile began to fade. Sensing something amiss, Mo Fan, "What do you wish to say?" After a brief pause, he continued, "I realize I cannot hurt both of you simultaneously. During this time of reflection, I discovered that my feelings for Yi Lin transcend mere friendship and camaraderie. I find comfort in her presence. She understands my work and offers support when I need it most. Xiao Shi, I am sorry, but I cannot reciprocate your feelings. However, I hope we can remain friends." Tears welled in Xiao Shi's eyes as she bit her lip, struggling to hold back her emotions. "Mo Fan, I know you've been busy with work. I've been waiting for you. Thinking. Never mind. I respect your choice." With that, she stood up and left the CAF. Watching her retreating figure, Mo Fan felt a pang of guilt, yet he knew this was a responsible decision for all three of them. He turned to Yi Lin, who had tears shimmering in her eyes. To Mo forensic expert, I am genuinely happy. I will always support you. Mo Fan gently grasped Yi Lin's hand. "From now on, call me Mo Fan. Let us cherish our time together." Just as they solidified their relationship, still enveloped in the complexity of emotions, Mo Fan's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to see it was Captain Zhang calling, and an ominous sense of foreboding washed over him. Mo Fan, there's a new case. The murder occurred in a small village on the outskirts of Yin City, and the scene is quite intricate. Please come as soon as possible. Captain Zhang's voice was serious and urgent. Mo Fan hung up and glanced at Yi Lin. "We have a new case. We must head over immediately." She nodded. "All right, let us go." They swiftly arrived at the crime scene, which was located in a dilapidated village, with the murder taking place in a small house on the outskirts. They stepped inside. A pungent odor assaulted their senses. The room was in disarray, furniture overturned, and clear bloodstains marred the floor. The victim was a middle-aged man lying on his back, a dagger protruding from his chest, the blood already congealed. Mo Fan crouched down to examine the body closely. Noticing the victim's contorted expression, as if he had endured immense pain and terror before his demise. Yi Lin, please check for any traces around the area. See if there's anything suspicious, he instructed. Yi Lin nodded and began a meticulous search of the room. Meanwhile, Mo Fan conducted a preliminary examination of the corpse, discovering additional bruises on the victim, suggesting he had been assaulted prior to being stabbed with the dagger. Mo Fan, look here. Yi Lin called from a corner, where she had discovered a broken picture frame. The photograph inside had been torn, but it was still recognizable as a family portrait of three. Mo Fan approached and took the frame. It seems the victim's family situation could be a breakthrough. We need to investigate his relatives. That moment, Captain Zhang entered. Mo Fan, the villagers say the deceased was named Li Fuguwei, a Inuel who often caused trouble in the village and had accrued considerable gambling debts. Mo Fan furrowed his brow. Gambling debts? This could be a crucial lead. Lin. Let's investigate the village's gambling den and see if we can find any information regarding Li Fugawei. They arrived at the gambling den, an illicit establishment hidden within an abandoned warehouse. The air was thick with smoke, and the noise was overwhelming. Mo Fan and Yi Lin presented their credentials and began questioning the patrons. After some inquiry, they learned that Li Fugawei indeed owed a substantial amount of money to the owner, Wang Maji, who had been relentlessly demanding repayment. This Wang Maji is highly suspicious. Let us check his residence, Mo Fan suggested. Upon reaching Wang Maji's home, they found the door tightly shut, and knocking yielded no response. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, and Yi Lin kicked the door open. Inside, the place was empty. Wang Maji had vanished. However, they discovered documents on the table detailing Li Fugawei's gambling debts alongside threatening messages that it seems Wang Maji intended to threaten Li Fugawei for repayment, which likely escalated into a conflict that led to murder. Mo Fan deduced. Just then, Yi Lin uncovered a bloody dagger beneath the bed. Preliminary analysis confirmed it matched the murder weapon. The evidence is irrefutable. We must issue a wanted notice for Wang Maji. Captain Zhang declared. Mo Fan and Yi Lin continued their investigation in the village, hoping to locate Wang Maji. They scoured every nook and cranny, questioning each villager, yet found no useful leads. As night fell, they sat wearily on a village path. Mo Fan looked at Yi Lin, warmth swelling in his heart. Yi Lin, thank you for always being by my side, enduring every hardship without complaint. Yi Lin smiled softly. Mo Fan, it's what I'm meant to do. We are partners, and also lovers. Just then, Mo Fan's phone rang again. It was a villager reporting seeing a suspicious figure in the woods behind the village. Resembling Wang Maji, Mo Fan and Yi Lin sprang to their feet and dashed towards the woods. Chapter 68. The pursuit in the mist, and the truth reveals itself. The night was as dark as ink, thick enough to seem tangible. Mo Fan and Yi Lin sprinted along the rugged path, the sharp stones beneath their feet causing discomfort, yet they paid no heed. Their minds were solely focused on apprehending Wang Maji and uncovering the truth behind the murder. The woods behind the village appeared foreboding in the night, branches swaying in the wind, creating a rustling sound as if countless hands were dancing in the darkness. Mo Fan and Yi Lin cautiously entered the forest, their eyes keenly scanning for any suspicious movements. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed nearby, prompting them to halt, their bodies tensing as they instinctively reached for their waists. They approached the source of the sound with deliberate caution, every step taken with utmost care to avoid detection. Bathed in the faint moonlight, they glimpsed a figure darting through the trees. Though the face remained obscured, the silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Wang Maji. Mo Fan whispered to Yi Lin, "It's him. Let us follow, but remain discreet. It will wait for backup before making a move." Yi Lin nodded gently, and they maintained a safe distance, stealthily trailing the figure. Sensing that they were being followed, the figure quickened its pace. Mo Fan and Yi Lin hastened their steps, weaving through the woods in pursuit. After what felt like an eternity of running, the figure suddenly vanished into a thicket. Upon their arrival, they scanned the area frantically, but the figure had disappeared without a trace. In a state of anxiety, Yi Lin exclaimed, "Mo Fan, what should we do? He is gone." Mo Fan surveyed his surroundings and discovered a narrow path beside the thicket. He speculated, he likely fled down this route. Let us pursue him. The two continued along the path, flanked by dense woods, with moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground as they searched. A sudden, anguished moan echoed ahead. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged a glance and immediately sprinted towards the sound. Beneath a large tree, they found Wang Maji lying on the ground, a deep wound on his leg, blood flowing profusely, evidently inflicted during his escape. Mo Fan approached, squatting beside Wang Maji, and said, "Wang Maji, you cannot run any longer. Confess. Why did you kill Li Fugawei?" Wang Maji's face was pale, panting heavily. He glanced at Mo Fan and Yi Lin, gritting his teeth. "I did not kill him. I merely wanted my money back. He owes me a substantial gambling debt and has refused to repay me. What was I to do?" Yi Lin frowned and inquired, "Then why did you flee? And why did you hide the murder weapon in your home?" Wang Maji offered a bitter smile. "I knew you would suspect me. I feared being captured, so I ran. The dagger was something I found at the scene. I took it home to conceal it. I swear. I did not kill anyone." Mo Fan scrutinized Wang Maji's eyes, attempting to discern any deceit. He understood that without conclusive evidence, hasty conclusions were unwarranted. At that moment, Captain Zhang and his team arrived. Captain Zhang looked at the fallen Wang Maji and ordered, "Take him back for a thorough interrogation." Once Wang Matsi was taken to the precinct, Mo Fan and Yi Lin resumed their investigation. They meticulously retraced the case's clues and uncovered previously overlooked details during a second search of Li Fugui's residence. Yi Lin discovered a letter tucked away in a hidden drawer. The contents astonished them. It revealed that Li Fugui had collaborated with a mysterious individual in a fraudulent scheme, embezzling a significant sum of money. This enigmatic figure seemed intent on silencing Li Fugui to prevent exposure. Mo Fan contemplated the letter for a moment before declaring, "It appears the situation is more complex than it seems. Wang Matsi is likely not the perpetrator. We must identify this mysterious individual to uncover the truth." They began investigating Li Fugui's social connections, striving to unveil the identity of this elusive figure. After considerable effort, they discovered that Li Fugui had maintained a close association with a man named Zhao Chong, who emerged as a prime suspect. Zhao Chong presented himself as a respectable businessman, yet secretly engaged in illicit activities. That Mo Fan and Yi Lin visited Zhao Chong's company to question him. Upon seeing them, a flicker of anxiety crossed Zhao Chong's face, quickly masked by composure. "Officers, how may I assist you? I am a law-abiding citizen," he stated. Mo Fan met Zhao Chong's gaze directly, asserting, "Zhao Chong, we are aware of your relationship with Li Fugui and your involvement in the fraudulent scheme. With Li Fugui now deceased, it would be prudent for you to be forthcoming. Otherwise, it may not bode well for you." Zhao Chong's countenance shifted slightly, yet he maintained a facade of indifference. "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. That Li Fugui and I were merely business partners. His demise bears no relation to me." Yi Lin produced the letter, tossing it onto the table before Zhao Chong. "This letter, discovered in Li Fugui's home, explicitly outlines your crimes. Do you still wish to deny it?" Upon seeing the letter, Zhao Chong's face drained of color, his body quivering slightly. How did you find this letter?" Mo Fan coldly replied, "Now, you may confess. Why did you murder Li Fugui?" After a moment of silence, Zhao Chong sighed and divulged the truth. Li Fugui, increasingly fearful after their fraudulent activities, had threatened to confess to the authorities. To protect his own interests, Zhao Chong resolved to eliminate Li Fugui. That fateful night, an intense argument ensued, culminating in Zhao Chong stabbing Li Fugui with a dagger in a fit of rage. In the aftermath, he staged the scene to implicate Wang Matsi. Having listened to Zhao Chong's confession, Mo Fan stated, "Did you believe you could evade justice? You must now face the consequences of your actions." Zhao Chong lowered his head, despair etched across his face. He realized he could no longer escape the law's harsh retribution. The murder case was finally resolved, and Mo Fan and Yi Lin exhaled in relief. On their way back to the precinct, Yi Lin remarked, "Mo Fan, your meticulousness has been invaluable. Without your attention to detail, the perpetrator might have slipped away." Mo Fan smiled, replying, "This achievement is ours collectively. Without your assistance, I would not have navigated this case so smoothly." They shared a knowing smile, their hearts brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Their bond deepened further through the trials of their investigations. Upon returning to the precinct, they began preparing for their next case, resolutely continuing their pursuit of truth, safeguarding the peace and justice of Yun City. Chapter 69. A brief respite and new crisis. In the early morning of Yun City, sunlight streamed through the thin clouds, enveloping the city in warmth. After concluding the perplexing case of the elderly home, Mo Fan savored a rare leisurely morning. Perched on his balcony with a steaming cup of coffee, he gazed at the distant streets, his thoughts lingering on the prior case. Suddenly, the tranquility was disrupted by the ringing of his phone. Mo Fan picked it up to find it was Yi Lin calling. "Hello, Yi Lin, what's the matter so early in the day?" Yi Lin's voice brimmed with excitement. "Mo Fan, I discovered a newly opened CAF with stellar reviews. Let's go try it together." Mo Fan hesitated momentarily. Since beginning his work, he had seldom found time for leisure. Yet, upon seeing the bright sunlight streaming through the window, he decided to indulge, replying, "Sure, I could use a break." They arranged to meet at the CF. After dressing, Mo Fan stepped outside, absorbing the vibrant atmosphere of the street, feeling a sense of fatigue lift. Upon arriving at the CAF, he found Yi Lin already waiting, dressed in a light blue dress. She appeared refreshingly charming. She smiled and waved as he entered. Mo Fan settled down, surveying the cozy, minimalist desar and inhaling the rich aroma of coffee that filled the air. "This place has a lovely ambience," he remarked. Yi Lin nodded in agreement. "Yes, I heard their coffee and pastries are quite remarkable." She ordered 2 coffees and some pastries from the server. As they waited, they engaged in light conversation, with Yi Lin enthusiastically recounting a captivating book she had recently read. While Mo Fan listened intently, occasionally sharing his perspectives. Before long, their coffee and pastries arrived. Yi Lin took a bite of cake, her eyes lighting up. Wow, this is delicious. Mo Fan, you must try it. Mo Fan sampled the cake and nodded, acknowledging its delicate texture and delightful flavor. Indeed, it is quite good. As they savored their treats and chatted, the atmosphere was harmonious. Just then, Mo Fan's phone rang again. Checking the screen, he saw it was Captain Zhang calling, and an uneasy sensation washed over him. Hello, Captain Zhang. What seems to be the issue? Captain Zhang's voice was serious. Mo Fan, a theft occurred at an art gallery in Yun City, and it involves a homicide. You and Yi Lin need to come immediately. Mo Fan glanced at Yi Lin, letting out a resigned sigh. All right, we'll head over right away. After hanging up, he turned to Yi Lin. I'm sorry, but another case has come up. We need to go. Though disappointed, Yi Lin understood the importance of Mo Fan's work. No problem. Work comes first. Let's go. They quickly exited the CAF and made their way toward the art gallery. Upon arrival, the scene was cordoned off. Mo Fan and Yi Lin donned protective gear and entered the crime scene. The gallery was in disarray, artworks scattered across the floor, frames damaged. In one corner lay the body of a security guard. Multiple stab wounds evident, with a fatal injury to the chest, suggesting a sharp weapon had been used. Mo Fan crouched down, meticulously examining the body. The weapon appears to be a dagger. The assailant's technique indicates considerable experience. Meanwhile, Yi Lin was recording her observations when she remarked, Mo Fan, look here, strange footprints. Could they belong to the perpetrator? Following her gaze, Mo Fan noticed clear footprints. He knelt to scrutinize their size and shape. Confirming they likely belong to the assailant, we can extract samples of the footprints for analysis. Just then, the gallery owner rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene of devastation, a look of terror and anger spread across his face. What on earth happened? My paintings and my security. Mo Fan stood up and approached the gallery owner. Please, remain calm. We will investigate this matter thoroughly and swiftly. Can you tell us which paintings are missing? The gallery owner took a moment to compose himself and replied, the missing piece is an invaluable artwork. The pride of our gallery, it is a masterpiece by the renowned artist Li Hua, with a market value that is exceedingly high. Mo Fan nodded. Understood. Can you provide any other leads? For instance, have any suspicious individuals visited the gallery recently? The gallery owner pondered for a moment and said, Indeed, there have been some peculiar visitors who showed particular interest in that painting. One individual, dressed in a black trench coat, wearing a hat and a mask, appeared especially mysterious. Mo Fan exchanged a glance with Yi Lin. Both suspecting this enigmatic figure, they continued their search within the gallery, hoping to uncover more clues. During their investigation, Mo Fan discovered that the gallery's surveillance cameras had been tampered with, complicating their inquiry. However, he remained undeterred, meticulously searching every corner. Eventually, in a concealed area of the gallery, Mo Fan found a discarded glove. He donned the glove and examined it closely. Yi Lin, look, this glove might have fingerprints left by the perpetrator. We should take it back for examination immediately. Yi Lin nodded. All right, Mo Fan. I believe we are one step closer to the truth. The two returned to the police station with the glove and other evidence. In the laboratory, they conducted a thorough analysis of the findings. After considerable effort, they successfully extracted the perpetrator's fingerprints from the glove. Upon comparing the fingerprints, they identified the suspect as a person with a criminal record named Lu Feng. Mo Fan and Yi Lin promptly relayed this information to Captain Zhang. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang stated, Excellent. We will commence the pursuit of Lu Feng immediately. Mo Fan, Yi Lin, continue to delve deeper into the case and see if there are any additional leads. Mo Fan and Yi Lin nodded and resumed their intense investigation. They understood that this case was far from over, and they must swiftly locate Lu Feng to bring him to justice and seek retribution for the victim. During their inquiry, Mo Fan and Yi Lin discovered that Lu Feng had a close connection with an art collector named Chen Gang, who also exhibited great interest in the stolen painting. Mo Fan frowned. Sensing that Chen Gang was also highly suspicious, it was plausible that he had instigated Lu Feng to steal the artwork and had a hand in the security guard's murder. We must investigate Chen Gang, he asserted. Yi Lin agreed. Yes, let us set off at once. They embarked once more on the quest for truth, unaware of the challenges and obstacles that lay ahead, yet firmly believing that their persistence would unveil the case's resolution and ensure justice prevailed. Chapter 70. Clues and Suspects in the Fog. Mo Fan and Yi Lin departed from the police station, heading towards the residence of the art collector Chen Gang. The atmosphere within the vehicle was tinged with tension as both pondered the intricate details of the case. Striving to untangle a clear narrative from the convoluted clues. Mo Fan, Do you truly believe that Chun Gang could be the mastermind behind this? Yi Lin broke the silence, a hint of uncertainty in her gaze. Mo Fan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, slightly furrowing his brow. Based on the information we have, his close ties with Lu Feng and his keen interest in the stolen painting raised significant suspicions. However, without concrete evidence, we cannot jump to conclusions. Yi Lin nodded thoughtfully, her gaze drifting towards the swiftly retreating cityscape outside the window, deep in contemplation. Soon, they arrived at Chun Gang's residence, a villa nestled in an upscale neighborhood of Yun City. Surrounded by picturesque scenery and formidable security measures, presenting their credentials, they gained entry to the villa. Chun Gang awaited them in the living room, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, projecting an air of genteel sophistication. Albeit with a barely perceptible tension in his eyes. "Officers, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today?" Chun Gang greeted them with a smile, his tone laced with politeness. Mo Fan fixed a keen gaze upon him and stated directly, "Mr. Chun, we are investigating a theft at an art gallery, which is also linked to a homicide. We understand that you have had interactions with a suspect named Lu Feng and that you have shown interest in the stolen painting by Li Hua. We hope for your cooperation in our investigation." Chun Gang's expression flickered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. "Officers, I do indeed have an interest in that painting and have had some exchanges with Lu Feng. But I assure you, I have not engaged in any illegal activities. I am merely an art collector with a genuine passion for beautiful works of art." Mo Fan leaned forward slightly, his gaze unwavering. "Mr. Chun, our suspicions are not baseless. Lu Feng has a criminal background. He stole from the gallery and murdered the security guard. Your connection with him compels us to question your actions. Please, tell us the nature of your dealings with Lu Feng." Beads of sweat formed on Chun Gang's forehead as he hesitated briefly before sighing. "Very well, officers. I have had some dealings with Lu Feng that I was aware that he had access to certain channels for acquiring art. And I expressed my interest in that painting. However, I did not instruct him to steal it. I merely wished to obtain it through legitimate means." Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, and Yi Lin inquired, "Did Lu Feng ever disclose his plans to you? Or, prior to his actions, did you notice anything unusual?" Chun Gang shook his head. "No. He revealed nothing to me. That I only realized the gravity of the situation after hearing about the gallery theft. I understood that my previous interactions might raise suspicions, which is why I have been fully cooperating with your investigation." Without concealing any details, Mo Fan stood up and began pacing in the living room. Surveying the surroundings, his attention was drawn to several valuable paintings adorning the walls, one of which bore a resemblance to the stolen piece. "Mr. Chun, you certainly possess a discerning eye for art. However, I am curious, your eagerness to acquire Li Hua's painting. Could it be that it would create a unique synergy with your existing collection, thereby enhancing its overall value?" Mo Fan paused, turning to face Chun Gang. Chun Gang's gaze momentarily flickered. "Officer, you make a valid point. As a collector, I naturally hope to enrich my collection and its value. But I swear, I did not participate in the theft or the murder." Mo Fan nodded. "We will continue our investigation. That I hope you will remain in Yun City during this time and cooperate with our efforts." After departing from Chun Gang's villa, Mo Fan and Yi Lin returned to their vehicle. Yi Lin, somewhat disheartened, remarked, "Mo Fan, while Chun Gang is suspicious, he seems to genuinely lack direct involvement in the crime. Are we perhaps misdirected in our pursuit?" Mo Fan contemplated for a moment. "Not necessarily. His relationship with Lu Feng is undoubtedly complex, even if he did not directly instigate the theft and murder. He may have played a role in facilitating it. We cannot easily dismiss this lead." At that moment, Mo Fan's phone rang. It was a call from a colleague at the police station. The colleague informed them that further investigation into Lu Feng's social connections had revealed another accomplice, named Zhao Chong, who had previously been involved in other thefts. After ending the call, Mo Fan excitedly turned to Yi Lin. "We have a new lead. Lu Feng has an accomplice named Zhao Chong that we need to locate him quickly. He may have crucial information." The two immediately set out to trace Zhao Chong's whereabouts. By reviewing surveillance footage and conducting interviews, they discovered Zhao Chong had been frequently seen near an abandoned warehouse in Yun City. Mo Fan and Yi Lin decided to investigate the warehouse. Upon arriving, they found it eerily silent, overgrown with weeds, giving off a somewhat sinister aura. Cautiously, they entered the warehouse, with Mo Fan illuminating the path ahead with his flashlight. A pungent odor pervaded the air, and debris littered the floor. Suddenly, they heard faint footsteps. Instantly alert, Mo Fan and Yi Lin crept towards the sound. In a corner of the warehouse, they spotted a shadowy figure. Mo Fan called out, "Zhao Chong, we are the police. You are surrounded. Come out." The figure paused for a moment before abruptly turning to flee. Mo Fan and Yi Lin sprang into action, pursuing him through the warehouse. During the chase, Zhao Chong attempted to evade them by navigating the complex environment. Yet, Mo Fan and Yi Lin, with their agility and unwavering determination, remained hot on his heels. Ultimately, at an exit of the warehouse, Mo Fan successfully blocked Zhao Chong's path. Realizing escape was futile, Zhao Chong halted, panting heavily, his face etched with despair. Zhao Chong, why did you run? Are you hiding something? Mo Fan demanded sternly. Zhao Chong lowered his head. Acknowledging his inevitable fate, I admit, I am an accomplice of Lu Feng, but I did not commit murder. I merely assisted him in handling some stolen goods. Mo Feng and Yi Lin exchanged glances. And Yi Lin inquired, where is Lu Feng now? Furthermore, what do you know about the art gallery theft? Speak without reservation. Zhao Chong hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. Lu Feng is currently hiding in a small cabin on the outskirts of Yun City. Regarding the theft, it was Chun Gang who found Lu Feng and expressed a willingness to pay a high price for the painting. Lu Feng, driven by greed, orchestrated the theft, fearing interference from security. He resorted to violence. I was only responsible for helping him transfer the painting after he succeeded. Upon hearing Zhao Chong's confession, Mo Feng and Yi Lin felt a surge of excitement. They were now one step closer to the truth. All right, Zhao Chong, you will accompany us back to the station and provide a detailed account of what you know. As for Lu Feng, we will apprehend him immediately, Mo Feng stated as he and Yi Lin escorted Zhao Chong to the car. On their way back to the police station, a sense of urgency filled Mo Feng and Yi Lin. They understood that only by swiftly capturing Lu Feng could they entirely unearth the truth of the case, allowing the deceased to find peace and justice to be served. Moreover, Chun Gang would inevitably face the consequences of his actions. Chapter 71. The pursuit at the outskirts and revelation of the truth. After bringing Zhao Chong back to the station and arranging for a thorough record of his statement, Mo Feng and Yi Lin wasted no time preparing to capture Lu Feng at the small cabin on the outskirts of Yun City. The day had waned, and the city's clamor was left behind as the police car sped towards the outskirts. The scenery outside the window gradually dimming and quieting, illuminated only by the car's headlights casting light on the winding road ahead. Yi Lin clutched the case files tightly, her eyes betraying a hint of tension and determination. Mo Feng, based on Zhao Chong's account, Lu Feng likely possesses a weapon. We must proceed with caution. Mo Feng nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Indeed, he is a desperate man. We must act with prudence. Upon arrival, we will first assess the surroundings before devising a plan for apprehension. As the police car approached the cabin, Mo Feng extinguished the headlights and signaled for Yi Lin to disembark. They crouched low and cautiously approached the dilapidated wooden structure, surrounded by overgrown weeds, its doors and windows tightly shut. Exuding an eerie aura, Mo Feng and Yi Lin circled the cabin, searching for a suitable entry point. Just then, they heard a faint rustling from within, as if someone was pacing back and forth. Mo Feng exchanged a glance with Yi Lin, and they decided to enter through the window. Yi Lin gently pushed the window open, and Mo Feng climbed in first. Inside, a pungent odor lingered in the air, the dim light revealing only vague outlines of furniture. Mo Feng and Yi Lin crept towards the source of the sound, their hands firmly gripping their firearms. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the corner, brandishing a dagger and lunging at Mo Feng. With quick reflexes, Mo Feng sidestepped the attack and delivered a kick to the shadowy figure. The figure fell but quickly regained footing, swinging the dagger once more. Observing this, Yi Lin rushed forward, attempting to subdue the shadow from the side. After a fierce struggle, Mo Feng and Yi Lin finally managed to overpower the figure. Illuminating the scene with a flashlight, they discovered it was indeed Lu Feng. Pressed to the ground, he continued to curse. You police have ruined my plans. Mo Feng retorted coldly. Lu Feng, your crimes have been exposed. Now cooperate and return with us to the station for leniency. After securing Lu Feng in the police car, Mo Feng and Yi Lin exhaled in relief. They understood that they had apprehended a key figure in the case, and it was now time for him to confess all his criminal deeds. Back at the station, Lu Feng was taken into the interrogation room. Mo Feng and Yi Lin sat across the table, their gazes sharp and unwavering. Lu Feng, we possess ample evidence. Do not resist futilely. Now, disclose the details of your and Chun Gang's criminal activities, as well as the whereabouts of the stolen painting, Mo Feng stated sternly. Lu Feng lowered his head, falling silent for a moment, then scoffed. You think capturing me resolves everything? That old fox Chun Gang. You cannot outsmart him. Yi Lin slammed her hand on the table. Lu Feng, do not be obstinate. Disclose the truth now and you may receive a lighter sentence. Otherwise, you will face harsher legal repercussions. Lu Feng raised his head, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, realizing he had no escape. He slowly began. All right, I will tell you that it was Chun Gang who approached me, expressing his desire for the painting by Li Hua and offering a handsome sum. I was in need of money. So I agreed that I devised the theft plan. But that night, when I infiltrated the gallery, I was discovered by security and had no choice but to kill him and steal the painting. That Mo Fong pressed further. And where is the painting now? A smirk crept across Lu Feng's lips. It's hidden in a secret location. You won't find it easily unless you agree to reduce my sentence. Yi Lin retorted angrily. Lu Feng, you have no right to negotiate. You have committed heinous crimes of murder and theft and must face the consequences of your actions. Mo Fong pondered for a moment before proposing. Lu Feng, we can consider advocating for a lighter sentence within the bounds of the law based on your willingness to confess and your cooperation. However, this is contingent upon your honest disclosure of the painting's location and Chun Gang's involvement in this affair. Lu Feng weighed his options and ultimately decided to cooperate with the authorities. Fine, the painting is hidden in an abandoned factory on the eastern side of Yun City. Chun Gang not only provided the funds for the theft, but also arranged my escape route and hiding place. He threatened me, warning that if I spoke out, he would kill my entire family. Mo Fong and Yi Lin exchanged a glance, their anger igniting. They had not anticipated Chun Gang's cunning and cruelty. Based on Lu Feng's information, Mo Fong and Yi Lin promptly led a team of officers to the abandoned factory in eastern Yun City. After a meticulous search of the premises, they finally located the stolen painting. Hidden within a dilapidated iron box, preserved in relatively good condition. Concurrently, another team of officers apprehended Chun Gang at his residence. Surprised to find the police had swiftly gathered evidence against him, Chun Gang's face reflected sheer terror. In the police station, confronted with irrefutable evidence, Chun Gang could no longer deny his culpability. He confessed to hiring Lu Feng to steal the painting to satisfy his collecting obsession, and later attempting to cover up the entire affair. Mo Fong regarded Chun Gang with seriousness. Chun Gang, as an art collector, you should have respected both art and the law, yet you committed an unforgivable crime for your selfish desires. You have not only disrupted the order of the art world, but also taken an innocent life. Now, you must face the consequences of your actions. Chun Gang lowered his head, remorse evident on his face. That I was wrong. I should not have let desire cloud my judgment. I am willing to accept the legal repercussions. The successful resolution of the art gallery theft and murder case brought relief to Mo Fong and Yi Lin. They understood that as forensic experts and police officers, their mission was to uphold justice and unveil the truth. At the celebratory banquet following the case's conclusion, Captain Zhang patted Mo Fong and Yi Lin on the shoulders, expressing gratitude for their contributions to solving the significant case. Thanks to you both. We have successfully cracked another major case that I hope you will continue your diligent efforts to enhance public safety in Yun City. Mo Fong and Yi Lin exchanged smiles, their hearts swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, they were aware that more challenges and cases awaited them in the future. They firmly believed that as long as they upheld justice, armed with their expertise and unwavering dedication, they could overcome any adversity and ensure that evil would not escape unpunished. In Mo Fong's heart, amidst his passion and commitment to work, he began to contemplate his emotional dilemmas. The vivacious warmth of Qiao Shi and the gentle tenderness of Yi Lin placed him in a precarious position. He recognized that he must make a decision soon to avoid causing harm to either. However, at that moment, he resolved to set aside matters of the heart and concentrate on his responsibilities. For he knew that many more deceased awaited him to advocate for their justice. Chapter 72. The entanglement of emotions and the shadow of new cases. The successful resolution of the art gallery theft and murder case enveloped the Yun City police station in a celebratory atmosphere. At the banquet, lights twinkled, and colleagues exchanged laughter and congratulations for their hard-won victory. Clad in crisp police attire, Mo Fong wore a subtle smile as he accepted praise and accolades. Yet internally, he was not as tranquil as he appeared. Qiao Shi, as a reporter, was also invited to the celebration. Dressed in a chic dress, she gracefully navigated through the crowd, her gaze consistently trailing Mo Fong. Witnessing him surrounded by admirers filled her heart with pride and joy. When Mo Fong's eyes met hers, she instantly beamed with a radiant smile and hurried towards him. Mo Fong, you are fantastic. You have once again brilliantly solved the case, and I am so proud of you. Qiao Shi exclaimed, admiration shimmering in her eyes. Mo Fong nodded slightly, replying softly, this is not solely my achievement. It is the result of our collective efforts. She linked her arm with Mo Fong's, playfully saying, "Do not be so modest. In my eyes, you are the most formidable at that moment." Yilin approached, clad in a simple yet elegant professional outfit. While she may not have radiated the same dazzling charm as Shi, she possessed a unique, gentle aura. Upon seeing Shi link arms with Mo Shan, an imperceptible flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, but it quickly gave way to composure. Mo Shan, congratulations on successfully solving another major case, Yilin said with a smile. Mo Shan released Shi's arm and nodded slightly. Yilin, this success is also greatly attributed to your assistance. Without your presence at the scene, I would have found it challenging to uncover the clues so smoothly. She gazed at Yilin, a sudden pang of jealousy surging within her. Purposefully, she leaned affectionately against Mo Shan, saying, "Mo Shan, once this is all wrapped up, let us take a vacation and unwind." Mo Shan glanced awkwardly at Yilin and then at Shi, hesitating before responding. "Let us see. There might be new cases on the horizon, and I need to remain prepared." Yilin noticed Mo Shan's discomfort and quickly interjected. "Shi, Mo Shan's work is indeed demanding. We should be understanding." Shi huffed, falling silent. The atmosphere grew subtly tense, and Mo Shan felt ensnared in an invisible vortex, caught between the emotional currents of Shi and Yilin. Unable to extricate himself, after the celebratory feast, Mo Shan returned home, collapsing onto the sofa in exhaustion. The images of Shi and Yilin flooded his mind, one fiery and passionate, the other soft and nurturing, and he found himself at a loss on how to choose. He reminisced about the moments spent with Shi, those romantic dates and sweet memories that encapsulated the beauty of love. In contrast, there was Yilin, the steadfast supporter who understood his work and provided unwavering backing through countless busy days and nights. What am I to do? Mo Shan cradled his head in his hands, overwhelmed with anguish and conflict. Just as Mo Shan grappled with his emotional turmoil, the Yun City police station received a new report of a bizarre death incident. In an old community within Yun City, a peculiar death had occurred. Upon receiving the notification, Mo Shan cast aside his worries, donned his forensic attire, and headed to the scene with Yilin. The aged community was permeated with a musty atmosphere. Narrow streets crowded with vehicles, and concerned residents gathered before an apartment building, murmuring amongst themselves. Mo Shan and Yilin navigated through the crowd and entered the scene. The deceased was a middle-aged man. Found sprawled in his bedroom, his body already stiff, Mo Shan donned gloves, crouched down, and meticulously examined the corpse. The deceased's facial expression was contorted, eyes wide open, seemingly unable to rest in death. Mo Shan noticed a distinct ligature mark on the man's neck, tentatively concluding it was a case of asphyxiation. Yilin, please investigate the identity and social connections of the deceased. I'll conduct a thorough examination of the body, Mo Shan instructed. Yilin nodded and exited the bedroom to inquire with neighbors and property management. Meanwhile, Mo Shan remained in the bedroom, preparing for the autopsy. He retrieved various tools, carefully inspecting the deceased's body in hopes of uncovering more clues. While examining the oral cavity, he discovered fine fibers lodged within. He meticulously collected the fibers, placing them in a small bag to take back to the station for analysis. He then inspected the deceased's hands, noticing traces of blood under the nails, likely remnants from a struggle with the assailant. This is no simple suicide. The perpetrator is likely nearby, Mo Shan murmured to himself. At that moment, Yilin returned to the bedroom, holding a notebook filled with information gathered from her inquiries. Mo Shan. The deceased is named Li Dahai, an ordinary office worker who kept a low profile and had no known enemies. However, I've learned from neighbors that there have been frequent arguments coming from his home in recent days. Mo Shan furrowed his brow. Arguments? That could be a vital lead. Did you ascertain with whom he was arguing? Yilin shook her head, stating that the neighbors were unsure, having only heard the sounds without seeing anyone involved. Mo Shan rose, saying, "It seems we need to further investigate Li Dahai's interpersonal relationships to identify the person he quarreled with. By the way, gather these fibers and blood samples to bring back for detailed testing. We must see if we can find clues pointing to the assailant." Once they returned to the station with the body and related evidence, they immediately immersed themselves in their work. Mo Shan analyzed the fibers and blood samples in the lab, while Yilin delved deeper into Li Dahai's social connections in the office. Mo Shan scrutinized the fibers under the microscope, determining that they originated from a specific fabric typically used in work attire. Could the assailant be a worker? He pondered. Simultaneously, Yilin uncovered that Li Dahai's colleague, Zhang Feng, had recently experienced some conflicts with him. Zhang Feng had been reported by Li Dahai for a work-related issue. resulting in a reprimand from the company. Sensing Zhang Feng as a prime suspect, she promptly relayed this information to Mo Shan. Mo Shan, I find Zhang Feng quite suspicious. He had conflicts with Li Dahai, and his movements have been rather mysterious in recent days. Mo Shan nodded. All right, let us investigate Zhang Feng to determine if he had the opportunity and motive to commit the crime. Just as they prepared to depart, Xiao Shi unexpectedly arrived at the station. Observing Mo Shan and Yi Lin in their forensic attire, clutching case files, a wave of displeasure washed over her. Mo Shan, are you two off to handle a case again? Why didn't you tell me? Xiao Shi inquired. Mo Shan, feeling somewhat helpless, looked at her. Xiao Shi, this is work. We have a new case that requires immediate attention. Xiao Shi pouted, but I want to be with you. Yuri always so busy and never spend time with me. Yi Lin, witnessing Xiao Shi's demeanor, felt a twinge of sympathy and gently remarked, Xiao Shi, Mo Shan's work is crucial. We have leads now that we must pursue swiftly. Once this case concludes, he'll have time to be with you. Xiao Shi glanced between Yi Lin and Mo Shan, ultimately conceding, fine, just be careful and come back soon. Mo Shan and Yi Lin nodded at her and then turned to leave the station. Heading toward Zhang Feng's residence, they understood that a new challenge lay ahead, and this time, would they be able to uncover the truth and apprehend the culprit? Mo Shan's heart brimmed with resolve and determination, believing that as long as they did not relent, they would surely find the answers. Additionally, he hoped that once this case was resolved, he could adequately address the emotional complexities between himself, Xiao Shi, and Yi Lin, restoring tranquility to his life. Chapter 73. Pursued amidst the fog and the undercurrents of emotion. After departing the police station, Mo Shan and Yi Lin hastened toward Zhang Feng's residence. The atmosphere within the car was heavy. Both immersed in thoughts about the case's intricacies, Mo Shan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed ahead, methodically sifting through the clues at his disposal. The ligature marks on Li Dahai's neck, the peculiar fibers in his mouth, the blood traces beneath his nails, and Yi Lin's findings regarding his discord with Zhang Feng. All these factors positioned Zhang Feng as the prime suspect, yet Mo Shan understood the necessity of refraining from hasty conclusions without irrefutable evidence. Yi Lin sat in the passenger seat, clutching her notebook, occasionally glancing down at the recorded information. Stealing a glance at Mo Shan, she noticed his furrowed brow and intense focus, a surge of complex emotions washing over her. On one hand, she felt elated and proud to be working alongside Mo Shan to solve the case. On the other hand, she could not suppress her deeper feelings for him, especially when considering the closeness he shared with Xiao Shi, which pierced her heart with quiet pain. Nevertheless, she quickly cast these emotions aside, reminding herself that the case took precedence. Before long, they arrived at Zhang Feng's abode, an unremarkable residential building that bore signs of age. Surrounded by a somewhat disordered environment, after disembarking, they approached Zhang Feng's unit. In the hallway, they encountered a resident descending the stairs. Mo Shan politely halted the individual and presented his credentials. Hello, we are police officers seeking information regarding Zhang Feng, who resides upstairs. Are you familiar with him? Mo Shan inquired. The resident scrutinized them briefly before nodding. Yes, I know him. He's quite a reserved individual and doesn't interact much with others. Is there a problem? Yi Lin smiled, clarifying, we are investigating a matter and need to speak with him. Have you noticed any unusual behavior or arguments involving him recently? The resident frowned and thought, nothing particularly out of the ordinary. But a few days ago, I did see him having a brief argument with someone downstairs. They parted ways shortly afterward. I didn't pay much attention, assuming it was just a typical disagreement. Do you recall what that person looked like? Mo Shan pressed further. Not very clearly. I remember it was a man of average build wearing a hat, but I couldn't see his face well. The resident replied. Mo Shan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, thanked the resident, and proceeded to Zhang Feng's apartment. Upon reaching the door, Mo Shan knocked. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a pale-faced man with wary eyes. Zhang Feng. Who are you? What do you want? Zhang Feng asked, his voice tinged with tension. Upon noticing Mo Shan and Yi Lin in their police uniforms, Mo Fan presented his identification, stating that they were from the Cloud City Police Department and wished to inquire about Li Dahai. May we come in to discuss this? Zhang Feng's expression darkened instantly, yet he hesitated before stepping aside. Please, come in. Mo Fan and Yi Lin entered the room, which was a sparsely furnished bachelor apartment. Somewhat disheveled, with papers and miscellaneous items strewn across the table. Li Dahai is dead. Are you aware of this? Mo Fan asked directly. Zhang Feng's body trembled slightly, his gaze flickering. I heard about it. What does his death have to do with me? We understand that you had some conflicts with Li Dahai at work, and you had an argument recently. Therefore, We would like to know your whereabouts and activities during the time of his death. Yi Lin inquired earnestly, fixing her gaze on Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's demeanor grew increasingly anxious. He swallowed hard and replied, I was at home that day, nowhere else. Yes, we had disagreements, but I wouldn't go so far as to kill him. Mo Fan glanced around the room and noticed a work uniform in the corner that he approached it, examining it closely, and found the fabric strikingly similar to the fibers extracted from Li Dahai's mouth. Intrigued, he turned to Zhang Feng. This work uniform belongs to you, does it not? Seeing Mo Fan's discovery, a flicker of terror crossed Zhang Feng's eyes. Why yes, it's company issued. What of it? Mo Fan did not respond to his question, but continued. We found fibers in Li Dahai's mouth that closely resemble the material of your work uniform. Can you explain this? Zhang Feng's face turned ashen, his hands trembling slightly. I don't know. Perhaps it was just from work. Observing Zhang Feng's reaction, Yi Lin felt increasingly convinced of his significant culpability. She stated sternly, Zhang Feng, we hope you will answer our questions truthfully if you truly have nothing to do with Li Dahai's death. Cooperate with our investigation and provide substantial evidence to prove your innocence. Otherwise, concealing the truth will be futile. Zhang Feng sat in silence for a moment before slumping onto the sofa, cradling his head in his hands. All right, I admit it, we did have a fierce argument, and I despised him for reporting me, which humiliated me at work, but I did not kill him. It was just a heated exchange, and then I left. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, sensing mutual uncertainty. Although Zhang Feng acknowledged the argument with Li Dahai, his insistence on his innocence deepened the enigma surrounding the case. Just then, Mo Fan's phone rang. It was a call from Xiao. He hesitated before answering. Mo Fan, how is the investigation progressing? When will you be back? Xiao Shi's voice carried a note of anxiety and anticipation. Mo Fan glanced at Zhang Feng and then at Yi Lin, replying, we are still investigating and cannot ascertain when it will conclude. Don't worry. I will inform you once I have updates on the other end. Xiao Shi expressed her displeasure. You are always so busy and never concerned about me. I am bored at home. Can't you spare some time to be with me? Mo Fan felt a twinge of guilt. He understood that Xiao Shi's words stemmed from concern, but the case demanded his full attention during this critical phase. Xiao Shi, I am genuinely very busy right now. I promise to spend time with you once the case concludes. All right? He endeavored to soften his tone. After a brief silence, Xiao Shi replied, fine, just stay safe and come back soon. Once he hung up, a sense of remorse lingered within Mo Fan. He recognized that his commitment to work had overshadowed Xiao Shi's feelings. Yet as a forensic officer, he bore significant responsibilities that could not be compromised by personal sentiments. Yi Lin observed Mo Fan's expression post-call and felt a pang of discomfort. Aware of the relationship between Mo Fan and Xiao Shi, she understood that her own place in Mo Fan's heart may never rival Xiao Shi's. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but express her concern. Mo Fan, don't worry too much. Once the case is resolved, you can explain things to Xiao Shi. She will understand. Mo Fan nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Yi Lin. Let us continue our investigation. We must not allow personal matters to hinder our pursuit of justice. The two shifted their focus back to Zhang Feng, resuming their inquiries. They recognized that uncovering the truth would require more evidence and leads. Demanding relentless effort in their search, as they navigated the intricacies of the case, they also grappled with their emotional entanglements, presenting a formidable challenge. Chapter 74. The interwoven dilemma of clues and emotional choices. Mo Fan and Yi Lin persisted in their detailed questioning of Zhang Feng, seeking to unearth further connections to Li Dahai's death. Although Zhang Feng maintained his innocence, his demeanor betrayed a hint of unease. Mo Fan astutely noted Zhang Feng's evasive gaze and unnatural tone during his responses, reinforcing his suspicion of Zhang Feng's involvement in the case. Zhang Feng, you claim you left after arguing with Li Dahai. Where did you go afterward? Is there anyone who can vouch for your whereabouts? Mo Fan probed, his gaze penetrating. Zhang Feng's hands fidgeted restlessly on his knees, his eyes darting. I went straight home. I didn't encounter anyone along the way. Once I got home, I stayed inside. No one can verify that. Yi Lin frowned slightly, dissatisfied with Zhang Feng's response. You stated you remained at home. During that time, did you communicate with anyone via phone or messages? Or does your home have any surveillance that might confirm your presence? Zhang Feng's expression darkened further as he shook his head. I did not contact anyone, and there are no cameras at home. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, both recognizing that Zhang Feng's responses only heightened his suspicion. However, without concrete evidence, they could not hastily accuse him. Zhang Feng, I hope you understand that we are investigating a homicide. If you are indeed innocent, you should cooperate fully, providing any possible leads to help us identify the true perpetrator. Concealing facts will only worsen your predicament, Mo Fan stated gravely. Zhang Feng bowed his head, remaining silent for a long moment before finally speaking. I truly did not kill him. That it was a momentary lapse. I just argued with him and regretted it. That I acknowledge our conflicts, and it is reasonable for you to suspect me, but I didn't commit such an act at that moment. Mo Fan's phone rang again, this time from Captain Zhang. Answering the call, Captain Zhang informed him, Mo Fan, while investigating Li Dahai's social connections, we've discovered he had issues with someone named Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong is a thug who has served time for extortion and was recently released from prison. You and Yi Lin should look into him to see if there's any relation to Li Dahai's death. After hanging up, Mo Fan relayed the information to Yi Lin. She nodded. This case is becoming increasingly complex. There are more clues, yet none that directly point to the murderer. Mo Fan glanced at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, we will conclude today's inquiry here. That I hope you reflect on this matter and contact us should you recall any new leads or circumstances. If you are truly innocent, do not conceal anything. With that, Mo Fan and Yi Lin departed from Zhang Feng's residence, heading towards Zhao Chong's abode. On their way, they discussed the new lead. Mo Fan, do you believe Zhang Feng is telling the truth? Could he really be innocent? Yi Lin inquired. Mo Fan pondered for a moment before replying. Based on the current situation, Zhang Feng does appear to be a prime suspect. However, his firm denial of guilt cannot be entirely dismissed. With Zhao Chong now emerging as a new suspect, we must broaden our investigation beyond Zhang Feng. Yi Lin nodded. Indeed, this case resembles a tangled web that we must meticulously untangle it to unveil the truth. Before long, they arrived at Zhao Chong's residence, located in a dilapidated neighborhood on the city's outskirts, characterized by disorder and poor security. Mo Fan and Yi Lin cautiously navigated through the area until they located Zhao Chong's home. Mo Fan knocked on the door, and after a moment, it swung open to reveal a tall, menacing man. Zhao Chong, who are you? What do you want? Zhao Chong inquired, his tone wary and impatient upon seeing Mo Fan and Yi Lin in uniform. Mo Fan presented his credentials. We are from the Cloud City Police Department, seeking information regarding Li Dahai. Upon hearing Li Dahai's name, Zhao Chong's expression shifted slightly before he regained his composure. Li Dahai. I don't know him. You must have the wrong person. Yellen gazed intently into Zhao Chong's eyes and said, Zhao Chong, we have conducted our investigation and found that you have had a conflict with Li Dahai in the past. It would be prudent for you to cooperate with our inquiry and answer our questions truthfully. A flicker of anger flashed in Zhao Chong's eyes, yet he restrained himself. Yes, I have had some disagreements with him. But that is all in the past. I have turned over a new leaf and will not engage in such behavior again. Where were you during the time of Li Dahai's death? And what were you doing? Mo Fan inquired. Zhao Chong furrowed his brow in thought before replying. I was at a friend's house drinking, and I stayed until quite late. My friend can attest to that. Mo Fan exchanged a glance with Yellen. What is your friend's contact information? We need to verify your alibi. Zhao Chang reluctantly provided his friend's details, and Yellen promptly noted them down. At that moment, Mo Fan noticed some bruises on Zhao Chong's hands. Intrigued, he pointed and asked, What happened to your hands? Zhao Chong instinctively withdrew his hands, saying, It's nothing. I just hurt myself accidentally. Mo Fan was skeptical of Zhao Chong's explanation. Zhao Chong, if you truly have no connection to Li Dahai's death, you should answer our questions honestly. Your injuries may very well be related to this case, and it would be wise to disclose the truth. Zhao Chong's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, he finally said, All right, I confess that I had another confrontation with Li Dahai. I encountered him outside, and recalling our past issues, I impulsively got into a fight with him. I injured my hand during the altercation, but I did not kill him. After the fight, I left. Both Mo Fan and Yellen were taken aback by Zhao Chong's admission. They had not anticipated that he would acknowledge another conflict with Li Dahai. But whether he was the murderer remained to be seen. You claim you left after the fight. Where did you go afterward? Is there anyone who can verify this? Yellen pressed. Zhao Chong, now somewhat impatient, replied, I already told you. I went to my friend's house to drink. That he can confirm that. You can ask him. Mo Fan nodded. We will verify this. I hope you will cooperate with our investigation and not conceal any information. If we find that you have lied, the consequences will be severe. With that, Mo Fan and Yellen departed from Zhao Chong's residence. On their way back, both were lost in thought. The investigation was yielding numerous leads, yet none pointed definitively to the perpetrator, leaving them in a quandary. Meanwhile, Mo Fan wrestled with his own emotional turmoil. A phone call from Qiao, she made him realize that he had neglected her due to work. While Yellen's unwavering support and companionship stirred a unique affection within him, he was at a loss as to how to navigate his feelings between Qiao Shi and Yellen. hoping to resolve the case swiftly so he could devote more time and energy to his emotional dilemmas. Yellen, observing Mo Fan's contemplative demeanor, was also filled with conflict. She understood the nature of Mo Fan's relationship with Xiaoxi and recognized that she might never replace Xiaoxi in his heart. Yet, she could not help but care for Mo Fan, wishing to assist him in any way she could. Uncertain of where her feelings would ultimately lead, she was willing to strive for Mo Fan. Both in work and in matters of the heart, in this fog-laden case, Mo Fan and Yellen were not only confronted with intricate clues and cunning suspects, but also had to navigate their own emotional entanglements. A long road lay ahead of them. Chapter 75, The Quest for Truth Amidst the Fog and Emotional Turmoil. Upon returning to the precinct, Mo Fan and Yellen immediately began verifying the alibi provided by Zhao Chang. Yellen took on the task of contacting Zhao Chang's friend, conducting thorough inquiries both via phone and in person regarding the details of that evening's drinking session. Meanwhile, Mo Fan meticulously reviewed all the case's clues in search of new breakthroughs. After speaking with Zhao Chang's friend, Yellen returned to Mo Fan's office, her expression grave at Mo Fan. Zhao Chang's friend confirmed that he was indeed drinking there that night, and based on the timeline, he did not have sufficient opportunity to kill Li Dahai and dispose of the body. Although Zhao Chang had a conflict with Li Dahai, it appears he is not the murderer. Mo Fan frowned slightly, tapping his fingers on the desk as he pondered. This increases the suspicion surrounding Zhang Feng. However, we currently lack concrete evidence to prove he is the killer. Where, then, lies the key clue in this case? Just then, Captain Zhang entered, bearing a weary expression yet radiating resolve. Mo Fan. Yellen, I've just received news that a substantial sum of unexplained funds has flowed into Li Dahai's bank account shortly before his death. We need to investigate the source and destination of this money. It may hold the key to the case. Mo Fan and Yellen exchanged a glance, excitement flickering in their eyes. This could indeed be a crucial lead, potentially aiding them in uncovering the truth. Captain Zhang, we will investigate the funds immediately, Mo Fan affirmed. Captain Zhang nodded. Good, you must expedite this inquiry. This case cannot be delayed any longer. Mo Fan and Yellen quickly set to work. Heading to the bank where, with the staff's assistance, they conducted a detailed investigation of Li Dahai's account. After considerable effort, they discovered that the large sum had been transferred from an anonymous account. This anonymous account raises suspicions. We must find a way to identify its owner, Mo Fan remarked. Yellen furrowed her brow. Anonymous accounts are typically challenging to trace. However, we can start by examining the flow of the funds. Let's see where this money went after it was transferred to Li Dahai's account. Delving deeper into the investigation, they found that after receiving the funds, Li Dahai did not use them for everyday expenses but quickly transferred them to another account. This account belonged to an individual named Wang Jun. Mo Fan and Yellen promptly initiated an investigation into Wang Jun. They discovered that Wang Jun was a small-time thug with a history of criminal activity, and he had some previous dealings with Li Dahai. It seems Wang Jun is likely connected to this case, that we should confront him, Mo Fan stated. Upon arriving at Wang Jun's residence, they found he was not home. After inquiring with neighbors, they learned that Wang Jun often frequented a nearby bar. Mo Fan and Yellen proceeded to the bar, where they located Wang Jun. Seeing the police's arrival, Wang Jun's face briefly displayed panic, though he quickly masked it. Wang Jun, we are from the Yun City Police Department and would like to ask you some questions regarding Li Dahai, Mo Fan said. Wang Jun's eyes flickered. Li Dahai? I have no connection to him. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Yellen fixed her gaze on Wang Jun, her tone serious. Wang Jun, we have already investigated and found that a sum of money from Li Dahai's account was transferred to yours. It would be wise to cooperate with our investigation and answer our questions honestly. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Wang Jun's expression soured, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally admitted, fine, I acknowledge that Li Dahai transferred money to me. But it was merely to settle a gambling debt. I was just reclaiming what was rightfully mine. You know who transferred that money to Li Dahai? Mo Fan pressed. Wang Jun shook his head. I don't know. Li Dahai only mentioned he had come into some unexpected fortune and repaid me part of his debt. Mo Fan and Yellen exchanged glances, sensing that Wang Jun's words were only partially truthful, as if he was concealing something. Wang Jun, it would be in your best interest not to hide anything, but if you are truly uninvolved in Li Dahai's death, you should cooperate fully. Otherwise, if we find you have lied, the repercussions will be severe, Mo Fan warned sternly. Fear flickered across Wang Jun's face. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke again. Actually, I do know some things. Li Dahai once told me he had leverage over someone wealthy, and that person was willing to pay a substantial amount to keep it under wraps. But he never revealed who that person was. Mo Fan and Yellen's hearts raced at Wang Jun's revelation. This could be an important lead that might help them identify the true murderer. Wang Jun, think carefully. Did Li Dahai ever disclose any additional details about this individual, such as their identity, profession, or distinguishing features? Yellen asked eagerly. Wang Jun frowned and thought, I remember him saying that the person was influential, a big shot in Yun City. Beyond that, I'm afraid I really don't know. Mo Fan nodded. All right, Wang Jun, we will conclude today's questioning here. If you recall any new information, please contact us immediately. With that, Mo Fan and Yellen left the bar. On their way back, they pondered Wang Jun's new lead. Mo Fan, who do you think this influential figure in Yun City could be? Yellen inquired. Mo Fan contemplated for a moment. It's hard to say. Yun City has many powerful individuals that we need to further investigate. Li Dahai's social circle to see if we can identify anyone who fits that description. Meanwhile, Mo Fan's emotional dilemmas continued to plague him. Due to his busyness, Xiaoxi felt a sense of dissatisfaction, leading to some fractures in their relationship. Yet Yilin quietly stood by his side, offering support and encouragement, deepening Xiaoxi's affections for her. Upon returning to the police station, Mo Fan received a text message from Xiaoxi, in which she expressed her disappointment and confusion regarding their relationship. As he read the message, a wave of pain surged within him. He realized that he had neglected Xiaoxi due to his work, failing to show her sufficient care. Observing Mo Fan's expression after receiving the message, Yilin could sense the underlying tension. Although she harbored feelings for Mo Fan, she did not wish to see him suffer because of romantic troubles. Mo Fan, if there are issues between you and Xiaoxi, it would be best to communicate openly. Relationships require nurturing. Do not overlook the importance of those who matter because of work, Yilin softly advised. Mo Fan gazed at her, warmth flooding his heart. Thank you, Yilin. I understand what I need to do. However, the case remains unresolved, and I cannot afford to be distracted. Once it concludes, I will address my emotional matters. Yilin nodded affirmatively. Very well, I trust you. Let us focus our energies on solving the case. In the following days, Mo Fan and Yilin continued to delve into Li Dahai's social circle, attempting to identify the individual wielding power over him. They interviewed Li Dahai's friends, colleagues, and business associates, amassing a wealth of information. Throughout this process, their collaboration grew increasingly harmonious, as they supported and encouraged each other while facing the myriad challenges of the case. Meanwhile, Mo Fan's emotional predicament continued to fester within him. He remained uncertain whether to choose Xiaoxi or Yilin, but he recognized that whatever decision he made, it must not bring harm to either of them. Amidst the fog of the case, Mo Fan and Yilin persistently sought the truth while striving to balance their professional and personal lives. Their future lay shrouded in uncertainty and challenges. Chapter 76. Interwoven clues and emotional dilemmas. Mo Fan and Yilin persisted in their investigation within Li Dahai's social sphere, endeavoring to uncover the identity of the mysterious, influential figure in Yun City. They scrutinized Li Dahai's former business partners, questioned his neighbors, and even combed through his social media records. Yet progress was agonizingly slow, as every seemingly promising lead ultimately led to a dead end. One day, Mo Fan sat at his desk, gazing at the mountain of documents before him, his brow furrowed in concentration. Yilin gently approached, placing a cup of coffee on his desk, and softly remarked, Mo Fan, do not be too anxious. We have worked diligently, and clues will eventually surface. Mo Fan lifted his gaze to meet Yilin's weary yet resolute eyes, feeling a swell of gratitude. Thank you, Yilin. Without your constant support, I truly would not know how to proceed. Yilin's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly replied, We are partners. It is my duty. Moreover, I, too, wish to resolve this case swiftly. At that moment, Mo Fan's phone rang. Captain Zhang was calling. Mo Fan, we have new leads. While investigating Li Dahai's call records, we discovered he had frequent contact with someone named Chen Hui just before his death. Chen Hui is the owner of a major company in Yun City and possesses considerable influence. He may be the individual we are looking for. Mo Fan's eyes brightened, and he promptly said, Understood, Captain Zhang. We will investigate Chen Hui immediately. After hanging up, Mo Fan and Yilin quickly gathered their belongings and headed to Chen Hui's company. In Chen Hui's office, they encountered the rumored businessman. Tall and clad in an expensive suit, he wore a confident smile. Yet Mo Fan keenly sensed an undercurrent of tension in his demeanor. Mr. Chun, we are from the Yun City Police Department and would like to inquire about Li Dahai. Mo Fan stated directly. Chen Hui appeared momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, responding with a smile, Li Dahai. We merely had some business dealings. I'm unsure what you wish to know. Yilin scrutinized Chen Hui, her tone grave. Mr. Chun, Our investigation reveals that you had frequent communications with Li Daihai shortly before his death, and we hope you can provide us with accurate information regarding these calls. Chun Hui's expression shifted slightly, but he maintained his facade. We were simply discussing business collaborations. There is nothing extraordinary. Mo Fan discerned that Chun Hui was concealing something and pressed further. Mr. Chun, did Li Dahai possess any leverage over you, compelling you to pay him for silence? A flicker of panic crossed Chun Hui's eyes, but he stubbornly retorted, you are mistaken. I have no leverage in his possession. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances. Realizing Chun Hui would not easily concede, they decided to alter their approach to Mr. Chun. We hope you will cooperate with our investigation, that if you truly have nothing to hide, that would be ideal. However, should you be concealing anything, once we uncover the truth, you should be aware of the consequences. After a moment of silence, Chun Hui sighed, conceding, all right, I admit Li Dahai did possess certain leverage over me, but I did not kill him. I paid him to keep quiet. What exactly did he have over you? Mo Fan pressed. Chun Hui hesitated before confessing, I engaged in some financial misconduct at my company, which Li Dahai discovered that he threatened to expose me. So I had no choice but to pay him off. Mo Fan and Yi Lin recorded Chun Hui's statement and continued to probe for further details. After leaving Chun Hui's company, they analyzed the new lead. Mo Fan, do you believe Chun Hui's claims? Is it possible he did not kill Li Dahai? Yi Lin inquired. Mo Fan pondered for a moment, responding, based on his demeanor, he appears genuinely fearful of his misconduct being exposed, suggesting a strong likelihood that he paid Li Dahai to remain silent. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that he felt threatened by Li Dahai and resorted to murder. Further investigation is necessary. Simultaneously, Mo Fan's emotional turmoil grew increasingly convoluted. Xiao Shi, feeling neglected due to Mo Fan's relentless work schedule, grew increasingly disheartened in their relationship. She sent Mo Fan a text, stating that if he could not dedicate more time to her, they might need to reconsider their relationship. Upon reading the message, guilt and helplessness flooded Mo Fan's heart that he recognized his insufficient care for Xiao Shi during this period, yet he could not abandon the ongoing case. Meanwhile, Yi Lin remained steadfastly at his side, providing unwavering support and encouragement, deepening his feelings for her as well. That evening, Mo Fan sat alone in his office, contemplating Xiao Shi's message. Yi Lin entered, noticing his troubled expression, and understood the source of his distress. Mo Fan, matters of the heart cannot be forced. You must listen to your inner self. Whatever decision you make, I will support you, Yi Lin gently reassured him. Mo Fan lifted his gaze to meet hers, gratitude swelling within him. Yi Lin, thank you for your unwavering understanding. However, I truly do not know how to choose. Xiao Shi was once the person I cherished, and I do not wish to hurt her. Yet, being with you has brought me a warmth and support unlike any other. Yi Lin smiled, saying, Mo Fan, there is no rush to decide. Focus on resolving the case first. Matters of the heart can unfold in due time. I believe time will provide you with clarity. Mo Fan nodded, gradually finding peace within himself. He understood that the priority was to swiftly resolve Li Dahai's case and ensure that the perpetrator did not evade justice. In the subsequent days, Mo Fan and Yi Lin continued their investigation centered around the lead concerning Chun Hui. They examined the financial records of Chun Hui's company and uncovered evidence of irregularities. Additionally, they scrutinized Chun Hui's whereabouts on the day of Li Dahai's death and discovered a period of time that remained unaccounted for. Mo Fan, Chun Hui's guilt appears to be mounting. That unaccounted period could very well coincide with the time of Li Dahai's murder. Yi Lin asserted. Mo Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us confront him once more and see how he responds this time. When Mo Fan and Yi Lin returned to Chun Hui's company, they found his demeanor noticeably altered. As he recognized that the police had gathered incriminating evidence against him. Mr. Chun, we have discovered irregularities in your company's financial records, and you have an unaccounted period on the day of Li Dahai's death. We hope you can provide us with a reasonable explanation, Mo Fan stated resolutely. Perspiration beaded on Chun Hui's forehead. After a lengthy hesitation, he finally broke down, admitting, all right, I confess. I killed Li Dahai. I thought paying him off would silence him, but he continued to extort me. I reached my breaking point and took his life. Mo Fan and Yi Lin brought Chun Hui back to the police station, and the truth of the case finally emerged. However, Mo Fan felt no joy in the resolution, as he was acutely aware that his emotional turmoil remained unresolved. After addressing the related matters of the case, Mo Fan walked home alone. The city's dazzling lights illuminated the night. Yet they did little to dispel the confusion in his heart. He felt lost in how to confront both Xiao Shi and Yi Lin, uncertain how to navigate his feelings. Just then, his phone rang again. It was Xiao Shi calling. Mo Fan hesitated for a moment before ultimately answering the call. Mo Fan, I understand that you are quite busy, but I sincerely hope you can spare more time to be with me. The bond we share cannot always remain in this state. I yearn for your care and companionship. There was a hint of fatigue and helplessness in Xiao Shi's voice. Mo Fan sighed and replied, Xiao Shi, I acknowledge that I have neglected you during this period, and I am truly sorry. However, my work has been exceptionally demanding, and I wish to spend quality time with you. But you always have an excuse. Xiao Shi interjected. Mo Fan, I cannot continue like this. If you cannot change, our relationship may truly have no future. Mo Fan felt a pang of pain within him, unsure of what to say. At that moment, he noticed Yilin standing not far away, her gaze filled with concern and understanding. Suddenly, a decision crystallized in Mo Fan's mind, and he said to Xiao Shi, I believe we need to have a serious conversation. Grant me a little time, and I shall address the issues between us. After hanging up, Mo Fan approached Yilin. He knew he had to confront his feelings and make a choice that would impact his future. Chapter 77. The Dilemma of Love and the Shadow of a New Case. As Mo Fan walked slowly towards Yilin, the city's neon lights cast a mottled shadow across his face. Reflecting the turmoil and struggle within his heart, Yilin stood quietly, her eyes filled with concern. She could sense the complexity of Mo Fan's emotions at this moment. Yilin, Mo Fan began, his voice tinged with weariness. I think I can no longer evade the reality of my relationship with Xiao Shi and the matters between us. I need to reach a resolution. Yilin nodded slightly and responded softly. I understand, Mo Fan. Regardless of your decision, I hope you find happiness. Mo Fan inhaled deeply and continued. Xiao Shi just called me. She is quite disheartened about our relationship, feeling that I have consistently neglected her due to work. I am aware of her feelings, and I feel guilty. Yilin observed Mo Fan, a trace of barely perceptible tension flashing in her eyes. What are your thoughts? Do you still have feelings for her? Mo Fan fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. I once had feelings for her. Her enthusiasm and vitality indeed captivated me. However, after everything that has transpired, I have come to realize that with you, I experience a greater sense of peace and understanding. You have always been there to support and comprehend me, and we collaborate so well in our work. Yilin's face flushed slightly, warmth surging within her heart. Yet she strove to maintain her composure. Mo Fan, emotions are not a simple matter of weighing options. You cannot make hasty decisions based solely on these considerations. Xiao Shi is a wonderful girl, and she loves you dearly. Mo Fan shook his head with a bittersweet smile. I know, which is why I find myself in such a difficult position that I do not wish to hurt her. But I also do not want to deceive my own heart. I intend to find a suitable time to have an earnest conversation with her and express my thoughts. Yilin gently clasped Mo Fan's hand, encouraging him, whatever decision you make, I will respect it. What matters most now is that you face both yourself and her with honesty. Mo Fan gazed at Yilin, the fog of confusion gradually dissipating within him. He tightened his grip on her hand. Thank you, Yilin. Having you by my side makes me feel much better. Just then, Mo Fan's phone rang. It was Captain Zhang calling. A tightness gripped Mo Fan's heart. A premonition of something ominous. Mo Fan, we have a new case. Captain Zhang's voice was serious and urgent. A murder has occurred in a high-end residential area in Yun City. The victim is a young woman, and preliminary assessments suggest homicide. You and Yilin need to head to the scene immediately. Understood, Captain Zhang. We will be there shortly. Mo Fan responded promptly. After hanging up, he exchanged a glance with Yilin. Both seeing determination reflected in each other's eyes, they swiftly adjusted their mindset and hurried to the crime scene. Upon arrival, they found the area swarming with police and onlookers. Mo Fan and Yilin navigated through the crowd and entered the apartment where the victim lay. The room was permeated with an atmosphere of tension and oppression. The deceased was quietly lying on the floor, covered with a white sheet. Captain Zhang approached them as soon as he saw them, stating, the victim is Lin Wan, 28 years old, a planner at an advertising company. Her neighbors discovered her door unlocked, knocked but received no response, and upon entering, found the body. Initial investigations reveal no obvious signs of theft, indicating this may not be a robbery gone wrong. Mo Fan nodded, crouching down to carefully unveil the white sheet. Lin Wan's face bore an expression of terror, her eyes wide open as if she had seen something horrifying before her demise. Mo Fan scrutinized the body, noting a distinct mark around her neck, leading to a preliminary conclusion of death by asphyxiation. The weapon was likely something akin to a rope, he remarked, and judging by the depth and shape of the ligature mark, The assailant must have possessed considerable strength. Yi Lin explored the room, discovering that the bedroom window was ajar, with several footprints on the windowsill. Mo Fan, look here, the assailant might have entered through the window. Mo Fan approached, examining the footprints closely. They appeared to be approximately size 42, presumably belonging to a male, and based on the depth of the impressions, the individual's weight would likely range between 70 to 80 kilograms. The two continued to investigate the room, hoping to uncover additional clues. Mo Fan discovered a notebook on Lin Wan's desk, filled with notes about work and peculiar symbols that he tucked it away, planning to analyze it further later. Meanwhile, as Yi Lin checked Lin Wan's phone, she came across several unread messages. One in particular caught her attention, sent from an unknown number, stating, "You better not disclose that matter, or you will regret it." Mo Fan, take a look at this message, Yi Lin said, handing him the phone. It seems Lin Wan might have been privy to a secret, which led to her being threatened. Mo Fan's brow furrowed as he examined the message. This is very likely. We must promptly investigate the identity behind this unknown number and determine what secret Lin Wan held. At that moment, Captain Zhang approached them. Mo Fan, Yi Lin, have you made any discoveries? Mo Fan relayed the findings from the notebook and the phone. Captain Zhang nodded thoughtfully. All right, we will dispatch someone to investigate this number immediately. In the meantime, you should transport the body back for an autopsy to see if we can uncover more clues. Mo Fan and Yi Lin took the body back to the forensic lab at the police station, commencing a meticulous autopsy. During the examination, Mo Fan noticed some skin fragments beneath Lin Wan's nails and promptly collected samples for DNA testing. Yi Lin, these skin fragments could belong to the assailant. If we can find a DNA match, we may identify the perpetrator, he stated. Yi Lin nodded, hopeful for swift results. The case appeared intricate, leaving them uncertain about the enemies Lin Wan may have made. Once the autopsy concluded, Mo Fan and Yi Lin compiled their report, preparing to brief Captain Zhang. Just then, Mo Fan's phone rang again. It was Xiaoshi calling. After a moment of hesitation, he answered, Mo Fan. When do you have time for us to talk? Xiaoshi's voice sounded calm, yet Mo Fan sensed her underlying anticipation. He glanced at Yi Lin beside him, took a deep breath, and replied, Xiaoshi, I am currently engaged with a new case, and it may be after the resolution of this matter before we can discuss things. I hope you can understand. There was a brief silence on the other end before Xiaoshi's voice, laced with disappointment, responded, All right, then you take care of it. I hope that after you finish the case, you can provide me with a clear answer. After hanging up, Mo Fan felt a sharp pang in his heart. He recognized that his relationship with Xiaoshi had reached a pivotal juncture, and this new case compelled him to temporarily set aside his emotional matters, immersing himself fully in his work. Yi Lin observed Mo Fan and gently reassured him, Mo Fan, do not worry too much. Once the case concludes, have an earnest conversation with Xiaoshi. Regardless of the outcome, face it with courage. Mo Fan nodded, affirming, I will. For now, let us focus our energy on this case. We cannot allow the perpetrator to evade justice. The two, armed with the autopsy report, made their way to Captain Zhang's office to continue discussing the direction of the new case investigation. Meanwhile, the night had fallen over Yun City, the lights flickering, concealing untold secrets, awaiting Mo Fan and Yi Lin to unveil them. Chapter 78. Interwoven clues and underlying emotional currents. Mo Fan and Yi Lin entered Captain Zhang's office, where the dim and somber lighting highlighted the gravity of the atmosphere. Captain Zhang sat behind his desk, poring over the preliminary documents regarding Lin Wan's case, his brow furrowed in contemplation. So, what new findings emerged from the autopsy? He inquired as he noticed their arrival. Mo Fan handed over the autopsy report, his expression earnest as he replied, Captain Zhang, the cause of death for Lin Wan has been confirmed as mechanical asphyxia, likely caused by a rope-like object. Additionally, we extracted some skin fragments from under her nails, which have been sent for DNA analysis in hopes of uncovering leads on the assailant. Furthermore, based on the condition of the body and the scene investigation, it is plausible that the perpetrator is a physically strong male, as indicated by the footprints on the windowsill, which suggest he entered the room through there. Captain Zhang received the report and swiftly skimmed through its contents, nodding occasionally. These clues are significant. What progress has been made on the unfamiliar number found on Lin Wan's phone? Yi Lin stepped forward to respond. We've assigned technical personnel to investigate, but there are currently no results. However, judging by the threatening message, it seems Lin Wan possessed some incriminating secrets about the murderer, which led to her tragic fate. Captain Zhang leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest. And after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, it appears we must delve into Lin Wan's interpersonal relationships. examining those around her for any suspicious activities. The advertising agency has dispatched someone to gather information, and we should receive updates shortly. Mo Fan furrowed her brow slightly and added, Captain Zhang, I discovered a notebook on Lin Wan's desk containing notes on work matters and some peculiar symbols. I believe it may be pertinent to this case, and I intend to analyze it further. Excellent. Ensure a thorough analysis. You may uncover crucial leads, Captain Zhang replied. This case seems quite intricate, with the perpetrator exhibiting meticulous planning and leaving little substantial evidence at the scene. We must approach our investigation with utmost caution. At that moment, Captain Zhang's phone rang, and upon answering, his expression grew more serious. Understood. We will head over immediately. After hanging up, he turned to Mo Fan and Yi Lin, stating, There's new information from the advertising agency. Lin Wan's colleague mentioned she had been getting close to a client named Lu Hui, which apparently caused friction between Lin Wan and another colleague. Li Mei. We should visit the advertising agency to ascertain the specifics. Mo Fan and Yi Lin followed Captain Zhang to Lin Wan's workplace, where the atmosphere was notably somber. Employees whispered amongst themselves, clearly shocked and unsettled by Lin Wan's death. Captain Zhang located Lin Wan's direct supervisor, Manager Wang, a weary-looking middle-aged man with an anxious demeanor. Manager Wang, we wish to inquire about the relationship between Lin Wan, Lu Hui, and Li Mei, Captain Zhang stated directly. Manager Wang sighed and replied, Lin Wan was a highly capable employee, recently overseeing an important project for Lu Hui. He was quite satisfied with her work, which led to frequent interactions. As for Li Mei, she has always viewed Lin Wan as a rival. Naturally, she felt displeased seeing Lin Wan getting along well with Lu Hui, resulting in several confrontations between them. What kind of person is Lu Hui? Mo Fan inquired. Lu Hui is the marketing director of a large corporation, somewhat arrogant but skilled in business. He has collaborated with our company on multiple projects, and this particular one is crucial for us, Manager Wang explained. Where is Li Mei now? We would like to speak with her, Yi Lin asked. Manager Wang pointed to a partitioned office, saying, She is in that office. You may go speak with her. However, I hope you can maintain discretion and not disturb the company's operations. Mo Fan, Yi Lin, and Captain Zhang approached Li Mei's office. Li Mei, a young woman with a polished appearance, bore a look of alarm. Li Mei, we are from the Public Security Bureau and wish to understand your relationship with Lin Wan. We've heard you had a recent argument. Could you elaborate on the reasons? Captain Zhang asked. Li Mei bit her lip, responding, Yes, we did argue that I was momentarily upset, feeling she had unfairly taken my client. However, I did not kill her. Though I dislike her, I would never resort to murder. Are you aware of any relationship between Lin Wan and Lu Hui beyond professional ties? Mo Fan probed, locking eyes with Li Mei. After a brief hesitation, Li Mei answered, I've heard rumors around the office that they might have a romantic involvement, but I have no solid evidence. Have you received any threatening messages directed at Lin Wan? Yi Lin inquired. Li Mei shook her head. No, I haven't received such messages. Moreover, I have no need to threaten her. I trust in my capabilities and can always seek other clients. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, sensing a degree of credibility in Li Mei's words, yet they couldn't entirely dismiss her as a suspect. After leaving the advertising agency, the sun had already set. Weary, Mo Fan and Yi Lin trudged along the path back to the precinct. You think what Li Mei said was truthful? Yi Lin asked. Mo Fan contemplated briefly before responding. It's still uncertain. However, her dissatisfaction with Lin Wan appears to stem primarily from professional rivalry. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant and continue our inquiries. With a gentle sigh, Yi Lin expressed, This case is indeed complex, with an overwhelming number of disordered clues. I truly wonder when we will uncover the murderer. Mo Fan regarded Yi Lin, a tender glimmer in his eyes. Do not worry. We shall unveil the truth, as long as we persevere and meticulously analyze every lead. The perpetrator will eventually reveal themselves. Yi Lin lifted her gaze to Mo Fan, feeling warmth surge within her. She knew that beside Mo Fan, she always felt a sense of security and strength. At that moment, Mo Fan's phone rang again. He answered, his expression suddenly grave. What's wrong? Yi Lin asked anxiously. After hanging up, Mo Fan said, The DNA test results are in. The skin fragments found under Lin Wan's nails match the DNA of a known criminal named Zhao Chang, who has a history of robbery. Captain Zhang has instructed us to return to the precinct immediately to begin our investigation into Zhao Chang. Yi Lin nodded, and they quickened their pace towards the police station. However, unease lingered in Mo Fan's heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that this case was more complicated than it appeared. Was Zhao Chang truly the murderer, or was this merely a trap set by the real culprit? Upon returning to the precinct, Mo Fan and Yi Lin immediately immersed themselves in the investigation of Zhao Chong, meticulously reviewing his profile and preparing for the next course of action, amidst his focus on the case. Mo Fan also grappled with feelings of guilt regarding Xiao Shi and complex emotions towards Yi Lin. He understood that during this intense investigation, he must temporarily set aside these emotional entanglements and devote himself entirely to uncovering the truth. Otherwise, the murderer might evade justice, and he would be unable to confront his responsibilities and inner sense of righteousness. Chapter 79, Pursued in the Mist and Emotional Dilemmas. When Mo Fan and Yi Lin returned to the precinct, Captain Zhang was already waiting for them in the office. The walls were adorned with various clues and suspect information related to Lin Wan's case, resembling an intricate web that they were striving to navigate in search of key connections. Here is Zhao Chong's profile. Captain Zhang indicated towards a stack of documents on the table. He has a history of robbery and was released from prison 2 years ago. Currently, he works at an auto repair shop and has a complex social network, associating with several individuals who also have criminal records. Mo Fan picked up the file, scrutinizing it intently, his brow furrowing deeper. Based on the information, Zhao Chong indeed appeared to be a viable suspect. However, the mere match of the DNA from Lin Wan's nails was insufficient to definitively label him as the murderer. We require more evidence, he stated. Yi Lin nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, we are still unaware of the connection between Zhao Chang and Lin Wan. Why would he be in her residence, and what motive would he have to kill her? These questions must be clarified. Captain Zhang crossed his arms, contemplating momentarily before suggesting, let us split our efforts. I will take a team to the auto repair shop to find Zhao Chong and ascertain his whereabouts and relationship with Lin Wan. Mo Fan and Yi Lin, you should revisit Lin Wan's home and workplace to see if you can uncover any new leads. There may be details we previously overlooked. After acknowledging their orders, Mo Fan and Yi Lin promptly set off for Lin Wan's residence. Upon their return, the oppressive atmosphere still lingered in the AI. Architect Mo Fan and Yi Lin donned gloves and meticulously searched every nook and cranny. Mo Fan, look at this, Yi Lin exclaimed, pulling out an album from Lin Wan's desk drawer. Inside were photographs of Lin Wan with various friends. As she flipped through the pages, she suddenly halted. One of the individuals in the photo resembled Zhao Chong. Mo Fan leaned closer to examine the picture, where Lin Wan stood beside a man, both smiling joyfully, and that man was indeed Zhao Chong. It seems they were acquainted, and their relationship appears to be more than casual. Mo Fan noted. Let us take this photo. It may prove to be a vital lead. At that moment, Mo Fan's attention was drawn to a notebook on the desk that he recalled that during his previous visit. The notebook contained notes on work matters along with strange symbols. This time, he decided to explore it more thoroughly. Flipping through the pages, he suddenly stumbled upon some unusual characters, seemingly written in code. Yi Lin, come take a look at this, Mo Fan urged, handing her the notebook. Yi Lin examined the notebook carefully, noting, this appears to be a form of code. We need to enlist the help of a professional to decode it. There may be hidden truths regarding Lin Wan's murder within it. Mo Fan nodded. All right, let us take this notebook back with us. Upon further examination, the two individuals continued their search within the room, yet they discovered no additional valuable clues. Thus, armed with photographs and a notebook, they proceeded to Lin Wan's company. The company. Mo Fan and Yi Lin once again encountered Manager Wang. Upon seeing them, a hint of helplessness crossed Manager Wang's face. Officers, I have already shared everything I know. What more clues could there be? Mo Fan produced the photograph and inquired, Manager Wang, do you recognize the man in this photo? His name is Zhao Chong. Manager Wang scrutinized the image, his brow furrowing. He seems somewhat familiar, but I cannot be certain. Lin Wan had numerous clients. It is impossible for me to remember them all. Yi Lin implored, Manager Wang. We hope you can think more carefully. This man may be connected to Lin Wan's death. After a moment of hesitation, Manager Wang replied, there was indeed such a person. He visited the company several times to discuss business with Lin Wan. However, I do not know the specifics. You may inquire with other colleagues. They might have more information. Mo Fan and Yi Lin proceeded to question several of Lin Wan's colleagues. One colleague recalled that Zhao Chong had a good relationship with Lin Wan and even mentioned having seen them dining together on one occasion. Did they exhibit any unusual behavior during their meal? Mo Fan probed. The colleague pondered briefly before responding. Nothing particularly notable. It appeared that Lin Wan was quite happy in his presence. However, there was a period when she seemed to be avoiding him. But I am unaware of the reasons behind it. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances. Recognizing the significance of this lead, it appeared that the dynamics between Zhao Chong and Lin Wan had undergone some changes, potentially pivotal in understanding the circumstances surrounding her murder. Just as they were preparing to leave the company, Mo Fan's phone rang. It was Captain Zhang calling. Mo Fan, we have located Zhao Chong. He is currently at the police station. You need to return promptly. Captain Zhang's tone was grave. Mo Fan and Yi Lin hastily made their way back to the precinct. In the interrogation room, they encountered Zhao Chong, a tall man whose eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. Zhao Chong, do you know Lin Wan? Captain Zhang asked directly. Zhao Chong hesitated but eventually nodded. Yes, we are friends. Friends? Then why were you found in her apartment, and why were skin fragments belonging to you discovered beneath her nails? Mo Fan's gaze bore into Zhao Chong's eyes. Zhao Chong's complexion paled. I visited her that day to talk. We had an argument, and she scratched me, which explains the skin fragments, but I truly did not kill her. Then why did you not report it, instead choosing to conceal the matter? Yi Lin inquired. Zhao Chong lowered his head. I have a criminal record, and I feared the police would suspect me, so I left. Captain Zhang frowned. Zhao Chong, it is in your best interest to tell the truth. If you're innocent, share everything you know with us. Otherwise, clearing your name will prove difficult. After a moment of silence, Zhao Chong conceded. Very well, I will be honest. Lin Wan and I were once very close. We even went out together. However, she suddenly changed, began avoiding me. I sought her out that day to understand why. But she refused to explain. We quarreled, and then I left. I did not kill her. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, sensing a mixture of truth and deception in Zhao Chong's words. They required further evidence to ascertain his guilt. At that moment, Mo Fan's phone rang again. It was a call from the technical department, informing him they had cracked the password on Lin Wan's notebook. Mo Fan swiftly answered, his expression growing serious as he listened intently. After hanging up, he turned to Captain Zhang and said, the content of the password pertains to a business secret. It appears Lin Wan held crucial information regarding a company's confidential dealings, which may be linked to her death. Captain Zhang contemplated for a moment and remarked, this case is becoming increasingly intricate. We must continue our investigation to uncover the source of this business secret and those involved. Zhao Chang should remain detained. We cannot overlook any leads. Mo Fan and Yi Lin nodded, understanding that this case resembled a vast labyrinth. They had merely entered its threshold, with countless enigmas awaiting resolution. Amidst the focus on the case, Mo Fan found himself grappling with emotional turmoil. The ardor and forthrightness of Qiao, she contrasted sharply with Yi Lin's gentle, steadfast companionship, leaving him ensnared in a dilemma. He understood that during this critical juncture, he could not allow emotions to cloud his judgment, yet the currents of feelings surged within him, evoking confusion and helplessness. He resolved to temporarily set aside these emotions and devote himself entirely to the investigation, hoping to uncover the truth and perhaps, in the process, find answers within himself. Chapter 80. Secrets unveiled and emotional entanglements. In the conference room at the precinct, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Mo Fan, Yi Lin, and Captain Zhang were seated around the table, with Lin Wan's notebook and the decrypted content laid before them. The report from the technical department outlined the contours of the so-called business secret, further complicating the case. According to the information at hand, Lin Wan had knowledge of a business secret pertaining to a company named Hongxing Technology. On the surface, this company appeared to engage in the research and sales of electronic products. Yet beneath the facade, it seemed to be involved in illicit technology transactions. Mo Fan perused the report. Captain Zhang furrowed his brow, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. So, Lin Wan's death may indeed be connected to these illegal technology dealings. Was she silenced for knowing too much? Yi Lin nodded slightly, a hint of concern in her eyes. It is highly probable. Based on Zhao Chong's testimony, it seems Lin Wan discovered this secret during the time their relationship shifted, prompting her to distance herself from him, likely out of fear of implicating him. Mo Fan pondered for a moment. Regardless, we must expedite our investigation into Hongxing Technology. We should start with the senior management to determine their connections with Lin Wan. Captain Zhang stood, affirming, I will arrange for personnel to investigate the background and senior management of Hongxing Technology. Mo Fan, Yi Lin, you should return to Lin Wan's company to see if you can uncover more clues regarding this business secret. Perhaps she left behind some evidence. After receiving their instructions, Mo Fan and Yi Lin made their way back to Lin Wan's company. The atmosphere in the car was subdued. Mo Fan remained focused on driving while Yi Lin gazed out the window, her mind racing with thoughts. Mo Fan, if Lin Wan's murder is indeed linked to a business secret, the forces behind it must be formidable. Will we be able to uncover the truth? Yi Lin broke the silence, her tone tinged with apprehension. Mo Fan turned his head slightly to glance at her, his eyes resolute. And no matter how difficult it may be, we cannot falter. Every victim deserves justice, and it is our duty to uncover the truth. Yi Lin admired Mo Fan's unwavering profile, her heart swelling with admiration intertwined with an unspoken emotion. She nodded gently, choosing silence. Upon arriving at Lin Wan's company, Mo Fan and Yi Lin proceeded directly to her workstation. Lin Wan's colleagues regarded them with curiosity, yet understanding that the officers were diligently pursuing Lin Wan's case, they refrained from interrupting. Mo Fan and Yi Lin meticulously sifted through Lin Wan's work files and computer data. Most documents were routine business records, but within a hidden folder, they stumbled upon several encrypted files. These files must be significant. Otherwise, they would not have been encrypted, Mo Fan remarked, promptly contacting the precinct's technical team for remote assistance in decrypting the files. While awaiting the technical team's progress, Yi Lin discovered a folder in Lin Wan's filing cabinet labeled Important Client Information. Upon opening it, she noted several names of clients associated with Hongxing Technology, along with frequent communication records with Lin Wan. Mo Fan. Look here, several clients listed are connected to Hongxing Technology, and Lin Wan had frequent contact with them. It seems her relationship with Hongxing Technology was indeed substantial. Yi Lin handed the folder to Mo Fan. Mo Fan examined the folder closely. These details are vital. It is possible that Lin Wan, through her work, became privy to Hongxing Technology's illegal transactions and possessed pertinent evidence. Just then, the technical team successfully decrypted the files on the computer. The revelations within astonished both Mo Fan and Yi Lin. It became clear that Hongxing Technology was engaged in the illicit trade of chip technology, involving numerous domestic and international enterprises, with Lin Wan holding detailed records of their transactions and critical evidence. No wonder they targeted her, Mo Fan said, anger flickering in his eyes. Yi Lin bit her lip. However, we still lack sufficient evidence to prove that it was someone from Hongxing Technology who killed Lin Wan. Moreover, the forces behind them will undoubtedly not allow us to easily obtain this evidence. Mo Fan pondered for a moment, suggesting that they first take this information back to the police station to discuss the next steps with Captain Zhang. Simultaneously, they would continue to investigate the senior personnel of Hongxing Technology, examining their movements before and after Lin Wan's death. Just as they were preparing to leave the company, Xiaoxi unexpectedly appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing Mo Fan and Yi Lin, her face lit up with surprise. Mo Fan, I heard you were investigating Lin Wan's case, so I came to see if I could offer any assistance, Xiaoxi said with a smile as she approached. Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback. Not expecting her sudden arrival, he glanced at Yi Lin, who displayed a fleeting complexity in her gaze before quickly regaining her composure. Xiaoxi, this place is quite dangerous. You should return home for now. We are investigating crucial leads and cannot afford distractions, Mo Fan said, his tone tinged with helplessness. Xiaoxi felt a tinge of disappointment, but nodded. All right, just be careful. If you need my help, don't hesitate to reach out. Mo Fan and Yi Lin departed the company with the materials in hand and returned to the police station. On the way back, Yi Lin remained silent, and Mo Fan sensed a shift in her emotions. Yi Lin, what's wrong? Is it because of Xiaoxi's appearance? Mo Fan finally could not restrain his curiosity at why Yi Lin hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly. Mo Fan, I know Xiaoxi's feelings for you, and I also understand I have no right to comment, but I hope that in this case, we can focus on uncovering the truth and not let other matters cloud our judgment. Mo Fan gazed at Yi Lin, a surge of complex emotions rising within him. He recognized her quiet support and understood her feelings for him. Yet, he also cherished the beautiful memories he shared with Xiaoxi, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to respond to Yi Lin. Yi Lin, I comprehend your concerns. In this case, I will not allow personal feelings to interfere with our work. We are partners, striving together for justice, Mo Fan declared, his eyes reflecting determination. Yi Lin looked at Mo Fan, her unease slightly alleviated. She nodded. All right, I trust you. Let us uncover the truth of this case together. Upon returning to the police station, Mo Fan and Yi Lin reported their findings to Captain Zhang. After listening, Captain Zhang's expression turned serious. It appears that the forces behind Hongxing Technology are significant. We must proceed with caution. I will arrange for additional personnel to monitor and investigate Hongxing Technology, and we must safeguard this evidence to prevent its destruction, he stated. Mo Fan and Yi Lin nodded, fully aware that the upcoming investigation would be more challenging, but they were prepared to pursue justice for Lin Wan and unveil the dark commercial secrets, continuing their pursuit until the truth was revealed. In this process, Mo Fan understood that he not only had to confront the challenges of the case but also navigate the intricate emotional entanglements between himself, Xiaoxi, and Yi Lin, seeking his own answers. Chapter 81. Pursued in the fog and underlying emotional currents in the police station's office, Mo Fan, Yi Lin, and Captain Zhang gathered around a long table. The atmosphere palpably tense. Outside, the sky was overcast, heavy clouds looming as if heralding an impending storm. Captain Zhang held a preliminary investigation report regarding Hongxing technology, his brow furrowed. The background of Hongxing technology is indeed complex. On the surface, it appears to be a legitimate electronic product development company, collaborating with several well-known enterprises and covering a broad business scope. However, our in-depth investigation reveals numerous suspicious financial flows, with substantial funds of unknown origin entering and some directed to concealed accounts, likely linked to illegal chip technology trafficking activities. Mo Fan nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the report. From the materials we found at Lin Wan's company, it seems she possessed crucial evidence regarding Hongxing Technology's illicit dealings, which ultimately led to her demise. The key now is to find direct evidence linking Hongxing Technology's executives to Lin Wan's death. Wai Lin bit her lip gently, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. We have gathered partial evidence of Hongxing Technology's illegal transactions, but it is insufficient for a conviction, let alone directly implicating Lin Wan's murder. Moreover, the executives at Hongxing Technology are likely already on high alert. They may take measures to destroy evidence or relocate assets. Captain Zhang leaned back in his chair, contemplating for a moment before speaking. That we need to split our efforts. Mo Fan, Yi Lin, you will continue investigating the connection between Hongxing Technology and Lin Wan, focusing on individuals Lin Wan interacted with during her lifetime to see if new leads can be uncovered. On my end, I will arrange personnel to closely monitor Hongxing Technology's executives, taking immediate action if any suspicious activities arise. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances and nodded in unison. All right, we will do our best. After leaving the police station, Mo Fan and Yi Lin decided to revisit some of Lin Wan's frequented locations in hopes of uncovering overlooked clues. Their first stop was a CAF she often visited, located near her company, where she frequently met clients or handled work. The CAF was filled with the rich aroma of coffee, soft music wafting through the air. Mo Fan and Yi Lin settled into a corner booth and presented Lin Wan's photo to a server. Hello, we would like to inquire if you have any recollection of this girl. She used to come here often, Mo Fan said. The server examined the photo, furrowing her brow before responding. I have a vague recollection. She frequented this place, usually sitting by the window. Sometimes she worked quietly alone, while other times she would meet with people to chat. However, I haven't seen her around lately. Do you remember if she met with anyone frequently? Any particular individuals? Yi Lin pressed on. The server scratched her head. Well, I recall she met with a young man a few times. He dressed quite sharply, always in a suit. They appeared to have serious discussions, sometimes even pulling out documents to review. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged hopeful glances. Can you describe this man's appearance? Mo Fan asked eagerly. The server tried to recall, but he was quite tall, had neatly combed black hair, slightly elongated eyes, a prominent nose, and a small mole on his chin. Mo Fan quickly jotted down the server's description in his notebook. Thank you. If you remember anything else or see that man again, please contact us immediately, he said, handing her a business card. After leaving the CAF, Mo Fan and Yi Lin visited other places Lin Wan often went, such as bookstores and parks, but they did not find any additional valuable clues. The man who met with Lin Wan seemed suspicious. He could be connected to Hongxing Technology or the secrets Lin Wan held, Yi Lin remarked, fatigue evident in her eyes. Mo Fan nodded. Once we return, we should inform Captain Zhang of this description and ask him to investigate among Hongxing Technology's employees to see if we can identify anyone matching that description. Just then, Mo Fan's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to find it was a call from Xiaoxi. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Hello, Xiaoxi. What's the matter? On the other end, Xiaoxi's voice was urgent. Mo Fan, I have some information about Hongxing Technology that may assist your investigation. Are you available to meet? Mo Fan glanced at Yi Lin, who frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. But she nodded gently. All right, where are you? We'll come over now, Mo Fan replied. Xiaoxi provided an address to a tea house in the city center. Mo Fan and Yi Lin drove there, the atmosphere in the car somewhat somber. How did Xiaoxi come by information on Hongxing Technology? She wouldn't have conducted her own investigation, would she? That's quite dangerous. Yi Lin finally voiced her concern. Mo Fan sighed softly. I don't know. But since she has information, we should heed it. Let us hope she hasn't done anything reckless. Upon arriving at the tea house, they found Xiaoxi seated by the window, her complexion pale, but her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mo Fan, Yi Lin, you're here, she exclaimed, rising to greet them warmly. Once seated, Xiaoxi eagerly shared. Through some connections, I learned that Hongxing Technology has been in close contact with a mysterious foreign organization. This organization is reportedly involved in illegal high-tech trade on an international scale, encompassing many dangerous fields. Moreover, Hongxing Technology seems to be preparing for a large-scale chip technology trafficking operation larger than any previous efforts. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged alarmed glances. Where did you acquire this information? Is it credible? Mo Fan asked gravely. Xiaoxi smiled with a hint of pride. Rest assured, my source is reliable. A friend of mine works in a related industry and overheard some internal news, which he relayed to me. Yi Lin frowned slightly. Xiaoxi, conducting such private investigations is perilous. These individuals are not to be trifled with. If they discover your presence, your life may be at risk. Xiaoxi waved her hand dismissively. I understand, but I wish to assist you. Besides, I am quite cautious and will not be detected by them. Mo Fan looked at Xiaoxi, feeling a mix of helplessness and gratitude for the information she provided. Thank you, Xiaoxi. This information is crucial for us. However, please refrain from conducting any further investigations on your own. Just relay any news directly to us. Xiaoxi nodded, her eyes glinting with anticipation. So, what are your next plans? Mo Fan pondered for a moment. We will inform Captain Zhang of this information and then devise a subsequent investigation plan based on the circumstances. The key now is to find evidence linking Hongxing Technology to Lin Wan's death. Xiaoxi gazed at Mo Fan, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. Mo Fan, I believe you will solve this case. Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback, a surge of complex emotions swelling within him. He glanced at Yi Lin and noticed a hint of disappointment and helplessness in her gaze. All right. We must return and relay this information to Captain Zhang. Xiaoxi, please take care of yourself and avoid any more risks. As Mo Fan spoke, he stood up. Xiaoxi nodded. Okay, you all go ahead. Remember to inform me of any new developments. After Mo Fan and Yi Lin departed from the tea house, they returned to the police station. Throughout the journey, Yi Lin remained silent, and Mo Fan sensed her despondency. Why Yi Lin? Don't overthink it. Xiaoxi merely wants to help. The information she provided is indeed beneficial. Mo Fan finally spoke up. Yi Lin sighed softly. I know, Mo Fan. I just feel a bit weary. Let us focus on the case for now. Mo Fan regarded Yi Lin, a pang of guilt washing over him. He was aware that the emotional entanglement between Xiaoxi and Yi Lin had caused Yi Lin pain. Yet he could not afford to dwell on such matters. He had to channel his energy into solving the case. Upon returning to the police station, they reported Xiaoxi's findings to Captain Zhang. Upon hearing, Captain Zhang's expression turned grave, indicating that the forces behind Hongxing Technology were more intricate than they had anticipated. We must accelerate our investigation. We cannot allow their conspiracy to succeed. Mo Fan and Yi Lin nodded. Comprehending that the forthcoming investigation would be increasingly arduous, yet they had no choice but to press forward, unveiling the truth and seeking justice for Lin Wan. In this process, Mo Fan understood that he must confront not only the myriad obscurities of the case, but also navigate the intricate emotional dynamics between Xiaoxi and Yi Lin. Striving to find a balance that would not hinder his pursuit of justice. In Chapter 82, amidst the intertwining crises and choices, in the police station's conference room, Captain Zhang, Mo Fan, and Yi Lin gathered around the table. The atmosphere tense and somber. The rain pattered against the window, as if lamenting the convoluted case at hand. Captain Zhang placed a new investigation report heavily on the table, his brow furrowed, and spoke gravely. Based on our scrutiny of the employees at Hongxing Technology, we have identified an individual matching the description provided by the CAF staff. His name is Su Ming, a senior engineer in the R&D department, responsible for core technology development. Moreover, we have detected some irregular movements in his activities surrounding Lin Wan's death. Mo Fan leaned forward, his gaze fixated on the report. What do you mean by irregular movements? Captain Zhang pointed to the report, detailing, on the day prior to Lin Wan's death, Su Ming was observed near her company multiple times, lingering for extended periods. That evening, his mobile signal appeared in close proximity to the crime scene, remaining there until late at night. Additionally, we discovered frequent communication, both calls and emails, between him and several high-ranking officials at Hongxing Technology. While the content was encrypted, it can be inferred that it relates to secrets held by Lin Wan and the company's illicit dealings. Yi Lin furrowed her brow, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. It appears Su Ming could be a pivotal figure. He may know where Lin Wan's evidence is concealed and might even have directly participated in her murder. Mo Fan nodded, determination evident in his eyes. We must tread carefully to avoid arousing suspicion. First, we need to conduct a more in-depth investigation into Su Ming's habits, relationships, and his specific roles and powers within the company. Simultaneously, we should attempt to decrypt his communications with the upper management to uncover more direct evidence. Captain Zhang concurred. Very well. I will allocate personnel to investigate Su Ming's lifestyle and relationships. You two will collaborate with the technical department to attempt decryption of those communications. Let us hope for a breakthrough soon. After the meeting, Mo Fan and Yi Lin proceeded to the technical department, collaborating with several experts to devise a strategy for decrypting Su Ming's communications with the upper management. The technicians, engrossed in their screens, inputted various codes and commands, experimenting with diverse decryption methods, yet failing to achieve substantial progress. That a young technician, frowning, sighed. This encryption system is exceedingly complex, employing the latest algorithms. Our current technological capabilities make it challenging to decrypt it in a short time. Unless we obtain their encryption key, accessing the content will be nearly impossible. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating. Is it possible to approach this from Su Ming's personal devices? For instance, his computer, phone, or other electronic equipment might hold the encryption key or related clues. Yi Lin's eyes lit up. Yes, as a developer, Su Ming's personal devices could contain work-related documents or backups that might provide us with a breakthrough. Thus, Mo Fan and Yi Lin sought approval from Captain Zhang to search Su Ming's residence and workplace. Upon receiving authorization, they, accompanied by a team of officers, cautiously arrived at Su Ming's home. His residence was situated in an upscale apartment complex, lavishly decorated with exquisite furnishings. Mo Fan and Yi Lin meticulously searched each room, hoping to uncover valuable clues. In the study, Mo Fan discovered a laptop, which he promptly handed over to the technicians for examination. Yi Lin, meanwhile, was engrossed in rummaging through a bookshelf when her gaze was drawn to an old-looking notebook. As she gently opened it, she found it filled with complex formulas and codes, alongside research notes on chip technology. On the final pages, she stumbled upon peculiar symbols and numbers that appeared to resemble some form of a password or key. Mo Fan, look at this, Yi Lin exclaimed, passing the notebook to him. Mo Fan accepted the notebook, scrutinizing it with a spark of excitement in his eyes. This could indeed be the encryption key we seek. Quickly, hand it over to the technicians to see if they can utilize it to decrypt those communications. Just then, Mo Fan's phone rang. He pulled it out to see that it was a call from Xiaoxi. Hesitating for a moment, he answered, "Hello, Xiaoxi. What is it?" On the other end, Xiaoxi's voice was laced with urgency. Mo Fan, I have obtained some new information. I heard that the executives at Hongxing Technology are planning to relocate a batch of crucial chip technology data. They may have already sensed the police investigation and are preparing to destroy evidence and flee. Mo Fan's heart raced. Where did you get this information? Is it reliable? Xiaoxi replied. A friend of a friend works at a company collaborating with Hongxing Technology and overheard a conversation among their executives. I believe this information is significant, so I rush to inform you. Mo Fan furrowed his brow slightly. All right, I understand. Thank you, Xiaoxi, but please ensure your safety and avoid further investigations. Just keep me updated with any new information. After hanging up, Mo Fan relayed Xiaoxi's news to Yi Lin. Her expression grew serious. If the executives at Hongxing Technology are indeed planning to relocate data, we must act swiftly to gather evidence and prevent them. Mo Fan nodded. We shall await the technicians' progress in decrypting the communications to see if we can obtain stronger evidence. Simultaneously, let us have Captain Zhang assign personnel to closely monitor Hongxing Technology's activities. Should we detect any signs of data relocation, we must act immediately. That moment, a technician rushed in excitedly. Mo Fan, Yi Lin, we have successfully decrypted those communications. The contents are indeed related to Lin Wan's death and the company's illicit dealings. Su Ming was intricately involved in the entire conspiracy. Following directives from the upper management, he approached Lin Wan, attempting to obtain her evidence. When he realized he could not acquire it, he plotted her murder. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged a glance, a wave of exhilaration and tension coursing through them. Elated to have finally found pivotal evidence, they were also acutely aware that the executives at Hongxing Technology could act at any moment. Quickly, compile this evidence and present it to Captain Zhang. Simultaneously, we must head to Hongxing Technology at once to prevent them from having the opportunity to relocate any data, Mo Fan asserted. Upon arriving at Hongxing Technology, Mo Fan and Yi Lin were met with a scene of bustling activity. As numerous employees were seen transporting files and equipment, Captain Zhang had already arrived with a team of officers, working to maintain control over the situation. Mo Fan and Yi Lin, you have arrived just in time. That we have discovered that they are attempting to transfer some crucial documents and equipment, likely related to illicit transactions. Captain Zhang stated. Mo Fan nodded. indicating that they had already obtained evidence implicating Su Ming in the murder of Lin Wan and the company's unlawful dealings. That it is imperative that we ensure these documents are not destroyed. To uncover further evidence and apprehend all involved, the officers swiftly initiated action, securing the executives and employees of Hongxing Technology, effectively halting their attempts to relocate the materials. Meanwhile, Mo Fan and Yi Lin meticulously searched the company's office and archive. Hoping to uncover additional evidence in a concealed safe, they discovered a wealth of documents and data detailing Hongxing Technology's illegal transactions with a foreign clandestine organization, as well as their various methods of acquiring and trafficking chip technology. Observing this irrefutable evidence, Mo Fan and Yi Lin finally exhaled in relief. They recognized that this intricate case had reached a significant breakthrough, and the criminals were soon to face the law. However, amidst the progress of the case, Mo Fan was acutely aware that the emotional entanglements between himself, Xiao Shi, and Yi Lin remained unresolved. He felt gratitude for Xiao Shi's enthusiasm and support, yet could not overlook Yi Lin's quiet companionship and encouragement in the days ahead. He would not only continue to fulfill his duties as a forensic expert in pursuit of justice, but also confront his own emotional dilemmas, necessitating a difficult decision. All of this would gradually unfold in the midst of a life rife with challenges and uncertainties. Chapter 83. Undercurrents before the decision, as substantial evidence of Hongxing Technology's illegal dealings was seized. A bustling scene unfolded within the Yun City Police Department. Officers diligently organized the documents and data acquired from Hongxing Technology, while interrogations of the involved parties were conducted with fervent urgency. Mo Fan, Yi Lin, and Captain Zhang flitted between the interrogation room and the office, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Sitting at his desk, Mo Fan rubbed his weary eyes. The intense workload over the past few days had taken its toll. Yet the significant progress of the case filled him with a sense of accomplishment. He gazed at the towering pile of evidence before him, contemplating that once this case was concluded, he would take the time to rest. At that moment, Yi Lin entered softly, holding a cup of steaming coffee. She placed the coffee on Mo Fan's desk and gently said, "Forensic expert Mo, please take a moment to rest and enjoy this coffee to rejuvenate yourself. You have been working too hard lately." Mo Fan looked up at Yi Lin, offering a faint smile. "Thank you. Yi Lin, you two have been working diligently these past few days." Yi Lin's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of shyness and concern. "I am fine. As long as we can crack the case, all the effort will be worth it." As they conversed, Mo Fan's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from Xiao Shi. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, "Hello, Xiao Shi. What is it?" On the other end, Xiao Shi's excited voice resonated. "Mo Fan, I just received news that my report has generated a significant response. The public is outraged by Hongxing Technology's illegal actions, and the government has pledged to intensify its crackdown on such crimes. I also interviewed some of the victims' families, and they expressed immense gratitude for your and the police's efforts." Mo Fan felt warmth swell within him as he listened to Xiao Shi's words. "I am delighted to hear this, Xiao Shi. This is the result of everyone's collective efforts, and your report has certainly brought more attention to the matter." Xiao Shi smiled. "By the way, Mo Fan, once this case concludes, let us celebrate together. I know a fantastic restaurant where we can enjoy a nice meal." Mo Fan hesitated, glancing at Yi Lin, who displayed a flicker of disappointment before quickly regaining her composure. Taking a deep breath, Mo Fan replied, "Xiao Shi, let's discuss it after the case is wrapped up. Everything is not yet fully resolved, and I cannot afford to relax." Despite her disappointment, Xiao Shi responded, "All right, please take care of yourself, and keep me updated on any new developments." After hanging up, Mo Fan set his phone down, enveloped in silence. Yi Lin gazed at him and softly remarked, "Forensic expert Mo, you and Xiao Shi seem to share a strong bond. She is a remarkable girl." Mo Fan raised his head to meet her gaze. Yi Lin, Yi Lin interrupted him. "Forensic expert Mo, I understand my feelings, but I do not wish to burden you. I only hope for your happiness. Regardless of your choice, and I will support you. Besides, we still have work to do we not?" Mo Fan was touched by the determination in Yi Lin's eyes. He nodded. "Thank you, Yi Lin. Let us first complete our work. The rest can be addressed later." Just then, Captain Zhang hurriedly entered. "Mo Fan, Yi Lin, there has been a new development in the interrogation. Su Ming has detailed the process of how he murdered Lin Wan, and he has implicated several other high-level conspirators. However, you mentioned that there is a key figure we have yet to identify, someone who plays a crucial role in the entire illegal operation and has remained deeply concealed." Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged a glance. both displaying a hint of vigilance. Mo Fan stood up and asked, Captain Zhang, did Su Ming provide any information regarding the identity or characteristics of this key figure? Captain Zhang shook his head. Su Ming stated that he only knows this person by the codename Shadow, and they communicate exclusively through encrypted channels. He has never seen this person's true face. However, he did reveal some clues, suggesting that Shadow might have direct ties to the foreign organization and that there is a secret base in Yun City. Yi Lin furrowed her brow. So mysterious. Where should we begin our investigation? After pondering for a moment, Mo Fan suggested, let us first examine Su Ming's communication records and the documents from Hongxing Technology for leads related to Shadow. Simultaneously, we should conduct more in-depth interrogations of the high-level executives. Perhaps someone among them knows the identity of Shadow. Captain Zhang nodded. Good. We will proceed as you suggested. We cannot allow Shadow to evade justice. We must apprehend him swiftly. In the following days, Mo Fan, Yi Lin, and Captain Zhang led the officers in an intense investigative effort. They meticulously analyzed Su Ming's communication records, scrutinized every document and piece of data from Hongxing Technology, and conducted multiple rounds of interrogations with the implicated executives. During one of the interrogations, a high-ranking executive from Hongxing Technology finally cracked. Looking at Mo Fan and Yi Lin with a mix of fear and hesitation, I can tell you some things about Shadow, but you must guarantee leniency in my case. Mo Fan regarded him sternly. If you cooperate fully, we will advocate for leniency based on your cooperation. However, should you lie or conceal information, the consequences will be clear. The executive nodded. Shadow is an exceedingly enigmatic individual. He plays a decisive and commanding role in our company's illicit transactions. He is adept in various techniques and methods. Many of our deals are brokered through him with foreign organizations. I only know that he has a secret base in an abandoned factory area in Yun City. Though I am unsure of the exact location, I do know that it is heavily secured. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, their hearts leaping at the newfound information. Mo Fan inquired, do you possess any additional information about Shadow? Perhaps details regarding his appearance, age, or accent? The executive shook his head. I genuinely do not know. My interactions with him were solely via phone or email. I have never seen him in person. Mo Fan nodded. Very well. Should you recall any other details, do not hesitate to inform us. Following the interrogation, Mo Fan, Yi Lin, and Captain Zhang convened in the meeting room to discuss their next course of action. Captain Zhang stated, since we now know that Shadow may have a secret base in the abandoned factory area, we can conduct reconnaissance in that region to search for clues. However, we must proceed with caution, as there may be stringent security measures in place. Mo Fan frowned. We cannot act rashly. We must devise a detailed plan. First, we will assign undercover officers to monitor the vicinity of the abandoned factory area to assess the personnel movements and security arrangements. Simultaneously, we will continue pursuing other leads to uncover more specific location information. Yi Lin nodded in agreement. I concur with forensic expert Mo. Furthermore, we must consider that Shadow may have already sensed our investigation. He could take countermeasures. So we must be thoroughly prepared. After the meeting concluded, Mo Fan, Yi Lin, and Captain Zhang busied themselves with preparations for the forthcoming operation. Yet, in Mo Fan's heart, alongside the concerns regarding the case, there lingered a tumult of emotional conflict. The warmth of Qiao Shi's enthusiasm and the gentleness of Yi Lin made his decision all the more challenging. Yet, he understood that at this pivotal moment, he must focus his energies on the case. Only by bringing the criminals to justice could he truly find peace to face his emotional dilemmas. The mysterious Shadow loomed like a threat hidden in the darkness, poised to bring greater turmoil upon them. They must swiftly unearth him to restore tranquility to Yun City. Chapter 84. The pursuit in the mist. The sky over Yun City loomed with a somber gray, the heavy clouds pressing down like a pall over the people's hearts, suffocating them. Mo Fan, Yi Lin, and Captain Zhang convened in the police station's conference room, anxiously strategizing their next course of action regarding the elusive Shadow. Mo Fan stood before the whiteboard, his pen tracing circles around the abandoned factory district on the map, his gaze resolute and focused. Given the information at hand, it was highly probable that Shadow had established a clandestine base in the derelict factory area. We shall assign plainclothes officers to monitor the vicinity closely, keeping a vigilant watch on the comings and goings of personnel and vehicles. Captain Zhang crossed his arms and nodded slightly in agreement. However, this area is vast, and our manpower is limited. We must allocate resources judiciously. Moreover, we must remind the officers to maintain discretion to avoid alarming the quarry. Sitting nearby, Yilin diligently recorded the discussions in her notebook that I believe we could also delve into the financial records of Hongxing Technology to identify any monetary flows associated with the abandoned factory area. This might assist us in pinpointing a more specific location for the hideout. Mo Fan turned, casting an approving glance at Yilin. That's an excellent line of thought. Yilin, you and several officers are tasked with a thorough investigation of the financial data. Report any findings promptly. Yilin nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes reflecting her dedication and commitment to the task. Subsequently, Mo Fan and Captain Zhang began to meticulously outline the deployment of plainclothes officers, designating several key surveillance zones around the abandoned factory district to ensure no corner remained unmonitored. Once arrangements were finalized, the plainclothes officers set out, disguising themselves as local residents, scrap dealers, and passers-by, each seeking a suitable vantage point for observation. Upon returning to his office, Mo Fan had barely settled his thoughts when his phone rang unexpectedly. He retrieved it to see a call from Xiao Shi. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. "Hello, Mo Fan. How is the case progressing?" Xiao Shi's voice came through, tinged with concern and curiosity. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, knowing Xiao Shi, as a reporter, possessed a natural sensitivity to the developments of the case. However, they were at a critical juncture, and much information remained confidential. Xiao Shi, the case is still under investigation, and it is not convenient to disclose specific details at this time. Though disappointed, Xiao Shi persisted. Mo Fan, I merely wish to understand. I assure you I will not disclose any confidential information. Furthermore, my reporting could help the public better comprehend the police's efforts, thus aiding in crime prevention. Mo Fan sighed. Xiao Shi, I appreciate your concern, but this case is quite complex, involving numerous sensitive details. Once it concludes, I will share whatever I can. All right? After a brief silence, Xiao Shi replied, Fine, Mo Fan, please take care of yourself. Do not hesitate to call if anything arises. Once the call ended, Mo Fan rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of frustration. He recognized Xiao Shi's concern for him, yet during this precarious period, he could not afford any distractions. Meanwhile, near the abandoned factory district, the plainclothes officers were meticulously observing their surroundings. Officer Shaoli, disguised as a scrap dealer, noticed a black SUV circling the factory area several times before halting at a secluded alleyway. A man, clad in a hat and mask, exited the vehicle, glancing around before hurriedly entering a dilapidated building nearby. Alarmed, Shaoli promptly reported via the intercom, Mo Fan, I have spotted something suspicious. The black SUV is parked at the alley, and a man wearing a hat and mask has entered the adjacent building, located on the eastern side of the abandoned factory district. Upon receiving the report, Mo Fan immediately informed Captain Zhang and the other officers to swiftly rendezvous at Shaoli's location. Upon their arrival, the black SUV remained at the alley's mouth. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang cautiously approached the building, which appeared to have been long abandoned, its walls adorned with moss and cracks, and the windows shattered. Exchanging a glance with Captain Zhang, Mo Fan signaled for the officers to spread out and encircle the structure from various angles. As they neared the entrance, a sudden commotion erupted within. Exchanging a determined glance with Captain Zhang, they decisively pushed the door open and rushed inside. That a group of individuals was huddled together, momentarily stunned by the police's sudden intrusion. Freeze, police! Captain Zhang bellowed, regaining their composure. The individuals attempted to flee, but the officers swiftly subdued them. Mo Fan scanned the room and discerned it was a makeshift hideout, with documents and communication devices strewn across a table. Picking up a document, he scrutinized it, uncovering details about Hongxing Technology's illicit transactions, yet it failed to provide any direct leads to Shadow. Frustration creased his brow. At that moment, an officer discovered a hidden door in the room's corner. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang approached, opening the door to reveal a narrow corridor. A musty odor permeated the air, with dim lights flickering along the walls. Sharing a look with Captain Zhang, Mo Fan took the lead into the passage. The corridor was short, culminating in an iron door. Mo Fan pushed against it, only to find it locked. Captain Zhang produced a universal key from his pocket and attempted to unlock it. After several attempts, the iron door finally creaked open. As the door swung ajar, a flurry of footsteps echoed from within. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang rushed inside to find a spacious room where several individuals were hastily packing items. Upon seeing the police, they dropped their belongings and scattered. The officers quickly initiated a pursuit, efficiently apprehending everyone in the room. Mo Fan meticulously searched the space, uncovering computers and servers. Upon accessing one of the computers, he discovered a trove of detailed data regarding Hongxing Technology's illicit dealings. as well as communications with a mysterious foreign organization. Yet, despite combing through all documents and data, he found no concrete information regarding Shadow. Disheartened, he sank into a chair, contemplating their next steps. That moment, Yilin called to Mo Fan. We have detected some anomalies in Hongxing Technology's financial data that a substantial sum has been funneled to an account near the abandoned factory district, owned by an individual named Lin Yu. We are currently investigating his identity further. A surge of hope coursed through Mo Fan. Excellent. Yilin, please expedite the investigation into this Lin Yu. He is likely connected to Shadow. After ending the call, Mo Fan rose, casting a determined glance at the subdued individuals, silently vowing to unveil Shadow and bring the truth of this case to light. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of Yun City, Shadow watched the unfolding events through surveillance. A cold smirk gracing his lips, he knew a greater confrontation awaited, and he was prepared. The police station. Yilin and her fellow officers were diligently investigating Lin Yu's identity. They gathered information through various channels, examining household registration data, bank records, and communication logs. After considerable effort, they uncovered that Lin Yu was an alias, and his true identity was that of a hacker, previously wanted for involvement in cyber crimes, yet eluding capture. Yilin promptly relayed this information to Mo Fan, who, upon hearing it, felt a glimmer of hope that it seems this Lin Yu is indeed the Shadow we seek. Yilin, continue to gather pertinent information on him. Captain Zhang and I will intensify our pursuit. After concluding the call, Mo Fan and Captain Zhang began to restructure their pursuit strategy. They were acutely aware that this Shadow was exceedingly cunning and adept in various technologies. Caution was imperative, amidst his focus on the case. However, Mo Fan harbored a lingering sense of unease that he was uncertain of the dangerous maneuver Shadow might yet undertake, and whether he and his colleagues could successfully apprehend him, restoring tranquility to Yun City. Simultaneously, his own emotional turmoil loomed like a tangled web in his heart, occasionally leaving him weary and bewildered amidst the demands of his duties. Chapter 85. The struggle on the brink of truth as night descended upon Yun City. The city's clamor did not wane in the twilight. Neon lights flickered, concealing the secrets hidden within. Inside the police station, Mo Fan, Captain Zhang, and Yilin gathered around the conference table, the atmosphere thick with tension and gravity. Lin Yu, the individual suspected to be Shadow, had become increasingly identifiable, yet he remained as elusive as a slippery eel. We must expedite our actions. He could slip through our fingers at any moment. Mo Fan's expression was grave as he surveyed the room with unwavering resolve. Captain Zhang crossed his arms, nodding slightly. Indeed, this individual is a hacker, well-versed in cyber technology. It is entirely possible that while we investigate him, he is monitoring our every move. That we must tread carefully with each step. Yilin bit her lip lightly, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Mo Fan, Captain Zhang, we have gathered some of Lin Yu's activity patterns and related information, yet his exact whereabouts remain undetermined. Furthermore, his connection to Hongxing Technology appears to be more intricate than we initially anticipated. Mo Fan furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers gently tapping on the table, lost in contemplation. After a while, he spoke. Based on the information we currently possess, Lin Yu not only orchestrates illicit transactions at Hongxing Technology, but is also linked to a mysterious foreign organization. The force behind him is undoubtedly formidable, which complicates our efforts to apprehend him. However, we must not waver. The closer we draw to the truth, the more resolute we must become. At that moment, a police officer hurried into the conference room. Holding a document, Mo forensic expert, Captain Zhang, while conducting an in-depth analysis of Lin Yu's communication records, we discovered an unusual signal source. This signal is intermittent and has undergone multiple layers of encryption, yet our technicians have managed to trace its approximate location to an old district in the west of the city. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang exchanged a glance, excitement flickering in their eyes. Immediately organize a team and prepare for action, Captain Zhang commanded loudly. Soon, a task force composed of plainclothes officers swiftly assembled and set off towards the old district in the west. Mo Fan sat in the backseat of the police car, feeling both nervous and anticipatory. He understood that this operation could potentially unveil the true identity of the shadowy figure behind the complex case. The streets of the old district were narrow and dimly lit, the dilapidated buildings appearing ominous in the night. The task force proceeded cautiously, splitting into several groups to search different areas. Mo Fan, along with Yilin and a few officers, was responsible for inspecting an abandoned warehouse. The warehouse door was tightly shut, surrounded by overgrown weeds, emitting a foul odor. Mo Fan gently pushed open the door. which creaked ominously. He signaled for the officers to remain vigilant, then led the way inside. The warehouse was pitch dark, and Mo Fan switched on his flashlight, its beam flickering in the gloom that he scrutinized the surroundings. And suddenly, his gaze fixed on a corner of the warehouse. There lay a pile of debris, seemingly concealing something. Mo Fan and Yi Lin cautiously approached the heap, and upon clearing the top layer, they discovered a hidden door. Mo Fan and Yi Lin exchanged glances before carefully opening the concealed entrance. Beneath the hidden door was a narrow passageway, filled with a pungent odor. Mo Fan took the lead into the corridor, the air within thick and stifling. They proceeded forward, and after a short distance, they encountered an iron door at the end of the passage. Mo Fan pushed against the door, only to find it locked. Just then, Yi Lin heard faint footsteps behind them. Startled, she turned and shone her flashlight toward the sound. "Who is it?" she called out. Mo Fan and the other officers quickly turned, their eyes scanning the darkness. Moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows. Mo Fan squinted, recognizing it was Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxi, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed, a mix of surprise and anger in his voice. Xiaoxi looked at him anxiously. "Mo Fan, I just wanted to know the progress of the case. I followed you here." Mo Fan frowned. "This place is dangerous. You must leave at once." Xiaoxi shook her head. "No, Mo Fan, I won't leave. I know I shouldn't have come, but I genuinely want to help you, and I can protect myself." Just as Mo Fan was about to respond, a commotion erupted behind the iron door. His heart raced. There was no time to waste. "All right, Xiaoxi, stay behind us and do not wander off," he said reluctantly. Mo Fan attempted to open the iron door again, discovering it had an electronic lock. He glanced at one of the technical officers beside him. "Quickly, find a way to unlock this." The technical officer immediately crouched down, examining the structure of the electronic lock. After a while, he retrieved a small device from his toolkit and connected it to the lock. After some manipulation, the lock emitted a beep, and the door swung open. The officers rushed into the room, where several individuals were operating computers. Startled by the sudden intrusion, they froze. However, one quickly regained composure and pressed a button on the computer. Alarmed, Mo Fan sprinted forward, tackling the individual to the ground. The other officers swiftly subdued the remaining occupants. Approaching the computer, Mo Fan noticed data rapidly being deleted from the screen. He instructed the technical officer to recover the data. The officer worked diligently, and after some effort, managed to restore part of the information. Mo Fan felt a surge of excitement as he reviewed the recovered data, which detailed the illicit transactions between Lin Yu, Hongxing Technology, and the foreign organization, along with some of his criminal plans. Yet, to Mo Fan's disappointment, the data still did not reveal Lin Yu's exact location. At that moment, Yi Lin spotted a surveillance monitor in a corner of the room. The screen displayed multiple locations within Yun City, one of which was flashing a red alert. Yi Lin's heart raced. Mo Forensic Expert, look at this. Could this flashing location be Lin Yu's hideout? Mo Fan approached the monitor, scrutinizing the screen. It's highly likely. Notify the other teams. We must head to this location immediately. The task force quickly regrouped and set off to the indicated site. Upon arrival, they found a luxurious villa, surrounded by walls and an iron gate, with 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang exchanged a knowing glance and signaled for the officers to approach the villa stealthily. They divided into smaller teams, advancing from different directions. As they neared the villa's entrance, Mo Fan and Captain Zhang suddenly charged forward, subduing the guards. They swung open the villa's door and entered. Inside, the villa was lavishly decorated, illuminated by brilliant lights. Mo Fan and the officers searched the premises and eventually discovered a figure seated in a chair, facing away from them. Mo Fan approached cautiously. "Lin Yu, you cannot escape." The figure slowly turned, and upon seeing his face, Mo Fan was taken aback. This Lin Yu was, in fact, Chen Feng, the former high-ranking executive of Hongxing Technology, whom they had believed to be dead. Chen Feng regarded Mo Fan with a cold smirk. "Mo Forensic Expert, you truly are remarkable. You found me, but do you think capturing me will end this?" Mo Fan frowned. "Chen Feng, your criminal actions have been exposed. It would be wise to confess the forces behind you and your crimes. Perhaps you could receive a lighter sentence." Chen Feng shook his head. "Mo Forensic Expert, you are naive. The power behind me is beyond your comprehension. Even if you capture me, they will not spare you." At that moment, Mo Fan's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. "Mo Forensic Expert, do you think capturing Chen Feng means victory? This is merely the beginning. Our influence is omnipresent, and you and your colleagues are already on our radar. If you know what is good for you, abandon this case. or you will all face dire consequences. A low, chilling voice echoed from the other end. Mo Fan's heart tightened, but he maintained his composure. No matter who you are or how powerful your influence, we will not back down. That we will bring you to justice and uphold the dignity of the law. After hanging up, Mo Fan turned to Chen Feng. His resolve strengthened. He recognized that this battle was far from over. The challenges ahead would be even more daunting, yet he and his colleagues would never yield. They would continue their pursuit until every criminal was brought to justice. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi stood nearby, admiring Mo Fan's unwavering determination, feeling a mixture of admiration and guilt for her impulsive actions, uncertain if her presence had caused unnecessary trouble for him and his team. Chapter 86. Undercurrents. Following the successful apprehension of Chen Feng, the atmosphere within the police station did not lighten due to this milestone victory. Instead, it became shrouded in a more somber, intense ambience. Mo Fan was acutely aware that the force represented by that mysterious phone call would not simply let matters rest. A more intense confrontation might be just beginning. After being escorted into the interrogation room, Chen Feng remained silent. A provocative smirk plastered on his face. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang sat across the table from him, their gazes fixed intently. Chen Feng, you no longer have any opportunity to escape the law's judgment. Rather than stubbornly resisting, it would be in your best interest to disclose the force behind you and your crimes. You might still secure a lenient outcome, Mo Fan stated gravely. Chen Feng slightly raised his chin, his eyes betraying disdain. Mo forensic expert, don't waste your breath. You think capturing me will unravel everything and bring us all down? How naive. I advise you to give up now, or you will come to regret it. Captain Zhang slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Chen Feng, you will not be allowed to be so arrogant here. Since we managed to capture you, we have ways to make you talk. You would do well to cooperate, or you will face far harsher consequences. Yet, Chen Feng remained unmoved, closing his eyes and disregarding Mo Fan and Captain Zhang. The interrogation reached an impasse, and Mo Fan and Captain Zhang exchanged glances before reluctantly exiting the room. The young man is quite obstinate. It seems he will not relent anytime soon, Captain Zhang remarked with a furrowed brow. Mo Fan rubbed his temples, realizing that the forces backing Chen Feng were undoubtedly exerting immense pressure and making promises that instilled in him the belief that even if captured, he could not easily divulge information. We must approach this from another angle, seeking a breakthrough. Just then, Yilin hurried over, holding a document. Mo forensic expert, Captain Zhang, we have conducted further analysis of the computer data retrieved from Chen Feng's villa and discovered some new clues. Chen Feng has been in frequent contact with an organization known as Nightfall, which appears to be orchestrating a series of illicit activities behind the scenes, including the improper dealings of Hongxing technology. Mo Fan took the document and skimmed through it quickly. Nightfall? That name sounds formidable. Yi Lin, continue to delve into the background and member information of this organization. See if you can identify any key figures. Yi Lin nodded. Understood. Mo forensic expert, I will commence my investigation promptly. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi sat in the police station's lounge, her heart filled with conflict and self-reproach. She was acutely aware that her recent surveillance had caused some inconvenience for Mo Fan and his team, and she recognized the perilous nature of the case far exceeded her expectations. Resting her chin on her hands, a hint of confusion clouded her gaze. At that moment, Mo Fan approached her, noticing her despondent expression. His discontent softened somewhat. He sat beside her and said gently, Xiaoxi, I understand your concern for the case and your support for me, but this situation is exceedingly dangerous. Please refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. All right. Xiaoxi looked up at Mo Fan, her eyes glistening with tears. Mo Fan, I'm sorry. I realized my mistake. I only wanted to assist you and gain a deeper understanding of your endeavors. I promise not to put you in a difficult position again. Mo Fan sighed softly. I appreciate your good intentions, but we are dealing with an extremely dangerous group of criminals. Your safety is paramount. I do not wish for you to be harmed because of my work. Xiaoxi nodded. I understand. Mo Fan, what do you intend to do now? Have you made any breakthroughs with Chen Feng? Mo Fan frowned slightly. Yes, Chen Feng remains tight-lipped. However, we discovered his connection to an organization called Nightfall, and we are currently investigating pertinent information about them, hoping to find a new point of leverage. Xiaoxi's eyes brightened. Nightfall? That sounds mysterious. Perhaps I could leverage my identity as a journalist to gather information about this organization from various channels. I might be able to help. Mo Fan hesitated. Xiaoxi, I appreciate your willingness to assist, but this organization is highly dangerous. I do not wish for you to become entangled in this matter. Focus on your primary responsibilities. Disappointed yet understanding Mo Fan's concerns, Xiaoxi replied, All right, Mo Fan. I will heed your advice. But if you need me for anything, Please let me know. I will do my utmost. Mo Fan nodded. Thank you for your understanding. Chow xi. At that moment, the police station's alarm suddenly blared. Both Mo Fan and Chow, she jumped in surprise. Mo Fan immediately stood up. This is bad. There may be a situation that he hurried toward the station's main hall, where chaos reigned, and officers were bustling about anxiously. Captain Zhang spotted Mo Fan and called out. Mo Forensic Expert, we have just received word that a group of unidentified individuals is attempting to storm the police station, likely to rescue Chen Feng. Mo Fan's heart tightened. They had to bolster defenses and prevent their scheme from succeeding. Notify all officers to enter a state of heightened alert. Soon, all entrances to the police station were sealed off, and the officers stood ready. Mo Fan stood resolutely in the center of the hall. His gaze fixed outside. He knew this would be a tough battle. They could not allow the criminals' plot to succeed. Moments later, a cacophony erupted outside as a group of armed individuals appeared at the police station's entrance. Shouting demands for Chun Feng's release. Mo Fan seized the walkie-talkie and calmly declared, "You are surrounded. Laying down your weapons and surrendering is your only escape. Otherwise, you will face severe legal consequences." However, the assailants disregarded Mo Fan's warning and attempted to force their way through the station's defenses. Officers immediately fired warning shots, yet the attackers refused to back down. A standoff ensued. The atmosphere taut with tension. Mo Fan assessed the situation and understood that prolonged stalemate would not favor them. He quickly devised a plan and turned to Captain Zhang. "Captain, we cannot engage them head-on here. I have a strategy. We can dispatch a small team through the side entrance of the station to flank them from behind." Catching them off guard, Captain Zhang nodded. "All right, let us proceed as you suggest. I will arrange for personnel immediately." Before long, an elite team of officers quietly exited through the side door of the police station. Maneuvering to the rear of the assailants, Mo Fan sensed the moment was ripe and shouted, "Action!" The officers launched simultaneous attacks from both the front and rear, throwing the assailants into disarray. After a fierce confrontation, the police successfully repelled those attempting to storm the station, preventing them from rescuing Chen Feng. Once the battle concluded, Mo Fan surveyed the fallen assailants on the ground, feeling no sense of relief. He knew this was merely a probing attack by the Nightfall organization, and they would undoubtedly resort to even more reckless measures. Take these individuals back for thorough interrogation, see what information they might divulge. Mo Fan instructed the officers that he then entered the interrogation room. Fixing his gaze on Chen Feng, who remained seated, a glimmer of determination in his eyes, he understood that the struggle against the Nightfall organization was far from over. But he was prepared to face any challenges and dangers that lay ahead, vowing to eradicate this organization completely. Meanwhile, Yilin was diligently researching information on the Nightfall organization at her computer. Fully aware that her work was crucial to the resolution of the case, she could not afford to be negligent in the slightest. Chapter 87. The fog grows denser within the police station. Following the intense confrontation with the unidentified individuals attempting to rescue Chen Feng, the air was still thick with tension and the acrid scent of gunpowder. Mo Fan stood outside the interrogation room, peering through the one-way glass at Chen Feng, whose expression conveyed a mixture of fatigue and unwavering resolve. Although the recent battle had successfully repelled the assailants, it had also made Mo Fan acutely aware of the Nightfall organization's strength and arrogance. Far beyond their previous assumptions, Captain Zhang, do you think Chen Feng was shaken by what he just witnessed? Mo Fan inquired, his gaze never leaving Chen Feng. Captain Zhang furrowed his brow and shook his head slightly. It's hard to say. This fellow is remarkably stubborn, and with the Nightfall organization backing him, he might believe they will mount an even greater effort to rescue him, so he may not easily divulge information. Nonetheless, we must give it a try. Mo Fan inhaled deeply, pushed open the door to the interrogation room, and entered alongside Captain Zhang. Chen Feng sat in the chair and, upon seeing them enter, wore a condescending smirk. Chen Feng, you saw what just happened. Your comrades attempted to rescue you. And what was the outcome? They were utterly defeated. You think the Nightfall organization will expend more resources and manpower on your behalf? Mo Fan stated while observing Chen Feng's expression closely. Chen Feng scoffed. Mo Forensic Expert, don't try to intimidate me. You were merely fortunate today. You cannot fathom the power of Nightfall, even if I am confined here. You will not easily uncover their secrets. Captain Zhang slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, Chen Feng, stop clinging to this delusion. The path before you is clear. Confess and seek redemption, or prepare to spend the rest of your life in prison. Yet Chen Feng merely chuckled coldly, falling silent once more. The interrogation fell into another deadlock, and Mo Fan and Captain Zhang exchanged resigned glances before exiting the room. It seems this fellow is indeed difficult to handle, Captain Zhang remarked, a touch of frustration in his tone. Mo Fan rubbed his temples. It's all right. We cannot rely solely on him for clues. How is Yi Lin's investigation into the Nightfall organization progressing? Just then, Yi Lin hurried over, clutching several documents, her face a mixture of fatigue and excitement. Mo Forensic Expert, Captain Zhang, I have made new discoveries. Instantly alert, Mo Fan and Captain Zhang leaned in. Mo Fan took the documents, eagerly asking, what important clues do you have? Yi Lin pointed to some information on the papers, explaining, through various channels, I found that the Nightfall organization seems to have close ties with certain underground forces in Yun City, including a gang called the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, I have uncovered that the Nightfall organization has a secret stronghold in the outskirts of Yun City. I am still in the process of confirming its exact location. But I have some leads. Mo Fan's eyes lit up. This is a significant clue. If we can locate their secret base, we might gather more evidence of the Nightfall organization's criminal activities and possibly dismantle them in one fell swoop. Yi Lin, keep up the good work and confirm the precise location of that stronghold as soon as possible. Yi Lin nodded. All right, Dr. Mo, I will accelerate my pace. With that, she hurried back to her computer to continue her work. Mo Fan turned to Captain Zhang and said, Captain Zhang, we cannot solely rely on Yi Lin's investigation. We should delve into the Black Tiger Gang and see if we can discover any breakthroughs. Perhaps there are conflicts in their collaboration with the Night Organization that we can exploit. Captain Zhang agreed with a nod. Very well, I will arrange for personnel to investigate the Black Tiger Gang. However, this gang is notoriously secretive. We must proceed with caution to avoid alarming them. As Mo Fan and Captain Zhang discussed their plans, Xiao Shi approached. Noticing their serious expressions, she cautiously inquired, Mo Fan, Captain Zhang, have you uncovered new clues? Mo Fan glanced at Xiao Shi, hesitated for a moment, and decided to share. Yes, we have discovered a connection between the Night Organization and the Black Tiger Gang, and there may be a secret stronghold in the outskirts. However, the situation remains unclear, so I advise you not to get involved to avoid any danger. Xiao Shi felt a pang of disappointment, but understood that Mo Fan was concerned for her safety. She nodded. All right, Mo Fan, please be careful. If there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to let me know. Mo Fan smiled gently. Rest assured. In the following days, the atmosphere at the police station grew increasingly tense and busy. Yi Lin tirelessly investigated the precise location of the Night Organization's secret stronghold, while Captain Zhang arranged for officers to conduct covert surveillance on the Black Tiger Gang. Mo Fan returned to the interrogation room, attempting to extract new leads from Chen Feng. This time, he employed a different strategy. Chen Feng, I know you are loyal to the Night Organization, but have you considered whether they would truly sacrifice so much for you? They struggle to even rescue you now. What guarantees do you have for the future? Mo Fan spoke calmly. Chen Feng remained silent, but Mo Fan noticed a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Moreover, we have already obtained some leads connecting the Night Organization and the Black Tiger Gang. Soon, we will locate their secret stronghold. At that point, they will be too preoccupied with their own survival to consider you. Mo Fan continued. Finally, Chen Feng spoke. Don't think you are so formidable. You cannot even imagine the methods used by the Night Organization. Even if you find the stronghold, they are already prepared for it. Mo Fan felt a surge of joy. Although Chen Feng's words were provocative, they indirectly confirmed the correctness of their investigative direction. Chen Feng, you still have a chance that if you cooperate with us and disclose some critical information about the Night Organization, we may be able to advocate for leniency within the bounds of the law. After stating this, Mo Fan left the interrogation room, knowing he must not pressure Chen Feng too much, but rather allow him time to contemplate. Meanwhile, Yi Lin finally made a significant breakthrough. She excitedly rushed to Mo Fan's office. Dr. Mo, I have located the precise position of the Night Organization's secret stronghold. It is situated in an abandoned factory area on the outskirts of Yun City, a remote location rarely visited by anyone, making it ideal for a secret base. Mo Fan immediately stood up. Excellent. Yi Lin, you have done remarkably well. I will notify Captain Zhang right away. We must prepare for action. However, to avoid alarming them, we need to devise a meticulous plan. Soon, Mo Fan and Captain Zhang gathered all officers involved in the operation to formulate their strategy. They decided to act under the cover of night, quietly approaching the abandoned factory area to encircle the Night Organization's stronghold. The night before the operation, Mo Fan returned home, hoping to rest and recharge for the impending mission. However, as he lay in bed, sleep eluded him. His mind was consumed with various scenarios that could unfold during the operation and the dangerous criminals associated with the Night Organization. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Xiaoxi calling. "Hello, Xiaoxi. What is it at this late hour?" Mo Fan asked. Xiaoxi's voice sounded anxious. "Mo Fan, I heard you are going to dismantle the Night Organization's stronghold tomorrow. Please be careful. I know you are capable, but those individuals are ruthless criminals, and I genuinely worry for your safety." A warm feeling surged within Mo Fan as he replied. "Thank you for your concern, Xiaoxi. I will take care. You must also look after yourself while I complete this mission." After hanging up, Mo Fan lay in bed, his thoughts racing. He understood that the next day's operation would be fraught with danger, but as a forensic expert and a police officer, he bore the responsibility of bringing these criminals to justice and safeguarding the citizens of Yun City. The following evening, the operation commenced punctually. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang led a team of officers, stealthily approaching the abandoned factory area on the outskirts of Yun City. The surroundings were eerily silent. With only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves, Mo Fan signaled for the officers to halt, carefully surveying the environment before quietly instructing, "Everyone be alert, and proceed according to the plan." The officers nodded in agreement and split into smaller groups to encircle the factory from different angles. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang cautiously approached the factory's main entrance. Just as they were about to reach the entrance, a blinding beam of light suddenly shot out from within the factory, illuminating everything around them. "It's a trap. Take cover," Mo Fan shouted, swiftly ducking behind nearby cover. Almost simultaneously, a barrage of gunfire erupted from inside the factory. Bullets whizzing like raindrops, striking the walls and ground around them, sending sparks flying. Mo Fan's heart raced as he realized their operation had been compromised. He quickly reached for his radio, shouting, "All units, we have been compromised. Engage immediately and maintain control of the situation." In an instant, the entire abandoned factory area erupted into chaos with gunfire and shouts. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang led the officers in a fierce exchange of fire with the members of the Night Organization. The opposing firepower was fierce, forcing the officers to take cover while seeking opportunities to retaliate. "Dr. Mo, we can't continue like this. Their firepower is too overwhelming. We need a way to break inside," Captain Zhang said urgently. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Captain Zhang, you lead a team to flank from the left side to draw their attention. I will lead another team for a frontal assault to breach their defenses." Captain Zhang nodded. "Be careful." With that, he led a team of officers toward the left. Mo Fan turned to the officers beside him. "Listen carefully. When I shout charge, we will rush in together. Do not be afraid. We will prevail." The officers nodded, their eyes filled with determination. "Charge," Mo Fan shouted, leading the way out from behind cover. The officers followed closely, rushing toward the factory's main entrance. As they ran, they fired back, attempting to suppress the enemy's firepower. Amidst the fierce exchange, Mo Fan spotted a member of the Night Organization hiding in a corner, preparing to toss a grenade. Alarmed, he raised his gun without hesitation, aimed at the member, and decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the member's arm, causing the grenade to drop and explode in the distance. "Well done, Dr. Mo," one officer shouted. Mo Fan had no time to respond. He continued charging forward. Finally, they broke through the enemy's first line of defense and stormed into the factory. Inside, chaos reigned as members of the Night Organization scattered, attempting to evade capture. Mo Fan and the officers searched the factory, leaving no corner unchecked. They discovered several rooms filled with various documents and equipment, seemingly connected to the criminal activities of the Night Organization. "Gather all these documents and equipment. They may serve as crucial evidence," Mo Fan instructed the officers nearby. At that moment, a police officer suddenly shouted, "Dr. Mo, there's a situation over here." Mo Fan swiftly ran over and spotted a member of the Night Organization attempting to escape through a secret passage. Without hesitation, he pursued, with other officers closely following. They chased along the passage for some distance until they arrived at an underground warehouse. The dimly lit space was permeated with a pungent odor. Mo Fan cautiously surveyed his surroundings and discovered the member hiding behind a stack of crates. "Come out. You have nowhere to escape," Mo Fan shouted. However, the member ignored him and abruptly threw several smoke grenades from behind the boxes. The smoke rapidly enveloped the area, obscuring their vision. Be careful. Don't let him get away," Mo Fan yelled, covering his mouth and nose as he ventured into the haze. Within the smoke, Mo Fan caught a glimpse of a figure moving. He quickly closed the distance and seized the individual by the shoulder. The member attempted to resist, but Mo Fan's grip was firm, preventing any escape. Just then, the smoke began to dissipate, and other officers arrived. Together, they subdued the member and placed handcuffs on him. "Dr. Mo, are you all right?" one officer inquired with concern. Mo Fan shook his head. "I'm fine. taken back for thorough questioning as they prepared to leave the warehouse. A sudden burst of gunfire erupted from above. Mo Fan's heart raced as he realized the battle continued overhead. "But let's go check it out," he commanded. They quickly returned to the surface, where Captain Zhang was leading officers in a final confrontation against the remnants of the night organization. Although their numbers had dwindled, they were still fiercely resisting. Attempting to break free, Mo Fan joined the fray, and alongside the officers, they cornered the remaining members of the night organization. "Drop your weapons. You are surrounded." "Resistance is futile," Mo Fan shouted. However, they disregarded him and continued to fire. Mo Fan shook his head in resignation, knowing that only force could compel such ruthless criminals to submit. "Open fire," he commanded. The officers unleashed a barrage of bullets, raining down on the adversaries. Under the overwhelming firepower, the remnants of the night organization finally succumbed, collapsing one after another. The battle came to an end, and the abandoned factory was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Mo Fan and the officers stood in the center of the factory, surveying the devastation before them, their hearts heavy with reflection. "Captain Zhang, we succeeded," Mo Fan declared. Captain Zhang nodded, a weary smile gracing his face. "Indeed, Dr. Mo, we have succeeded. Yet, this is merely the first step. Much work remains ahead of us." Mo Fan took a deep breath and asserted, "Precisely, we must swiftly organize this evidence and thoroughly dismantle the night organization." Just then, Yilin hurried over, her face a mixture of excitement and tension. "Dr. Mo, Captain Zhang, I discovered some crucial clues in the factory, possibly related to the puppet master behind the night organization." She reported to Mo Fan, and Captain Zhang exchanged surprised glances. "Quickly, tell us what you found," Mo Fan urged eagerly. Yilin produced a document, stating, "I found this file in a room. It contains a list of individuals closely associated with the night organization. One name stands out prominently. Lin Yu, a wealthy businessman in Yun City, rumored to have deep ties in both the legitimate and illicit realms." Mo Fan accepted the document, scrutinizing it carefully before stating, "This clue is significant. We must investigate Lin Yu promptly to ascertain his connection to the night organization." Captain Zhang nodded. "All right, I'll arrange for personnel to conduct the investigation. Dr. Mo, you should take the evidence and the captive back to the precinct. We will regroup shortly." Mo Fan nodded and turned to the nearby officers. "Everyone, gather your things, prepare to return to the precinct." The officers swiftly complied, loading the collected evidence and the captive into the police vehicle. Seated in the police car, Mo Fan gazed out at the night. Filled with anticipation, he understood that this was merely a new beginning, with more challenges awaiting them. Chapter 89. The veil of fog. The police car sped through the night, its flashing lights slicing through the darkness, the wailing siren echoing down the silent streets. Mo Fan sat in the back, beside the handcuffed member of the night organization, whose head hung low, his face marked by despair and resentment. The atmosphere in the car was tense and oppressive, the officers' expressions serious, their eyes betraying a mix of anticipation and anxiety regarding the case's progression. Yilin occupied the front passenger seat, occasionally glancing back at Mo Fan, concern etched in her gaze. "Dr. Mo, you should rest a bit. Tonight's operation was intense, and you must be exhausted," she gently suggested. Mo Fan shook his head slightly, his gaze resolute. "I am fine. Now is not the time for rest." Yilin, please elaborate on the document you discovered, particularly about the businessman Lin Yu. Provide as many details as you can. Yilin nodded, retrieving a notebook from her pocket and flipping it open. "The document I found in that room was encrypted. It took considerable effort to decipher. IT records interactions between the night organization and several individuals, with Lin Yu's name appearing frequently. He owns multiple companies across various sectors, including real estate and finance. The casual observer, he appears to be a successful businessman, yet behind the facade lies a web of intricate connections to the night organization. What specific connections exist?" Mo Fan pressed, his eyes glimmering with sharpness. "The document indicates that Lin Yu provides financial support to the night organization, which in return assists him in eliminating business competitors or resolving unsavory matters. It also includes records of their transactions, dates, locations, and amounts. While not exhaustive, it suffices as a crucial lead," Yilin explained. Mo Fan pondered for a moment and concluded, "It seems Lin Yu is no ordinary figure. He is likely one of the key financiers behind the night organization. We must act swiftly to investigate him, but we must exercise caution. Individuals like him possess formidable counter-surveillance skills, and we cannot afford to alert him." Just then, the police car halted at the precinct entrance. Mo Fan and the officers disembarked, bringing the captive and evidence inside. The precinct was brightly lit, buzzing with a tense and busy atmosphere. Captain Zhang had already returned and was coordinating the interrogation of the captive. Dr. Mo, you're here, Captain Zhang greeted. Approaching him, I've arranged for personnel to interrogate the captive. Let us see if we can extract more information about the Night Organization and Lin Yu. Mo Fan nodded, stating, Captain Zhang, Yi Lin has uncovered vital clues regarding Lin Yu that we need to form a special task force to conduct a comprehensive investigation. He may be a critical figure in the Night Organization, possibly concealing an even larger conspiracy. Captain Zhang furrowed his brow. All right, I'll make arrangements immediately. However, investigating a businessman like Lin Yu will undoubtedly encounter substantial resistance. We must be thoroughly prepared. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang deliberated. News arrived from the interrogation room. The captive had begun to divulge information. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang exchanged glances and swiftly made their way to the interrogation room. Inside, the member of the Night Organization sat in a chair, his eyes reflecting fear and despair. An officer was conducting the interrogation, and upon seeing Mo Fan and Captain Zhang enter, he nodded slightly. Speak up. Disclose everything you know about Lin Yu and the Night Organization, and you may receive leniency, Mo Fan stated sternly. The member hesitated before responding. I know that Lin Yu is a crucial financier for our organization. He provides us with substantial funding to carry out his directives. Many of our operations are executed under his instructions. What specific operations? Captain Zhang inquired. For instance, there was a real estate developer who refused to sell a plot of land to Lin Yu. Shortly thereafter, he met with an accident. A fatal car crashed. It wasn't an accident. It was orchestrated by our organization. Additionally, during business negotiations, if the opposing party refuses to concede, we threaten them until they withdraw. The member recounted. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang listened, their expressions growing increasingly grave. These crimes were severe, and it was evident that Lin Yu was orchestrating it all from behind the scenes. How does Lin Yu typically communicate with your organization? Mo Fan continued. We have a designated liaison responsible for communicating with Lin Yu. The liaison relays Lin Yu's directives to us, and we act accordingly. I only know the liaison by the nickname Fox. I don't know their appearance, the member replied. After further questioning, the member answered all inquiries. Once the interrogation concluded, Mo Fan and Captain Zhang exited the room. It seems this Fox is a pivotal figure. We must locate him quickly to uncover evidence of Lin Yu's crimes, Mo Fan stated. Captain Zhang nodded. I promptly arranged for personnel to investigate the identity of this Fox and see if we could find a breakthrough. That moment, the technical department of the police station relayed some news. They had analyzed the documents and equipment retrieved from the abandoned factory and uncovered some astonishing secrets. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang immediately arrived at the technical department. The technicians pointed to the computer screen and said, Forensic expert Mo, Captain Zhang, we discovered that the Night Organization is not only involved in various commercial crimes, but is also plotting a much larger conspiracy. They appear to be gathering dangerous chemicals, preparing to execute a large-scale terrorist attack. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan and Captain Zhang's faces turned ashen. A large-scale terrorist attack would pose a significant threat to the safety of Yun City. Where did these hazardous chemicals come from? Where do they plan to carry out this attack? Mo Fan asked urgently. The technician shook his head and replied, It is currently unclear, as the documents do not provide detailed information. However, we have found some clues pointing to an abandoned chemical factory, which may be related to their conspiracy. Mo Fan and Captain Zhang exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, Immediately dispatch personnel to investigate that abandoned chemical factory. That we must swiftly uncover their conspiracy and prevent the impending terrorist attack. The officers acted quickly, preparing to head to the abandoned chemical factory for a thorough investigation. Mo Fan also intended to go personally, aware that this mission was particularly daunting and time-sensitive. Before departing, he returned to his office to gather some necessary tools. Just then, his phone rang. Mo Fan pulled out his phone and saw it was a call from Xiaoxi. Hello, Xiaoxi. What brings you to call so late? Mo Fan asked as he answered on the other end. Xiaoxi's anxious voice emerged. Mo Fan, I heard you dismantled the stronghold of the Night Organization tonight. Is it true? Are you hurt? Mo Fan felt a warmth in his heart and replied, Yes, it's true. We successfully dismantled the stronghold. I'm fine, so you needn't worry. That is good to hear. I've been quite concerned about you. By the way, I also obtained some information regarding the Night Organization that may assist your investigation. Xiaoxi said. Oh, what information? Please tell me. Mo Fan urged eagerly. I interviewed several individuals who had contact with the Night Organization. They mentioned that the organization is currently searching for something called the Black Box. It is said to contain their core secrets, and if it falls into the hands of the police, it could spell their downfall. I believe this Black Box may be related to their terrorist plot. Xiaoxi explained that as Mo Fan listened, he pondered deeply. The black box sounded crucial. It might be the key to unraveling the Night Organization as conspiracy. Xiaoxi, thank you. This information is vital. Please ensure your safety and refrain from engaging with anyone associated with the Night Organization, Mo Fan urged. I understand, and you stay vigilant as well. Keep me updated on any new developments, Xiaoxi replied. After hanging up, Mo Fan organized his thoughts, then picked up his tools and strode toward the police station's entrance.